presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
18 seconds left. Mills takes a knee, and it's over. A monumental performance by the Houston defense in the second half carries the Texans to victory on a total team win night. A battle red Houston has a winning record, 6-5, following a 23-19 victory over the Buffalo Bills.
The long road back to above 500.
What the hell, man? This is what a weird football game. What an awesomely weird football game. This defense, and I guess I have to really reiterate this a million times, because I immediately last night I was dismayed over how many people had to point out that the Texans allowed a fourth and 27 conversion or multiple third and long conversion. The Texans allowed 12 points on defense last night.
Yep.
The Texans sacked Josh Allen the most he'd ever been sacked in his life, 8 times. Josh Allen looked like there were a couple times in the fourth quarter when they showed Josh Allen at the line of scrimmage where he looked like that college quarterback whose hands were shaking.
I remember that kid. He was a kid from Oklahoma State. He was a backup.
And I know that's not what was happening, except he wouldn't have blamed Josh Allen if that's how he felt. Basically, a hook and lateral saved them on fourth and long. We'll talk about that. Yes, the Texans got to quit doing that. But they also, yet again, the Texans defense is out there in a second half of football where the Texans offense did nothing at all on their own. Nothing at all. Nothing but 3 and outs, a 4 and out, and one 7-play, 14-yard field goal drive.
Yeah.
After the Texans.
Methodical 7-play, 14-yard drive.
Kalen Bullock's forced turnovers.
2 of 3, yeah.
Kalen Bullock with 2 interceptions and a caused fumble that was recovered by the Texans defense.
Yep.
8 sacks. Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, 2 sacks apiece. I don't know. Henry To'oTo'o, Sheldon Rankins. Who else got sacks last
Mario
night?
Edwards was
you
in
get
there.
a sack, Mario Edwards.
Mario Edwards, yeah. A couple of the fatties got sacks, man. It was great. I think Tim Settle might have gotten one along the way.
Tim Settle had a tackle for a loss that was just absolutely brilliant.
This
Sean,
defense,
in
man.
playing the zone run and the way he split. Oh, my gosh. Some of the plays they made on defense, oh, my God. It was so much fun to watch. Davis Mills is a backup quarterback. It's never been more. I have never.
And you say that lovingly.
I say that as like, listen. If you're upset about the offense, know this: Davis Mills, now more than ever, we know 100% for certain is a backup quarterback. If you had any questions about like, oh wow, yeah, they're 2-0, but I don't know, maybe Davis Mills is a star.
That was happening, man.
He is 100% not. He is a backup quarterback
and a good one.
I have to go back through that during the break. Yeah. We won't do it this segment. It's only. Oh boy, we're 3 minutes into this. I still don't quite understand how the Texans scored any points at all. Like what?
Davis,
Sean, that second half was abysmal.
It was man, I mean, talk about putting it on the defense. They put it squarely on the defense, and the defense came through. This defense has been coming through all year. They did it last night for the nation to see. I love that they did it
or at least subscribers to Amazon
subscribers
Prime.
to Amazon worldwide.
67% of the nation had access to this
like
game.
Streaming football on Amazon all got a taste of what this Texans defense is all about. And make no mistake, the defense won this game for the Texans. 8 sacks of Josh Allen. I tell you what, Seth, the biggest number, the number that you and I were hyper-focused on coming into this game, what was it going to look like in the rushing category for Josh Allen?
Yeah.
5 carries for 20 yards, and 14 of that came on a 3rd and 12 scramble in the second half. I thought, not to get too technical here for me, but I thought what was most impressive with the Texans' pass rush throughout that game, and especially in the second half of that game, because you're watching the pocket collapse on Josh Allen, and every time you're watching the pocket collapse, there was nowhere to leak out in front. I thought the defensive tackles, the interior guys, very unsung in how disciplined they were in the pass rush.
And, Will Anderson early in the game came underneath and Josh scrambled out to his right on that one play early. And then after that, it felt like they hemmed it all up.
Yes.
And like Will and Daniil, I mean, the one big throw Josh Allen had when Daniil Hunter had jacked Deion Dawkins right back up into him.
Yep.
That was a disciplined pass rush. Like, it didn't work out in that play. But, like, to have a disciplined pass rush like that where you're more worried about compressing the pocket, but then to still get 8 sacks on top of it, barely. Remember, one time late in the third quarter, I was thinking, my God, they're getting this done with a 4-man pass rush.
Yep.
When people said, hey, you should spy Josh Allen, this, that, it gets dicey when you use a spy, and you got to be careful in how you do it. But if you can get a 4-man pass rush, it makes it a lot easier to make things confusing for Josh Allen. And he was confused as hell to the point where he was zigzagging all over the place.
Yep.
Will Anderson, one of his sacks, Will Anderson gets a check minus. He gets a check minus plus because he missed the sack. But then he swarmed and he got the sack.
Yeah.
What is the core principle of swarm tackling? That you're going to miss some tackles, but as long as your teammates are there, you can make up for it a little bit. Will Anderson he swarmed himself on that.
He did. Will Anderson's teammate, Will Anderson, was there to clean up his mess.
That was a fun one because he really was. He was doing. Josh Allen was doing the serpentine.
He was.
Serpentine.
He was doing the old spin-a-rooney, man.
I'm evading you like I'm an alligator.
Oh, my God. It was great.
Like he was running from an alligator. You're supposed to run.
Yeah, you're supposed to run side to side with an alligator. Yeah.
Oh, go die.
Yeah.
Man, I'll tell you what. Credit to the Bills fans. They did show up more so. In the pregame, I didn't think there were that many, but it turns out they were all already in the stadium.
I will say this, up in the press box.
Yeah.
Of the 3 fan bases who have come here in the last month,
yeah,
the blue blood fan, I'm not counting Jacksonville, like the blue blood travel fan bases, the 49ers, the Broncos, and yesterday the Bills. I thought it felt like there were the least amount of Bills fans from you and I doing the pregame from the blue lot, and you can tell early on, like Denver, like there was orange all over the place. I guess I felt like up in the press box, that was the least of those 3 games. It felt the least like the Texans had been invaded. Like the field goals, for example, the field goals in the Niners and the Broncos games, you can always tell with the field goals. The field goals in that game, the cheers were just as loud for Bronco field goals as they were for Texan. This game, any Bills field goal, the crowd was loud, and then when it went through, it went quiet. Mm-hmm. So
it wasn't as big. It
wasn't as bad
visually. It looked, because I was watching from our seats instead of in the press box, which is dicey because then that means
up in the suite.
Yeah. It's harder to focus, so I had to go back and watch the entire game over again afterwards. So old Sethers is operating on all that much.
This show is operating on a combined 14 minutes of sleep.
Logistically,
right now.
It was weird. Yeah, usually I'm at least well rested because you have to do the post game show.
Yeah.
I
got home at 2.
Yeah, I got to bed at about 2.
Yeah.
So but man, regardless. Yeah, it didn't feel as loud or necessarily. There's a good amount of Bills fans there.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think if you're a Bills fan right now, like you've had what a weird year for them. We talk about the inconsistencies of the Texans offense, and the Bills are right in the same boat, except that they've been more successful. If you look at the stats and everything and the standings and all that in terms of where offenses are, there's a lot more to feel better about with the Bills, except that they got destroyed by the Dolphins 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
They've been on again, off again, on again, off. They've been
hanging their hat on coming into this game. It's like, well, you don't know which Bills team you're going to get. They're inconsistent.
Okay, so at this point,
they've lost 4 of their last 7.
At this point, I mean, look, the Bills beat the Chiefs a couple weeks ago. Chiefs are playing the Colts. We don't know exactly how good either of those teams are. But at this point, I feel like I was talking to Omar, who works for the Texans last night, our guy. I asked him the hard question. Okay, so who do you want on Sunday when the Chiefs are playing the Colts?
In Kansas City.
He's a team employee. I don't want to give away anything that might come to incriminate him. I'll say what I said.
Yeah.
Which is, I think that the Colts they've already done enough damage that it's going to be hard to catch the Colts unless they completely collapse. The Chiefs are who you're in contention with right now.
Yeah, you're trying to get inside the velvet rope.
I want anybody who's in the wild card race, to just get destroyed, including the Bills. Yeah. And if they take care of the Chiefs as much as possible. Obviously, the Texans, will want to destroy the Colts themselves. But
I'll tell you who becomes one of your very underrated friends here in that endeavor, in the wild card endeavor, Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow was full practice again yesterday, and the talk is that he may or could be back this weekend. In the next, and the Bengals are out of it. They're 3-7 right now. It would take a miracle for them to get back in the playoff hunt. The next 4 games, the Bengals play the Patriots, the Ravens twice, and the Buffalo Bills, who you just played last night. Joe Burrow coming back, assuming the defense can do some things for the Bengals. Like the Bengals, all of a sudden, those teams are catching a very different version of the Bengals here. So I say that as an aside, the Texans and their defense last night.
Can I tell you this? This is where
this show's going to be all over the map.
Honestly, it's going to be all over the place, everybody. So just
bear with us.
Save your critiques, all right? You want to be English professors.
We were nominated for a Marconi, okay? We can have it all over the place. We can have it all over the place show.
So the defense. D'Amico's got an extra 3 days to try to figure out, like, okay, how can we be the best in the world at everything except
third and a mile.
You don't devote that much time in a normal week to 4th and 27. And yet, this is what a very real concern of the Texans at home in particular is, hey, how do we handle the situations when it's 4th and 10 or 4th and 27 or what have you? And all we have to do is stop the offense from converting on 4th and 27, and we've got the game won.
Dude, what a great call that was by Joe Brady.
I hats off to him, man.
I mean, that was a great call.
Derek Stingley. I want to criticize Derek Stingley for not keeping his leverage, but it's also he really didn't even see the pitch.
No.
He didn't see it because he kept chasing even after Shakir
He's
had the
swarming,
ball.
Man.
Yeah.
He's swarming.
Wait, did Shakir end up with the ball?
Yes, Shakir ended up with the ball, yeah.
So he's chasing the other guy even as Shakir has the ball.
And that's who it was, the other guy. I don't even know.
I was the one sitting in by that time I'd made my way up. In the 4th quarter, I came up to the press box.
Yeah, you were up in the press box with us.
And I feel like I was the only one that is actually seeing the actual the lateral.
Between the two of us, you were.
Yeah, because I was dying.
Yeah.
I was dying.
You were mortified.
I was absolutely mortified. It wasn't a big deal that he was. Well, I could see that the whole kind of coverage had rotated a little too much, and that there was a little bit too much of a chasm, but it was 4th and 27.
Yeah.
I mean, there was still time for everybody to rally, and Stingley just didn't see it.
Didn't matter. In the end, the Texans got off the field in the end, and Kalen Bullock got his second interception. Here was DeMeco Ryans last night after the game on this defense and how historic it's been.
Yeah, the defense is playing outstanding, and it's not just about the defense. I think Tommy has set us up really well with some of the punts he's had to put teams in a backed up territory. Our kickoff team, they've covered well, and they put guys, minus 20. So we've had some favorable field positions. It's collectively as a team, like everybody working together. Our guys are doing a good job of getting off on 3rd down, which it limits the amount of plays that you're playing. And then just credit goes to, first and foremost, our defensive line, like for the way they go out, the way those guys relentlessly rush the passer, and everybody on the back end is playing sound and playing together. When we do that, we're tough to move the ball again. So our players are doing an outstanding job.
5 of 16 on 3rd down. That's really good. Yeah. 3 of 5 on 4th down, though. And it's 2 of the biggest plays in the game. They got the stop on downs in the 4th quarter. There was 10 minutes to go, and the Bills went for it on 4th and 1, 4th and a long one.
James Cook had pretty much run. The entire drive was James Cook.
It was James Cook, and they handed it to him on 4th and 1, and he got stuffed. And then obviously the other 4th down stop was the one that ended the game with the Kalen Bullock interception.
I was really surprised. Now at that point, I was still I was actually watching from the end zone at that point, and I didn't have a TV. I didn't have a TV in front of me.
You were watching live on the field.
So from the sideline, how long of a one was it?
It was a longer one.
It was a longer one.
If I remember correctly.
I figured because they aligned up in that, in the normal formation.
Yes.
And I was kind of surprised, so I figured it was a longer one. I haven't watched the 4th quarter replay yet. I watched up to the first 3 quarters.
I was relieved when it looked like a longer one. Still, I was relieved when it was Allen under center, if I'm remembering it correctly, and there weren't 2 guys sliding up behind him before the snap. I'm like, okay, no tush push.
It was, here. And that was, that drive. I was talking with with Ron Hughley up in the press box afterwards, and we're kind of like, man, what did the Bills really once again abandon James Cook after James Cook was playing really well? And it wasn't quite that simple because the Texans were sacking Josh Allen so much. In the next couple of drives, I mean, they were not in a position really to hand the ball off to James Cook all that much because
he only had 17 carries in the game.
Yeah, I know, but he averaged 6 yards per carry.
$1.16, right?
He was exactly. I mean, in a lot of ways, to pat ourselves on the back, two things. One, we said, look, James Cook has really a lot of capacity to do some damage to you, and it almost worked out that way, except that the Texans were able to just they kept making tackles for a loss and sacks and everything that kept it out of James Cook's hands, or making it a James Cook type game. But we also said, what do we say? If the Texans won, they would likely be hitting the under.
And they hit the under. 43.5 was the total. And
they scored
last I checked,
total points.
23-19, 42 total points. We said that yesterday. The correlation, if you're going to take the Texans, take the under. If you're going to take the Bills, take the over. And if the Bills had scored on that final drive, would have gone over the total.
I mean, this is a game that, if anything, because I saw a lot of people in my mentions immediately afterwards that were really understandably upset about the offense. I cannot emphasize this enough. Davis Mills is 100% a backup caliber quarterback.
Yes.
He's capable of doing some good things, but he's also capable of botching some really easy things. And but I also understand it would be easier to just excuse it away that way if the Texans' offense had been consistent or had beaten, done damage versus good defenses when C.J. Stroud was healthy.
Yeah.
That's where the frustration comes in.
Yeah.
And where I can't sit here and say, like, oh, don't worry. If CJ were out there, they would have scored 47 points. We can't say that. We really don't know until he comes back. But I'm not over the top PO'd or something at the offense when you've gone 3-0 with a backup quarterback.
Which is house money as it gets.
Yeah.
3-0 with Davis Mills. The most important regular season football in DeMeco Ryans' coaching career with the Texans was these last 3 games. They were 3-5. We were in danger, Seth, with one loss, certainly with 2 losses in that 3-game stretch, but even with one loss, we are teetering on the brink of having the first stretch of meaningless regular season football of the DeMeco Ryans era. The first 2 seasons, they were in the playoff hunt both years, right up until the very end when they make the playoffs. You go 3-6, or if they lose last night, now you're 5-6 with these 2 games coming up. I mean, you're 60 minutes of football away from really the season being functionally over if you lose that game last night. You got to run the table almost just to keep football relevant from a playoff perspective.
This is like we just it was almost over, and then we entered some medical trial with an experimental drug, and all of a sudden, hey, it worked out. We're only going to try this drug on you because hey, you're pretty much a goner, okay? So what do you think?
And it worked.
Like, I'll take this Davis Mills.
Yeah. Give me some of this Anderson, the Anderson drug. So it was a good night last night at the state. We say all that to say great night out at the stadium last night. Texans 23 and the Bills 19. I want to stick with what you're talking about with Davis Mills. Mills and DeMeco both asked last night about C.J. Stroud, and I want to play those answers. But I also, in looking at some of the things the Texans have done offensively the last 3 weeks, does it get you even more excited about C.J. Stroud coming back for this Colts game? I'll explain coming up next.
Hawthorne Capital is
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Higgins motions to the left. Mills with Woody Marks to his right in the gun. Second and goal at the 8. Here's the snap from Andrews. Davis looking. Davis passing to the end zone. Caught! Touchdown, Houston! Higgins with the catch and score, and the Texans are back in front of Buffalo with 5 seconds to go in the second quarter.
Yeah, man, that was you can't overstate how huge that drive was. That was the drive right after the Bills had scored on a kickoff return, where it felt like, Seth, the Texans are up 13-9.
Oh,
It's going about as well as you can expect.
Yeah.
You're moving.
Yeah.
You'd been moving the football in the first half. You're holding Josh Allen to 9 points, and you kick off with a couple minutes to go in the half, and it's under. I mean, there's less than a couple minutes to go in the half. It was inside of the 2-minute
13
warning.
seconds.
It took 13 seconds to score on that.
Sorry. They ended up. Yeah, so the
They were so
it was
the
at
Bills
1:30.
Yeah, so the Bills returned the kick for a touchdown, and now it's a here we go again situation kind of thing. Like, man, you did all those good things in the first half, and it got wiped out by one play on special teams. And then for Davis Mills to take the Texans, and credit Christian Kirk with a huge catch and run that swung field position down inside the red zone for the Texans. That drive, for them to go into the locker room with a lead when it looked like they were going to go into the locker room trailing was just absolutely massive, capped off by that Jaden Higgins touchdown.
It was, sorry. So the kickoff return, and everybody bear with me this morning as I struggle to even pronounce words. The kickoff return touchdown was at 1 minute 43 seconds.
Yeah. Yep.
And then the play-by-play is confusing here because then it
zero plays, 0 yards.
Yeah. But then so the Davis Mills takes over with 1 minute and 35 seconds left.
Yeah.
After that.
Yep.
Yeah, 19-yard pass to Nico Collins.
Yep.
That 33-yard pass to Christian Kirk were really the big things that got you down there.
That was the big play.
And then the Jaden Higgins touchdown.
6 plays, 75 yards, and that was look, CJ Stroud's going to be back for that Colts game. The fact that he was on the sidelines last night, I think all but confirms that. He's on the sideline with the little earpiece in. Probably sitting with Davis. I think looking at the iPad with him and things like that.
There was no part that looked at all like he looked very much engaged and everything.
Yeah.
He didn't look concussed. No, you look fine. Get back in there.
Yeah.
That's all. Hey, back in my day,
Soft.
that guy looked ready to go.
Soft.
No, but it really is. If it hadn't been Thursday Night Football, I think C.J. Stroud was going to play in that game. Would have been able to make it through
He had a couple more days.
protocol.
Yeah.
He just didn't have enough opportunities to demonstrate it, where they need to watch him do full football activity and then not show symptoms and everything. So this morning I might be really whining about the existence of Thursday Night Football if the Texans had lost that game. As the defense had to go out there in the second half and got, like, when I say almost literally zero help from the offense, it's fair. The only favor the offense did the Texans defense was not turning the ball over in the second half.
Right.
Other than that, it was 3 and out. It was 3 and out.
It was the Denver game.
It was they had a 7-play, 14-yard field goal drive after the recovered fumble.
Right.
And then it was after that 3 and out, 4 and out.
Yeah.
I mean, it was incredibly bad offensively.
It was the Denver game all over again.
Yeah.
That's what the Denver game was.
So the defense is out there, series after series after series, where you're facing Josh Allen with a haphazard group of wide receivers, to be sure, but a James Usher in the league, Khalil Shakir, who's done damage to you, and it's their ability to just shut drives down with sacks or tackles for a loss or interceptions or cause fumbles. This is just an incredibly fun defense to watch. It's one thing if they were just a really good defense, but their proclivity for taking the ball away and their lust for violence makes it just so much fun. And I appreciate that the offense couldn't do a damn thing because it made it that much more precarious and scary and exciting at the end of the game.
It did.
After they converted a 4th and 27 against you.
On a hook and lateral. Okay, so before I want to get to C.J. Stroud, but before we do that, you mentioned the defense and how fun it was to watch. Prediction. And we have ESPN on in the studio here. Prediction on either Get Up or First Take or both. One of their topics will be how far can the Texans defense take them?
Yeah, that's I think 100% the fair question.
That'll be the national question this morning. They will be question the national folks will be questioning the Buffalo Bills and their street cred.
Yeah.
And they will be saying, this Texans team, though, how far can a defense take you?
No, and I think especially that's the kind of game on quasi primetime game, but where the people in the sports media and football world are very much watching and paying attention to, or watching the highlights this morning.
Yeah.
When they're the only football highlights in town or in the game.
Yep.
Like this is you cannot ignore Kalen Bullock being a part of 3 turnovers. You can't ignore 8 sacks. Everything wearing their battle red uniform.
Yes.
The defense just kept showing up and showing up and showing up. And then even after not to mention, the Bullock touchdown that was negated because of the very illegal block.
Yeah, it's on TV right now. People are wondering. It's on the television right now.
That alone, I mean, so he didn't have to make that block, man.
Barnett.
He could have just posted up there.
Yeah.
He could have boxed out or screened or whatever. He didn't have to make that
I have a hard
block.
time getting mad at defensive guys.
I know. Well, the fact of the matter, though, too, was it was a peel block. Even if the guy had been facing him, it's the going back toward you're blocking back towards your own end zone.
Defenseless, yeah.
So you guys know that. That's been a rule for a few years now. But anyway, it should have been because he didn't need that block. And not to mention, I'll tell you another thing, Sean. That James Cook touchdown, that was an egregious hold that they missed.
Oh, did they?
It was an egregious hold right at the point of attack.
Yeah.
I got to go back and watch it. I think it was the tight end. It was latched on, classic. Defender's trying to get away, and he's just I was so pissed off that Al Michaels and that bastard Kirk Herbstreit didn't mention it in the replay of the...
you were rewatching it. They didn't mention it?
No. Yeah. Herbstreit's good for about, 3 nuggets per game of something that you're like, I didn't realize that or something.
And then other than that,
he just needs to stick to college football.
He's really good on college, yeah.
Yeah, I would 100% have somebody like Charles Davis or somebody that actually pays attention to the NFL.
Yeah, yep. Hey, before we get to the end of the segment here, the chatter that had been going on for these last couple numbers in the Jacksonville and Tennessee games were considerably better than his numbers last night. He was 16 of 30 for 150 yards. He did what he needed to do to bring the ship into the shore.
Yeah.
But DeMeco Ryans was asked after the game on C.J. Stroud's availability and C.J. being the starter when he comes back.
Ooh, look at you trying to come with that question. Right at the end, just dropping the. We'll see what happens. Now, CJ, it was great to see him back out there. He was back at practice. Just to see him back around the guys with a huge smile on his face, him feeling well. That's the most important thing when our guys are in the concussion protocol. I just want to make sure they're healthy and they're well. So that's the one thing I'm most happy to see, that he's well, he's himself, and he's ready to get back to football.
All right, there you go.
Okay, dude, he went 16 for 30. The offense really had 2 good drives, and that was it. The one field goal was a gift from Kalen Bullock and Jalen Mills. No, there is 0 quarterback controversy here. What? No.
You know who agrees with you?
Yeah.
Davis Mills.
Yeah.
I mean, in my current situation, I don't think there's a competition. CJ's the starter for this team. I'm just doing everything I can to bring my best foot forward every day, make everyone else around me better, and try to, provide and play my role to my best ability when I get thrown in there.
That's exactly it, man.
Yeah, Davis Mills is a smart dude. He's not gonna get up there and be like, dude, we just many points. Scored 23 points. How many yards passing did he have in the second half?
The offense as a whole had 35 yards in the second half.
Yeah, we just had 35 yards in the second half. Right. Are you seriously asking me whether I should be the starting quarterback?
I think it's yeah. No, look,
Davis Mills is not an idiot.
And the reason we're playing this right now is to put this completely to bed, because we still got phone calls last night on the postgame show he just went 3-0. He did, and he gets an A+ on a backup curve.
Right.
He gets an A+ for the backup grade. If C.J. Stroud went 16 for 30 for 150 yards, we would have major concerns coming in this morning.
If C.J. Stroud had gone 3-0 over this last stretch, we'd be really concerned about C.J. Stroud. If C.J. had gone 3-0 and had played the way Davis Mills has played, we would still be really concerned. We would be talking about it. We'd be like, seriously, like, when is it really going to click for C.J. Stroud? They just had 30 yards of offense in the second half. So that's proof in the pudding right there. No, Davis Mills has done nothing. And I hate even saying this, but I guess we have to have that conversation because I think he's done admirably as a backup quarterback. But he hasn't done anything to show that he should be a starter over CJ.
No, of course not. Conversely, I will say this. When you combine how CJ was playing right as he got hurt, had a really good game against San Francisco, was playing well against Denver to start that game, other than
the old red zone
couldn't
issues.
Score from the 1 yard line, but he himself was moving the football. Combined with, I feel like over these last 3 games that the offense outside of Davis has figured a few things out.
Yeah.
Offensive line's playing a little better. I think they may have kind of stumbled onto the combination.
Figure out how Trent Brown is as effective as he is because the way you watch him
and
move,
you just look at him in a still shot.
Or just even him actually moving, and yet somehow he really gets the job done. But yes.
So this is where I'm going with this is the version of CJ, the game and a quarter that he was playing before he got hurt.
Yeah.
Combined with that the offense seems, I'm not saying they're great, but they seem to have figured a few things. I think, so look, Davis Mills didn't get sacked last night. That's significant progress too. Taking that version of CJ and plunking it down with some of the improvements they've made. Jaden Higgins getting more involved now. That kind of Nico seems to have ramped things back up. I'm very excited to see non-concussed CJ come back and play with this offense with some of the things they figured out.
No, there are, because I think people have forgotten that CJ was starting to get everybody else more involved.
Exactly.
And it looked a lot like, okay, some of the things from the beginning of the season weren't just CJ. It was 11 guys who were learning a new offense and who weren't always on the same page.
Yep.
There were a lot of miscommunications and mental errors. That part was already happening. It's just you were still not doing great versus good defenses.
Right.
So, but yeah, nobody. I guess we'll address it a few times if it's being asked about in press conferences. But there's not a sane and rational person in this city who thinks that there should be any kind of a quarterback,
including Davis Mills.
Yeah,
he just said it right
there. At least not based on Davis Mills' performance yesterday.
Correct. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to some headlines. We'll certainly hit the Texans again. Rockets back in action tonight. Got a little of that.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
On 4th and 6 at the Houston 22. Orbit motion, Shakir. Allen back to throw. Allen picked off by Bullock. It's over. The Texans are going to do it.
Mark Vandermeer on the call. Kalen Bullock, his second interception of the night, seals the deal for the Texans. 23-19, the final score. D'Amico Ryans asked after the game, what stood out on a night where the defense sacked Josh Allen 8 times and Kalen Bullock single-handedly caused 3 turnovers. What stood out about the defense?
The thing that stood out to me, I mean, the way our D-line hunted, of course, that was great, but Kalen Bullock is the guy for me. The way Kalen went out, I mean, intercepted the ball 2 times, forced fumble to get us in plus territory there. So my favorite play is the one that ended it. There's a lot of emotions going on the sideline through that entire drive. But for Kalen to come down with that interception, that was my favorite play because it meant it was over.
That Josh Allen's ability to scramble and run and do everything else made even half of those sacks were still kind of terrifying sacks, especially the Will Anderson one where Will Anderson misses the sack and then regroups to join the swarm again and then ended up getting his sack. It was still scary when Josh Allen was scrambling that somehow he was going to turn upfield and make something of it. And I think Matt Burke did a really good job of not blitzing much at all. The blitz kind of hurt him a couple times. It worked out a couple times, but they also had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to get rid of it. And allowed him to cloud the looks up in coverage and make it really tough for Josh Allen to have options downfield. That was just it's everything you would want when you've got Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter playing the way they are. What we said yesterday was, hey, this is Josh Allen versus a couple of the best pass rushers in the league. And it was really cool that it ended up being half of the production from 2 of the best pass rushers in the league and half the production from a list of other just like solid dudes and rotational defensive
lunch pail
tackles.
guys, man. Lunch pail guy. Yeah, they had 8 sacks on the game. Will Anderson had 2.5. Danielle had 2. The other 3.5 sacks came from Mario Edwards combined with Will on a sack.
Yeah.
Derek Barnett had a sack. Tim Settle had a sack. And Henry To'oTo'o got a sack. So the linebackers got in on the act as well there.
And that was the blitz as I think on the broadcast they were just saying the Texans haven't blitzed much at all, and then boom.
When they got to 8 sacks and Buffalo is driving at the end of the game, you remember what week it was last year when the Texans lost the game where they got 8
despite
sacks?
having all those sacks.
Week 12. Week 12
versus Will Levis
against somebody significantly worse than Josh Allen. But yeah, I'm like, are they going to get 8 sacks at home again in Week 12 and lose the game?
We might have to listen in on Buffalo radio this morning.
You know what? It's funny you say that. I listened to Maggie and Perloff on the way, and Maggie is a huge Bills fan.
Oh, yeah.
And it was interesting to listen to the two of them because that's a national perspective, right?
Yeah.
You and I are talking mostly today about how great the Texans defense was.
Yeah.
I can just tell you from listening to the two of them, and it'll be interesting to see on TV how Get Up and First Take are treating it when we're watching that. It was way more about how ill-equipped the Bills seem to be a contender this year.
I'll tell you what, the media, this is what the media are saying about the Bills offense, this, that, the other, poor Josh Allen. There are a lot of Bills fans that are just sick and tired of Josh Allen just not being consistent and just being they're going to blame Josh Allen for just not like, you're Josh Allen. I don't care. Don't tell me about the lack of wide receivers you have, this, that, the other. He's just got to be better. And he's just too erratically a guy that'll take 8 sacks versus a guy that'll show up and score 6 touchdowns last week.
Yeah.
The guy that'll show up and get destroyed when pressured. My sister-in-law is a Dolphins fan first, Texans fan second.
Okay.
But I was sitting with her for a good chunk last night.
Good couple weeks for her.
It's been a really good couple weeks for her.
Yeah.
Because she watched the Dolphins destroy the Bills.
Yep.
Her husband is very much a Bills fan. And then she watched the Texans take it to them last night. But she was talking about, the Dolphins just They pressured Josh Allen, and he couldn't handle it.
Hey, I want to make sure we get this in headline. We're going to, for those of you tuning in right now, going, talk about the game. You are going to get the voice of Mark Vandermeer. We're hitting highlights galore in our long segment at 7 o'clock. If you missed any part of that game, it will get relived at 7 o'clock speech to the team after the game. We've not brought this up yet on the show. Damien Pierce waived yesterday by the Houston Texans. What was your gut reaction when you heard that Damien Pierce had been let go by the Texans?
It's conflicted because I've felt this way since training camp in 2024. I just felt like it was time to move on from Damien Pierce, and if they could trade him for something, that would have been pretty cool. The Texans just seem to have an undying devotion to Damien Pierce, and understandably why. The high points in his rookie year were very, very good. I think
very likable, too.
Sometimes people forget that the last few games before he got injured his rookie year, it actually really wasn't going that well for him. So, I mean, who knows whether that's still in him or not. He's been with multiple different schemes now and different offensive coordinators where other guys have looked better than him. I know the offensive line hasn't been great. I know you didn't like Bobby Slowick, but it's still other guys have looked better than him in facing those same challenges.
Yep.
It might just be a classic. He needs to find the right coach and scheme that he clicks with. And I hope he's such an awesome kid. I hope it works out for him.
I do too. I'm rooting for Damien Pierce. I like Damien Pierce a lot. The question I got asked by a few people is, are we changing the open to our show?
No, it's too good. And he is.
Those who don't know, it's Damien Pierce who says, "We're coming to H-Town. Let's get this work in, man. Let's go."
Yeah,
That's
no,
Damien.
it's too good. I think we have to keep it.
I do too.
Yeah.
As an homage to Damien Pierce, if nothing else. Not a bad guy. He's a good guy.
Awesome guy. He's one of your best post-game interviews
we'll
after
miss him.
victories. Yeah.
We'll miss him. We had Will on last night. Will Anderson.
He's an adequate replacement to Damien Pierce. Okay.
Will Anderson is awesome.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He got excited about seeing the T-shirt you have with a picture of him and you on it.
Yeah,
with him holding the championship belt.
My daughter said she wanted a Will Anderson shirt. I think she meant a jersey, so I went and took a picture of me and Will in the postgame and put it on a T-shirt and sent it to her. And Will looks like a badass in the picture. He's got a cowboy hat and he's holding my championship belt.
You look pretty good yourself, champ.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
But I showed it to Will. I told Will the story last night off the air, and I showed him that. He's like, "Can I get one of those?
One of those T-shirts?"
Yeah. I'm like, yes. He immediately texted the woman who made it for me, and I'm like, Will Anderson actually wants one of these.
That is going to be hilarious if he wears that T-shirt.
Please.
Oh, we got to come up with some kind of fictitious backstory about who you are.
Yes.
Like, people are going to be like, who is this celebrity in Will Anderson's? Is this a cancer patient or something?
Oh, yeah, this is a Make-A-Wish adult.
Look at what a great guy Will Anderson is.
50-something had a Make-A-Wish. He wanted to be on a T-shirt with Will Anderson. All right, Rockets back in action tonight. Denver in town. This is a fun one tonight. So if you're heading on out there, I'll be out there. My older son's in town.
When's the last time Denver came to town in any sport and it didn't work out well? All right?
I don't remember.
I have a long memory, and it's been awesome.
Don't recall.
But you need to avenge us, Rockets.
That's right.
Avenge the Texans' loss to the Denver Broncos.
Yes, indeed. All right, voice of Vandy. We, after Texan games, the day after, we relive the highs and the lows along the way. It ended with a high, but there were highs and lows along the way. Today's game, last night's game, and we'll hear D'Amico Ryans from the locker room last night as well. Stay there. My son's already told me. My older son got in.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Man, it is a day like this after a nationally televised game when your team wins and we're in studio and they're showing all the highlights from it. Yeah. That game is one game that really, truly does get the stage to itself. This is so fun
also,
watching
the
these
day
highlights,
after, though, too, you also get more attention than on a normal Monday because a lot of people just didn't watch the game.
Yeah.
Even if they did watch the game, these are really the only NFL highlights to show. But a lot of people just want to catch up on the game who didn't get a chance to watch it at all.
And this is the reigning MVP that played last night, too. Yeah. Like, this is a big storyline in the NFL. The Texans are contributing to one of the bigger storylines in the NFL.
He was reigning turnovers.
He was, yes, RAIN, yes.
From reigning MVP to reigning turnovers.
That's right. But this is Josh Allen and the Bills are one of the bigger storylines in the NFL, and the Texans are heavily contributing to that this morning. So it's fun to watch it play out on TV. It's fun to listen to it play out on the radio, we hope. Here was D'Amico Ryans last night. Settle in. This is his locker room speech, pumped up about the guys, gives out a couple game balls. I'm a big fan. When they win, I'm like, excellent. We get the locker room speech. Here's D'Amico Ryans.
Man, anybody excited about that one? Man, I'm fired up, man. Outstanding job by you guys, man. Hey, we knew what time it was. We needed to go hunt. We needed to play complimentary football. You guys did exactly that. All right, O-line, first off. Oh, outstanding job, O-line. All right, we wanted to run the ball. We did that. Outstanding job. Ran the ball 100. Quarterback didn't get sacked at all. All right, great job. Great job, O-line. Great job. And on the flip side of that, D-line. All right? We knew we needed to dominate the line of scrimmage, D-line. 8 sacks. Got 2 balls here. Both guys had 2 apiece today. We got Will. Oh, yeah. Trent. There you go, baby. Hey, guys, and we talked about we were going on a hunt. All right? And this one guy, he hunted all night. Right? We talked about Dino did an outstanding job talking about how we need to take the ball and how that changed the game. We got a guy right now who took it away 3 times. 3 times. All right? And, man, best game I've seen. Kalen, come on down. Outstanding job. Outstanding job. Hey, man, we were +3 in the turnover battle. You took 3, man. It doesn't get any better than that, man. Way to show up, way to show out, way to show the world what the Houston Texans football is all about. Yeah. All right? Davis, again, outstanding job of leading us, man. Outstanding job of leading us. Hey, love you boys, man. Love you guys. Way to work, man. Now we get a breather. All right? Get time to rest a little bit. I'll see you guys on Monday. One time for us, baby. Texans!
Love that. See you on Monday with that nice 3-day break. We asked Will Anderson last night, Seth, what are you going to do? You know, you get this mini bye. Moving from couch. Said maybe to go fishing, he said. He said he might go fishing a little bit.
Yeah, now that the weather's turned a little cooler,
yeah, I'll
allow that. Yep. I wouldn't have allowed it if it was 95 degrees.
It was still humid and hot outside.
You need to be resting in air conditioning comfort.
Yeah, man. Kalen Bullock.
You know what? D'Amico calls him Bullock.
Yeah.
I'm going to use that as free license for us to call him Bullock.
Okay, good.
I guess I can't do the Bullock.
Yeah. When you consider where they were taken in the draft, like I'm not going to say it's easy enough to draft a guy at 2 and he works out. Not all guys that you draft at 2, especially quarterbacks, work out. C.J. Stroud obviously was a great pick. The move to go up and get Will Anderson was a bold one. In the draft, at least, Nick Caserio's best work as the general manager of this team might be the drafting of Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock in the 2nd and 3rd rounds a couple years ago.
Yeah.
You're talking about 2 foundational pieces of your secondary.
It's really, at this point, the difference between, and maybe it's just luck of the draw, but the difference between Caserio's track record with defensive backs versus offensive linemen, and where he's been able to find defensive backs all over the place from all different walks of life. The Ariante Ursery, I think he probably hit it out of the park with.
I think so too.
So it's like, we'll see. The offensive line, as they were saying on the broadcast last night, I mean, this is where and people probably don't want to hear this. There's an element of Nick Caley where I watch the entire offense and how it operates, where when they're performing versus lesser defenses or lesser players in the middle of the field, they've been doing some good things. Caley's scheme taking hold. When they get down into the red zone and on the goal line, some of it is just they're physically not capable.
They can't bully people.
They're not physically capable of bullying people.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's where the physical mismatch, comes up against however you're calling the plays and whatever the scheme is. I'll say this. They've done a good job in the last couple of weeks of they haven't been running the ball well on the goal line, but it's set up the play action.
Yeah.
They're showing that they are going to run. They take a sacrifice to the run gods on first down, and they get a response from the linebackers and the safeties on play action.
Yep.
And, Christian Kirk's wide open in the end zone.
Yep, we're going to hear that one in just a second. So let's look back at the game last night, especially if you didn't see the whole thing. We'll take you through the whole journey here. Did not start out super well. The Buffalo Bills in the first quarter, I got to pull up the play-by-play here just to see which drive it was, but they took the lead early in this game, the Buffalo Bills did. The Texans got the ball to start out. They went 3 and out, and then the Bills on their very first drive, 10 plays, 81 yards, nearly 5 minutes, capped off by this.
3rd and inches at the Houston 44, offset I formation. Allen, hands off, Cook running right now, finds a hole up the middle, he's gone, 30, 20, to the right side, 10, 5, touchdown. Everybody stacked up.
And no flags.
Cook got through the first wave and went to the house. Bills up 6-0 with the extra point out of the way.
That's what happens, Mark, when you take it.
That maybe Andre was saying.
Yeah, Spencer, what's his face, the right tackle, had an egregious. Spencer Brown had an egregious hold on Dylan Horton, and it was I was honestly amazed that it wasn't called because it was right at the point of attack. It was as bad as it comes, as obvious as it comes. Spencer Brown was falling backwards and pulling Dylan Horton with him. Dylan Horton's trying to disengage. It was textbook classic hold. There wasn't even any subjectivity about that. That's the call the officials are supposed to make. That was before the umpire left the game with an injury as well.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that there's a referee that went out of the game.
So, there's no excuse on the referee or the umpire not
fully
seeing
staffed.
that. They had a perfect line of sight to see that was an egregious hold right there. Kalen Bullock could have taken a better angle, and it was. I credit the Bills for a good play, but there were a couple of that wasn't like a systemic issue right there. It was a well-executed play, and they got away with a really egregious hold.
They did, and they took a 6-0 lead. They would miss the extra point, which would be significant ultimately. The world changes if he makes the extra point, but like you said, off the air, butterfly effect. But just mathematically, that missed extra point loomed so large at the end of this game.
And when especially when you get into overtime there, the way the game was flowing and everything, if that had gone to overtime, I would have not felt confident in the Texans' ability to win that game.
If a field goal would have tied the game at the end.
If a field goal would have tied the game and the Texans had to get a first down first to drive, they would have had to get a first down, which they did not do but once in the second half, and that was after Kalen Bullock had recovered.
Yep.
That was on their illustrious 7-play, 14-yard field goal drive.
They had the one throw to Higgins for 16 yards, and for a while, that play was more than the rest of their plays combined in the second half.
That was the sustenance that would hold us through our 40 days in the desert.
It was the Slim Jim that you got from the convenience store to feed you for 3 days. We got to parse this thing out. So the Bills would take a 6-0 lead. Texans would respond. 10 plays, 54 yards. They'd get a field goal to cut it to 6-3. The teams would exchange a couple punts. The Bills would get a field goal to open the second quarter on a 7-minute drive. So the Texans' defense was able to bow up in that particular case. I think it was a sack on third down, which ultimately forced a field goal. And then the Texans would go on their first really nice drive of the game, Seth, in the second quarter. 12 plays, 77 yards, 5 minutes, 48 seconds. There was a fourth down conversion along the way from Woody Marks on this drive. where he was hit in the backfield and was able to get 6 yards on the play.
Yeah,
he did that a couple
get the first
times.
down on that. Yeah,
he did that a couple times where it was a short yardage situation, and he did the entire work.
He pulled
right
a little mini Joe Mixon.
Yes. The drive would be capped off by Christian Kirk.
2nd and goal at the 2. Texans not huddling. Chubb to the right of Mills, who's in the shotgun set. Here's the snap from Andrews. Mills fakes the give, throws right side. Caught! Touchdown, Christian Kirk! The Texans score! They tie it up. They can take the lead with the extra point.
Touchdown Texan, I believe.
It was, and Christian Kirk, who we'll play another highlight of his later on. But that play, they sacrificed it down to the run gods on first down. Nick Chubb got tackled for no gain. Next play, wasn't like it was heavy play action or anything, run action, but it was play action. And the backers and the safeties bit just enough there. And Christian Kirk ends up wide open. They had a nice little, him and I think it was Hutchinson, both feinted like they were blocking inside and then released to the outside and Kirk just comes wide open.
Yeah, it was great. And as you heard Vandy say there, they went, I don't know if I call it up tempo, but they didn't huddle right there. They just kind of went straight to the line.
They went to an up tempo and kind of, So good job using tempo there.
Yeah, right down there near the goal line. All right, so the Texans would take a 10-9 lead on that Christian Kirk touchdown. They would push the lead to 13-9, the Texans would. And it was thanks to a Kalen Bullock interception.
Mark the ball at the 25-yard line. Allen under center with 3 receivers to his right. James Cook in the backfield.
Need a stop on this possession.
4 men up front for Houston, but everybody close to the box here. Allen digs in. He's going to throw. Allen fires downfield and tipped and intercepted across the 40. Bullock, 30, 20, and escapes another tackle. Off to the right side, 15. Bullock to the 10. Bullock 5. End zone, touchdown! Flag down on the play. Kalen to the house. Is it going to...
It came back. Just a spoiler alert, it came back. That would have put them up 17-9 at that point. Instead, the Texans got the ball at the Buffalo 20-yard, or the Buffalo 30-yard line, and they would immediately go backwards.
Yeah.
Negative 2-yard run by Woody Marks. Then a Davis Mills throws a pass out in the flat to Woody, who gets tackled for a loss for 5 yards. Nico gets a little bit of field position back for you to make the field goal a little bit easier. But that one, that stung a little bit. That 4-point penalty on Derek Barnett.
On a block that he really didn't need to make, and it was a legal block whether you hit him in the back or not because it was a peel back block.
Yeah.
And I get it. I could totally see myself making the exact same mistake. He probably felt awful about it afterwards.
Yep.
But it was an incredible play. And also, again, because the Texans were able to rush with 4 so effectively, Azeez is back in coverage deep. He's in that lane.
Yeah, he was the one who tipped it, right?
Azeez tips the ball, and Kalen Bullock is right there and has a great return. That was a nice piece of running right there.
Broke some tackles, man.
Yeah.
Made you think
that was beautiful.
Boy, man, Kalen Bullock gets some snaps on the offensive side of the ball. He's breaking tackles out there.
It's funny because they made it really convenient for me on my 2 hours of sleep because as we're talking about Christian Kirk and Kalen Bullock, I like to. I'm doing recordings of these as we're watching them, so I can look at them later. And both Kirk, I could just let it run on the 2. I just had the 2 touchdowns for Kirk dialed up in my NFL.com, and now I got two interceptions for Kalen Bullock dialed up. Just let it run.
Beautiful.
It was a very productive night for both those fellas.
Yes, indeed. All right, so you're feeling good. You're up 13 lead. There's nothing in the early part of this game, or really nothing about all of last night, but at that point in the game, Seth, when they're up 13-9, I'm thinking, all right, if I didn't know anything about either of these teams and I just got plunked down in this game, and I'm watching it, and someone says, who do you think the better of these two teams is? I would have said, I don't know. This looks like a pretty evenly played game between these two teams. Keep in mind, this is a game the Bills came in as nearly a touchdown favorite on the road. And 10 of those numbskulls from the NFL Network all picked the Bills.
Every single one of them,
to win this game. Every single one. Lackeys is what they are.
Working for the man.
Literally, the very next play after the field goal to go up 13-9, Texans kick off, and this happens.
Here's Emi, ball at the 35-yard line, kicking it toward the south end zone. Lets it fly. Here's Davis at the 3, left side over the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Spin, still going. 40, and he's going to be gone. 50, goodbye. Unbelievable. The spin move shook by everybody, and he takes it to the house, does a backflip into the end zone.
Yeah, the spin move is where that all fell apart. Got hit and spun off, and he was gone.
One of the weirdest things right now is the special teams these last couple of weeks. I mean, just where have you gone?
Punt return against the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah.
And honestly, these are not little one-off things like, oh, it was just a punt return, it was a bust, and then this kickoff return, it was one guy, he over-pursued, he missed the tackle, whatever. They've been giving up a lot of chunk returns.
Yeah.
They've been giving up a lot of long return. Way too many for a team that has the issues that the Texans have, CJ or no CJ, offensively. This is even with CJ in there this year, it's not been a good offensive team. It's been at best an inconsistent offensive team that hasn't played well against good defenses. They just can't afford to have anything short of really good to great defense and special teams on this
Right,
team.
and it's like the defense has cleaned up their tackling issues to a certain degree. I mean, I've come to terms with the fact that they're always going to have some issues just because of their style of play, and when their swarm runs amok a little bit.
Yep.
But on special teams, it's so weird to have a team that's such an incredible defense and has depth on defense that has all these egregious tackling issues on special teams.
Yes.
It's usually the exact opposite. You got a really good defense. That means you got a bunch of young defensive players that are dialed in and everything, and it's been atrocious.
Now, keep in mind, that was it for touchdowns for the Bills, and only one of them was on offense, and it was on a play that, as you pointed out, Seth, there might have been a penalty there when James Cook scores that touchdown.
It was really a bad missed hold call.
But
I try not to. I'd be whining about that today if the Texans had lost.
But that was it for touchdowns for the Bills. They scored on their first drive offensively, and that was it offensively for the rest of the night. So the Texans go down 16-13 on that kickoff return. I thought this was one of the things I was most proud of with this team last night. Is that was a punch in the face, that kickoff return for a touchdown. The Texans came back with a very efficient sixth place, and the big play that got them in position was this one.
2nd down and 2 at the 41-yard line of Buffalo. 47 seconds to go in the half. Houston down 3. Here's Mills in the gun. Davis gets the snap. Davis stepping to his right. Davis looking and passing and hitting Kirk. 30, 25, cutting left. 20, 15, 10, left sideline. Dragged out of bounds inside the 10. First and goal, Houston.
All right, so there you go. Christian Kirk gets them down to the Buffalo 8-yard line. So they're inside the 10-yard line. Davis Mills throws an incompletion to Jaden Higgins on first down. First and goal at the Buffalo 8. On second down, this happens.
Higgins motions to the left. Mills with Woody Marks to his right in the gun. 2nd and goal at the 8. Here's the snap from Andrews. Davis looking. Davis passing to the end zone. Caught! Touchdown, Houston! Higgins with the catch and score, and the Texans are back in front of Buffalo with 5 seconds to go in the second quarter.
Higgins is becoming part of this thing now, man. They're searching out Jaden Higgins. He got interfered with on that play. That was the defensive back grabbed him to slow him down on that play.
Yeah. There was another missed interference call down in the end zone.
Well, they called that one, but it was declined.
That was they did call that one.
Yep.
No. Anyway, go ahead. I'm thinking of a different situation.
No. On that particular play on the touchdown.
No, I know. But I'm saying there was another one in the end zone
right.
that they should have called. And
Gotcha.
On an incompletion.
Gotcha. Was it the Delton Schultz one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was torn that one. I felt like by the letter of the law, it was interference, but it was also, I'm not surprised it wasn't called. That wasn't as egregious to me as the missed holding call on the James Cook touchdown.
No. So the Texans go into the locker room up 20-16, which when you consider the Bills are getting the ball to start the second half, was absolutely huge. That they're going in there up 20-16. Essentially, that drive negated the kickoff return for the touchdown in my mind.
Yeah.
Because if the Bills don't return that for a touchdown, then they probably at least possess the ball for the rest of the first half. Credit Davis Mills, man, bringing him down there, 6 plays, 75 yards to get the Texans the lead back. All right, we go to the second half of this game, and the Bills get the ball out of the locker room, and the Texans just keep doing what they were doing in the first half. And in fact, they really even amped it up in the second half of this game. But beginning of the third quarter, beginning of the third. God, I hate the iPad sometimes. beginning of the third quarter, the Bills get the ball, and on a 5-play, 5-yard drive, they have to punt the ball back to the Texans. The big reason, this sack almost twice by Will Anderson.
Johnson out to the left side, shimmies up to Allen in the backfield.
Play clock's running down.
Allen on 3rd and 6 to throw. Allen pocket collapsing. Allen escapes the sack. Allen backing up now, sliding to the left side, can't square up, and he's all the way deep in the backfield. He's finally brought down at the 24-yard line by Will Anderson Jr., the Terminator.
Just in terms of sheer effort.
The effort, and then also just the good job containing Josh Allen, not really giving him a lane at any point by the defensive line in general. For him to kind of bust through or think that he can take it downfield and run. They did a great job on that. Will Anderson's first sack of the night was similarly a really good, just a contained pass rush where the pocket enclosed. A lot of these sacks last night were a result of good coverage downfield and then compressing the pocket without trying to be selfish and just not getting too sack hungry. The defensive line as a whole. And then remember, in that secondary, you got Jalen Mills, you got Miles Bryant. Like, you do not have your normal complement of guys back there. Mm-hmm. When Josh Allen first evaded the sack, he had time to look downfield, and he didn't ever know where to throw it, or he couldn't find anywhere to throw it.
I thought the defensive tackles did a great job in this game of staying in front of Josh Allen.
Well, in this play, too, so what happens is, it's not like you can't ever allow your defensive ends to take inside moves. At some point, those guys got to be able to take those inside moves. The defensive tackles have to be able to recognize that's what's going on and then get out and contain. Mm-hmm. And that's what they did on this play. Daniil Hunter was over on the other side. He took an inside move. The defensive tackle came out and contained. Josh Allen was still able to scramble to the right, but he was under pressure the entire time. It wasn't like there wasn't an easy path to the sideline.
Right. So that was a great way to start the second half of this.
Mario Edwards replaced Daniil on that one.
Yeah, that was a great way to start the second half. The Bills deferred, and you get the ball to start the second half, and that's somewhat of an advantage, and they negate that. They force the punt. Let's fast forward here towards the end of the third quarter. The score is still 20-16. There are only 6 points scored in the second half of this football game. The highlights in the second half were largely defensive, including this one here, pass to Khalil Shakir, and in comes Kalen Bullock to force his second turnover of the night.
Ty Johnson in the game to the right of Josh Allen, who's in the gun on 3rd and 3 from the Bills' 15.
Here come the Texans. They're going to blitz here.
Loading up with Henry on the line and Aziz in the middle of that defense. Allen puts the leg down. Here's the snap on 3rd and 3. Allen to throw. Allen over the middle and caught. First down, then dropped. It's a fumble. Texans have it. And Reed takes it to the 23-yard line. A catch and cough up. Another takeaway for the Houston Texans.
To the naked eye, that was so bang-bang, I was really concerned that it was going to get called an incomplete pass.
That's in real time. I thought, not watching on TV, especially from the distance, I thought it was...
Oh, that's right. You and I weren't... Yeah, you were in the suite
I was in the end zone at that point.
Yeah.
And from my vantage point, I kind of was like, I didn't even really... It didn't really register. I was like, oh, good pass breakup or whatever. It's like Christmas.
It was great.
It's like Christmas in November.
It was beautiful. So the Texans get the ball there after having gone 3 and out a couple times. They get the ball in Buffalo territory. They run just a very methodical 7-play, 14-yard drive. Seth, over.
Really just a machine.
7 plays.
Big red machine.
Dude, how hard is it to... 7 plays, 14 yards, 3 minutes and 52 seconds off the clock.
That's impressive, at least.
They're burning... It really did feel like for the whole second half, they were playing it like there were 4 minutes left in the game.
Yeah.
They were so conservative in this. They only threw 9 passes in the second half of the game. It was really conservative.
Have you seen Davis Mills throwing the football?
He was, but he had picked it up in the second quarter. Yeah. It was just so the forced fumble leads to a field goal. The Texans go up 23-16. Fast forward to the fourth quarter. Now here we go, and it's 23-16. And early in the fourth quarter, the Bills get the ball and they're driving and they're in Texans territory. They're at about they're at the Houston 23-yard line, and it is 4th and 1. And I was a little surprised they didn't line up in bush push mode at that, or tush push mode, I should say. Tush push mode. Tush push. It's a Notre Dame thing, the bush push thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They line up 4th and 1 in just a regular formation, just a normal run formation. And the Texans this is one of the biggest plays of the game. 10 minutes to go, and the Texans are able to get off the field unscathed.
Offset I formation, 4th and 1 at the Houston 23. Cook, the tailback. Gilliam, the fullback. Allen takes the snap. Here's Cook. Cook is not going to get there. Backfield blast. The Texans get a turn.
Sheldon Rankins was the one in the backfield.
Yeah.
All the guys up front all had a big play. A lot like the Tennessee game, where we actually ended up acknowledging and nicknaming them the Trench Hounds. The Trench Hounds had a game last night.
The Trench Hounds, is that what we're going with?
I like that one the best.
I suppose that's what we're doing.
The Trench Hounds, Settle had a sack. Mario Edwards had a sack. Togi was making plays again last night.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had Sheldon Rankins right there, little TFL.
Just in the first couple series, just to talk about the way the offense was treating it and everything, the Texans bugaboo from earlier in the season was, all right, you're doing all right, but the negative plays are killing you. Yeah. I think the first drive there was a sack that put them way back, or was it a penalty? Then the second, there was a penalty in one of the drives too that set them back on their heels, and they just that part of it, the entire offensive operation was obviously not good enough.
No.
You did nothing but on plays in which you didn't get a short field because the defense gave it to you. You did nothing but punt that entire half.
Yeah.
On 3, it was 3 and outs, 3 and out. 4 and out. Yeah. It was a really bad offensive performance.
You needed the defense to come up with plays like that, like Sheldon Rankins right there. So the Texans get off the field. It's still 23-16 at that point, thanks to the turnover on downs. So the fourth quarter continues. Texans punt, 3 plays it out. The Bills are able to get a field goal, 7 plays, 42 yards. They cut it to 23-19, and that's when you feel that extra point that they missed right there, Seth.
Yeah.
That's where the extra point started to loom large, when it was still a 4-point lead for the Buffalo Bills. So that field goal, Texans get the ball back. 4 plays, 24 yards. The only good play of the entire second half for the Texans, that 16-yard pass to Jaden Higgins, was in that sequence. They still had to punt the ball back. The Bills get the ball back with about 4 minutes left, 2 minutes and 48 seconds left. 1st and 10 at their own 18. So here we go. This is the drive that's going to decide the game. And the Bills drive the ball down the field. Ultimately, the Texans are able to get them into a 4th and 27 at their own 30.
Yeah.
So there was a sack in there by Will Anderson and Mario Edwards. There was a sack in there by There was a sack in there by I'm just trying to give credit where by Danielle Hunter.
Yeah.
So the second sack though gets it to 3rd and 20, and then 4th and 27 at the Buffalo 30. All you got to do is get off the field and the game's over.
It's 4th and 27. Nobody that's watched the game in NRG Stadium would possibly be worried about the Texans' defense inability to close out a 4th and long.
No.
Where all you have to do is stop them on 4th and long.
And this happens.
Allen in the shotgun set. Empty backfield, 4th and 27 from the Bills' 30. Allen calls for the ball. Here's the snap. Allen throwing downfield over the middle. And they do the hook and ladder. Shakir, right side, 45-40, 30th Houston, and out of bounds on the 25-yard line. Lateral to Shakir, and what execution by the Bills on 4th and 27, 41 seconds to go. They have the ball at the Houston 26.
Oh my God.
Okay, let me give the play-by-play of what's going on in the studio right now. If you're not watching on YouTube or Twitch, Seth is watching all of these plays as we're replaying them right now. He's on
most of them, at least, as I try to get him caught. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's on this one. He's definitely watching because Seth took his hands and rubbed them against his temples and smushed his own face like this, watching this.
I mean, Sean, and this is a tough one because it's not obviously they won, and I honestly, I don't want to fault Derek Stingley too much, but this is entirely Derek Stingley's fault. They did a 4-man pass rush. It's everybody's posted up deep because it's 27 yards to go. And by and large, everybody did the right thing on this play, except Derek Stingley just didn't maintain his outside leverage, and then he completely didn't see at all that there had been a pitch until it was far too late.
He was chasing the first guy that caught the ball.
If Stingley had turned that back inside, you had two guys in position in probably in a safety in the slot corner to make that play. You would have had three guys converge, and the play would have been over. It's just Stingley just flat out didn't anticipate and see what was coming on. He just needs to stay outside on that one.
Did you feel like they were going to lose the game after that play?
No, I didn't, because I knew they needed it because the Bills needed a touchdown. Okay. So no, I didn't. I actually still felt pretty confident. Even though the Bills had timeouts, I just didn't think they were going to have enough cracks at it.
Yeah, and they did have.
Did you feel like they're
stronger than you did?
I didn't feel at all.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
so you definitely did if you felt at all.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yes, there was an inkling of me that they were going to lose the game. I still feel confident in the defense. It just felt like one of those things. It felt like one of those plays. It doesn't matter how good your defense is. The football gods just don't want us to win that game.
It really was. I mean, in Stingley, there's not really an excuse for him on that one. And I'm sure he owned up to it in the postgame 100%. If he was playing with the proper leverage, even in pursuit, that he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have put them in that position.
Yep. So they get the ball at that point, 1st and 10 at the Houston 26. Josh Allen throws a pass to Gabe Davis down near the pylon on the right side that Davis caught, but he was out of bounds.
Yeah.
But it was
totally out of bounds. He had caught it, but it was
But you're talking, game of inches kind
my
of thing.
friend.
Yeah, game of inches kind of thing there. That was nervous, especially from the vantage point you and I are watching, way the hell up on the eighth level up there. Ty Johnson gets the ball, Can
I just, for a moment, talk the time in the game when I wanted to pull up the Bills depth chart, and I'm looking at Gabe Davis and Jordan Poyer on the Bills roster.
What year is it?
The Bills had sustained a bunch of injuries on defense, and they got banged up in this game.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans force a lot of injuries too. These are not unforced injuries.
Yeah.
The Texans force a lot of injuries.
They do.
But it was just so weird seeing Gabe Davis and Jordan Poyer out there.
Yeah, is it 2021? What year is it going on right now? So 2nd and 10, Ty Johnson would run to the left end again. On 3rd and 1, they throw an incomplete pass to Shakir. Then, underrated, the false start on Deion Dawkins that made it 4th and 6 instead of 4th and 1. That's where I felt like, okay, because 4th and 1, and I think Buffalo still had a timeout left, so they had the whole playbook available to them. Yeah, they did. They still had a timeout left. So they could have run on a 4th and 1, they could have run on that play and then burned a timeout if they wanted to. 4th and 6, you're a little more predictable at that point, and this happens on 4th and 6.
4th down and 6 at the Houston 22-yard line. Allen shotgun, Ty Johnson to his right. Bunch formation right, wide side of the field. On 4th and 6 at the Houston 22, orbit motion Shakir. Allen back to throw. Allen airing it out. Allen picked off by Bullock. It's over. The Texans are going to do it. There's a flag down in the secondary. It's against the Bills. The Texans pull it off. They're going to knock off Buffalo tonight.
What an incredible performance by Bullock, man. I mean, just to have 3 turnovers or cause 3 turnovers in the game.
Yeah.
And this was also a great job by the defensive line on the pass rush on this. It was just such great complimentary football the entire night. And if nobody had stood out statistically, it wouldn't have surprised me. And yet you had a night where you get multiple sacks by Will Anderson, multiple sacks by Danielle Hunter, and 2 interceptions by Kalen Bullock, and a caused fumble by Bullock that ends up providing 3 points. Circle of Swarm is going to be miserable to go through.
Oh, for next Friday?
Somebody's going to get screwed over, Sean.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to get screwed over in the Circle of Swarm.
Is it going to be an all-defense Circle of Swarm, do you think?
It might as well be, yeah. Oh, Christian Kirk had 2 touchdowns.
Well, no, he had a touchdown and a long catch.
Excuse me, a touchdown and a long
Set up the
catch.
other touchdown, yeah. Kirk was good, and Jaden Higgins got in the end zone again. He had a few catches, so we'll see. That'll be for next Friday. So we'll see about all that.
Those are problems for another day.
Yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? We may need to do that because you're out next Friday.
Yeah.
Not to put everybody's business out there.
Might have to do it on a Wednesday.
Might have to do it on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. We might have to do the Circle of Swarm. Because that needs to be exclusively a Payne and Pendergast thing, making the picks.
The fun thing about this is that the Texans were not blitz heavy at all. And the 2 best pass rushers on your team, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, We're going against two solid offensive tackles, and I know they were making excuses for Spencer Brown. Again, I think he might have had a forced injury. On that play, Spencer Brown got abused.
Yeah.
Abused
Yes.
by Will Anderson. And then on the right side, Danielle Hunter and whoever the defensive tackle on the inside was ran a really nice game. And like Josh Allen was just everything was closing in.
Talking about that last play?
On that last play, yeah.
Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started.
It was
today.
Sheldon Rankins and Will Anderson closing in on Josh Allen as he made a horrific.
Will Anderson Jr. was on the postgame show with us last night. We're going to replay that interview because we love Will Anderson Jr., and this was a fun conversation. I did. I put him on a T-shirt.
Does he remember you now? Does he remember? He's been in there enough times with you.
He does. Yeah, he does. Will's good people, man.
I have to get introduced to somebody about 9 times before it sticks. Like,
I don't believe that for a second.
I know you.
I don't believe that.
It depends.
Sticks with you. You stick with them on the first try. I'm sure.
No. Yeah, no. But for them to stick with me, I got that face blindness thing.
Yeah.
I could have a half-hour conversation with you, but I'm not going to remember your face. I just don't remember your face.
Yep. All right. Let's. So we'll hear from Will Anderson coming up next. But first, Zamora Company US.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Will Anderson was great last night.
Excited to listen to this.
Yeah, you haven't heard it yet.
I was busy rewatching the game.
Okay.
Sorry, Sean. I wasn't tuned into you guys.
That's okay. That's quite all right. Will Anderson Jr., 2.5 Hunter, double-digit sacks now. 11 for Danielle Hunter. Will Anderson Jr. with 10.5. They're a terror right now, and they terrorized Josh Allen last night. Will Anderson Jr. joined Clint Stoerner and I on the post-game show. Here is that conversation. Will Anderson Jr. sitting down with us here, 23-19. The Texans win, and we got the highlights going right here. That's you on TV right there, Will, just making play. Oh, actually, that was one of the big men. Everybody was getting in on the sack party today.
Everybody was, man. It's so crazy because we've been talking. He's like, man, like, don't get frustrated. We've had our little games where we got frustrated. He's like, man, where the sacks at? And I was like, Coach just kept telling, it's going to come. It's going to come. It's going to open up for us, man. And we had one of our biggest nights as a group tonight, man. I'm just proud of the guys and proud of the room that we have.
Talk to us a little bit about the plan. I mean, this wasn't one of those where it didn't look like anyway where you and Danielle were just put your hand in the dirt and go eat. It looked like there was a little bit more of a controlled rush. Yeah. Don't rush past the quarterback, kind of contain him, keep him in the well, if you will. What was the plan and how did y'all execute it?
Yeah, most definitely. I think Coach D'Amico, he hit on it really early. Like, he was like, man, we can't have no flyballs. Like, everybody got a stab rush. Just have control with your rushes, like everybody being one. And I think we did a really good job of taking that challenge, man, and rushing this one. And I think that's what I love about this group, though. It's no selfish guys in this room. And as you can see tonight, it's like, man, when we all rushing together as one, everybody going to eat. And it's just a testament to those guys in the room and the coaches.
So you had 2 sacks tonight. Take us through the first one. Well, I don't know if it was even a sack, the one where you got Josh on the ground, and he was kind of, I don't know if you saw it behind you, but he was kind of.
Hold on, Will.
Oh, yeah.
Myles Garrett's got 15, Brian Burns got 13, Danielle Hunter 11, Will Anderson 10.5.
What's that like when you're sitting? I've never sat next to somebody while their name is on a Sports Center graphic. How's that feel when you see that right there?
Man, it's a blessing. I think it's just a testament to God. I'm really big on my faith, man, and I'm just letting him use me, man, use my vessel for wherever he wants, man, and to be a blessing. And he's blessed me to play with some great guys, and to be able to take the field with those guys, it means a lot to me.
The sack, okay, this is the sack I want you to take us through, where you almost got Josh down in the pocket. Yeah. And then he's doing that thing where he's running around all over the place, and lo and behold, who tracks him down? Will Anderson Jr. Yeah. Take us through that one.
Man, D'Amico talked about that all week. He was like, man, you get there one time and you don't bring him down, man, keep going. Like, he's going to try to escape with his legs, man. He's going to try to make big plays. MVP for a reason. Big guy, man. But I think it was just on our minds all day, man. I think, and I keep telling people, Danielle hit it right on the head. We do this little meeting before the game, and Danielle was like, man, whatever you got, empty the mother freaking tank. I ain't gonna say it. Empty the mother freaking tank. Like, whatever you got in you, like, bro, we need to be crawling off the field. And I think everybody took that message to heart, and it showed up tonight.
How rare is, and I know you've only played with one team in the NFL, but how rare is what you're talking about with this defense? Because, I mean, you say it, and most fans that pay close attention, we watch it. It's obvious how tight and accountable, and I mean, you guys are. How rare is it to have a group, I'm talking top to bottom, that it plays the game the way you guys play?
Yeah, I think it's very rare, man. I think the way we play and the style we play and who we are and our identity as a team, first I think it starts with D'Amico and it bleeds into us, man. I think as leaders, we do a good job of, getting that contagious energy. Is like put our own spin on it, is like, because we're the ones out there playing at the end of the day, and we like, man, it's really all on us. It's all about us. Like, we always talk about in our building, like, man, it's not what the other team do. Like, if they get something, it's going to be because one of us is messed up. So I think as the season kept going, I think we having meetings like, dog, like, we all 11 be on the same page, nobody can mess with us. And I think that's just the mentality that we have, man, that we just got to keep going.
Will Anderson Jr. joining us here on Texans postgame here on Texans Radio. Texans win 23-19 over the Buffalo Bills, 6-5 on the season now. Let's flip over to the other side of the ball with you guys and the performance that Davis Mills has had over the last 3 weeks. Man, what are your thoughts on just what Davis kind of really helping keep your guys' season alive here?
Most definitely, man. I look at Davis all the time, and we were just on the Amazon thing, and I was like, bro, I've never seen him rattled. I've never seen him riled up, and I think that's what allows him to play his best ball, man, because he's calm, he's confident in his ability, and he knows that he has guys behind him that's going to stand for him and that's going to appreciate everything that he does for us, man. So it allows him to be free and go out and play as free as he wants. And, man, to see his resiliency, to see, like, him waiting his turn, like, when that opportunity comes, he's taking full advantage of it, and he's leading us until where we want to go, man. So I'm super proud of him.
How about Bullock, man? I mean, what a big night for him, man. That's fun to watch.
Yeah, man, ball hog, man. It's been beautiful to see his growth, from the time he got here to now, man. And that's why he's back there, man, to go up there and get it. Ball hog, man. He's tall, he's instinctive, he knows where the ball is. He's going to go get it, man. And he's been great for us, and I can't wait to continue to see the great things that he's doing in this league.
How much pride, Will, do you guys? Because I've always said it, analyzing the game is like, you find me, and there's obviously some anomalies, and Derek Stingley would be a great corner wherever he's at, right? I mean, so it's not all encompassing, but so many times you watch a game of football when you've got a great defense and a corner that's all pro, or a corner that's pro bowler, or a safety that's pro bowler. Yeah. I mean, those guys are typically the recipients of the chaos y'all are creating, right? And I'm not taking credit and giving credit. Yeah, that's just the game, right? Yeah. The more chaos you create, the more opportunities those guys are going to have to get turnovers. Yeah. Do you guys have those kind of conversations?
Oh, of course.
Does Bullock come? Like, Bullock should probably give each one of y'all a game ball, right?
No, of course. And I would say, especially with Sting and Kamari, man, like, rush and coverage go together all the time. Yeah. And that's something we talk about as a defense in general. Like, that's just not solid conversation that we have. We talk about that as a defense. Like, Coach D'Amico, that's one of his biggest things that he prides himself on is, like, when rush and coverage together, man, it's either going to be an interception, it's going to be a sack, or it's going to be a turnover. And so for us, I'm like, man, like, how can we cause pressure for them to throw the ball some type of crazy way, and they go up there and get it? And I think for us as a D-line, it's like, yeah, we want the sacks, we want this, but as a defense, we want everybody to eat, man, and we just want to cause havoc in the backfield, man, make a quarterback throw the ball up and get those guys back there going as well.
Before we get you out of here, what's the blitz? You got like kind of a mini bye week going on right now.
I'm going to sit on my couch and chill and eat some good food. I'm not moving.
That's my man,
you know
right there. What?
If the weather hold up, I might go get on the boat and go do some fishing.
Oh, yeah, you like to fish,
I love to fish. I might go do some fishing.
Okay,
man,
yeah, it's cooling off a little bit. That's for sure. Whatever it is you do, you deserve it. You've had a hell of a year so far.
Thank you.
6 more games. We need 6 more games plus a few more after that.
Yes, sir, we do.
Yep. Absolutely. 2 sacks tonight, part of a big sack brigade for the Texans. 8 sacks on the game. The Texans win 23-19. Don't go anywhere because we got to do our belt pick with you here. You're the first 3-time belt pick guy. So we're going to do a belt pick with Will Anderson here. All right, there we go. Will Anderson Jr. I shortchanged him. He had 2.5 sacks last night.
Yeah.
I kept saying 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeez, I think he'll be all right. I know.
Why are you always so negative about
He's my
everything?
Favorite player, too. I love Will Anderson.
Good turn up.
All right. That was
banana
Will.
split into castor oil.
That was Will Anderson Jr. Joining us on the postgame show. All right, up next, one of the biggest reasons I'm happy the Texans had the performance they did last night on the stage that they did last night. We'll tell you what that is coming up next. But how'd you do on Prize Picks? Boy,
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right,
18 seconds left. Mills takes a knee, and it's over. A monumental performance by the Houston defense in the second half carries the Texans to victory on a total team win night.
Mark Vandermeer on the call. That was the final call. The Texans sealing the deal with a Kalen Bullock interception, his second of the night, and then you just got to take a knee and end the thing, which is what they did last night. It is really fun waking up on a Friday morning after a Thursday night game when your team wins. That's what I'm finding out this morning. I'm most happy about, Seth, is that the Texans have been largely abysmal in primetime / national games. Like the Kansas City and Baltimore games during Christmas week last year weren't necessarily literally primetime, but they had the nation to themselves. You know, it was a 3:30 kick.
You had the biggest holiday of the year to yourself, you know?
Since week 9 of last year, these are the Texans' performances in big stage primetime games. Mm-hmm. Halloween night, lost to the wretched New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers. Week 9 of last year. Week 10, lost to the Detroit Lions where they had a 23-7 lead and lost on a last-second field goal. Forced 5 interceptions of Jared Goff. Still lost the game. Then they get a win against Dallas the following week on Monday Night Football. That's the only win in this stretch because then they lose to Kansas City in the Tank Dell knee injury game. Week 17, they lose on Christmas, get embarrassed on Christmas by Baltimore. And then this season, they've had 2 primetime games before last night. Week 2 against Tampa, where the defense was really good and the offense was largely terrible. Mm-hmm. And then the loss to Seattle, which was that was a game that wasn't nearly as close as the final score would indicate. It was a one-score game, 27-19, but that was a game the Seahawks were. It felt like they were trying to keep the Texans in the game to keep the game interesting at times.
Yeah,
Sam Darnold turning the ball over.
That was a one-score game that did not feel one bit at all at any point.
So in their last 7 before last night, in their last 7 primetime national big stage games, they were 1-6. And some of those performances, quite honestly, were embarrassing for different reasons, whether it's coughing up a lead to the Lions in a game that you get a bunch of turnovers or cause a bunch of turnovers, or whether it's something that literally you just look at the final score and you don't even need to have watched the game to know it was embarrassing. The score's 31-2 against the Ravens. That's why I'm happy for the Texans, because they are not that team. You know, they've had their ups and downs over the last couple of years, but the 1-6 record in those games doesn't capture what this team's all about. Last night, that game captured what this team is all about.
It's been a glass ceiling team. The Texans have been a glass ceiling team for a couple of years now, where they just get these stark reminders, either in the regular season or in the playoffs, of, nope, you guys, sorry. You're not quite there yet. Yep. You're still AAA. Yep. You're still AAA. Like, you have not ascended to the major leagues, the genuine contenders. And look, I don't know what the Bills are as a team right now, but they were a heavy favorite in this game.
6-point
As far
favorite.
as people objectively looked at it, they looked at it as Josh Allen versus Davis Mills. And sure, the Texans' defense is really, really good, but how are they going to do versus Josh Allen? They made Josh Allen look like the classic Josh Allen in NRG Stadium.
Yep.
And it was a really, the defensive performance, you cannot overstate how impressive a defensive performance that was. They allowed 12 points. They had after time in the second half after the offense gave them nothing at all, and they just kept delivering, including on that series where they allowed a 4th and 27 to be converted.
Yeah, they cleaned up their own mess.
They ended up cleaning up their own mess, unlike in the Bucs game earlier in the year, where they made their own mess on a 4th and 10, and they allowed the touchdown. They took care of business this time.
They did for sure. So I'm happy about that. We're looking up at the TV. Okay, here we go. We're starting to get Texans defense questions on
what makes the Texans defense elite. Dan Orlovsky's talking about it.
Okay, so Orlovsky's answering it, but you answer that question. Mm-hmm. What makes the Texans defense elite? Let's pretend you're on Get Up right now.
It's the combination of the pass rush with the coverage and the way they just play complementary football. Because remember, they're down. You can talk all you want about the Bills receivers and how mediocre they are or what have you. The Texans are playing with two backups in the secondary. They're going to have to continue to play with at least one backup in the secondary after Jalen Petrie comes back.
One is a rookie that has almost no experience. Jalen Reed, I can't wait to see the snap counts. Jalen Reed was in that game a lot last night.
Yeah.
Number 23.
So
he's a six-round rookie who's missed most of the season.
It's that kind of game where I'm still kind of consulting the depth chart to be sure that I'm seeing Jalen Reed. I'm like, okay, 23 is Jalen Reed, right?
Yeah.
That they played really sound coverage behind a four-man pass rush, and because the pass rush is so ferocious, you're able to sit back and play some zone, and Josh Allen isn't picking you apart with his zone. There were some times in that game in the first half, especially when Josh Allen looked like he was going to be able to pick apart the zone. The other part is, even when the Texans defense isn't playing lockdown, they make up for it with huge plays and turnovers. The +3 turnover margin, as it is in any game, is a huge factor in that game. I mean, you got just enough of a performance out of Davis Mills and the offense in the second quarter of that game to sustain you for the rest of the game because the defense just continued to make huge play after huge play after huge play.
In a game that you won by 4 points, the 3 turnovers that you caused, one of them, which, I mean, honestly, if Derek Barnett doesn't push that guy, it's a pick six, but it sets you up for a field goal. The Kalen Bullock forced fumble sets you up for a field goal, and then obviously the third turnover ends the game. Without those 2 turnovers, I mean, that's the difference in the game right there.
Yeah,
is those turnovers and getting those points off.
As Reginald points out, and it does. I excuse myself a little bit for having to consult the depth chart last night because the miserable situation we have with so many Jalens and Jadens on the team.
Mm-hmm.
It's that Jalen Mills is off the practice squad. He starts the game. He gets benched for the 6th-round rookie, Jalen Reed.
Yeah.
They're rotating guys through in the secondary, but because you can get it done with a 4-man pass rush, you can withstand some of those substitutions in the secondary or some of the youth because you've got an extra guy in coverage.
That's funny. You're like, yeah, they brought up Jalen Mills off the practice squad. He was so bad they had to put Jalen Reed in. God, I can't wait for Jalen Petrie to get back. Like there's a third Jalen, you know what I mean? Like there's the guy who we want to come in and take some of these snaps. Probably won't be at safe.
For us. It's the same. The challenge we face is when back when you could get away with changing players' numbers at halftime in college football.
Yeah,
you come out and they switched the guy's number.
Did you see what USC did? Not to get off topic. Did you see what USC did a few weeks ago?
No.
Their punter's number is 80.
Yeah.
And the backup. Like a backup receiver. It was actually Brock Heward's kid.
Yeah.
And they snuck him in there because he looks like a body double for the punter.
Yeah.
And he's a lefty. He throws a dime to a guy.
Yeah.
And I don't think USC even has names on the back of their jerseys.
Yeah.
It's a numbers only.
No, that's a big advantage for. There's so many guys to keep track of in college football. I wouldn't have names on the back of the jerseys either. Hey, you're gonna trust that your defensive backs with their 4 hours maximum time allotted per day are gonna be able to keep track of every single dude.
Petey Fagans was on with us on the pregame show yesterday. Your former teammate. Was that right? What he said about the first training camp with the Texans is you guys actually, most training camps have 90 guys. You guys had even more than that?
We had an expanded roster. Yeah, there were a lot of dudes out there.
Yeah, he said it was like a college team, like 110 guys out there or something.
Yeah.
That had to be wild. That'd be crazy. All right, so I would like to take the following people to task, if I could. Daniel Jeremiah, Colleen Wolfe, Adam Rank, someone named M. Grant, Bucky Brooks, your friend.
He gets a pass.
Maurice Jones-Drew. Somebody named
former teammate Maurice Jones-Drew. Well, for 2 weeks during training camp.
Somebody. Oh, is he on the
at the
team
very end of my career?
Yeah. That counts. Some Shook at home and some K. Patra person.
Oh, that's Kevin Patra.
Kevin Patra.
Yeah.
These 10 people.
All 10 of them.
Picked the Buffalo Bills last night.
What a bunch of lazy fly-by analysis on a Thursday night game. Just it's Josh Allen versus...
6-point favorite against this horrible primetime.
The biggest thing, I get it. It's Josh Allen versus Davis Mills. That's the biggest thing that's going to have the biggest impact in a football game.
Yeah.
And yet, are we really going to continue to act like there's not a Josh Allen problem this year?
In NRG Stadium, there is.
Josh Allen is he's kind of reverted back to the old Josh Allen who'll be brilliant one week and and then a disaster the next. You can only make so many excuses for a guy once you give him that big contract.
Yep.
You're the guy that's supposed to make Joshua Palmer a viable weapon. Yeah. You're the guy that's supposed to be able to do more with less. You've got a good rushing attack. Like, no, do better. Be better, Josh Allen.
Yeah, no question about it. No question. Great win last night. I'm going to read a few texts from people. Great win last night, but how many minutes was the defense on the field? It seemed like all night. The time of possession disparity wasn't as drastic as you would think.
It wasn't as bad because the Texans kept getting 3-and-outs or 4-and-outs, or turning the ball over. Well, you get 3 turnovers. You create 3 turnovers in the game. That helps you out as well.
It absolutely does. And I think the other thing too to point out is the Texans, as they were going 3-and-out constantly in the second half.
Yeah.
It was oftentimes by running the football, which inherently burns clock.
Yeah.
They weren't throwing a ton of incomplete passes and stopping the clock in the second half. It really did feel like, Seth, it felt like the strategy to become super conservative so that Davis Mills wouldn't make a mistake that gave Buffalo something easy in this game.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm saying that's what it felt like.
I might agree with that, except, the first drive, I don't want to go through exhaustively through it. I mean, they did themselves in with a lot of the stupid stuff from early on.
Oh, they had 3 penalties on that drive.
They had 3 penalties on that first drive, and some big, a 10-yard penalty and a 9-yard penalty.
Yeah.
The second drive, they had a 5-yard penalty that it went on fourth. The 4th and 2 was going to be a fake punt. The 4th and 2 was going to be a fake punt.
So
Agumbawale was going up under center.
Okay.
And they screwed something up with the motion, and so they were going to go for it on 4th and 2.
Oh, that was right at midfield. Yeah.
Yeah.
When they threw the flag there, I at first thought they just took a delay of game penalty to give Townsend some more room, but it was a false start.
They were going to it was a false start on EJ Speed, but it was multiple people moving. They were shifting, and Agumbawale was going up under center.
Oh, that would have been fun.
Yes.
To see a fake punt.
Would have been a whole lot of fun, but then again,
more fun than anything else that went on offensively in that half, I'll tell you that.
I know the perception was that it seemed like the Texans weren't passing the ball all that much. I mean, they just weren't. They had a 1-yard run on first down going into the let's see, the fourth quarter. 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
They had a 1-yard run, which is fine. That doesn't. And then they had an incompletion to Cade Stover. Then they had another incompletion. It wasn't to run the clock down or anything. They passed twice and had 2 incompletions. Yeah. That was the second to last real drive.
Cade had a rough one yesterday.
Yeah,
Cade Stover. 2 targets, 2 drops.
Yeah.
Yesterday. That was tough.
And then the other, and again though too, they had the penultimate drive. It was the 4-and-out before the last real drive.
Yeah.
It was a 16-yard pass
to Higgins. Yep.
But then so they run the ball, but that's not like a run heavy approach or anything. No. They got stuffed. 4-yard pass, punt.
Yep.
So it wasn't. I mean were they shorter passes? Yes, but which is probably the right strategy. Don't try to push the issue or anything.
Right.
The pass, the completion to Higgins was a deep pass left to Jaden Higgins for 16 yards.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
And they just weren't an effective offense.
No,
there was no I don't think it was overt conservatism or anything. It wasn't effective enough.
No. Now I've seen texts about this. We actually talked about it a little bit on the post game, and I think we talked about it on this show. I know when we bring this topic I'm about to bring up, you bring up Ryan Fitzpatrick sometimes. Watching Ryan Mallett, I think you might have even brought it up with Nick Caserio the other day when we talked with him. That when a guy is on the bench for whatever reason, Fitzpatrick had gotten benched. Mm-hmm. CJ was on the bench because he was injured. Do you how confident are you or excited are you to see if CJ maybe saw some things that the Texans were doing the last few weeks that make him more efficient when he comes back?
This is the thing. I mean, can we please keep things in perspective? Okay, they scored 36 points.
Yeah, 30 on offense.
30 on offense. They scored 16 points versus the Titans.
Right.
They scored 23 points last night.
Yep.
And didn't do anything at all on their own in the second half.
Correct.
No, they haven't been a great offense with Mills in there. They've done enough to win the game.
Yeah, I
think it's not CJ had some damn impressive performances. Versus a couple teams. They had. Do I think Davis Mills would have gone in and beat the Seahawks? No. I don't.
Yeah.
So I think there's probably some things that maybe Davis Mills is doing because he's got just more experience in the league, more experience with this style of offense that CJ can see and take from. But I don't understand the people that somehow think Davis Mills has come in here and lit it up or something.
Yeah.
They haven't been a good offense these last 2 weeks. They've just played winning football as a team.
Yeah. I guess is there anything you could cherry pick out of there that they're like talking about using more motion and things like that?
Yeah, I think and it's not like they haven't necessarily used a bunch more pre-snap motion.
Yeah.
Have they used it more effectively? Perhaps. And people will point to Davis Mills spreading the ball around. CJ was doing that too. Jaden Higgins had started to get more involved. Jalen Mills had started to get, or Jalen Noel had started to get more involved. I think that they, by and large, the offense as a whole is functioning better, and I think that the young wide receivers especially get it more.
Yeah.
I don't think that CJ wouldn't have been doing any of this stuff or had the same level of success or more if he'd been in. And if his brain was healthy.
Right. The healthy
I don't think he
brain
could
is
have done it with a concussion.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Like look at yesterday. Like does how is somebody asking after that game whether there's a quarterback controversy? The Texans scored 23 points in a game which they're +3 in the turnover margin.
Right.
It wasn't a good offensive performance.
You won the turnover margin. And you were still +3 in turnovers, and you're still having to fend off the Bills at the end of the game to keep them from winning the game.
Yeah. And I don't mean to take anything away from it's Davis Mills is a backup quarterback. You won 3 games with Davis Mills as your backup quarter, who is as far as I'm concerned over the last 3 games, he's demonstrated very clearly that he's a valuable backup quarterback.
Yeah. Right. There's no shade there. Like that's his role.
Yeah.
That you went 3-0 with Davis Mills under center
if CJ Stroud had that same performance over the last 3 weeks, we would be in here today talking about, okay, when's it going to click for CJ Stroud?
Well, because he's supposed to get $60 million at some point.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the whole. I mean, I'm not saying, and I'm not trying to take credit away from the performance or anything. I'm just saying that that's not the performance that you would expect if you're really excited about your quarterback.
Yep.
So, like, if CJ comes in and plays at the exact same level and the Texans win the next 3 games, we're still going to be wondering, we would be wondering, okay, wait a second, what's going on, though, with the offense? Why can't they really figure it out?
All right, running back news with the Texans. Real actual news and possible fake news with Texans running backs. We will have that for you coming up next.
Oh, boy, I'll tell you what. You got a victory last night. You're a fan of pro.
West Point, Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
This is where I feel like we need to attach the same warning label to the show that we did early on in the show, because we probably got a lot of new people listening here. This is a show that is being fueled by a combined total of 19 minutes of sleep last night. So you're getting what you're getting today, people, okay? We may be a little bit all over the place today, but it comes from a good spot. Seth and I got very little sleep because we are here to serve you. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think we're doing a pretty good job today, if I got to say so myself.
Yeah, I don't have any memory of what we've done. Pretty good.
It's been amazing.
Yeah.
Yes.
I felt like I was getting a little too aggressive after a victory last night, and probably I don't know, attacking maybe 2% of people that think that there should be some kind of a quarterback controversy or something.
Oh, like on social media and whatnot?
No, just even I don't know. Yeah, like people. Yeah. Like that. I just I feel like if you're somehow saying that Davis Mills deserves to be the starting quarterback over C.J. Stroud at this point, I feel like you're just saying it just to say it. Or you're somehow related.
You're just clickbaiting, man.
Yeah.
Even if you don't, even if you're not online, you're
no better than Ian Rappaport.
That's right.
Who Joe Mixon took to task.
Yeah, you want to hit him first, or you want to hit Damien Pierce
I'd like to hit the Nugget Hussies hard.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Ian Rappaport tweets this yesterday. Sources: Texans running back Joe Mixon is not expected to play this season as he deals with a foot injury from the offseason. Mixon likely remains on the PUP list through the season. Meanwhile, Houston moves forward with Nick Chubb and Woody Marks. Now, before we read what Nick Chubb had to say, or I'm sorry, what Joe Mixon had to say, do we have Caserio here, Colin? Here, we asked Nick Caserio on Tuesday this week about where things are with Joe Mixon. Here's what he told us.
Yeah, I think that's kind of how we've approached it. Look, I know we've been asked about this multiple times, and it's not I'm trying to be like evasive. It's just a very like gray situation, and Joe's worked at it, and there are times when he's made progress and other times when the progress is kind of stalled there a little bit. So, I mean, players in his status or situation are on the reserve list until they're not. Joe doing everything. We're getting to be late in the game here. I don't want to, establish any sort of expectations or, I know I mean, a month ago or whatever it was, I mentioned we probably have a better idea here, in the next 3 or 4 weeks or whatever it was. I don't think we have any more clarity at this point. So I think at this point he's out until he's not. And again, it's just a very, I would say, gray. There's kind of a lot of ambiguity, not a lot of clarity. It's nobody's fault. It's just the reality of the situation. So I'd say that's kind of where we are.
Okay, so nothing is definitive as what Ian Rappaport is saying in this tweet, Seth. Probably the closest sense I got that Nick was hinting at it being over for this season was it's pretty late in the game here. Him saying that it's getting to be pretty late in the game.
And I think that the Texans generally, even though they've been, they have not disclosed anything, nor has Joe Mixon, about the nature of his actual condition. I'll call it a condition at this point, because an injury is an injury, and then what happens afterwards when you don't recover, you've got a condition.
Yeah.
So whatever his condition is, I think people would be a little bit more forgiving if they had more details about it. It doesn't change the fact that I think the Texans genuinely have a medical situation where they can't figure out when it's going to resolve. And this happens. I had a situation like this once that we just couldn't figure out for 9 months what the heck was going on with my knee. And it was before the day of such heavy coverage and everything that people were largely unaware of it. But it does happen. And I think that's where they are with Joe Mixon. They just don't know when it's going to resolve.
Yep. Yes, right back. Joe Mixon not expected to play this season as he deals with a foot injury from the offseason. He'll remain on the PUP list. Meanwhile, Houston moves forward with Nick Chubb and Woody Marks. Well, guess who saw this tweet yesterday? Joe Mixon. At Joe_Maine Mixon retweeted Ian Rappaport with a comment, and he said, Now I get everyone's looking for splash news and clickbait, but I'm just curious, Ian, how do you know more about me than me? With the hand on chin emoji.
Yeah, that's the thing is, And like again, Rappaport. I don't like Rappaport. Like Rappaport is just he basically is putting out press releases from agents half the time, and giving weird compliments to the agent as he's doing it.
Yeah.
But as far as what Nick Caserio himself said is that you can interpret what Nick Caserio said to us on air on the record as. You could interpret that as him like they can't expect him to come back.
Right.
Like they can't rely on him.
Yeah.
So he's not expected to come back. It gets into the phrasing a little bit. But I think what I would take from this is that I think Joe Mixon sounds like he still wants to come back.
Mm-hmm.
He still in his mind thinks there's a chance that he's going to come back. But if I had to handicap it, I would say he's unexpected to return. I just can't rely on him to return, even though he wants to come back and maybe he feels like there's a chance of it. But I can't expect that that's going to happen.
Boy, it's a shame that last year's Mixon is not playing for this year's Houston Texans. Because this is a better run blocking offensive line than last year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not great.
It's not great.
It's not even good.
I'll say this. All you need to know, it wasn't great run blocking on 1st and goal, 2nd and goal, 3rd and goal, and 4th and goal against the Broncos. Joe Mixon, I think, punches it in.
Finds a
one
way
of those
to get
4
in the
times.
end zone.
You don't
I
have
totally
great
agree.
blocking in front of you.
Yeah.
But like what we saw last night is kind of exactly where the Texans' offensive line and rush game is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Between the 20s, they're blocking well enough, and they can get angles, and they can clear a path that you're running productively. When you get down into the red zone and everything's compressed, it's not enough just to get a guy on a guy, a hat on a hat. You got to physically win that battle.
Yeah.
And they're just not physically winning the battles, and the running backs aren't as capable of A, seeing the hole the same way, and B, just punching it
Breaking
through
tackles.
for that extra half yard or whatever it might be.
Mixon is a
Yeah.
healthy Mixon.
Yeah.
Healthy Mixon is, and it's a shame. Like a Joe Mixon, Woody Marks backfield would be a whole lot of fun.
That's a 1-2 combo
Yes.
that's scary.
Yes.
Yeah, like because Woody Marks, I mean, all credit to him, man. He plays so much larger than his 205 pounds, but it's still, he is what he is, I think, athletically. He also still plays a little bit like a rookie in terms of just feeling the flow of
Seeing
the
the
offense
whole-
in
yeah,
the play.
yeah.
But when you put him in combination with Joe Mixon, that could be really scary. I will take this tweet from Joe Mixon as it's kind of an okay for me to dream of him coming back.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I just bought like a scratch off ticket.
Just a scratch off.
Like I got a reasonable chance,
Right, to win like
being,
10 grand.
of being happy about something.
Yeah. I'm gonna win $500. That would be huge.
I'm not gonna cash in my 401k on all these scratch off tickets.
Joe Mixon's foot.
Right, but there's a chance.
Yeah, there's a chance.
It's a greater than Mega Millions chance that he comes back.
Okay, I like that.
That's how I'll take it.
I like that. The other bit of running back news yesterday: Damien Pierce waived, which ends one of the more interesting Texan career arcs in recent memory. Damien Pierce was one of the only reasons to watch the 2022 Houston Texans, coached by Lovie Smith.
It was.
That was a slipshot outfit they had going on there. In
He was good enough
2022.
that when Christian McCaffrey got traded that same season, I tweeted out something like, you know what? Yeah, if somebody offered that for Damien Pierce, I'd take that in a heartbeat. And people, I got attacked.
They attacked because you know what they got? Like they got like 3 picks for Christian McCaffrey,
and people were attacking me and calling me a hater. I'm like,
holy
okay.
smokes! They got like a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 4th for him.
That's how down bad everybody was at that point. That people were saying this running back, you can't give up this young, promising running back.
Right,
running back. For all that collateral because he's. And I'm like, no, I love Damien Pierce.
Right,
but if I got offered that amount for Damien Pierce right now, I would give him a ride to the airport and pay for somebody to massage his feet while he's doing so, and I would wish him all the best.
I said this to you during the pregame last night because this news came down like 5 minutes before I picked you up to go to the stadium. The first thing I said to you when you got in my truck, I said, "You hear about Damien Pierce?" Because it had happened like 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So we talked about it on the pregame show. The craziest thing to me to think back about, like to just think about how far the star fell for Damien Pierce.
Yeah.
And we caveat everything with Damien Pierce by saying he's a delightful human being.
And runs his ass off. Like he tries his butt off. Excuse my language,
And
kids.
was very self-aware about the issues he was having in the Bobby Slowick offense. Clinton, I had him on the postgame show after that blowout loss to Cleveland because the only good thing that happened that day was Pierce returning a kickoff for a touchdown. And he even admitted, he said, hey, it's probably going to be next year, which was 2024, till the Texans get the best version of me. It just never clicked for Damien Pierce in any of the non-Tim Kelly, or no, it wasn't even Tim Kelly, it was Pep Hamilton at that point, offenses. But the crazy thing about that is after the 2022 season, when the Texans send out their collateral material to encourage people to buy season tickets, and they pick out 7 or 8 players to put on there, and they're all sort of standing in that, that sort of like triangular pose where it's like 3 guys on this side at an angle, 3 guys on that side, and then the kingpin is right there in the front middle. Damien Pierce was the kingpin on that picture. Mm-hmm. He was the front middle guy on that picture. In fact, I think like Derek Stingley was one of the side guys. It was Damien Pierce was the biggest star on that team in 2022.
I think the one thing about Damien Pierce that I think people forget, because like how much do you really remember about that season or care to think about the details? The first 9 games that season, the Texans had won all of one game.
Yeah.
Plus one semi-win against the Titans.
Yeah.
Against the Colts.
Yeah.
So they'd won one game and tied one game through 9 games. Texans are facing a lot of softer, more conservative defenses. They're not loading up in the box to stop the run or anything necessarily. No. The last 4 games before Damien Pierce got injured, you really got to remember that he had 10 carries for 8 yards versus Washington. He had 5 carries for 8 yards versus Miami.
Oh, wow.
He ended up having a good game versus Cleveland, 18 carries for 73 yards.
Okay. That's all right.
4.1 yards per carry. Right, it wasn't brilliant or anything.
Compared to the previous.
And then his last game versus Dallas, he had 22 carries for 78 yards, 3.5 yards per carry. It was really, I think, it was almost like the first half of the season he established himself. Defenses started taking him seriously, and he really, it was, at the time, I made a lot of excuses for him, like how much can he do as a one-man show and everything, but there were signs that, okay, look, we can't rely on him to necessarily be a 1,500-yard rusher. Yeah. You can make excuses for him and everything because of the situation, but he had shown that, okay, he can't necessarily be this incredible. What's the name of the run of the week?
The scepter, the angry run.
The angry run of the week every week.
Yeah. That's Damien Pierce feels like, in retrospect, feels like one of those guys that scores like 23 points a night on a really bad NBA team.
Yeah,
like he's on it that nobody's taking.
I've always compared him to Jalen Green. Is the whole
Jalen Green? They're exactly alike.
I don't know, an undying devotion from the organization until there's not an undying devotion.
They have that in common. Yeah, they have that.
For a certain segment of the fan base will defend him to the death. Yeah.
All right. As we head towards Take-a-mania, top of the hour. It is a Friday. We're going to do Take-a-mania at the top of the hour. Up next, Robert Hensley, our colleague, is kind enough to send us notes and stats and factoids after the game. The 4 most fun factoids from
I'm
last
excited.
night.
This is the kind of game that's going to have a bunch of. I'm not going to listen to or read any of these until you tell them to me. Because that's how hardworking I am. That I'll
do nothing.
I will forego looking at these things and doing any kind of research into it before we talk about it.
You're the hero that
because
we need.
I care.
You're the hero.
About the spontaneity of this show.
You're the hero that we need, Seth Payne. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, talk about spontaneity. The exact opposite. A little bit of foreplanning.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast back. We're waiting for Sean Pendergast to get back into the studio because the so irresponsible Seth Payne, just an overgrown child, was the only one that could manage to be here on time.
You were the one who said it, not me.
Yeah, but you agreed quickly.
I did agree pretty quickly.
You agreed very quickly and emphatically.
You and Sammy are two of the people that I know the very best.
You did get back to the studio in time, and yet you found out I had sabotaged you by unplugging your headphones.
Unplug my headphones.
How did you do that?
There was a reason. Well, he had to record a spot while I was gone.
You and your old man hearing, you've got your headphones cranked up so loud that I can't record an ad without unplugging your headphones.
My hearing, and I don't even want to know what's going to happen with my hearing.
Yeah, sometimes it ain't so bad being kind of youthful, huh, Sean?
I know.
Grumpy old bastard. You boomer piece of crap.
How do you feel about Robert Hensley?
I love him.
I do too.
I love him.
Robert's the best.
He's never once said anything to my face negatively the way you have.
So Robert Hensley, the reason we bring him up, Robert Hensley, he does the stats for Mark and Andre on the play-by-play for Texans football. He's a big numbers guy. He comes on with us for the road games to go around the league. Robert gets incredible stats.
And I never ask him where he gets them.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's, I like him to have this power.
He's got some treasure trove with all these stats in it. But I
hope he's not actually out there spending 8 hours digging all this stuff up. I hope he's got a couple of good services.
Well, when he does the hit with us, he leaves so much meat on the bone. We only get to a few of them.
Yeah.
But so he always sends me after the Texans games some of his numbers from the game to help prepare for the show. And today, on a day where you and I are pretty much freestyling on a total of an hour of sleep, thought it'd be a good idea, maybe cherry pick some of the ones that I found to be very interesting.
Well, I saw Omar, the Texans PR
Omar Majoub,
genius, or media relations guy, in the office. As I was leaving at 12:45 a.m. this morning, and I was like, man, I haven't even looked at any of the releases yet. I'm guessing there's a bunch of really cool stats after this really kind of unique game.
Yes.
The one he told me was that it was the most Josh Allen had ever been sacked in his career.
Yeah.
Which shouldn't have been as much of a surprise as it was to me, but it was 8 sacks. You don't see 8 sacks a whole lot of the time versus any quarterback.
No.
Certainly not versus a mobile quarterback.
No, so let's relive a little bit of the magic. This was Will Anderson's first of his 2.5 sacks in the game last night.
6-3 Bills lead, looking for more. 10:50 to go, second quarter, second down and 12 at the Houston 16. Depends action. Cook back in. Allen in the gun. Cook out wide to the left side, behind the line of scrimmage now. Motions toward Allen. On second and 12 at the Houston 16, here's Allen taking the snap. Allen with time. Allen scrambling around the backfield, and Allen's going to go down. Will Anderson Jr. pulls him back for a sack.
All right, so that was Will Anderson Jr. became just the second Houston Texan to have a sack in 6 consecutive games.
Yeah, Mario Williams being the other one.
Mario Williams.
Yeah.
I think most people would have guessed J.J. Watt just because he's J.J. Watt, but it was Mario Williams.
I'd seen that nugget. That was one of the nuggets I saw early this morning. I think before the game, did we think if he had done another one that he was going to be the only Texan?
I thought he was the only one. I had forgotten, but it was with Mario, so I got that one wrong.
So he's tied with Mario Williams.
That's right. If he gets a sack in the next game, he'll set the franchise
record. I'll tell you
record.
what, I mean, to take nothing at all away from Mario Williams, there's Will Anderson's wired a little differently than Mario Williams.
Yes.
I think the overall presence of Will Anderson and the physicality with which he plays, it's so much fun. He is the perfect football player. I love him so much. I really do. I mean, the biggest thing about him really is that every offseason he talks about what he's working on specifically. He tells us about it. And then you see it take hold that regular season.
Yep.
And 2 years ago, he was talking about getting separation at the top of his rush, and he did a better job of that in his second year. This year, he's talking about not just getting the sack, but getting the ball out. Mm-hmm. And we saw that last week, especially versus the Titans. It was picture perfect. It was everything that he's talked about working on since he came in as a very raw pass rusher as a rookie. He was raw. There was, for all of his hustle, for all of his explosiveness, the scouting report accurately on him was he's going to have to polish this up if you're really going to get the most out of him. And a lot of guys don't. They never polish it up. Like he's done all of it in the course of 2.5 seasons.
Yeah, it's not just lip service with him. Here was Kalen Bullock with his first interception last night.
They'll mark the ball at the 25-yard line. Allen under center with 3 receivers to his right. James Cook in the backfield.
Need a stop on this possession.
4 men up front for Houston, but everybody close to the box here. Allen digs in. He's going to throw. Allen fires downfield and tipped and intercepted across the 40. Bullock, 30, 20, and escapes another tackle. Off to the right side, 15. Bullock to the 10. Bullock 5. End zone. Touchdown.
Okay. It ended up not being a touchdown because of a penalty on Derek Barnett, but I play that highlight, Seth, for a couple of reasons. One, 9 straight games the Texans defense has registered at least 1 sack and 1 takeaway. 9 straight games, the longest active streak in the NFL and the second longest in Texans franchise history. Boy, remember how early in the season how much trouble they were having generating turnovers?
Yeah, and sacks.
And sacks.
They really weren't getting a whole bunch of sacks, Daniil or Will, and it started getting a sack per game.
Yep.
And Daniil came in a huge bunch 3 weeks ago, and then he just continues. It's just, multiple sacks every week. No big deal.
The regression to the mean is being very harsh on the rest of the NFL right now.
Yeah.
It is crazy. As far as another number, thanks to the Robert Hensley notes, Kalen Bullock now has 9 career interceptions. That's the most ever by a Texans player through his first 2 seasons, surpassing your former teammate, Dante Robinson.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was talking about Dante Robinson with Petey Fagans last night.
Yeah. They shared a DB room.
Yeah. It was an off-air. It was when there was a certain defensive coordinator. It was Richard Smith, I'll say it. And I remember Dante Robinson. I was talking to Dante Robinson one day, a few games into the season, or maybe midway through the season. And I was like, so Dante, like, what's going on in this certain situation? And he looks at me with these wide eyes, and he's like, Seth, I genuinely don't know what we're supposed to be doing. I don't.
That's so scary.
What's the game
Guy's
plan?
still coaching in the league.
I honestly don't know. Those guys were those poor kids were so confused.
Oh my God, that's
Richard
right. They
Smith
were
was
young
such a
players
horrendous
at the
defensive
time.
coordinator.
Oh
Yeah.
God. All right, how about this one? This was on the drive that ended with the Christian Kirk touchdown.
Yeah.
There was a 4th and 1 that the Texans went for in oh my God, Buffalo territory. We're leaking oil now, folks.
Yeah, now we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good, Sean.
Woody Marks, a 4th and 1 that he went and got practically all on his own.
4th and 1 at the 24-yard line of Buffalo. 7:10 to go in the second. Texans down 9-3. Got to get it.
Don't like this formation, though.
Here's Hutchinson in motion to the right. Davis sends him back to the left. Marks in the backfield with Davis on 4th and 1. Handoff Woody. Woody gets met. Woody powers his way for the first and more across the 20 down to the 18-yard line. Woody Marks would not be denied. The sticks move for the Houston Texans.
That was all Woody Marks. That was all Woody Marks. Seth, the Texans are now 5-0 when Woody Marks has 15 or more touches this season.
Oh.
They are 1-5 when Woody Marks has fewer than 15 touches. And if we're being honest,
beat him.
They're out of choices. I mean, Nick Chubb is doing the best with what God has left him with.
Yeah.
After the multiple knee surgeries and multiple injuries, Woody Marks has become one of the most valuable players on this football team. Crazy to say that, 4th-round rookie, but the drop-off from Woody Marks to what this running back room would look like without him, he went down yesterday in that game at one point. He had to be attended to in the game. Fortunately able to get up and run off the football field, but Woody Marks is on the very short list of guys where if he goes out, the drop-off from Woody Marks to whatever is next is stark. It's big.
I was wondering, because I'm going to exonerate I'm going to exonerate Andre a little bit for before that play saying, I don't like this formation.
Yeah.
And, they end up converting in it, but it wasn't because the play call was working perfectly. Dalton Schultz overran a defensive end that I don't know if he was supposed to kick him out or what. There was some kind of I don't worry about what we didn't like about the formation. But the play was not executed well.
Is that why Woody got hit in the backfield?
Yeah, Dalton Schultz I don't know if Dalton Schultz, I don't know what his read was on the defensive end, but you know what? I'm looking at the wrong play.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so we say all that to say feed Woody Marks.
Yeah.
Feed Woody Marks. All right. Take-a-mania. The bad takes of the week, some of which we've played on the show already, but they were so bad we knew they would wind up in Friday Take-a-mania. Now, the champ right now, Seth, and for those who don't know, Take-a-mania is our weekly bad take segment where we have a champion who defends his crown. And the champ right now is Kendrick Perkins, who's a two-time champ.
Mm-hmm.
He had a bad take on C.J. Stroud several weeks ago.
Acknowledge me.
We don't need to acknowledge him for it. And he had a bad take last week on Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah.
Houston royalty.
He's one of the steadiest performers we've seen in modern athletics.
Take-a-mania. Yeah. Kendrick Perkins and Take-a-mania. All right, so we've got 4 challengers for him, and you are judge and jury.
Yeah.
We will see if Perk keeps the title coming up next.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness. I'll be judge and jury of this. They're incredible.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Texans getting even more love on TV. Here we go. We're going to find out if my prediction is correct shortly. Will the big question on First Take, one of the big questions, be about the Texans' defense? How far? I think the national people set, they're going to be asking today, Texans defense take them because of that performance they put up on national streaming last night.
It's the only logical question.
International streaming.
It's the only logical question to ask right now. I half wonder, though, given that it is First Take, if the question is more something about has Davis Mills proven that he should be the starter over C.J. Stroud.
I do think that the lead question will be more about Josh Allen and the Bills than the Texans.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
I think it might be. I haven't even really put myself in the shoes of Bills fans all that much. Poor empathy by me. Speaking of empathy a little bit, when Will Anderson had that first almost sack of Josh Allen, where Josh Allen went down, I genuinely felt bad. I'm proud of myself because in the moment I did feel like it looked ugly at first.
You talking about the one where Allen's quivering on the ground afterwards?
Yeah. He went down and he was quivering on the ground. He looked like a dead cockroach.
Yeah.
Like he was just he looked like a dying insect. I felt awful. Because it looked bad.
It looked bad.
And there was a part of me that was like, wait a second, do I get to see Mitchell Trubisky? I was excited for that, but I didn't want to win that game with a Josh Allen injury or anything. There wasn't any part of me that was like, all right, good. Like it was, I felt genuinely bad for him. Now knowing that he turned out just fine, I think it's hilarious that he was
writhing in pain.
He was but in such a funny fashion though too. It did look
a little dramatic.
I thought it was a groin shot at first because he walked off and it wasn't that big of a deal ultimately that it looked like maybe really elbow.
It was like a hand or something.
Yeah.
Like his hand landed, like he face planted like onto his hand.
And I still do, and it was impressive by him to hold on to the ball there too.
That was the big thing.
Yeah.
We were talking about when you were talking about Will a little bit earlier, and talking about how he's been working to refine his rush to try to get the ball out more.
Not just get the sack, but get the ball out.
I thought immediately that play, I'm like, man, because he caught him right on the elbow, which is he caught him right on the sweet spot to knock the ball out, other than just actually hitting the ball itself. And the reason I'm also interested in looking at First Take on the TV, because Stephen A. Smith tweeted this after the game last night.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hold off on counting out the Houston Texans.
Oh.
I just watched that defense terrorize Josh Allen. He tagged Josh Allen on it, too. At Josh Allen QB all night long. The front four led by Will Anderson. The secondary led by that kid Bullock.
Yeah.
It's been a real long time since I've seen a defense look like that.
Yeah.
Spectacular. Just spectacular. And at C.J. Stroud ain't even back yet. Hashtag look the hell out.
I'm impressed that he could lift his head up from his solitaire game on his phone long enough to notice what was going on in the game. Good for you, Stephen A. Smith.
Yep.
As far as them beating the Bills and looking at the playoff race, Sean, right now, I mean, it's the haves and have-nots. Oh, okay.
Hey, real quick, Dan Orlovsky. Nobody wants to see the Texans in the playoffs.
Ooh.
Yeah, I knew the hot Texans.
Now, that's a little bit of backhanded praise. That's like, look, they're not really one of the teams, but no day. That's a backhanded compliment right there.
It is, because they're not even in the playoffs.
Nobody
right
wants
now.
to see them because it's because they're the team that no matter how good you are, if that defense takes the ball away 3 times, that's Orlovsky justifiably acknowledging that the Texans' offense is not good right now, at least with Davis Mills in charge. It's not a good offense.
Okay.
Hasn't been for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
They had a good performance 3 weeks ago, but it has not been a really impressive performance.
What were you going to say? I interrupted you.
Okay, so the playoff race right now, it's haves and have-nots. Yeah. You have it's a 10-team race because the Ravens are at 5-5. They're the 10th seed, quote unquote, right now. The Chiefs are at 5-5. They're the 9th seed. The Texans are 6-5.
Yeah.
Now, even if the Chiefs and the Ravens win, I believe the Texans will still be seated above the Ravens and the Chiefs in that regard. But then after the Ravens, it's the Dolphins at 4-7. It's the Bengals at 3-7. It's it's a 10-team race right now for division leadership and or wild card race. and it's fun because you've already beat the Ravens. You play the Chiefs in 2 weeks.
Yep.
The Colts are not. I wouldn't put them in the wild card race right now. They just have such a.
But you might be able
lead.
to climb back into the division race if you beat them.
I'm going to stay focused on the. I'm going to stay focused right now on the wild card. But the Bills are now 7-4.
Yeah.
You know the Jaguars.
You got the head-to-head.
So it goes 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's go 5, 6, 7. The Chargers, like all the wild card teams right now. It's the Chargers at 7-4. You play them.
Yep.
The Bills at 7-4. You beat them split with them,
Yep.
and then to the Texans.
Yeah.
It's very, very tight right now.
Yeah. Inherently, you're going to be, if you go on a tear, you're inherently going to be taking all the tiebreakers here.
Yeah.
Because you got a good conference record, you got a decent division record, you got head-to-heads over the right teams. The fact that 3 of their 5 losses are over in the NFC, I said that at the time. I'm like, this sucks that they're losing these games, but these are the least important games on the schedule, the NFC games.
Yeah.
They factor almost zero into, they don't factor in until like the 7th tiebreaker.
I love that it lines up right now that everybody, I mean, you play the Chargers, you play the Colts, all these relevant teams, you play the Chiefs, you play these relevant teams in the AFC.
All right, let's get to Take-a-mania here.
Oh, yeah.
Here is the champion right now. The bad take champion right now is Kendrick Perkins comparing Nikola Jokic in slanderous fashion to Hakeem Olajuwon.
Now, look, I grew up a Rockets fan. Clutch City, Olajuwon. I watched him my entire childhood life, okay? And he makes Olajuwon great games look like regular games, the numbers that he's putting up. He's the most skilled player to ever play the game.
All right, now it's so absurd. This is a problem. This is like, sometimes we don't like having Hall of Fame discussions because it feels like you're insulting you're taking one great player, comparing him to another one, and it feels like you're insulting the one that you don't choose.
Yeah.
You don't have to add the insult on top of it. Sure. Makes Olajuwon's great games look like regular games. You're just being a jerk.
It's just not true.
You're just a jerk take.
So that's why he's the champ right now.
Yeah,
it's
a jerk take.
It's a jerk take. All right, so let's get to the Kendrick Perkins. This was Jeffrey Simmons after the Titans loss to the Texans this past week, giving his assessment of the Houston Texans.
I'll tell you, I'm tired of coming in the locker room losing. When you know that team not better than us, I don't care what people say. They got some good players. But we should have won that game. We got to stop beating ourselves. And I'm sure y'all tired of hearing me saying it, tired of everybody else saying it. We need to stop beating ourselves.
It's a bad take. It's like that team's not better than us. Yeah, listen, Jeffrey. Every given Sunday or any given Sunday, all that. Mm-hmm. I give guys a pass when they're emotionally defending themselves or their teammates. And it's a really, really bad take, but I can't put him. Kendrick Perkins was premeditated.
Yes.
Premeditated bad takery.
Yep.
Whereas Jeffrey Simmons is just in the moment and he's defending his team.
Taking up for his team.
Yeah, I give him a pass on that.
So he kicks out of that. All right, now for the sake of time, the only reason I put Deion Dawkins talking about Keon Coleman in Take-a-mania is because Deion Dawkins at one point said it's hard to be on time, which I think is a terrible
that's true.
take.
That was a bad take, but I wouldn't have put that in
I don't want to waste a minute playing it if we don't, because really these next 3 are all Shedeur Sanders related.
Yeah.
So can a bad take on Shedeur Sanders take down Kendrick Perkins? First, here is Rex Ryan with his take on Shedeur sitting by himself on the bench as the two teams, the Browns and whoever they were playing, as they were emptying onto the field after the game. Shedeur didn't go out for hand bench.
Shedeur, he's got to get over himself too. Like he's there by himself on the bench.
At the end of the game.
I've seen it in the 7th game of a World Series when you lose a game or whatever. This is a pillow fight game. Nobody cares.
He cares.
Sit back.
He cared.
Yeah. Did he care? Or are you trying to make it a show, make it about yourself? You got a guy over there that, by the way, is a 2-time MVP. Right there, Lamar Jackson. He was looking for you. He was looking for you right there. Why don't share a moment with him? All right, share a moment with Lamar. He's looking all over for you. Right. Then get in there with your teammates. These are your teammates.
All right,
these are your teammates. And talk about, I'm not comfortable losing. You think anybody in that locker room is?
All right,
they better not be.
Good. We have enough. Okay. We got enough.
There's a problem with Rex Ryan in this take. It's like I very much get the sense that no matter, he was going to find something to crush Shedeur Sanders for.
Yeah.
If it's a player that he liked and the player is sitting sulking on the bench, he would say, Like, boy, you can see how much he cares. You see how much he cares. So, it feels like Rex Ryan is just in that mass of people that they have their take predetermined about Shedeur, good or bad, and they're equally psychotic on both sides at times. So, no, it's not. It's a horrible take, but it annoys me more about. It's not a horrible take. I can see where he's coming from. But it's more of an indictment of Rex Ryan himself, but it's not Take-a-mania worthy.
When we played it in the Pettycast, it much more fits the Pettycast.
It's petty, yes,
than it does the Take-a-mania.
Yeah.
Right.
It's worthy. It's just I know we got another couple coming up that don't make any sense at all.
Fair enough. Okay, so here we go. This is where the blame game starts with Shedeur's failures as a quarterback so far. And by the way, Shedeur gets his first start in the NFL this Sunday. Ross Tucker on the call.
With practice time with the ones this
week. Man.
Which is the normal way it would have played out.
Right.
Third-string quarterbacks don't get time with the ones.
And now
that's how it goes.
Now that they're the one, that he's the one, he gets time. Here's Cam Newton, and he basically thinks that Kevin Stefanski, the head coach of the Browns, is sabotaging Shedeur Sanders.
Mm-hmm. I'll put it this way. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I do not think Kevin Stefanski wants Shedeur Sanders to succeed in Cleveland. The reason being is, don't tell me what he said. Don't tell me what he's saying. I'm going off of actions. All right? Let's go off actions. The actions is, if I'm Shedeur or if I'm a Shedeur Sanders fan, I would not want him to take the field because that's going to consistently be the display we're going to see. It doesn't matter if it's Deshaun Watson. It doesn't matter if it's Shedeur Sanders. It doesn't matter if it's Dylan Gabriel. It doesn't matter if it's Dan Orlovsky. It doesn't matter if it's Cam Newton. You need help in Cleveland when you have a quarterback that's still making $46 million on your roster and he's not healthy. That impacts the talent that's around him. They are not a good team. Right. But this is the thing that really irks me the most, is because he doesn't get any reps.
Okay.
Yeah, so the big thing.
I don't know what that.
It took him a long time to get there. I feel like he just kind of got sidetracked, but that he doesn't get any reps.
Yeah.
Right, because he's a backup quarterback.
Right.
And as many people said afterwards, after Cam said this, because Cam brought up some example of when backup.
Derek Anderson, his MVP season, Cam Newton. Derek Anderson, veteran quarterback, was his backup, and he said that in Carolina, Ron Rivera would give Derek Anderson 6 to 10 snaps a practice.
Right, yeah, so that's the exception, not the rule. It generally doesn't go that way. Yeah, you know what? Because he is, you know what Cam's doing here? He's using his status as a former quarterback and abusing it by or misusing it. He's by acting like the normal situation would be that you'd be giving the backup quarterback reps, and that by Kevin Stefanski not doing it, that he's somehow trying to sabotage him.
This beats the Hakeem slander for you.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you mentioned. Yeah, no, doesn't beat Hakeem slander. That hits too close to home.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure. All right, you ready for one more person to blame Stefanski here?
Yeah.
Maybe Stephen A. Smith is a little more egregious in his blame. Let's find out. If it's worse than Kendrick Perkins slandering Houston institution Hakeem Olajuwon, Stephen A. Smith blaming Stefanski for Shedeur sucking.
What I'm saying is, where Kevin Stefanski loses me, you're a two-time coach of the year, 2020, 2023. We know you can coach. We know you know what you're doing. How does a quarterback go out there in a game like that and look that ill-prepared?
Yeah.
How does that happen? See, that's in terms of something's not right. Because we could say a lot of things about Kevin Stefanski. We can't say he don't have his teams prepared. We can't say that he doesn't. Like, if you don't have the talent, you don't have the talent.
Well, he doesn't have his team prepared because you don't have the backup quarterback prepared.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's my point. That's my point. My point is, that's not an error he would make. He's too wise. He's too knowledgeable.
Okay, this might be one of the worst takes of all time because he just made a brilliant argument for why Shedeur Sanders isn't a good quarterback. With Stephen A. Smith, without even realizing it, he props up, establishes Kevin Stefanski as such a good coach and always having people prepared and whatnot. And in his mind, the only answer could be that somehow Kevin Stefanski is willfully uncoaching Shedeur Sanders as opposed to the more likely scenario, which is when a bad rookie quarterback who often are unprepared and who started the season as a third-string quarterback, when they go in, there was no room in there for it to be, wait a second, it's actually Shedeur Sanders that's the problem.
Right.
Because Shedeur Sanders was doing the things he did in college, running out the back of the pocket.
He's too wise.
By Stephen A. Smith's logic, Stephen A. Smith could have gone out there as the quarterback and should have looked prepared because Kevin Stefanski is such a great coach.
That's right.
He made a brilliant argument for Shedeur Sanders being the problem. Stephen A. Smith is too smart for that. This is one of the worst takes of all time.
Wow.
Do I think he wins this week?
Yeah. Oh, we've had some bad ones, dude.
He specifically argued that Shedeur Sanders is the problem as he's arguing he laid out a perfect argument for Shedeur Sanders being. This was as if a defense attorney had said, hey, listen, why would look, these are great parents. These are great parents. They have 3 great children. But then their 4th child somehow gets caught on film stabbing somebody repeatedly in the chest.
They didn't really parent him very much.
This is clearly the parents, and of course my client didn't actually commit the murder.
What it is.
This is more of an indictment of what's wrong with the parents? Well, they created a murderer, don't you see?
Yeah.
But why? Don't get distracted from the real problem. It's the parents that are the problem.
Stephen A's world, the parents would go to jail instead of the kid.
The parents have raised 3 law-abiding citizens who were all valedictorians. This 4th child murdered somebody with a knife.
It sounds to me like
stabbing people. It's clearly the parents that are the problem here. You must let my client go.
Sounds to me like we not only have a new champ, we have a generational champ.
Yeah,
in
this
Stephen
is a
A.
horrible
Smith.
take.
Yes. Goodbye, Perk. You just got pinned by Stephen A. Smith.
And that's independent of anything I feel about Shedeur Sanders. I'd like to see the kid succeed.
Yeah.
But that was a horrible, horrible take by Stephen A. Smith.
It's the logic that offends you.
Yes.
All right, champ Stephen A. Smith.
Good for you, Stephen A. Smith.
I think he's a multi-time champ now. I think he and Perk. I'll have to go look at the lineage of the title to go see if there's a Stephen A. in there.
Stephen A. Smith also said basically that Drake May is lying by saying that he didn't know that Cam Newton was on First Take these days.
Oh, because all the kids know First Take.
Yeah, look at Stephen A. Smith. I got news for you. I doubt 10% of young football players give a damn about any of your football opinions.
Correct.
He's a horrible football. He has horrible takes in general, but his football takes are especially bad.
They're really bad. Yeah, they're really bad.
It's like Bill Simmons when he talks about football.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of.
Just sit this one out, champ.
All right, Will Anderson Jr. was on the post-game show with me and Clint Stoerner last night. Great conversation. We're going to replay it for you. Will Anderson Jr. coming off a game where he had 2.5 sacks, and the Texans coming off their biggest win of the season. Stay tuned for that coming up.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flags. An Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment of the show. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. Also, the rare Sunday that you and I get to sit and watch football because there's no Texans game, so we're going to stack the card. What are we most excited about? Maybe even through a Texans lens to sit and watch on Sunday.
Hey, can I do something super selfish right now?
Sure. As long as you leave enough room for Will Anderson's interview.
I'll do it real quickly. Okay. Anybody that works up at security at Bush.
Oh, at the airport.
TSA, thank you. TSA is what I'm thinking of.
Yep.
Old Sethers has a situation where he doesn't have his driver's license or passport, and I know that I have to go through a screening process to where I have to verify my identity. Sometimes it can be long. And you guys up there kind of see Pope Zaza walking through. and you grab me like, I know that's Seth Payne.
Right.
That is him.
Verified.
For sure.
They'd come up and slap a blue check mark on your chest.
Yeah.
Like, he's verified.
I've done this once before, and it's not usually that bad, but you know how these things go. It could get sticky. So,
you had to. When you texted me, you had to do that. You're like, we'll see how this goes. I don't know my license or my passport.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how is this going to work?
Is it possible? It's actually very possible.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
They don't advise it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm like, I'm not going to see Seth because he doesn't have the proper identification, but you can get verified either way.
Yeah, but it's not like a slam dunk. So I'm getting the hell out of here as ASAP because I got to get to Albany.
Got to get on that
flight.
flight.
Going to Albany this weekend.
That's right. That's right. All right, Will Anderson Jr., big game last night for the Texans' entire defense. 8 sacks, 3 turnovers, but Will Anderson in particular has strung together now 6 straight games where he's had at least 1 sack, tying the franchise record with Mario Williams. Here's Will Anderson Jr. with myself and Clint Stoerner following last night's Texans victory. Will Anderson Jr. sitting down with us here, 23-19. The Texans win, and we got the highlights going right here. That's you on TV right there, Will, just making play. Oh, actually, that was one of the big men. Everybody was getting in on the sack party today,
Everybody was, man. It's so crazy because we've been talking. He's like, man, like, don't get frustrated. We've had our little games where we got frustrated. He's like, man, where the sacks at? And I was like, Coach just kept telling me, it's going to come. It's going to come. It's going to open up for us, man. And we had one of our biggest nights as a group tonight, man. I'm just proud of the guys and proud of the room that we have.
Talk to us a little bit about the plan. I mean, this wasn't one of those where it didn't look like anyway where you and Daniil were just put your hand in the dirt and go eat. It looked like there was a little bit more of a controlled rush.
Yeah.
Don't rush past the quarterback, kind of contain him, keep him in the well, if you will. What was the plan and how did y'all execute it?
Yeah, most definitely. I think Coach D'Amico, he hit on it really early. Like, he was like, man, we can't have no flybys. Like, everybody got a stab rush. Just have control with your rushes, like everybody being one. And I think we did a really good job of taking that challenge, man, and rushing as one. And I think that's what I love about this group, though. It's no selfish guys in this room. And as you can see tonight, it's like, man, when we all rushing together as one, everybody going to eat. And it's just a testament to those guys in the room and the coaches.
So you had 2 sacks tonight. Take us through the first one. Well, I don't know if it was even a sack, the one where you got Josh on the ground, and he was kind of, I don't know if you saw it behind you, but he was kind of.
Hold on, Will.
Oh, yeah.
Miles Garrett and a half. Come on, man. Get it together,
what's
man.
That like?
Y'all got some work
what's
to
that
do,
like
man.
when you're
Come
sitting?
on.
I've never sat next to somebody while their name is on a Sports Center graphic. How's that feel when you see that right there?
Man, it's a blessing. I think it's just a testament to God. I'm really big on my faith, man, and I'm just letting him use me, man, use my vessel for wherever he wants, man, and to be a blessing. And he's blessed me to play with some great guys and to be able to take the field with those guys. It means a lot to me.
The sack, okay, this is the sack I want you to take us through, where you almost got Josh down in the pocket.
Yeah.
And then he's doing that thing where he's running around all over the place, and lo and behold, who tracks him down? Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
Take us through that one.
Man, D'Amico talked about that all week. He was like, man, you get there one time and you don't bring him down, man, keep going. Like, he's going to try to escape with his legs, man. He's going to try to make big plays. MVP for a reason. Big guy, man. But I think it was just on our minds all day, man. I think, and I keep telling people, Daniil hit it right on the head. We do this little meeting before the game, and Daniil was like, man, whatever you got, empty the mother freaking tank. I ain't gonna say it. Empty the mother freaking tank. Like, whatever you got in you, like, bro, we need to be crawling off the field. And I think everybody took that message to heart, and it showed up tonight.
How rare is, and I know you've only played with one team in the NFL, but how rare is what you're talking about with this defense? Because, I mean, you say it, and most fans that pay close attention, we watch it. It's obvious how tight and accountable and I mean you guys are. How rare is it to have a group? I'm talking top to bottom. That it plays the game the way you guys play.
Yeah, I think it's very rare, man. I think the way we play and the style we play and who we are and our identity as a team. First, I think it starts with D'Amico and it bleeds into us, man. Getting that contagious energy is like, bro, I'm behind this. And then we put our own little spin on it. It's like, because we're the ones out there playing at the end of the day. And we like, man, it's really all on us. It's all about us. Like, we always talk about in our building, like, man, it's not what the other team do. Like, if they get something, it's going to be because one of us was messed up. So I think as the season kept going, I think we having meetings like, dog, like, we all 11 be on the same page. Nobody can mess with us. And I think that's just a mentality that we have, man, that we just got to keep going.
Will Anderson Jr. joining us here on Texans postgame here on Texans Radio. Texans win 23-19 over the Buffalo Bills, 6-5 on the season now. Let's flip over to the other side of the ball with you guys and the performance that Davis Mills has had over the last 3 weeks. Man, what are your thoughts on just what Davis kind of really helping keep your guys' season alive here?
Most definitely, man. I look at Davis all the time, and we were just on the Amazon thing, and I was like, bro, I've never seen him rattled. I've never seen him riled up, and I think that's what allows him to play his best ball, man, because he's calm, he's confident in his ability, and he knows that he has guys behind him that's going to stand for him and that's going to appreciate everything that he does for us, man. So it allows him to be free and go out and play as free as he wants. And, man, to see his resiliency, to see, like, him waiting his turn, like, when that opportunity comes, he's taking full advantage of it, and he's leading us until where we want to go, man. So I'm super proud of him.
How about Bullock, man? I mean, what a big night for him, man. That's fun to watch.
Yeah, man, ball hog, man. It's been beautiful to see his growth, from the time he got here to now, man. And that's why he's back there, man, to go up there and get it. Ball hog, man. He's tall, he's instinctive, he knows where the ball is. He's going to go get it, man. And he's been great for us, and I can't wait to continue to see the great things that he's doing in this league.
How much pride, Will, do you guys? Because I've always said it, analyzed it in the game, and there's obviously some anomalies, and even you guys even have one. I think Derek Stingley would be a great corner wherever he's at, right? I mean, so it's not all encompassing, but so many times you watch a game of football when you've got a great defense and a corner that's all pro, or a corner that's Pro Bowler, or a safety that's Pro Bowler. I mean, those guys are typically the recipients of the chaos y'all are creating, right? And I'm not taking credit and giving credit. That's just the game, right? The more chaos you create, the more opportunities those guys are going to have to get turnovers. Do you guys have those kind of conversations?
Oh, of course.
Does Bullock come? Like, Bullock should probably give each one of y'all a game ball, right?
No, of course. And I would say, especially with Sting and Kamari, man, like, rush and coverage go together all the time. And that's something we talk about as a defense in general. Like, that's just not solid conversation that we have. We talk about that as a defense. Like, Coach D'Amico, that's one of his biggest things that he prides himself on is, like, when rush and coverage together, man, it's either going to be an interception, it's going to be a sack, or it's going to be a turnover. And so for us, I'm like, man, like, how can we cause pressure for them to throw the ball some type of crazy way, and they go up there and get it? And I think for us as a D-line, it's like, yeah, we want the sacks, we want this, but as a defense, we want everybody to eat, man, and we just want to cause havoc in the backfield, man, make a quarterback throw the ball up and get those guys back there going as well.
Before we get you out of here, what's the blitz? You got like kind of a mini bye week going on right now.
I'm going to sit on my couch and chill and eat some good food. I'm not moving.
That's my man.
You know
right there. What?
If the weather hold up, I might go get on the boat and go do some fishing.
Oh, yeah, you like to fish,
I love to fish. I might go do some fishing,
Okay,
man,
yeah,
up
it's
in Conroe.
cooling off a little bit. That's for sure. Whatever it is you do, you deserve it. You've had a hell of a year so far.
Thank you.
7 more. What, 6 a few after that?
Yes, sir, we do.
Yep, absolutely. Will Anderson Jr., 2 sacks tonight, part of a big sack brigade for the Texans. 8 sacks on the game. The Texans win 23-19. Don't go anywhere because we got to do our belt pick with you here. You're the first 3-time belt pick guy. So we're going to do a belt pick with Will Anderson here. Yeah, man. 3-time belt pick. The WWE Texans championship belt that I have, that all the players who, after a win at home last year, we took a picture with. It's only after wins, and I made the new rule this year after they started 0-3 that it will only be after wins while the team is at or above 500.
Yes.
It's got to be a winning culture with the belt pick. So this is the first one we've gotten to do all year.
He really enjoys talking to you guys. You guys do a great job with him.
Thank you.
It's probably, I don't want to say it's easy to bring out the best version of Will Anderson because he seems like he's always like the best version of himself. But he always really enjoys talking to you guys.
Yeah, we have a good time.
Keep it very loose. It's good.
We keep it loose. I always think it helps. I think you're good with this too. Like Clint, like you guys are former players that I think connect well with current players.
Yeah,
we see it at the Super Bowl a lot. When
I usually like to tell him about how much tougher we were back in the day.
Yeah,
I'm like, listen, Will.
I feel like Will would be receptive.
No,
to that.
I'm joking. Yeah, that'd be awesome if it was like 5 minutes of me being like, and I'll tell you another thing, young man.
Yeah, that's right.
No, you know how I feel about it. I think a lot of these young athletes are very much better than us in how we were back in the. I think they're more professional. The good ones are like they're just more dialed in.
Especially Will, no doubt about that. All right,
we were just high all the time. I'm joking, kids. That is a joke.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Because
none of that started until I retired.
All right. So Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming now on Paramount Plus. It's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Stream the new season of Landman now, only on Paramount Plus. We get to watch football on Sunday. By we, I mean me and Seth. So we're going to stack the card through a Texans lens. How interested are we in these games? Boy, this noon slate, Red Zone is going to be getting a workout on my TV on Sunday. We'll stack the card for this weekend. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop, find out what they got going on coming up next.
Sean's Red Zone might be getting a workout. Don't give your wallet a workout.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A couple texts. We haven't dipped into the text page too much today just because there's so much from the game last night. Do you guys realize how much Will Anderson looks like Bronny James? Yeah, you know who else realizes that? Will Anderson.
Well, yeah, people have told him that. Yeah. He's fought it. Yeah, we haven't mentioned. Nobody's mentioned that in a long time.
No,
I think that was when people first found out about Will Anderson, Bronny James, and then it kind of just falls by the wayside.
Yeah. Well,
it's not somebody that you necessarily want to.
As Bronny himself has kind of fallen by the wayside.
Yeah, exactly. I guess that's probably why.
Yeah.
If Bronny has been doing anything at all, like at the same level as Will Anderson, there would probably be an insurance company, like a Chris Paul style insurance ad or something.
That's right.
About these two guys being brothers, but no.
That's right.
Nobody wants to touch that.
No. Very excited to sit down and watch some football this weekend on a Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get to do that very much. So stacking the card and taking a look at what this looks like from a Texans perspective, there are 4 noon games that directly impact the Texans. If we believe that they are a team in the hunt for a playoff spot, and it starts with Pittsburgh at Chicago. Pittsburgh is a team the Texans need to pay mind of because either them or the Ravens are going to win the AFC North. The team that doesn't falls into that pool of wild card teams.
Yeah. And
Steelers are 6-4 right now.
The Bears have in NFL best 22 takeaways with 15 interceptions this season.
Okay,
and it's one part of what's fueled their impressive record right now.
What are they? 7-3 right now? 6-3, 7-3, I think. Something like that. I'll look it up.
I'm looking. They've got a 7-1 record when finishing with at least one takeaway.
Okay,
which also hints at them taking care of the ball as well. Right now the Bears are 7-3.
7-3. Okay, yeah. So we are Bears fans this weekend.
Yes, we are.
Got to root for the Bears.
I'm a fan of any NFC team at all anymore for the rest of and an NFC versus AFC matchup.
Yes.
Yeah, AFC wild card race.
This one is interesting at noon. New England at Cincinnati. Do we know if Joe Burrow is for sure coming back this weekend?
You're asking the wrong fella.
He's been practicing. He's been full go at practice. I can't imagine he's full go at practice. And then and Joe Flacco, who has been the starter, is actually dealing with some injury stuff right now. Joe Burrow becomes the best friend to any of these teams like the Texans that are trying to work their way up the wild card playoff ladder here because they host New England this weekend.
Yeah.
Then they play at Baltimore, at Buffalo, home Baltimore.
Remember, too, that Jamar Chase is suspended for spitting.
That's a great point,
That's right.
Seth.
Bodily fluid crime.
New England is catching so many schedule breaks this year, man.
Yeah.
They have played a super easy schedule.
I don't know. I mean, if Burrow comes back, I don't feel like that's a break necessarily. But obviously with Jamar Chase
that's
being
what I'm
out,
referring
it balances it out.
Yeah, Jamar Chase. That's what I'm saying. Okay, this is the big one. Indy at KC.
Wait, real quick.
Yeah.
The stat I had for that one, my God. The Bengals have allowed 27-plus points in 9 consecutive games.
That's incredible.
Tied with the 1964 Broncos and 2020 Chargers for the longest single season streak in history.
2012. So that was Justin Herbert's
When the
rookie
Bengals
year.
awake on Sunday morning, they know that they have to score at least 27 points to have any chance at all
Every
of
week.
winning this game.
Yeah. And that's
when a Bengal awakes in the morning, it knows that it needs to outrun 27 points to survive the day.
That's exactly right. This is the big one. And this may require a Pender poll. See, here's the thing. By the time the Pender poll is usable as content on Monday, this game will have already taken place. But I may poll it anyways just to see what people are feeling. Indianapolis at Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans are now 6-5. The Colts are 8-2. The Chiefs are 5-5. The Chiefs were to win this game, they hang around in the wild card race with you. But I should say, the Colts are a game closer. If you get within 2 games of the Colts, you still got 2 games left with them.
Yeah.
So there's that. But if Indianapolis wins, and they're going to do some winning here down the stretch, even though their schedule toughens up more so than the first half, I think I'm with you. You're rooting for the Colts in this one, right?
Yeah.
You're wanting.
Yeah, I know.
I know you're cringing a little bit that you have to do this.
Anybody that's in the wild card race right now, and because the Colts have such a healthy lead, if they have a letdown, it's going to be tough to catch them. I'm cool with rooting for the Colts in all but 2 games.
Kansas City, if Kansas City loses this game, their chances of making the playoffs dips to 25%, according to the TV.
Yeah, and I shouldn't say all but 2 games, like against any of the wild card teams. That's who I'm rooting for. So, so I would prefer that the Chiefs lose in this one.
Okay.
Let me read this stupid blurb on ESPN.
Sure.
Just because this is dumb. This should be in Take-a-mania. Mahomes essentially said that the Chiefs' season comes down to the next 7 weeks. Look, all right.
Okay. I know.
Really what's going to tell the story of the rest of my life is the rest of my life. Who wrote the hell does that? Nate Taylor. Nate Taylor, what the hell is wrong with you?
Is that what it says?
It says this.
Read it.
Okay, the Chiefs are expressing plenty of urgency for their final 7 games of the regular season and hope a win can propel them to make a run to a playoff spot. Mahomes essentially said the Chiefs' season comes down to the next 7 weeks.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
That guy has a degree in writing things.
Oh my God, that's Take-a-mania right there.
That's Take-a-mania.
If there were a written
I wish you had said it. Yeah,
Take-a-mania.
I might have to have Siri read that.
I was gonna say we need someone to read it. So that'll be that. If you're a Texan fan, Indy at KC is the one that should get your major TV screen time.
No. This is the other part of that though too, because I still hate the Colts. Don't get me wrong, but. Daniel Jones has 4 interceptions in his past 2 games.
Yes.
He only threw 3 in the first 8 games of the season.
Right.
Daniel Jones is coming back he's coming back down to Daniel Jones Earth.
Man.
Yeah. So I don't know, maybe
you're kind of talking me into Kansas City a little bit.
A complete and total Colts collapse in the second half of the season. Oh.
The fly in the ointment is that Jacksonville sits right in between the Texans and the Colts.
And they've got the tiebreaker over the Chiefs.
They've got the tiebreaker over the Chiefs. I'm just saying it's not as simple as the Texans are chasing the Colts for the division, so you should root for the Colts to lose. You got the Jags sitting in there too. The Colts could lose and the Jags end up winning the division, and you're still a wild card.
You know what? I'm tired of playing your stupid hypothetical. I'm just gonna.
Okay, I think that's all right. I mean, someone's going to win the game, and
it's not a hypothetical. You're asking clear cut. Which team do I want to win?
Yeah.
I choose not to choose.
Okay, that's not advisable.
I'm voting present.
Yeah. Not advisable in sports talk radio most of the time, but we'll allow it this time. So what's your opinion on this?
Nobody straddles the fence like this show.
I have no opinion on this.
The team that's not afraid to waffle.
I'm going to yell
vigorously.
Nobody will yell their lack of an opinion louder than I. The Jets play at Baltimore. I guess we're rooting for the Jets in that one. Tyrod Taylor's going to play in this one.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah,
Baltimore Ravens.
At this point, I'm sure Jets are back in a position that they're very comfortable with, which is they're hoping their team's not going to win any more games.
Yeah.
Aaron Glenn, I think, is safe.
I do too.
With Aaron Glenn, we talked to Petey Fagans because we're both former teammates of his last night. Yeah. And, I feel bad for Aaron Glenn, not necessarily because he's having a tough season, because he should have anticipated that, but he's having to do it in front of that New York media, where there's just there's nothing he's not going to get skewered for when he stands up in a press conference right now. There are no right answers, and that's just I hate having to watch him go through that.
He's getting chippy with them though. That's
I know.
The thing.
I love that because that's Aaron. Aaron ain't got no back down in him.
No, it's incredible.
Backup. He ain't got no backup in him.
It's incredible. It's incredible. All right, so then we get to the late games. Okay. What's your intrigue level on the starting debut of Shedeur Sanders at the Las Vegas Raiders?
Very, very intrigued.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay. At Vegas.
Las Vegas is only favored by 4.
These are 2 horrible teams.
These are 2 horrible, horrendous teams.
Yep.
I guess maybe I want Cleveland to win to give the Raiders a little bit of stoke of. No, you know what? I want the Raiders to lose as much as possible, so by the time the Texans face them, they have the old school Raiders style. Now, when I say old school, I mean like the worst version of the Raiders from a decade or so ago, where the guys on the team just flat out don't give a single damn.
Yes.
It's really falling. The wheels are off the wagon in Las Vegas.
Can you imagine if those old Raider teams in Oakland were in Las Vegas? Playing back in the day?
Yeah, I can't imagine it.
Yeah. John Matuzak, Ted Hendricks. All those guys balling out in Vegas.
This is one thing we always say about bad teams, because like the thought of players tanking on the field, like no, guys are going to play hard. But what happens on bad teams though is often they have a lot of bad character dudes who on Sunday they do want to play and play hard. But everything during the week falls apart completely, and they're not paying attention. They're not studying their game plans and everything. All of that stuff starts to fall by the wayside. They'll play hard on Sunday, but they don't put the prep work in during the week. I want the Raiders to be in that mode.
Okay, as far as Shedeur goes, I want one extreme or the other. I either want Shedeur to throw for 400 yards, or I want him to throw 5 interceptions.
I would like to have a healthy, actual discussion about Shedeur Sanders that isn't predetermined, like where everybody comes in and there's nothing you can say that is either going to sway you for or against him. I would love to have him have a great performance where all of a sudden, okay, we genuinely need to talk about this.
I want Rex. He's got no choice but to praise Shedeur Sanders.
Or he's got to find, even better is if Shedeur Sanders has an awesome performance and Rex still finds something to hate on him for. Yeah.
Right. That would be amazing. Jacksonville is at Arizona. This is the beginning of a stretch for Jacksonville where they would really have to screw up to not win 10 games this season.
Yeah. We've seen them do it in the past.
They have. They're capable of it. At Arizona, they play at Arizona. They play the Jets, and they have 2 Titans games left still.
Mm-hmm.
The Jags do. So this is one I wonder what the line is on that game. It's in Arizona. It's a Jacoby Brissett joint. What do you think the line is? Jacksonville at Arizona. I'm looking at it right now.
Jacksonville -8.
It's Jacksonville -3.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jacksonville -3. Yeah, so we'll see what happens.
Lopez, I know you'll appreciate this, so I want to just get this in real quick. The Indianapolis. This is what somebody wrote in ESPN.
You're gonna
reminder.
love this.
There's 7 games left in the season.
Yeah.
This guy synopsized something Mahomes said as saying this. Mahomes essentially said the Chiefs' season comes down to the next 7 weeks.
Is that all?
Technically correct.
Yes, it is.
Which
Right,
is
why are you hating on it
the
for
best
saying
kind of
something
correct.
that's right? It's literally right.
I do love that. I do love that.
So John Lopez, Reggie Atatula are here. They are the fellas on In the Loop. What's going on, boys?
Seth, how much more help do you think the Texans need when it comes to the Raiders, at least?
I want as much help as possible every step of the way. Everything matters, man. I fight for inches.
Yeah.
This is a game of inches. I don't know if you've ever heard that. Yes, and I will fight for every inch.
I'm glowing is how I am.
The afterglow of last night's
glowing.
win?
Post-coital.
I'm going to be craving a bologna sandwich all day long.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just got weird. Yeah.
Glowing,
It's constantly weird.
Crosstalk. Okay, the good people at D&M are bringing this crosstalk to everybody right now.
They're glowing.
Yeah, I think any Houstonian is.
Yeah.
What's made me most happy today is we've had the TV on in here all day, as we normally do, and the Texans are the lead story after a primetime game, and it's not about them getting destroyed by Seattle. It's not about them being some foil to a team that they're touting it.
Or that they're not ready yet. They're just like, they're still stuck there. And I mean, by record, they're still mediocre, but it's been, they're not in that category after this specific game.
They are getting praise after this game, and they're not playing second fiddle to whoever it was they played.
They are the headline.
Baker Mayfield, the MVP of the league through 2 weeks.
The one I saw that I liked was, should we be, after that game, should your takeaway be concern
Bills
about the Bills or intrigue about the Texans?
Yes.
I think those are both fair.
Which is it? What would it be if you were if John and
From a
Reggie,
national
if
perspective?
you guys were doing First Take today, and the question was, are you more concerned about the Bills or encouraged
Knowing
by the
that
Texans?
as we enter this most vital portion of the season that remains, the final 7 games.
Yes.
That is the most vital portion.
I'm told that's
the last
gonna
7
decide
games is the 7. The most
the
important
season.
thing about the last 7 games is the last 7 games.
That's right, David.
David Culley.
You know what it sounds like to me is a politician will get out and tell you this upcoming election is the most important election of your life. And it's like, yes, because it's the next one. These 7 weeks of football are the most important weeks of football. To answer your question, I think a national perspective is probably the Bills.
It's definitely the Bills this morning.
Oh, Josh Allen especially.
Yep.
However, I wonder how much the national perspective takes into account the history that Josh Allen has, particularly with these Texans. I think you guys did a great job of laying that out, I believe, yesterday.
Yeah.
That this is kind of a specific thing in some ways to him, that building, this team. And because I was listening to the Athletic Football Show after this game, and they were asking, like, why couldn't the Broncos do this versus the Bills? And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of different.
Yeah.
Even though the Broncos are a fantastic defense, it's kind of different when you get to the Texans and
The Broncos are a blitz-heavy defense, where the Texans did it without blitzing much at all.
Right.
It was the four-man pass rush
Yeah.
that allowed them to play coverage and confuse Josh Allen.
One of the blitzes they did have, one of the few blitzes they got burned on.
Yeah.
Right. It's almost like when they did blitz, they gave an outlet for Josh Allen to replace or what have you. For me, interestingly enough, I think that it's the Texans, man. Like for me, obviously the defense being fantastic, but I keep thinking back to that 2-minute drill where you just give up a kick return touchdown for 98 yards, and I'm like, that's demoralizing. I imagine that's a place where doubt can creep in, and they go in a way that is not necessarily their strength. Thank you for moving your draws from in front of me. I appreciate that.
Clean underwear. I'm going to be wearing those later. They're clean. Okay. They're on top of a pile of clothes.
We'll be talking about that for 2 hours today. No, it's the drive that they're able to and just move the ball. And I go, okay, this offense feels a little friskier than it has been at any point. They've created advantages in more ways than they had earlier in the year. And with a average or below average offense with this defense, you have my interest.
I think coaches and players are going to be more intrigued with the Texans.
Yep.
I think the Stephen A's and the Dan Orlovsky's a foreign player, but the sort of the ones that kind of create the narrative that ESPN wants or whomever is going to be more about the Bills. But coaches and players are going to be like the refrain of nobody wants to play this team.
It's funny you say that because Orlovsky and Stephen A. was tweeting about the Texans after the game last night, like nobody wants to play this team.
Yeah.
And Orlovsky said the same thing on there. That'll be interesting to see. We'll see who everybody's
players and coaches are going to be like, wow.
Yeah. That defensive performance against Josh Allen was something else last night. What's the question of the day?
Well, speaking of which, I think it's official now that this is an all-time type of defense. I mean, we're going into week 12, 13?
Yeah. They keep getting screwed over by the special teams also.
Because they still factor in offensive like pick sixes and special teams.
What should we call this defense? This defense needs a nickname.
Yeah, man. Elite defenses.
The all-time great defenses need nicknames.
Purple People Eaters, Steel Curtain.
I have them.
Okay, yeah. Seth and I are operating on a total of like an hour and a half of sleep.
Yeah, I got it.
I call them otters.
Okay, maybe behind that one.
Yeah.
Seth has shades on, and the look on his face with his shades on just makes me laugh. He's so proud of that day.
What's funny with the shades also is I feel like shades can go two different ways. And the way that it feels like it goes for you is it looks like you're hiding just eyes that are absolutely bloodshot from hours and hours of drugs.
Yeah.
It feels like hours and hours of drugs.
This is how I'm going to show up at TSA in 45 minutes with no ID and tell them that I need to get on an airplane.
Which is bad.
It's going to be tough. Right. I need to get there before my sleep deprivation really kicks in because I don't want to be grumpy while I'm trying to smooth talk.
Are you going to fall asleep in the Uber on the way to the airport?
Probably not, because these guys never shut up when I'm in.
Yeah.
Unless I'm wearing these glasses, maybe they will.
Maybe
they look oddly DB Cooper, unfortunately.
Yeah.
The Legion of Swarm.
Legion of Swarm.
It feels too damn derivative, Con.
Nope.
Get the bleep out of
here,
Legion.
man.
No, there's
it's
already
better than Legion of Boom.
There's already been a Legion.
But it's better than that one. It's the Legion of Swarm.
How about your 12th offensive player? That's what they really are. They're not the 12th man. They're your 12th offensive player.
It's not a sexy nickname. You know what that is? It's there's 7 weeks left to decide the season of nicknames right there.
They're your 12th receiving threat.
I know we're going to get a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Lopez came in strong with a derivative of one that already exists.
Yeah, the Legion of Swarm. It's awesome.
Is Legion of Boom the last one that we've put up in the pantheon of elite defenses that get a
with
nickname?
A nickname like that? I'm trying to think. I think so. Legion of Boom. Because that one rhymes with Legion of Doom. Like that's what that comes from.
It doesn't rhyme.
No, Legion of Boom rhymes with
Legion of Marauders is the lead right now. There's less debate over mine.
Yeah. All right.
Raging Bulls.
I'm seeing that one.
That was my backup.
Are we? But didn't we have the Bulls on parade back in the day?
Yeah.
Don't we have to stay? The Bulls have been used.
We're running out of words.
They are Bulls.
We're running out of words.
The whole thing. The problem with Raging Bulls is that it involves De Niro, and now you can't talk about De Niro without getting political these days. It's going to be a whole thing.
Wait, that's what you think?
It's going to be a whole thing.
That's what you think when you think of De Niro? I think of the fact that he's still siring children.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, No, I know that you can't say anything about Robert De Niro like positive on social media without all of a sudden it becoming a hot political take somehow.
No,
Yeah.
that's true. All right, boys. Well, I look. The nicknames are rolling in on the text page, just so you know.
You got to have it.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yes, we
I
can
kinda
wait.
like that
There's
one.
something there. I think we can mine that for something.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Almost as good as Band of Merry Marauders. BAM! The acronym is BAM.
That's true.
Yeah. Oh, the rap lyrics that could come out of Band of Merry Marauders.
All right.
I tell you what.
I've reached the point where I need to go take a nap.
Yeah.
I'm operating.
He's got to get to the airport.
Very little sleep. And Seth's got places.
And anybody at TSA, if you recognize old Sethers with no license or passport, please come grab me.
Cut in front.
Yes.
All right, boys. Have a great show. Can't wait to hear y'all's takes on the big win last night as I scream antibodies to Seth over there. And we are done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. You're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. And now you are listening to Figgy Fig, and they are in the loop, and they start right now.
It feels so good, John Lopez, to be here on a Victory Football Friday. Your 6-5 Houston Texans. Man, look. I just wanted to yell directly into the microphone. I had half a mind to just because there's a visceral.
Nah, don't do it, man.
There's a visceral. Well, not into the microphone. I'm
off
a
a little
professional.
bit. Yeah.
Just like
Are you going to say "Let's go" like all the
no? Because if I go,
like to do,
youngsters, dude, we've been doing "Let's go" for like
when you were a youngster,
40 years. Man. What do you mean? What a time.
Are you going to say "I see you"?
What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Your Houston Texans above 500 with the win of the season to this point. A 23-19 victory over the Buffalo Bills at NRG Stadium. It's an island game. The entirety of the world had their eyes upon the Houston Texans, and boy, do the Houston Texans look pretty.
Yeah, look, let's end something today. Let's accomplish something. Let's stop something. Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me.
The defense was that good. The stage and the way you won it and the star power was that good. They can win a game, any game, against anyone, including that game. And you know what I'm talking about. This is that good of a defense. This is that good of a defense. You can get to and win a Super Bowl. Improve it, nothing will.
You know what the question that I have, it's a very simple question. Get involved. 713-572-4610 is the text line, and then also appreciation to the Mulcair Injury Lawyers for the live streams, both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat 610 Houston. Simple question. Do you believe?
I just said it.
Do you believe?
If you didn't, if you didn't believe me, the way I was talking around it, let me just say it outright. I believe this is one of the greatest defenses we will ever see in this city. I believe that was a masterpiece last night. I believe it was a message. I believe it was a statement. It was something that sent a message to the NFL world. You do not want to play this team. I believe this is an all-time great defense. And with an all-time great defense, there are no conditions and no qualifiers. None.
Like the thing about this defense, funny enough, is I look at it and I go, there's definitely some things, and I know when you're talking about no qualifying, I think that I very much sit within that. I'm always trying to look at the totality of it, and all right, but what are the other sides of this, so I'm not missing things or what have you. And there's places where you can go where you talk about a third and or fourth and a mile that gets picked up on a hook and lateral, or even the Khalil Shakir kind of orbit motion into this dump off in the outside and having him go for bit. There are portholes in the Death Star that happens, but that requires you to acknowledge that's a bleeping Death Star over there on defense. Like, this is evil empire type defense level. When I tend to be a doubting Thomas in the way that I go about things. I want a preponderance of evidence before I jump into some places. Like, I want to put my hands on the nail holes. Yeah. Right? I feel like that was the type of game that gives it to you. You realize the reason why the Buffalo Bills were an incredible running team, that offensive line over there, they bully folks. Yep. Like Deion Dawkins bullies folks. Old boy on the other side whose names I keep forgetting, bullies folks. Conor McGovern bullies folks. Brother, I mean, there's a play where Danielle Hunter gets a sack. Nico Autry goes through Connor McGovern.
Yeah.
He curls up in a ball.
Yeah.
They bullied some bullies in this game.
They absolutely did. And, you talk about, you like to maybe say, yeah, what if this and how about that? Those are still there. What I'm saying is this defense individually and collectively is good enough that by the end of the year, if not starting today, we're going to say, yeah, 2025 Texans, 2000 Ravens, what year was the Legion of Boom? Seahawks, some of those
12?
Broncos teams. It is on that level, Reggie. I'm telling you. This is one of those things where, and I'm not exactly always, speaking in superlatives about a team. You always try to find, the what ifs. But let's look at it individually. I was thinking about this morning. I think there's 3 All-Pro players on this defense right now. If you had the vote today, Will Anderson or all pros. That's 3 on the same defense. I think there's probably 5, maybe more Pro Bowl caliber players on this defense. Kamari Lassiter, Jalen Petrie, when healthy, obviously, and he will be. Sheldon Rankins, Kalen Bullock, maybe Al-Shaair. You're talking about 8 or 9 guys on the same defense that are among the best at what they do individually in the entire NFL. That is next level. That, getting back to my first point, no more qualifiers. You can win any game you play. Any game you play, including that one.
Brother, that's like Josh Allen. Look, you had the most sacks that Josh Allen has taken in his career in that game, right? Like that is wild. That this Josh Allen-led offense that admittedly had been up and down this season. We talked about it, but the high water mark for this offense and for Josh Allen and just what he can do is incredible. Without blitzing for the most part, and really just not even playing man. Like they were in zone, one of those things that I was a little concerned about. They scored, 13 points, 2 touchdowns?
Well, they scored 1 touchdown on offense.
Oh, yeah, and then the field goals, right? Like I was the idiot that said you would need 24 to win.
Were you?
Yeah, well, yeah, because really, if not for a special teams, if not for a special teams 98-yard return, you would have gotten over with 17.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Here's another interesting thing about how this team fits in with aspirations and how good it can be. Not only is it a defense that can play at that level, this is like the best quarterbacks in the league are not on the best teams in the standings. Look at the standings. Like outside of Matthew Stafford, there are not a lot of truly great quarterbacks. Defense is what this season is all about, and the Texans have the best one.
Well, I think, honestly, this defense is part of what this season is about. I think the season is about finding some level of consistency. I think that defense has been incredibly consistent. The interesting thing for me, right, because when I asked, do you believe, it's not do you believe that this defense is incredible. We came into the season with that level of belief. Have they found a way to take that up a notch? I think so. There's some instances where I think they will tell you, hey, these individual instances of allowing a team to get out of the corner that we've put them in is problematic, and we need to fix those. But ultimately, they can clean up their own messes when they have the instance. But we knew that we were there with the defense. This team as a whole, and I think that's where the do you believe gets even more interesting, because in watching this game, yes, they were able to run the ball in a way because of the fact that the defense opposing you was not good at it. I think that they were frisky enough passing the football in certain instances that makes me look at what Nick Haley is doing here and go, okay, they're finding their footing. Is it great? No. I don't think that this is going to be a great offense at any point this year.
I don't think it has to be.
I don't think it's going to be particularly like a very good offense at any point this year.
Doesn't have to be.
But it could be near average, probably just below average, because they're starting to do some things schematically as well to help them create some things and ways to diversify a little bit more. That makes it so that you can meet up with, when this defense holds a team to 16, you can give me 20.
Let me convince you in audio form here, because you said, you mentioned Josh Allen. We've been talking about that. Most sacks of his life, at least his professional life. That reigning MVP coming off a 6-touchdown performance. Let's hear these. This is the best evidence I can give you why you can get to wherever you want with this team.
Here's Allen taking the snap. Allen with time. Allen scrambling around the backfield, and Allen's going to go down. Will Anderson Jr. pulls him back for a sack. How about that? To throw. Allen pocket collapsing. Allen escapes a sack. Allen backing up now, sliding to the left side, can't square up, and he's all the way deep in the backfield. He's finally brought down at the 24-yard line by Will Anderson Jr. The turn. Allen to throw. Allen looking, pocket collapsing. Allen escaping, and now he's finally sacked. Brought down. Danielle Hunter brings down Josh Allen. A mini boot. Allen in the backfield in trouble. He goes down again. He's sacked by Henry To'o. Another sack on Josh Allen.
They are firing line.
On 2nd and 5, Allen in the pocket. Allen sacked again. They wrap him up. Josh Allen. First down at the Houston 20. Allen in the gun. Empty backfield. Pumps. Allen's going to go down again. 2nd down and 10, Bills from their 47. 1:09 to go, Texans leading 23. Allen to throw. Allen stepping up. He's got too much time. Now he's in trouble. Allen is going to go down to Neil Hunter. He brings him down. 3rd and 20, Bills from their 37. Allen with split backs. He's in the gun here. Pressure right up the middle. Allen flag down. Allen sacked again at the 30-yard line.
8. Count them. 8. If that doesn't convince you, I don't know what does. And largely with 4 men rushing. This is an epic time for Houston Texans fans. I've been there since day one. I've never quite seen anything like this. Yes, I saw J.J. Watt. Yes, I saw all of them. Mario Williams, man, all of them. I've never felt anything this good about a defense in my life.
I got a question for y'all because I agree with you. I feel like this defense is probably one of the best in this team's history. Do you feel like this puts a lot of pressure on the offense to kind of get it together too?
Pressure is, the pressure's probably been innate there anyways, but yeah. But I think it's the good type of pressure. Because this is a historic defense at this point, man.
Yes.
I think it's the appropriate type of pressure. And honestly, to some degree, no, because they have responsibilities. I don't think you get out there trying to just slack, right? You don't play at the highest levels of sport or any competition in order to just kind of cruise by. Like, you want to go out and put your best foot forward, and they they will readily recognize that that's not been the case. They are trying to be better versions of themselves. I think people with a reasonable mindset, you get down like the way this feels.
Yeah.
And right now, I think that the offense understands that, right? And so, yes, there is a level of pressure to be better versions of themselves. I think that they're finding little ways to be better, right? Because I see the people, right? Because, again, the question is, do you believe, especially after a big-time victory against – look, that is a pretty good Bills team. I think we can understand, though, they're not perfect. However, you look around the National Football League right now.
There are no perfect.
There are very, very few teams that I look at that I go really, really incredibly good. And when there might be a small handful of teams that I look at that I go, especially on the AFC side of things, that I look at and go, they're better than those Bills. And you handled them very, very well, right? I think that for me, that is where my belief starts to come in. And yes, there's some things that factor in, right? We talk about a Thursday night short week. I talked about how I felt like there was an advantage there. Some people on the text line felt like, hey, that's not nearly as big of an advantage. Look back to the Ravens last year. Okay, I can see, right? Same 4 days, same team coming in. This looked different. Yeah. This looks significantly different than that.
It looked significantly different. It felt different. And really that's where, as fans, as people who have been covering this team and this game for a long time, it truly is a it when you see it thing. I know what I'm looking at now. There were some things, that maybe we even defensively you could parse out and maybe this, maybe that, and is the offense going to be good enough? You talk about the offense, and we mentioned it yesterday. Can you get to 24? If you can get to 24, I think the Texans win every game in which they score at least 24 points. They win every game the rest of the way.
It's still going to be intriguing to see how that happens. There's still a lot of questions to the kernel of why I asked that question. Do you believe, are you in a place where you believe that this is plausible? Not just possible, that it's plausible. And I think for me, I'm reaching that threshold. hell, it feels like they might have found an answer on this offensive line. That's one of the big things that we walked into a season.
We'll get to
asking,
that because
right?
that Colts game all of a sudden looks really important for C.J. Stroud because this line didn't give up a sack.
Right? Like, I think that's something that we look at. I think that the defense continually showing up is something we know, but also this offense seems like it's finding some levels of competence within what they do, some level of confidence even with what they do. What a breakout game for Jaden Higgins. There's so much to talk about within this game. And I want to know from you. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Bleep it. Hit the phone line. I want to hear from you. Like, do you believe in this Texans team, in their ability to make the playoffs, to make it interesting, to drag people to hell? I actually had a text from a friend. It was actually very fitting that this was a Battle Red game. And in this Island game, I had a friend text me about an hour into this game, and he was like, oh, so y'all playing in the Devils playground wearing these red uniforms? And I was, yeah, they're dragging them to hell. And that's exactly what they did.
Yes, it is.
They dragged that team to hell, and they ultimately came out with it. So, like, do you believe? 713-572-4610. I want to hear from you. Let's keep talking about this as we go here on Sports Radio 610 on a football Victory Friday.
Open phone lines. Yes, sir. Let's talk about Texas star Rick Martin was at the game yesterday.
Lawyers Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Wisconsin, your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, it's a Football Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Scratch that. Victory Football Friday. The Texans get probably their biggest win of the season versus the Buffalo Bills, a 23-19 victory. They hold on late. Most sacks that Josh Allen has taken in his career, 8 of them things spread out pretty evenly on that defense. You get to see a little Christian Kirk get active. You see Jaden Higgins have a little bit of a, do we call that a breakout performance?
Oh, yeah.
For the young man.
Oh, absolutely.
You run the ball pretty well.
Andre Ware was really proud. It's like a young boy growing up.
Oh, man.
What
it kind of was.
What a performance. The question that I've been asking is,
Welcome to the party, Christian Kirk.
Yeah, man.
About damn time, man.
The question I've been asking is, do you believe, right? And I'm not saying, do you think that this is the best team in the league or that place? I've seen folks that were like, hey, man, stop talking about the playoffs, right? That they were not in that place. It's honestly, there was a point where I was just sitting and marveling that this team is here after starting 0-3, after 2-4. It felt like, look, I'm going to be honest about this. I've rode the roller coasters to some extent. Like, after that Seattle Seahawks game, I was like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, well, sure. We all were.
Like, Monday night in Seattle was an embarrassment. And for them to be here where another primetime game, which, again, they have not been pretty good in these moments. I think, Figgy, we were talking about that this morning before the show. They haven't been in these moments and delivered. This is probably like
never delivered like this.
Yeah, like this has got to be one of the best, if not the best, moments that they've delivered, like performances that they've delivered in this kind of
just dominating.
They are the NFL's story today. Not Patrick Mahomes, not Travis Kelce, not Josh Allen, not just all the usual hits and suspects.
Not even Josh Allen on the other side, right? Because we've seen instances where, oh man, the Texans defense was good or whatever, but we're talking
what's
about
wrong with the Buffalo Bills?
Exactly. What's wrong with Josh Allen?
Yeah, so do you believe? Do you believe has been the question. Let's hit the phone line. Figgy, I'll let you, because I mean, our phone line extraordinaire. Let me know where we're going.
Yeah, let's go to Joseph Chavez.
All right, Joseph, what's
up, man?
Putting all his business out there.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Yo.
Okay, so I have a question, or what I'm noticing. Whenever Mills is in the game, there's less offensive penalties on the line versus when Stroud's in the game. And I'm wondering, is it Mills understood it's causing the penalties instead of just the offensive line? And then the other thing is whenever Mills is in the pocket, he's always finding the strength. He's in the pocket where he's moving towards the strength of the offense, and Stroud isn't.
Appreciate you, Joseph.
Look, I'm glad he went there. You know, there's going to be the Mills versus Stroud stuff, but I'm glad he went to just, the actual sort of the process of the game.
Kind of comparison.
Yeah, the process of the game. I don't think that's a bad point, but let's remember this, and I think this is the most important thing. The offensive line has found some consistency.
Consistency is a funny word to use.
Under Dave, some consistency.
They've done some moving and shaking over the last few weeks.
No, in terms of performance. They've found some consistency in terms of performance since they kind of switched, and then now they switched to my favorite, rotation on the offensive line. I was so happy. I didn't even see it. I was outside, and you texted that to me. This is going to be the likely offensive line. I was like, yes. But so maybe there are other mitigating factors here. Davis Mills, even safer, or maybe quicker to certain reads. But I really think a lot of it is he's getting the time, and the offensive line is not tripping all over it.
No sacks in this game. In fact, very minimally pressured in this game. Davis was talking about this after, and he gave credit to the offensive line. I think that is absolutely a part of it. They're finding a level of consistency on the offensive line, and lo and behold, look at what the offensive line is. A bunch of big boys, right? Ariante Ershry at left tackle, Titus Howard at left guard, which I want to salute Titus Howard. I always thought that it seemed like he might not be all that willing to move around. Anytime they got to talk about it, they were like profusely thanking somebody. You know how when you have to ask somebody something that they don't want to do, how you make sure to
can
thank
you work on a Saturday?
Hey, but no, I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it so much.
I really
thank you so much. I'd appreciate it. Like, that's what it felt like. Yeah. He's over there moving, and he's playing on the left guard, playing fantastic.
Yeah.
I feel what I feel about Jake Andrews, but he's a center that's helped coordinate and organize this. Ed Ingram has probably been the best offensive lineman this year to my eyes. Getting being aggressive, physical, and then Trent Brown looks better than last week. And I think that big size, it gives them what they're looking for. But to the Davis Mills in particular, because I don't want to sidestep that, I do think that Davis Mills has managed the pocket pretty well. CJ was managing the pocket pretty well. Yeah. I think some of the things that people complain about with CJ, we've seen Davis do a little bit of that as well in this instance. I think that it's the growth of the offensive line. I think that they're finding a little bit of consistency. And I do think that Davis at the line, though, to give him his credit, it does feel like he does a good job of
there is some of that. You can see it.
Controlling the line, getting protection set. It does feel like he does a good job of that. But I don't know that it's going to be so significant to where it's like Mills good for offensive line, CJ bad for offensive line. I don't subscribe to that. We'll see what it looks like when CJ gets back to playing. Back to the phone lines.
Missy, what's going on?
Hey there, guys.
Morning. Hey. Good morning.
Hey, I almost said good afternoon. I'm rushing the day around. I just want to say I love you guys, and this is my first time actually getting through to y'all. So I'm waiting to go into a doctor's appointment, and I just wanted to say this is my first time, but I do love you guys, and y'all do a great job.
Appreciate it.
Say it again.
Do you believe?
I do believe, and I'm so on a high from last night's game. It just is unbelievable. So I'm not saying the playoffs either, but heck, we're doing a great job. I just had a quick question on the Mills comment as well. Should we keep Mills in or put CJ in for next game?
Yeah.
We're here. Is this what we're doing? Is this what we're doing?
Oh, she threw a curveball. Actually, it's not a curveball. That was a layup. Okay, so we're going to have a Davis Mills discussion. Here's what I would say about Davis Mills. Okay, is it possible to have a discussion about Davis Mills without turning it into a Davis versus CJ debate? I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's possible. But let's just put it here, Reggie. I don't think, all due respect to Ron Hughley, I don't think we're ever going to forget what he did here in these 3 games. And I think when you talk about what the team is becoming, it started to really become that under Davis Mills. Should he be the starter? My opinion, absolutely not. But he has been spectacular. It is fair to compare and contrast what they're doing, as the previous caller did. It's fair to compare and contrast what they're doing. And if you want to be on pace, guy, his numbers over the course of a 17-game season are spectacular. Almost 4,100 yards passing, 28 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. So we can talk about how good he has been. And he may want to be a starter, and probably now will be a starter in this league next year. But C.J. Stroud is the guy until if it all comes off the rails.
Well, I think we'll definitely have more time to talk about this because I want to give it the time it's due, because a lot of people are having this question. It's not just Mitzi. We're seeing this on the text line. I've seen people ask this on social media. I want to give it the time it's due, but I do also want to appreciate this, and I want to get to one more caller here as we're asking, do you believe? Like that's where I've started with this game. Let's go to Patricia. Patricia, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning.
Well, I don't know about the believing thing. I'm just one of those long-suffering Houston sports fans who I'm just waiting for another shoe to drop. I'm very excited. After last night. But let me ask, it leads me to this question. Our defense, oh my God, I couldn't believe last night. I literally could not believe what I was seeing with my own 2 eyes. If we got the number 1 defense in the league, who's got number 2? And how does it compare to ours? And with their number 2 defense, what's their offense look like? What are we up against?
Off the top. Okay, let me.
Ain't no comparisons.
Figgy said, we ain't not talking about number 2. Lions don't concern themselves with the opinions of sheep.
Let me say this though, because we're kind of catching that vibe with a couple of calls here. believe. You asked the question. Believe, because you're talking. Been burned and hurt and seen so much disaster and heartbreak over the last 35, 40 years. I get it, but believe, because Patricia, this defense is that good. And then second point, and I think this is crucial. There were two occasions last night when I thought, man, they're going to blow this. They didn't. The first one was the touchdown return on the kickoff after you settled for 3 instead of a touchdown that should have been. I was like, man, they're going to blow this. And then the 4th and 27. I was like, man, they're going to blow this. You know what happened? The defense answered on the second one. The offense answered on the first one. This is a different squad, man. This is a different squad.
Yeah, even Daniil Hunter said after that 4th and 27 or whatever, he said we got to flush that play down the toilet and just focus on this play right now. That's what they did.
It's a different Texans defense.
Yeah, I mean, look.
That 4th and 27 could have broke a lot of teams,
It would have broken a lot of teams.
Yeah, it could have broken this team at various different points. And I've seen just enough of the kernels. I got a mustard seed of hope. I mean, according to the Athletics playoff simulator, 35% chance to make the playoffs after that victory last night, right? Like that's not overwhelming, but there's a chance. And I think that I was interested to see, where is Houston now? If for no other reason, if nothing else, you should be buzzing after an island victory in front of all the nation. You broke the Thursday Night Football curse. Like it had been slop. That was the opposite of slop, and that was a victory that you could be proud of.
And you broke Josh Allen's streak.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, but he's also over here at NRG Stadium. That's the beauty. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We might return to the phones as we continue on a Victory Football Friday. But speaking of this defense, with defenses in the National Football League, when they get to an elite level, when they get to historical level, people give them nicknames. It feels like the defense might be there. So let's prepare that. Question of the day. What is the nickname that you would give this defense, this elite defense for the Houston Texans? 713-572-4610. Let's workshop it next.
The Texans beat the
will guide you through.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Victory. Football Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Your Texans here get a victory versus the Josh Allen-led Buffalo Bills, 23-19. They drug Josh Allen to hell.
The Josh Allen-bled Buffalo Bills.
Honestly,
it was so bad.
Dude, he got his ass.
I started feeling bad for him after.
I went there for
after
a second,
that 7 sack. I was just like, ooh.
What you mean after the very first sack, where he escapes forward and Will Anderson Jr. just refuses to quit and hits him from behind?
But see, I was fine with that. But once it started getting late, I was just like, this dude is taking the beating, man.
He hurt his elbow.
Dude, he was twitching on the ground.
And his hand. Yeah.
I'm always very aware when a player goes down because you're like, all right, I'm trying to figure out what's happening. What's he dealing with? Is it significant? Is it not? I think we all are.
Yeah.
Josh churning legs. He was like churning his legs as if to be like, yo, he's in real pain. It seemed like he was like kind of kicking and banging the turf. And I was like, oh, is he going to play further? Like, did you knock him out of the game?
Yeah.
Early on, he was in absolute hell. Now, of course, he's a tough son of a you-know-what, right?
I was just going to say that.
So I was like, once he walked off, I was like, oh, yeah, he'll be fine.
They kicked his ass. They hurt him in 3 different places at least. But I do have to say, as overwhelming, 8 sacks, just frustrating him, and I didn't really feel that sorry for him. We got to that dude. That is a bad dude.
Yeah,
that is a bad.
That's
dude.
a big dude. Yeah,
and it's even more impressive that they were able to hit him the way that he's a big dude. They hit him, they brought him down, they made him feel it. That offensive line is a bunch of big dudes. They bullied them. Like this defense is something, and it's not just that because it's easy with this defense to look at Will Anderson Jr., one of the best pass rushers in the league, Danielle Hunter, one of the best pass rushers in the league, and just go, whoa, this defensive front. The back line got all of the turnovers. You won 3-0, and it is number 2 in the backfield. Caleb Bullock with the interception with the Azeez Al-Shaair tipping it, right? Almost running that back or running it back for a touchdown that's ultimately negated by a penalty. Caleb Bullock with the interception that solidifies it. And a forced fumble. All the turnovers happen back there. It is a front and a back, a whole defensive unit that is an absolute menace that I have called the Death Star. And to that point, question of the day. Elite defenses usually have nicknames. What would be the nickname that you would have for this Texans team? 713-572-4610.
The Death Star has potential, but I think you'd have some copyright infringement problems.
I think if you were going to do Death Star, you need to put a spin on it so it's identifiable, right? The Great Wall of Dallas, right? But it's like, oh, that reminds you of something, but it's specific there, right?
Yeah,
Purple People Eaters, like it's reminiscent of something else, but you know exactly where to go. If you go, oh yeah, the Death Star defense, people go, but you want to have something that specifically ties you to the team, I imagine.
I like the Legion of Swarm. I like
too derivative. We already like Legion of Boom.
I like Swarm City because
City?
I think I heard one of the players actually said, I forgot who it was, somebody that got drafted or signed. He said Swarm City, let's go.
Yeah,
and that kind of stuck with me. I look at this as like you coming in the NRG Swarm City.
I like the ones that are, I hope not too serious. The Bayou Body Dumpers. Someone said.
Okay.
All right, man.
I feel like
we got to turn this car around now. Yep. We're going back home.
Yeah, that one feels a little rough. I feel like Swarm, it feels like it should be there, but I also wonder if that might be a little too on the nose, and then if that's also not really local. But
what about Red Swarm?
Red Swarm, I saw.
Yeah.
I found that to be interesting. The only problem was they don't wear red enough.
Wear red.
Someone was, although the way that they played, like Hellhounds, which honestly, Hellhounds of Houston came to mind, and I was like, this might be a little too cheesy. I guess I will turn it over to our cheesy expert, John Lopez. Is Hellhounds of Houston too cheesy?
That's a little bit too much alliteration.
Okay,
right.
Well, I just because like they are dogged in their attack on the pass rush, like that red very much hellacious. All of that came to mind. So I was like, that was one that came to mind for me. Are there any other thoughts for you? Raging Bulls, Bull Rush comes in on the text line. Fig, where you at?
Yeah, I'm still at Swarm City, to be honest,
Swarm
man.
City?
I can see it all on the walls, NRG and all that stuff. Swarm City. It kind of remind me of like the jungle. When you go to Cincinnati, the jungle.
Welcome
and that
into
type of thing.
or House of Pain back in the Oilers days.
Yeah.
That was House of Pain. Now you got
Yeah.
Swarm City.
We in Swarm City.
I feel like Swarm City's really good. I just need one more thing on the in my mind. It's like the Swarm City something.
Yeah.
Like it feels like there needs to be a look because Swarm City almost feels like Clutch City.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But it feels like if you're naming the
Which
defense,
might be a check mark.
It's
Houston. Fair.
It's Houston.
Yeah, that might be a House of Pain 2.0. Nah, that's
Tennessee, man. Leave that in Tennessee.
That's a little bit of too much. Man, we're getting a lot of them in there.
There's a lot of them. H-Town Hive. I did think of like something that is Swarm related. Like something that, like somebody went Killer Bees, which of course you've already had, but something that feels swarmy.
It got to be swarmy. Even like I think I was telling somebody how the third down chant, the Swarm.
Yeah.
Like I loved it. That felt good last night, hearing that with a full crowd.
And they were feeling it because of how well they were playing and everything else.
Texans, Swarm.
Yep, they were feeling it.
It got to be something with Swarm or Swarm related.
By the way, just an incredible atmosphere.
No, it was good. It was loud
games,
in there too, man.
Those night games, it's like a temptress of the day. Eat a little more, drink a little more, yell a little more.
No, what's funny is, usually we always talk about how empty it is at the very beginning. But for some reason, when kickoff happened, it was kind of full.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, everybody in here.
The Swarm hole? I don't know about that.
That sounds kind of like this is one of those things.
Is that
that's
the
funny
play
enough.
on the black hole?
I don't know.
The Dogs of War defense. Okay. Houston Hellhounds, not Hellhounds of Houston. Okay. I like what you're doing there to tidy that up. This is the thing, is the editorial process is necessary. One of the things I always find amazing or interesting about any of these nicknames, it's usually not something that's like, it's usually something that one person comes up with, is somebody on, at the paper or like a broadcaster that comes up and then it just kind of latches on.
Yes.
So it feels like it'd be like a newspaper man like yourself would have some insight into it. And yet you gave us Legion of Swarm. So
strong to very strong. I like this one from the 832. I don't know why. It just kind of hits me good. Pit Bulls.
That's it?
The Pit Bulls.
Okay.
That's the pit. That's the pit.
Who calls it the pit?
I don't know. We
okay. I was like, I feel like
that's too generic, man.
You know, one of the things I also was trying to work off of as I was thinking about this, they are really big on hunting. They talk about this, hey, no, go hunt. And that was honestly, Will Anderson Jr. talked about that in this game. Was like, and I appreciated this from D'Amico, that his message was just empty the tank. You're going to have a mini bye. It's going to be 10 days or so until you get Indy. Empty the tank. And those dudes did that. Like,
they sure did.
It was the first iteration of either getting to him, touching to him, moving him off his spot was not what did it. It was the secondary continuing to hunt. And so I was like, is there something in Huntsman? Also, is all of this too forward focused? Do we need something that also incorporates the backside? Where I was like, is hunter-gatherers too is that too kitschy?
You had me at first.
Is it too kitschy?
That's
you
why
got the guys up front are huntering, and the backside, we're just going to grab all these footballs.
I'm with you. That's why, I didn't do like sack whatever, and all that, because it's really the backside. That's why I kind of came up with Legion. Although I do kind of like this one. Where is it? They're coming in so fast.
Sons of Swarm is kind of nasty.
I like that one.
I kind of like that.
I like that one.
I like this one. Swarm Troopers.
Swarm Trooper. Ooh.
Swarm Troopers.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah. We get Swarm.
Yeah.
We get the Death Star kind of evil empire kind of thing that it feels.
Yeah.
I kind of like what we're doing there.
I kind of like that one, 936.
I kind of like what we're doing there.
The Swarm Troopers.
Swarmnificent.
That way it's not just the front 4 or 7 or whatever.
Bull Rush. Okay, very Soldiers of Swarm.
Yeah.
Texans Swarm City. Okay. Swarm Stampede. A lot of people were trying to get a Stampede in here, which feels like it could work.
Are they still rolling with the Stampede stuff, like heavy?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because it seemed like they got. I think they got away from the Bull Rush. Well, I think that
the Bulls on Parade.
Yeah, I think they
got away from that.
Yeah,
they got away from that.
That's interesting. Somebody said you're not getting any better than Bulls on Parade, and it might not be. Like, are they going to be just a Bulls on Parade Part 2, 2.0? Either way, I think the interesting thing when it comes to this defense is just that they are playing at that level where, I mean, you have everybody, because that was the beauty of an island game, everybody watching Thursday Night Football. One, also because it was an actual Thursday Night Football game worth watching.
Yeah.
And everybody in football is gushing over your defense. So get ready. You're in the limelight, and they have an opportunity to continue to bask in that limelight. Next few games are going to be in that same vein against the Colts, against the Chiefs. The league is watching, and of course the defense is ready to answer.
Department of Swarm.
Department of Swarm. Okay.
I like that.
I think we're getting somewhere.
We are getting somewhere. Yeah, we're close.
Let's send this over to Doug Voss.
I can feel it.
You know what? I said that you need a newspaper man to get it right. Clearly, Lopez isn't helping us. So how about coming up next? We welcome in Brandon Scott, who is a newspaper man, and I feel like he will. I feel like he will actually give us some insight here, as well as we going around the NFL next.
Right
in your face.
The Drive. sports exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and we welcome in on a Friday at 11 o'clock. It just happens to be a Victory Football Friday. We welcome in one Brandon K. Scott.
Hey, and the time is I would say impeccable. A lot of times on a Friday, we're kind of in that anticipation mode.
Yeah,
we're waiting, kind of projecting to see what's going to happen on a Sunday, and now we get to react. So it's a pretty good Friday to be in with y'all.
It is.
How fun is this?
Man, so I watched the game from the suite yesterday just because I wanted to take it in as a. There's something about it being
I was like, man, I don't see you.
Something about it being a night game. I just
said that.
I just wanted to be. I wanted to have. Y'all understand the protocols and the rules of the press box.
I hate the press box, man.
I didn't want to do that last night. I wanted to just be a normal, regular person. So I went to the suite.
You and me both.
And man, it was just so much. Even the lows, like the ups and downs and the highs and lows, and I'm sure we'll get into this in some of the thoughts later. But like the different moments where, and we had a caller earlier talking about being a tortured Houston sports fan.
Mm-hmm.
There were so many moments in this game where it was like, that's why we can't have nice things.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we can't win nothing. And then they would just respond. They would just keep playing. They would play through it, play the next play, make the next play, and it was just really good to see. On top of the fact that we're seeing the most dominant defense that I think we've seen in Houston possibly ever.
I agree.
Bayou City Bad Boys.
Bayou City Bad Boys is not bad.
Hitting you on,
I thought we were going with Swarm City.
I like Swarm City.
We're just like, don't make this too hard.
Yeah.
Some people are like, don't even do it. Don't even go that. Just the Swarm.
See, I think City spices up Swarm a little bit because I don't hate Swarm, but Swarm is it leaves a little bit to be desired for me just by itself. You add City to it, and I know City is a little bit overdone these days too, but Swarm City works for me.
Yeah.
But what was it? Bayou City what? I like that.
Bayou City Bad Boys.
I don't hate that at all.
Swarm of Terror defense.
Yeah, Swarm of Terror.
Somebody said Los Toros Locos.
Hey, let's go.
I knew he was going to enjoy that. Just off the strength that we talked about this Spanish big dog.
Did y'all hear the mariachi last night? They were
kind of killing it.
They were so good. I was mad because there were people like getting out of there. Like, hey, sit the hell down.
That brother took that mic, was like, oh.
What's wrong with these people?
Reggie can attest. I stop everything.
Every week.
I stop everything.
They were so good.
And I'm just thinking, if I was somebody like one of the opposing fans that came into NRG and saw that, I'm like, man, they killing it. They got their own mariachi.
Look, they had the vibes going on top of the wind, which we're going to talk about, obviously. But like the red uniforms, the saxophone playing the national anthem, which to me is the best way to do the national anthem is with the saxophone.
He smoked that one, man.
He did that, and then you got the mariachis out there. I'm like, let's go. Didn't they go out there and win the game? Yeah, Lopez, this is fun.
This is fun.
This is fun.
All right, let's talk about more football. It's around the NFL here, and Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming now on Paramount Plus is Landman. It's from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Figgy Fig will attest to it if you believe in his taste and desires. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is in it, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, Sam Elliott. That's Landman. That's the name of the show. All you got to do, hop on Paramount Plus. It's only on Paramount Plus. Make sure that you watch that. In watching the game, I don't know, did you guys see this? I'm interested. Did this show up on the broadcast? Let me know, 713-572-4610. There was a lot of injuries in this one. The Bills had a lot of dudes down, brought out of the game, and I wondered how much of that was just the bullying, imposing nature of the Texans defense, but also how much of it was short week, travel, how much of that got down to them. But then I also was like, maybe it is short week, because there was also a ref.
Yeah. So who was I sitting next to? I think it was Patrick who with Sarah. Sarah's significant other. Yeah, so he showed it to me because we're sitting there in the suite, and he's like, "Hey, did you see this? It looks like a referee tore his ACL in the end zone." I'm like, "What?" Yeah. So I see him kind of not carded, but they're helping him, arm over the shoulder.
They carded him.
Ultimately, he did get carded.
So I mean, just like straight off the field, he does the one leg hop with the arms around two guys. Yeah. Really rough.
I did find it interesting because the 7-year referee Adrian Hill is his name. He was injured in the third quarter of this game. He was in the end zone during a kickoff, reached for his leg as he started to run. So non-contact injury, which we always know is the worst.
Yeah, man, that's tough.
It's going to be
Achilles?
I think it looked like
he looked like an ACL.
Okay.
Yeah. It sounded like they were saying ACL last night.
That was what I believe
unofficially
that I saw. Yeah, we'll wait for the injury report for the ref, and we'll get. Sorry to make jokes about it.
Everybody's getting
doubtful.
hurt.
Let's see if he has a designation for next week.
Everybody's getting hurt in that game. Man.
He might go on IR if we're gonna be honest. We got to be real careful.
That's what happened when you come in Swarm City.
Pupless.
I see what you did there.
Pupless.
Put him physically unable to be formless. It's not funny, but it is funny. I feel bad.
And also true
for Mr. Hill.
Ask D'Amico Ryans about it.
Yeah.
What I didn't realize though was I would have.
Roger Goodell's gonna say, "You guys good?"
We'll let you know when Adrian Hill's ready to go.
What's your question? I'm trying to create a narrative. Y'all the ones must be out here with the negative story.
People always trying to get the story out quick.
Goodell's gonna be hot.
I was always under the impression that there was like a backup referee. You realize that what they did was they just went to the
umpire.
Yeah, the umpire just had to watch the offense.
I don't anticipate, even if a referee gets maybe hit or dinged up, you don't anticipate that they're going to be pupped. You know what I mean?
You will hear about old Roy Ellison in passing thoughts.
Roy Ellison, who was the umpire who replaced him. Yeah, I found that interesting though because like, is it basketball where there's always an additional ref?
Yeah.
So that and even in basketball. There's metrics for, at least I'm more familiar with the mechanisms. They goes from a 3-man crew to a 2-man crew.
Right.
I had never considered the idea of going from, I don't even know how many man crew is it, like a five-man crew on the field to a 4-man crew in a football game. And I do not envy Roy Ellison one bit because I can't imagine trying to watch everything that's happening on the offensive line and in the backfield by yourself. Good call. Or actually on the backside of it, right? On the defensive backfield by yourself, I can't imagine.
I would say tougher job than being the backup quarterback. Like at least you play quarterback. You know what I mean? If you're you don't do this at all really, and you're not expecting to do it. So I don't envy him either.
Yeah. So that was a weird little nuance in this game. And sorry to break stride here, but I'm just going to go. I mean, it's a football Friday. I'm just going stream of consciousness. 713 did something to me here on the text line.
Okay.
Swarmageddon.
Swarmageddon. That's punny.
That's good.
Swarmageddon.
I don't know if it's the answer, but it feels like something.
There's something there.
Just put it on the front page of the newspaper, man. It'll take off.
And I think we can have multiple names. Like, I don't think we should have too many. But if we want to just do swarm puns, that's not too bad at all. Because to me, Swarmageddon is a little bit more insular. It's a little bit more of an inside joke. You have to really understand the whole, just say Swarm City and associate it with the city, and then just kind of tell people, that's kind of our
Swarm
thing.
Town.
Swarmageddon is like, what are y'all doing there? But
Swarmageddon sounds like somebody is descending upon you.
Yeah. How about the playoff of H-Town, Swarm Town?
Swarm Town? Mm-hmm. That's similar to Swarm City.
Yeah.
Swarm Town, Swarm City.
Okay, interesting.
Not mad at those. Swarmageddon I like.
I saw it and I was like, ooh, that's interesting.
I like Swarmageddon.
Now, something that happened with the swarm phenomenon. Okay, we're doing a lot of things there. All right, how about this though?
Swarm phenomenon.
We could talk about the good, and there's a lot of good in this game. And I imagine that this is not entirely unintentional. The lots of good in this game kind of felt like it was a big old blanket on what ended up being a news dump on a Thursday.
Yeah, it was
that is easy to already forget.
Yeah.
Which is Damien Pierce and his tenure with the Texans has concluded. He was released outright, like he was just waived before, like a few hours before game time yesterday, and I found that to be really tough to swallow.
Yeah, well, I mean, tough to swallow, but also the only surprising part about it was that it took this long for it to happen. Yeah. I mean, if you just kind of go look at his game log, the guy's got like 4 carries and 4 returns. He's touched the ball 8 times.
Yeah.
8 times, and they had played 10 games up to that point. And we're talking about kind of a constant dissension, if you will, from where he was this rookie year to where he was the next couple of years. Of course, there were some injuries that factored into that, but he never quite caught on. The scheme fit wasn't right when Bobby Slowick was here. And I think it was just yesterday's mentioning, like, after the whole scheme fit thing, it seemed like it kind of carried over into a confidence issue.
Or his play, yeah.
Yeah, a confidence issue, and like he didn't see it the same. He didn't react to it the same. Like when he get the ball, he wouldn't hit the hole with that same sort of force and aggression that we became used to his rookie year. So, yeah, the only surprising part about it was really that it took as long as it did and that it would happen the night before your primetime game on Thursday night.
Yeah, the thing that got me, I think the why now was always the big question.
Keep doing it.
That happened.
Don't do this to Andre.
Keep saying that he's not the same guy he was a year ago.
Andre, I want you to understand, I'm on your side right now. This is nasty
Salute to
business.
Andre, man. I saw him yesterday. I almost brought it up. Like, man, sorry about your man. I was going to say sorry about your man, Damien Pierce, man.
and see, it's funny. We're making fun of Andre here, but he's not even the first person. I think about so many people who at the time, if you remember, so the draft after Damien Pierce, after his rookie year, is the Bijan Robinson draft, right? And this is before I knew that they were thinking about trading for Will Anderson. That wasn't really on my radar.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, if you could get you a quarterback and Bijan Robinson, that's gonna be cold. And I had people talking about, well, why would
got Damien Pierce?
Why would you waste a first round pick on a running back?
We got Bijan Robinson at
Pierce. And I was like, yo,
yeah. Well,
stop it.
The thing is, and we were texting.
You got food at the house. What you want to make down
do not. That's ramen, and this is Outback.
For real.
We were texting, and I forget how I came across it, but somebody said anyway.
I don't know what I send.
Anyway,
I'll be sending stuff.
I could just see Nick working, man.
Without
question. When do you want to announce this? How about 4 hours before kickoff?
Hey, look.
But that was the part that made it kind of tough for me because I go, okay, so why did you wait to this point? And I feel like it was probably they were trying to trade.
Yeah.
And I think it was Jonathan Alexander that was tweeting about it, that teams knew that he was ultimately going to get released and they weren't going to give him anything. And I was just like, that's probably an indication that you had held on too long. You probably needed to either take whatever you could get, although I don't know that there was anything to get, but I think you probably needed to acknowledge this earlier.
But you know what?
Earlier.
You know what, B. Scott? And you're in the newspaper business. Some might say even better off than other people who've been in the newspaper business.
I might say.
Funny enough.
It worked. The news dump worked.
Yeah.
Like this is the only conversation we're going to have about Damien Pierce for the next several months.
I want every radio host in the city to hear me and hear me well.
Because the swarm troopers came to town, baby.
It was because of Swarmageddon.
Swarmageddon happened.
It worked. So the news dump worked.
And I also think that they could have like plausible justification for it because they did have to make real roster moves, right? It wasn't just that they released Damien Pierce in a vacuum. They also had to bring up defensive backs, and so they can just say, we can just mesh this in with these regular.
Did you see the release? It was like we signed this dude.
He's at the bottom.
This dude, and by the way, they didn't say oh by the way, but it was like oh by the way, yeah, we waived Damien Pierce.
Yeah, we brought up a Johnny Carter.
Welcome to Ace UH crew.
Shout out to the East Side.
Welcome to H-Town, Johnny.
But could you have imagined?
And oh by the way,
could you have imagined?
Yes.
After Damien Pierce's rookie year, that he would have been dropped a couple of years later from the roster in favor of the likes of Johnny Carter and Jalen Mills and Jackson Woodard and Damon Arnett and these roster moves that are for the most part incremental in nature, but also necessary to kind of make things balance out. And it's just like, well, how do we make this work? Or we can get rid of this guy who doesn't really return, doesn't really run the ball, he's just kind of on the team. Rough.
I'll be interested to see where he lands next. Damien Pierce.
He could still be a decent player.
I think he has the possibility of being a solid number 2 running back, but it has to be the right scheme.
Yeah.
Right? And that was always going to be the tough part, is that it just felt like even now where we go Patriots, like they're still running an inside zone scheme a lot of times. So he still would need to read and react in a way that it felt like he wasn't doing that well, where if in more of a gap scheme type thing, he could hit that hole hard in the way that he did in that rookie year. I feel like if he finds that spot, you can have a little bit of a resurgence, but it really does suck that his career's gone the way that it has.
But he needs to go back and watch his tape from his rookie year. Assuming that he's still physically capable of doing the things that he did his rookie year, he needs to go back and watch how he ran back then versus how he runs now. Because I was going to say he needs not only the scheme to be right, but almost for the offensive line to be perfect.
Yeah.
And that wasn't the case his rookie year. Like the scheme fit him better, but the offensive line wasn't that great. He was just hitting the hole, breaking tackles, and running like a menace, and he just doesn't do that anymore.
And last thought on how how happy is Nick Casares that he drafted Derek Stingley and Jalen Petrie in that draft? Because the other 4 picks in the first 4 rounds, Kenyon Green, John Mechie, Christian Harris, and Damien Pierce.
Yeah.
And what's crazy is a lot of those looked really good for the
It was really good the first year.
Yeah, I would even argue that even though those picks are not working now, and those guys are not really factors for them now. Obviously, the guys who aren't on the team anymore.
Yeah,
and I guess only Christian Harris is on the team at this point.
Brother got 3 tackles.
He is nominally on the team.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Only like nominally on the team.
Yeah.
But all of those guys contributed at some point to the team. Like if you say you only got 1 year out of any of them, or like I guess except for Kenyon Green and I guess John Mechie was also a disappointment, but he had his own kind of story.
Yeah.
I'd almost put him to the side. I think for the most part, like even in retrospect, those picks made sense and worked out to a certain degree until they didn't.
6 players in the first 4 rounds and really just got Derek Stingley and Jalen Petrie.
Yeah. I mean that's.
But also to be fair, I think if you went and looked at a lot of teams' drafts, you would see that happen more often than not. Like that, I think it's always worth acknowledging that drafting is kind of a hit and miss proposition.
Yeah, I would look at him more from the totality, like starting with that draft and then into even the most recent one, but really going back to last year where you go from the Derek Stingley and Jalen Petrie, and then obviously the C.J. Stroud and the move to go up and get Will Anderson, right? And then you come back, jump out of the first round. Everybody hates you for it, but what did you get? Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah.
You get Kalen Bullock, right? So like those guys over time, like I think you've done a good job, cumulatively, as opposed to just that one draft isolated.
This was a very navel-gazy around the NFL because we went around NRG Stadium real quick in order to meet the mantra of what the segment is. Who are you rooting for this weekend? Now that you can watch football all the way around nicely in this biggest game of the weekend, I imagine, Colts Chiefs. Who are we rooting for collectively?
Yeah, I'm rooting for the Colts at this point because I feel like that wild card is more attainable, and so like I'm not really rooting for the Colts because I hate them. But in this game,
this week you are
under the circumstances that we're talking about, rooting for the Colts. I don't think you can lose though, because even if the Colts lose, right, you still have now they're 2 games ahead of you and you got 2 games against them.
Yeah,
sure.
So like I don't think you can actually lose either way, but I'm rooting for the Colts.
You in the same bucket?
Yes, 100%.
That's interesting. All right, we'll have. And then I just wanted to remind you, if you are a sadistic human being, you'll have an opportunity to watch this weekend the Seattle Seahawks, one of the best teams in football, versus the Tennessee Titans.
Have fun with that.
Yeah. If you are a hater like John Lopez, that's going to be one on the watch. We'll draft the weekend later. I know John Lopez will be watching for that one. All right, but you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We got B. Scott in the building. It's time to get B. Scott's thoughts, and we will do that next.
The Texans lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
It's going down. H-Town, Howard Clark, B-Scott.
B-Scott from Hiram.
Yo.
B-Scott from Hiram.
And yes, indeed, it's time for the man, Brandon, Kyle Scott, B. Scott from Hiram Clark. I'm so proud of myself. I'm so self-proud.
Not as proud as I am.
I was so close though too.
I had my head turned. Were you about to?
I heard the hard count and I almost jumped, but I stayed on side, baby. I stayed on side. And with that, let's go ahead and see what the play looked like as the ball goes to B. Scott. What's your thoughts?
So I want to go back to this concept of do you believe? Because I think it goes in line with the game. Okay, last night's game against the Bills was the game where I was finally able to shift the way that I look, view, discuss the Texans. Like, in terms of taking them seriously, which, to be fair, I think I was doing early on in the season. Even when they were 0-1, 0-2, I think I kind of got off a little bit after the 0-3. Like that game against Jacksonville really kind of let me down in a way where I was like, okay, this isn't a serious outfit right now. We cannot take them seriously. And ever since then, win or lose, I've struggled to take the team seriously until now. Like last night was the blueprint for how this team can be successful, how this team can beat other good teams. That was also a criticism, right? They would only beat either bad teams, teams you didn't believe in, or teams that were incredibly injured, right? In the case of the Ravens, of course, the 49ers, who look like they're a decent team, but and play well injured, but didn't play well injured against the Texans. So you always could do the but, right? You did this to start the show, right? Can we stop with the but?
Well, they gave us an opportunity
well,
to, right?
Well, let me oblige you, Lopez. Yes, I can. After last night, I can stop with the but, and I'll even go further and allow me to play a little bit of semantics with you, a little bit with your but, and kind of even disagree a little bit and say the other way. They're the opposite of the but. At least last night they were. Like they were the but, I would say. Like. So you give up a 45-yard James Cook run. Yeah, but you know what? We can respond, and we'll trade field goals, and then we'll go down there and we'll take the lead eventually, all right? You can give up a 9 and say, but we'll go down there and engineer our own 2-minute drive and take the lead going into halftime, and we're still good. Somewhere within that, you can have 2 Davis Mills underthrows where he hits the defensive back in the numbers because he didn't get the ball where it was supposed to be. Yeah, but we got more plays. We got players that can execute those plays, right? And then you get into the second half. Let's just fast forward to late in the game. You give up a 4th and forever. A 4th and forever.
27 to be specific, kids. 4th and more than a quarter of the football field.
I mean, anything past like 4th and 10, 4th and 15, I feel like is inexcusable at that point.
That's what on the broadcast they would call 4th and a mile.
And to be fair, it was a hook and ladder. And look, okay, we get it, right? They clearly weren't ready. Like, they just weren't ready for the play. Maybe you don't excuse them for not being ready for the play.
They were ready for the play.
No. Well, Derek Stingley wasn't.
Derek Stingley made a bad play. We can say this.
Well, but
we can say
that's football.
He's
like
an
one guy, and all it takes is one guy.
All-pro Sting.
Screw up a play.
When the passes were actually in his general vicinity, there was no catches on him. However, that was a bad play by Stingley. We could say that and all be okay.
And even still, but they were able to overcome it, able to come up with the defensive plays at the end. Obviously, the Kalen Bullock interception, his second of the night, pretty much seals the deal for the Texans. And so that was my main takeaway from the game was like, they are the but. Something bad. I would say this earlier in the season. Like, I want to see when we can get past the point with this Texans team where it's like, got to be writing down in distance and got to stay on schedule and you can't have penalties and everything's got to be perfect. Everything's got to be right. Now, the good teams can overcome these they come up of mistakes, mental errors, 97-yard kickoff return. Like, good teams can overcome these types of things against other good teams, and that's exactly what the Texans did last night.
Not that we're always here to deliver a message. The message I want you to take from this, but it really...
My man got a sermon.
For me...
Turn to your neighbor and say...
For me, anyone listening to us, that's why I came out, as you mentioned in the first segment, no more conditions, man.
Yeah.
There has always been... We've been battered and bruised as fans in this town far too often. On this team, with this team, don't put any more conditions with this team because they can they can win any game they play. Literally any game.
Yeah, and to whatever degree there are conditions, right? Like you do the but it's a historically great defense. Yeah, but the offense is kind of mid.
You don't have to do that anymore.
Well, but you can do the opposite.
Yeah,
it's a mid to emerging sort of offense because it is better now than it was before. I think there's no argument against that. It's an improving offense with a but it's got a historically great defense, right? Like I think you can make that argument in the opposite way now based off of how they're playing recently.
Yeah, I'm a little I'm a little uneasy with just the no more equivocating because I'm an equivocating dude at times, but also like I think that those conditions were there. But where I will absolutely agree with you is now that they have gotten themselves back to level footing, in fact above level footing, 6-5.
No.
The equivocating in an excuse manner is now gone. Like you've dug yourself out of a hole, which is something that you got to credit them. Now, the expectations that you started the year with, they're not exactly the same, but the expectations are here again.
Yeah, so my thoughts are full of buts, but they're positive buts. So I'm going the opposite direction here.
Sure.
I'm not doing the thing that Lopez you're speaking against. I'm going in a whole nother direction. How about the but of Jaden Higgins? Yeah. Right, because earlier it was, hey, feed Nico. Y'all need to feed Nico even more, and a lot of that was the greatness of Nico, but it was also what you were lacking elsewhere, not having a whole lot of confidence in what you had outside of Nico. And of course, Dalton Schultz has had a really good season, but that's not really enough. Yeah. Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz is not really enough. Maybe against the Titans, maybe against a hurt Ravens team. Yeah, maybe against the Jaguars at a time or two, but that's not really enough, right? Well, if Jaden Higgins, and I keep going back to the Titans game, so the previous game, where on the broadcast there's a mention, I think Mark Schlereth mentions that Davis Mills called Jaden Higgins a Nico Collins clone, which is something that we've kind of talked about or talked around since he was drafted, and I didn't think was an exact science or like an exact comparison.
They're the same height.
and they are the same height. But he's not a clone.
He's not.
He's not a clone at all. But what he is a really good big body receiver. And to that degree, if you want to call him a clone. But I looked at it just a little bit beyond like the literal sense and more of the figurative sense. Like if they like him that much, if they think he's that good, if they think he's that much worth throwing the football to, if you will. Which they clearly did because they targeted him quite a bit in this game. 9 targets, only 4 catches within that. Yeah. And a couple of those were misses.
Yes, a couple of those were misses. I saw this in real time. You can ask Sean Pendergast. You can ask Patrick Creighton because those are the dudes that were next to me that I was annoying with my thoughts. This felt like a manufactured Jaden Higgins sink or swim game.
Yeah.
Like they were like, and to some degree, Davis Mills, in talking about it on the podium after the game, was saying they were shading that safety to Nico's side. So if that's the case, you go where the opportunity is to Higgins. But I think in some ways this was also sink or swim. We're going to throw you the football. We're going to see if you make plays. Early on, don't get the foot down. All right, young fella, yes, I know that was a tough grab. Drag your toe instead of trying to get that second step, right?
Exactly right.
You mentioned the Davis Mills, throwing those passes short. One of those was to Dalton Schultz on that seam that he just couldn't get it over the defender. That's a problem. Davis, you need to do better. The other one was a corner route to Higgins, and he also needs to do better there. I think that was Higgins' rookie nature. If Higgins has a year or two more, I think what Higgins does is
stops a little earlier.
And play through that defender and pick up the DPI. In that instance, he just kind of ran his route. The ball was short. You get nothing as opposed to if you try and play to that ball. And so I think that this game was very much we're going to throw you into the water. You're either going to sink as a dude who gets this kind of volume or you're going to swim. And I think that we saw him as I'm sure your babies know how to swim, right? You done thrown them in the pool.
Of course.
You see them paddle a little bit and for a moment you're like, well, are they going to do it? And it felt like in that game he kind of stabilized himself. So I'm interested in seeing him be what you're kind of talking about. See if he is like a spiritual clone in that can you handle that kind of attention. In the red zone, it was just like it's all you.
Yeah.
It was all the red zone looks were Higgins.
Yeah, and it's really similar to the but because it's like, oh, you know what? Sink or swim. You didn't make that catch. You just barely didn't make that play on one of them. He's got to catch one of those where his tail. I said, man, they're literally assed out because his tail hit the white line out of bounds before his foot hit inbounds. Right. If you get the foot down before his ass, then it works. The opposite. Right.
Because as we know, one cheek equals 2 feet.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, it does. Exactly. All right. So it's but you know what? We're gonna still go to you. We're gonna still go to you, and that's because we're viewing you as that guy who can who can help us with that coverage dictating, right? Like so Nico Collins dictates the coverage. Okay, we still got somewhere to go with the football. We still trust somebody that's one-on-one. It's similar to the Tank Dell effect. He's not a similar player to Tank Dell, obviously. But and they just to mention, they obviously missed the Tank Dell take the top off of the defense element. But what Jaden Higgins can provide that Tank Dell provides is that hesitation to shade to the other side, that hesitation to double up on another receiver, because this guy can beat pretty much anybody else that you have on your defense one-on-one.
That's what I was going to mention, because Reggie was talking about the red zone. I think he does compare to Tank Dell in terms of 3rd and long. You got to have it. Red zone, you've got an option now. To your point, you got an option now that is a legitimate there was no real, maybe Dalton Schultz, but there was no real option to Nico for the defense to focus on, or for you to try to take advantage.
Yeah. And this is my last thought, okay? Can we give a little bit of love, a little bit of management for what we're seeing? Like, if we're going to be this excited on a football Friday, on a reaction victory football Friday, it's everything. This Friday is everything. Can we give a little bit of credit to, like, on the offensive side, right? You're able to scheme up Christian Kirk wide open in some plays where Christian Kirk doesn't seem nearly as explosive as he used to be. Like, I feel like you deserve credit for that. We can even go back weeks ago to the Blake Fisher addition to the offense, that extra blocker, and how that's helped them get downhill. Like
Jumbo.
Yeah, I feel like coaching staff deserves some level of credit for that. The offensive line, may we not ever have another conversation this season about who's going to play. We can talk about the offensive line and how they play or how they don't, good or bad.
We have 5. We got the 5.
But can we not have another discussion on this radio station and on the internet or anywhere in public about who's playing on the offensive line on a given week?
Would you agree?
Finally.
Let's go. That's the 5 until barring injury.
I agree, and I want to give them credit for finally finding it, even though it took 11 weeks to do so. Okay, so there is that. And then on the defensive side, you got Matt Burke calling plays for the first time with the best defense in the league. And you can see like some of his fingerprints, I think, all over it as well. In addition to, obviously, it's made in D'Amico Ryans' image. But I think all of these guys deserve some credit, man.
Without question. Without question. I'm glad that you brought that up. It's one of the reasons why we love having B. Scott's thoughts. And, man, we might need to do some more B. Scott's thoughts after games. This is fun.
Yeah, man.
I like that.
I like it too, man.
There he goes. Brandon K. Scott is sitting in with us for the entirety of the hour, and those were his thoughts. Of course, you'll get more thoughts coming up next, where you got to understand, we're all hyped on the Texans getting season. But elsewhere in Houston, you probably have the biggest game of the season to this point tonight for your Houston Rockets. Let's talk about that in What's Poppin' next.
The Drive. 222. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents.
Let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. First and foremost, Texans get a huge victory. If you haven't heard, if you've somehow been living under a rock here in the great city of Houston, or wherever else you might have been.
I think I'm gonna turn on Sports Radio 610 see what happens.
Did the Texans win? Hey man, look.
Hey, don't joke around like that.
Some people
it be some people calling in asking what channel the game on.
I get text messages from relatives the next day that will be like, did the Texans win yesterday?
Yes.
I'm like, you text me on the phone, didn't you?
Hey, it be some
have no apps
dude,
on your phone.
It be some people that call in like, what was the score from the game last night?
What?
I'm like, are you serious?
That's easier to find today than literally it ever has been in the history of the world.
Except, I appreciate anybody that takes the time to listen to In the Loop or Sports Radio 610 to find out some news about the sports.
Keep listening. Let me not tell them.
Matter of fact, if you got any questions for us, just call in.
Look, hey, it's just the Odyssey app. It's literally the only app in the App Store.
There we go.
I'm a good company,
and YouTube.
Man. Actually, but here's the thing. You can take us wherever you go, and it don't got to be the Odyssey app. Listen to the Odyssey app. That's always there for you. We on iHeartRadio. We on TuneIn. You can open up that YouTube, see us on Sports Radio 610 there. If you got Twitch, it'll be up there too.
You got a smart speaker?
610 Houston. Smart speaker, tell it to turn on Sports Radio 6. There's a lot of ways to rock with us, and we appreciate all the ways.
Hell, if you want to know the weather, just call 713-572-4610, man.
It better be Figgy answering that phone, though. Your T-mail answer this.
I'll put you on the airwaves.
Hey, but look, all of us got the weather app.
Yeah.
Go ahead, call up here. You want to know the weather?
Hey,
I'll look it up for you real quick.
You know, if you want to know the weather, ask a fisherman. He always knows what the weather.
Part 416.
I'll tell you the wind.
Lopez will go outside, put his finger in there.
No, I got it. I'll tell you the tide.
Blowing from the southeast.
I'll tell you what the tide is doing in Galveston.
Lopez got a compass in his pocket. Let me tell you about it.
Oh, yeah, Thursday Night Football.
Going south.
Thursday Night Football. It was Bills at Texans, and the Texans get a victory.
Okay.
On this Victory Football Friday, 23-19. Yeah. 3 turnovers. All of them generated in part by Kalen Bullock. The first one, actually, got to give some Azeez Al-Shaair love for constantly being with his hands in the air and getting up and touching. He touched this one. He almost knocked one down last week versus the Titans, and then he did knock one down versus the Jags.
Quietly having a really good season.
I said earlier,
in coverage.
Yes. In fact, let me ask you this. I said this. I know we got a lot to cover here.
Well, especially because the thing that I actually needed to get to
in what's popping. But I said this earlier. Tell me you agree, disagree, whatever. I think they have 3 as of today. If you had the vote today, I think they have 3 lock All-Pro players.
Okay.
Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, and Derek Stingley Jr.
If we're adding All-Pro too, the problem is getting 2 dudes in the same position is hard.
I think they have 3 locks.
Will Anderson,
today.
Give them to me again. Will Anderson,
Daniil Hunter, and Derek Stingley.
Well, that's the thing is, it's not AFC, it's NFL when you talk about All-Pro.
But what I'm saying is like, first or second team, whatever. They got 3 lock All-Pros.
Yeah, I feel like Will Anderson is the one lock.
Derek Stingley's a lock.
I like the case for the other guys, though. I don't think there's another corner that's better than Derek Stingley. So I would go.
And Surtain would be the argument, and
he's been hurt.
Maybe 5, maybe more Pro Bowlers, which is I'm talking about like voted in, not the not the subs.
I can get with it.
The third team.
The lock is going a little far for me, but I can get with it though.
Lassiter, Petrie, Rankins, Bullock, and maybe Al-Shaair.
Yeah, see, I feel like
Rankins will have a hard time.
See, I feel like
I don't know, man.
I feel like
last night did a lot for the public relations of it all.
6 players with sacks, mind you, right? Yeah. Figgy, I was thinking about you actually as this was happening. I was like, they gave us the Tennessee game a week late.
Yeah.
You had
I predicted
8
a little
sacks
too
with
early.
6 different players.
Yeah, because the Tennessee game, I did call it. I think I was in on Friday with Ron. I said, this should be a stat game for the defense.
Yeah.
Should be a stat game. That game wasn't. This game was. I mean, Henry Toa out there sacking boys.
Yeah.
Like, it was.
A blitz.
Henry was pretty good in this
game.
Yeah, he was.
Henry's, like, quiet as kept the linebackers, right? Henry Toa. And obviously, he's missed a tackle or 2, right? EJ Speed and Azeez Al-Shaair. That was one of the preseason narratives and conversations that you just kind of have to have in the preseason, but you don't know how it's going to actually play once you get into the season, about him being better in coverage, as you just mentioned, Reggie. Like, him being better in coverage was something that was talked about a little bit in the preseason, how he needed to be better and how he recognized it himself. It wasn't just an outside critique. It was a self-critique and something that he worked on. And you can see that out there. I like, quiet as kept. He's having a really good season.
Like I said, a little bit of a tangent, but I was curious what you were thinking on that. I mean, they both have double-digit sacks.
Yeah.
I mean,
All right.
I mean, there's just a lot of good edge rushers in the league.
All right. I did the thing where I took the bait and we just kept following.
We did.
They did their thing yesterday. Big game, huge important season. They're at 6-5. The Rockets now have the opportunity to do something similar and get their biggest win of the season. Biggest game to this point is tonight. I've been looking forward to it for 2 weeks. NBA Cup game number 3 for them in this group play, and they welcome in the Denver Nuggets on. Speaking of taking people to hell, that's how it looks like on that red court. And they will have an opportunity against a team that feels like Bizarro World Houston Rockets in the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, man, I'll be in the building. My first look in person at the red court at them taking folks to hell, and this will be kind of similar to the Texans conversation. How I said last night allowed me to change the way that I talk about them and the way that I view them. I already view the Rockets in about as positive of a light, even with my gripes with some of the things that they do. I already view them in as positive of a light as I feel like I possibly could, except for I still put them behind OKC and Denver when people ask me.
Correct.
Like we were just at a media availability a week or so ago with Texans, and DJ Bijani was just asking me and kind of in conversation off to the side, hey man, what you think about the Rockets? Right? Just asking. I said, well, yeah, I think they're the third best team in the West.
And that's popular thought process against NBA minds.
And it's been popular, I think, for a little while. That was a week ago. So is this going to be the night where I start to bend on that a little bit and say, and look at it, it would just be one game one way or another, but do they show me something? Do they do something in this game, handle this opponent in such a way that makes me think, oh, you know what? They're top 3 and not 3. You know, they're top 2 and can really mess with 1 when it comes down to
mirror images of each other, and you want to see, because just in terms of points allowed, they're almost like right next to each other in both of that.
How their offense is initiated, or their initiator of their offense.
Jokic and Şengün. Jokic was talking the other day about, I don't really want to be compared to him because he's that good. And I'm paraphrasing. He said he's his own player. Yeah. But I really feel like I'm not going to sit here and say it's the impact of last night's game, with the Texans, but I think it's certainly the gauge. It's certainly the gauge. Can you beat that team 7 times, 4 times out of 7?
Yeah, it's nowhere near the for just in terms of the outlook.
Aren't they the top 2 scoring teams in the
league? The view of the team? Yeah. Well, I know for sure. I mean, the Rockets have been the best for
offensive rating wise. Give me 1 second. I know I keep this stats page.
I normally have that tab.
I think they're 1 and 2.
I do the thing to as a stress reliever. I will just close all my tabs. But that's usually one of the ones that I have open.
I'm a sick human. Well, actually, I do that, but it's not a stress reliever. Well, it's a stress reliever in one way. On my PC, because my PC's like, oh, it's slowing down. I probably need to calm down with all these tabs.
Yeah, but sometimes I'll have brain overload, tab overload. Now I'll
Denver Nuggets, 124.6
points per game.
So it's literally the best offenses in basketball.
Yes, it is the best offenses in basketball
by offensive rating, and probably the second and third best net ratings. As well. These are mirror images teams, both in the way that they initiate, that they're similar depth-wise, because the Nuggets, one of the things that they had last year was that they were shallow. They've added to their depth. I think that this is going to be a very interesting thing. I've been looking for teams to poke at the Rockets and test.
And just by the way, team defense, Rockets 5th, Nuggets 6th.
Right.
I mean, they're just they're looking at each other.
Bizarre world.
They are what we say they are. Yeah. Like literally those teams. I'll say this about what I like about the Rockets right now and what I want to see get better. Okay, specifically the fact that they have reliable closers. Like they can obviously blow out a team because they're good enough. They're talented enough. They get off to these runs. They can sustain runs. They can come back. Like they can blow a team out. But when it's nut cutting time, when it's like the nitty gritty, they got not 1 but 2 closers. We've seen that as of late now between Alperen Şengün and Kevin Durant.
Right.
Whether they're having a good game that specific night or not, they're able to be reliable closing options for you. So you've got that going for you. The thing that's worrying me a little bit that I want to see pick up a little bit is the play of Amin Thompson. Like I don't feel like Amin is playing up to standard or expectation either for himself or others at this point.
Yeah.
And so I want to see him. I don't know if it's that he needs to slow it down or if he's in his head or exactly what it is. He's not finishing around the rim that you would in a way that he's still getting downhill, but he's not finishing at the rim the way that you would expect. I'm not as much in love with the confidence in his jump shot that he has as I was earlier in the season because he just ain't making it. So I want him to stop taking it now. All of a sudden, I feel like a flip-flopper for that, but that's just how I feel. And so I need him to be better overall.
Not a flip-flopper, more information.
Yeah, no.
Also, never wrong, just early. Honestly, I'm with you. And the thing that's a little disconcerting for me with Amen is also hypothesize, well, the additional new role that he has might be stressing him out. I'm getting beyond that point, and it feels like it is kind of somewhat mental. So he's going to need to find a way to level that out. The beautiful thing on a win-loss type tip is that you look at this team and you go, that's not affecting the way the games ultimately finish out. However, for him and his development, as he's one of your more important players, let's get that right, big dog. Let's get that right.
Yeah, and on that point, that's where the addition of Kevin Durant and the continued improvement of one Alperen Sengun is just so huge, right? He gets to be the third best player on the team and it not really be a question. Like those other two guys are frontline superstars in this league at this point, and he gets to kind of figure it out, and winning buys you time. And so they get to win in the process, but you definitely want to see that pick up.
I just want to say two words, Aaron Gordon. I'm interested in Aaron Gordon and what he does to this team.
Yeah.
And how they handle it. It's going to be very fun. Our guy B Scott will be in the building.
Yeah,
so make sure that you keep up with whatever he does. Generally, you should, because you heard the last hour. It's fantastic, and we always appreciate you doing that.
Appreciate it.
I feel like I need to say this right here though. Somebody texted in and was like, "Man, OG got to tell Reggie about himself." I know who OG is. I know that he's a fantastic writer. I've read at least one of his books now, and I will be reading more.
I had no idea.
We joking. I was over here joking, but you know what? I know I got to put some respect on his
Get out
name
of town.
Outwardly. So I want to make sure that people know.
I was laughing harder than anybody.
He's a fantastic writer.
That is not just some random Mexican dude sitting over there.
I have enjoyed the hell out of his work in the early portions of reading it, and I will read more of John. That's right. So I want y'all to know the disrespect was just jokes. It was not pure disrespect, but I feel like I should say it out loud.
I was laughing harder.
Imagine that texter on the phone like, wait a minute.
Yeah, you put some respect on that man's
name. Do you know what he used to do?
Defend the OG.
Reggie,
that's what you're supposed to do.
Did you know he used to work for the Chronicle?
One of the greatest of all time, I've heard. That's what I've heard. And another great of all time, our guy.
Get out of here. Did you know he wrote some books?
I read at least one of them.
Oh, good for you. Which one did you read?
Taking Flack.
Oh, nice.
And I will read more here.
I'm waiting on that movie you producing, man.
Hey.
Should I dump that?
No.
Okay. All right.
The reports are out there. Nothing's official.
We are all having fun, as you can tell. And you know what? What makes it easy to have fun? A big Thursday night victory for your Houston Texans. Again, appreciate B. Scott for giving us some time on a Friday. As we continue on a Victory Football Friday. Coming up next, let's salute some people that did some good things in this game. You want to do a little hoop, John Lopez?
Let's do it.
Let's do a little hoop. Let's talk about the good performances, great performances even in this game. We'll do that next.
The Texans. Odyssey Sports Station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with Vegeta Tula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on a Victory Football Friday on Sports Radio 610 and just in the greater city of Houston. Shout out to the Houston Texans making a Friday a fun affair for all sports fans.
It is a fun day. That was like the first question.
Swarm City, baby.
First question I wanted to ask B. Scott. How fun is this? How fun is this?
And honestly,
yeah. I mean, it sounds so basic.
No, for sure. And I hope that you're
really,
all having that feel.
It's really fun because in the breaks, we still be talking about the game, what happened last night and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But
it's a lot of fun.
It even goes beyond that. Like we're laughing about stuff that honestly we shouldn't laugh about in breaks, but it's also just because the vibes are high, and maybe it's because what we do for work requires us to be very intentional about thinking about these things. But also the delta between what it would have been if they lost that game. Honestly, even if that game played out the exact same way, you just can't make that stop on that last drive, the delta between what it would have felt like and what it feels like right now, I appreciate that to a great degree.
That's it. I mean, everybody's just feeling bad. Hell, Reggie won't even go to a potluck, but he'll take a bite out of a chicken that I took a bite out of.
That was one unintentional.
I took a bite out of a delicious piece of chicken that I know you're going to talk about during your segment. Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Figgy's mixtape, 120.
Where are we going right
I took
now?
a bite out of a chicken. I laid it down. Dude reached over here and took a bite. He goes, I don't care. I'm happy.
That is not how that
vibes, man.
It was unintentional.
That's like kissing.
I looked at. Don't say that.
Hey,
we will turn this show around right now.
Hey, the Houston Texans was doing that last night. Man, you seen it at the game?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, we doing the same thing.
Shout out to the Toros Tiki Torch. That's their gambit out there in the yellow lot. Is that every week over there over the fires they put different opponents
mascots
over the fire
and all that stuff. Yeah.
So it was the Buffalo Bills, and of course roasted them up, ate them up on that field. Shout out to the
Texans was eating them buffalo wings up too, man.
The swarm troopers out there
smoking on that buffalo pack.
Let's talk about the ways in which they got it done, though. Who were the people that had performances that made it happen in a segment that I like to call Who Hooped, a segment that some people hate, but I feel like we can all enjoy the performances
People hate
themselves.
this segment?
People hate that it's like Hooped is a basketball thing, but it's like, look, it's crossed over.
Yeah.
Language evolves, even though J-Lo doesn't want to appreciate that. And sometimes us youths, that's crazy, I can't even say that. Some of the younger folks will look at it and go, look, if you were playing well, you were hooping, no matter what it is. And so let's talk about who hooped in this game. One of the guys that I wanted to talk about, I'm so happy that B. Scott brought up, was Jaden Higgins. I feel like it took a little while and there were some growing pains within this, but I really appreciated, one, Nick Caley and the way this offense worked, Davis Mills for reading the defense well, but they kind of just left this as a sink or swim and just they fed him a lot of opportunities, particularly in the red zone. It does feel like they are leaning on him to be a red zone threat, and it seems like he is coming along and answering the call. Even some of the plays that he didn't make, he's making these grabs, going up and grabbing it. He just needs to figure out how to get the toe tap down, but the pieces are there. He needs to string them together. You have a dude who in a year, in 2 years, will be somebody that is desperately really to defense's opposite Nico Collins.
And imagine if Tank Dell comes back as Tank Dell is
nasty.
But no, you hit all the right notes there. That to me, there were two obvious ones, like very, very obvious outside of the superstars. And
I left those for you. I was like, Lopez will handle those.
Well, no. It's an easy question. He can do it. He can do it.
Daniil Hunter.
No, I'm talking about like in terms of
Will Anderson Jr.
I'm not even talking about Will Anderson Jr. and him.
Oh, you meant like offensively still?
No. Just in general, who hoop. There's two obvious ones that we don't normally talk about.
Okay.
You mentioned him. The other one for me is Woody Marks.
Yes, I'm glad.
Woody Marks, because you look at the stats and you're like, well, they were all right. They were a little better, but I mean that team gave up 400 yards rushing the last couple of weeks. But the way he finished runs, at least third and fourth, maybe three, third and fourth and short plays that he was hit in the backfield. Other running backs perhaps, but certainly in other games, that would have been an, oh no, this line didn't do its job. They got stopped short on third and fourth down, and he found a way to get out of it.
Ninth drive of the game, 3rd and 2. He made Matt Milano miss in the backfield. Matt Milano, he dives down.
Drive killer.
And that is going to be a 1 or 2 yard loss, tackle for loss in the backfield. Makes a man miss in the backfield, pirouettes to the line of scrimmage for a first down. That is a 4 or 5 yard change there that he has there. A couple plays earlier just follows his blocks. I mean, how big is Woody Marks, like, physically?
Isn't he like right at 200?
He plays like he is Lindell White sometimes. Yeah. Like, he plays with the level of heft that's not exactly there.
5'10", 208.
Yeah, he plays with some he plays with some physicality. There was one of those runs that, like you said, finishes well, where I was like, and he always falling forward. That's always one of the cool things.
That's the whole thing.
But, like, you're like, man, great Chubb run by Nick Chubb. It's like, no, actually, that's Woody Marks. Yeah. And he's supposed to be the Thunder in the, or rather the Lightning in the Thunder and Lightning. He is so much more of an every down back than he would have appeared coming out of USC as a dude that we were talking about, not even as a running guy. It's like, oh, you could throw the football to him. No, you can run the rock.
Do anything, and you look at
Woody Marks.
You look at the box score. You're like, all right, 16 carries, 74 yards. Man, those were man's yards. Those were man's yards. I thought him. The other one for me that's very, very obvious. Could almost say it together. Kalen Bullock.
Yes.
I mean, this was a game changer. Really happy for him. I mean, the pictures of him and his comments post game with the game clinching ball and the game ball that D'Amico tossed to him. Just an absolute. I mentioned this earlier about Sheldon Rankins and maybe Pro Bowl. How a stage like that gets everyone talking around the NFL.
For sure.
That includes voters. Voters cannot keep Kalen Bullock off of a Pro Bowl list right now.
At the very least, he's going to get in a lot of conversation, which is funny because early on this year, especially with the way that the safety room has been, you brought in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That didn't work out the way that you needed to replace MJ Stewart, who ultimately gets hurt. He's been back there, and there's been a lot of responsibility on him, trying to make up in some instances, trying to play physical while also cover a lot of ground. It hasn't. I was looking for a step up in year 2 for him, and early on you were like, ooh, it doesn't feel like we've seen the step up that we were anticipating. This was that breakout of sorts for him, and he's had plays in previous games. I'm not trying to say
he had some interceptions, but still, like that game.
But a game like this where he's just always in the right place, and they had a lot of single high safety in this game, right? Now, of course, some of that is you're trying to get flood dudes into the box and stop the run game versus the Bills, but he looked incredible being in the right place, benefiting from obviously Azeez, getting that tip, but that tip goes up and he's driving on the football to catch it and get down field the other way and go score a touchdown. Like, Kalen was fantastic in this game. It was a group effort, obvioody. And then on top of Kalen, I think we could talk about the defensive secondary in general. I talked about this coming in.
Give me some more.
This was going to be a matchup.
I got a couple, but I want to hear yours.
I'm not even individualizing it. I'm talking about just the defensive secondary as a whole, because we talk about 8 sacks. We talk about that being a career high for Josh Allen in his career. At least half of those sacks were covered sacks in a way, right? Because the secondary, the defensive line would get up, they'd move Allen off of his block, then they'd go and secure the sack. Part of what was happening there is Allen is looking for somewhere to go with the football, and there's nothing there because when they played man, only 42% of the time in this game, John Lopez, did the Texans play man. Josh Allen was 5 of 11, and I believe 7 of his 8 sacks happened incredibly, which was necessary in this game.
That was incredible. And now back to the offensive. The offensive line in general, you can say, but let's say the offensive line in general. Then I'll get a little more specific because I can't tell you how happy it made me to see that offensive lineup on the offensive line with those 5 dudes. That's their best 5 from what I could tell from we've talked about. But the one I want to get specific on is Trent Brown. That guy is a planet.
We're just gonna do this. Trent Brown, big.
He's hard to get around. His looks are very deceiving because let's face it, he's pretty big around the middle, and that dude can move and block and get it done. And I'm not saying like, oh, he's a Pro Bowl or whatever. I'm just saying to finally get him playing there and be able to do the other things elsewhere on the offensive line, it fixes everything. I mean, Jake Andrews looked better. Because of it.
Well, yeah, because you have a couple of really big dudes that are strong and powerful next to him, I think, to help him out. And then I think they also utilize some duos. So, Jake Andrews has been fine when you can get these duo blocks where you can get somebody else to help him move in that front. of that line. And, of course, you can also add the caveat that, hey, Bills defensive line, not good at stopping the run. But, yeah, this felt like, while giving the offensive line credit, I want to give the coaching staff that makes these decisions, D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caley, for finally settling on an offensive line that feels like it makes sense. It took them a while to get here, and I'm not happy that it took them that time. But these are the guys these are clearly your best five, right? Like these are Ariante offensive lineman. Titus Howard, definitely one of those. We have our complaints about Jake Andrews, but I do want to continue to give him credit for the line seems to work better in tandem when he's been at center, at least than some of the other centers that we've seen recently. And then Ed Ingram jumped right back into the fray and looked good. And the guy that I was probably most concerned about in Trent Brown, because he hadn't gotten as many reps and he looked like he was a little rusty. He was dealing with that injury. He had to go get an X-ray after last game. I was like, how does he hold up? Held up pretty good. So I think that I was real appreciative that they finally got to a place where it feels like they have the right answer with the five, and those guys played exquisitely, including, I think they not only did Davis Mills not get sacked, just an incredibly low number of pressures. I think it was like 4 pressures or something, like maybe 5 pressures in the entirety of this game. Like they did by next-gen stats. I know pressures can be measured differently by different places, but they did an incredibly job keeping him upright, and I think that was a big deal because one of the things, I don't know if you noticed, they ran the ball well early. That slowed down in the second half. I thought the Bills figured out how to stop the run.
Nick Caley in the second half did not hoop. That was bad stuff in the second half. The thing is, Davis Mills, who did hoop in the second quarter particularly, did that in the second quarter. I thought, here's the thing I love about Davis Mills. And it's going to sound like another one of those conversations. Could C.J. Stroud have done this? But I legitimately had this question to myself. I'm curious if you guys did. With the bad start that Davis Mills had, and he was bad.
I mean, he's missing wildly.
Wide over, hitting dudes.
Do you remember the Dalton Schultz kind of corner route over to the left side of the field?
Yes, and then there was one right before that. Or maybe it was after. But he missed another. It was Higgins, I believe. He missed another one over the top. And then he hit 2 DBs and receivers in the back.
I actually don't think that I'm not sure that one was missed.
Or was it Hutchinson?
No, it was Higgins.
Yeah.
But that was the little wheel route from the second.
But it was an
spot.
overthrow, it looked like.
I think that what happened there is when the defender falls, Higgins is going, and I think that this might have been a rookie thing. Higgins is going through his route. He's like, that guy fell, I'm open, I'm going through my route. And I think Davis Mills in that moment is going, you're open, just run.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw you to open field, just go catch it. And so I think with Higgins going to the outside, got his feet tangled up, he trips up, and now he's not with the ball.
Yeah.
I think for a wide receiver in that instance, once you get free, just go.
Well,
that was the way that I thought about it, but I could be wrong.
Maybe, but either way, there were at least, in the first quarter, there were at least 5 really bad throws, at least maybe 6 by Davis Mills. And then what happened? And this is what I was going to ask you guys, because the question entered my mind. As bad of a start as that was, would C.J. Stroud have been able to shake it off as quickly and as easily as Davis Mills? And I'm not going to the whole, the Davis Mills, truther thing. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying because we've seen C.J. Stroud, get emotional, get frustrated, show frustration. If he had that bad a start, would he have been able to shake it off as quickly? It's just a question I had for myself.
I mean, it's a question that's worth asking. I think it's a question that people are continuing to ask, or at least it's undergirding what they're calling for when people say Davis Mills remains. And to be fair, right, I don't want to get to a place where I'm having to pick at things that Davis Mills, right?
Second quarter after a really bad start.
Yeah, I understand why people have that particular juxtaposition between C.J. Stroud, who exists seemingly more as an emotional guy who might ride the rails somewhat, where you have the stone cold killer in Money Mills over here that doesn't even want to show you he's excited after the game, sitting next to Carissa Thompson on the Amazon Prime set. Like I think that I understand.
That man got a wife, man. He can't sit too close.
Oh, brother.
I was trying to be funny.
You got to play cool, man.
He said he don't even argue with his wife. That's what she get too.
He ain't trying to argue with his wife. Going home tonight.
Yeah,
that's funny. Any other players that we want to salute? We mentioned Azeez, and I want to bring it up again. He's been
really good.
He's been good. How did you feel about Jaden Reed? Because this was an interesting thing defensively, right? They started with Jalen Mills again, right? They're trying that second safety spot. Jalen Mills, who elevated from the practice squad for the second straight week to start at that safety spot. I think he had a poor play, and then Jaden Reed out of USC. Is it USC?
Yes.
Yeah, the safety out of 6th-round pick out of USC is back there, and we liked him in camp. He looked good. He had a lot of the elder statesmen, the veterans' ear in training camp. They were pouring into him. He looked like he was kind of nice, and then he got out there, and I thought he was solid. I thought he was a heat-seeking missile at times. It felt like he was a rookie, though, in some instances. But I thought stepping in and being that second safety again in a performance where the secondary really showed up and locked some things down.
Right.
I thought he deserved some credit.
But if you talk about hooped, pick a dude and that was.
Oh yes, sorry.
Just pick a name.
Forgot to talk about.
Put them in a hat and grab one. They hooped.
Yeah. I mean,
they hooped.
Just the entirety of the pass rush deserves a lot of credit.
All of it. Rankins, Settle, Togiai.
Yep.
Yeah, they were all really good. And I mean, I really should have picked out individual plays to highlight them. But is it really hard to see how incredible this defensive line was in this game? I mean, hell, we got to get back to the obvious. Those dudes on the edge. Those
were givens.
when was the last time that we had a Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson Jr. legacy game like that where they both had not just the invisible incredible games, but the very upfront and obvious game. Even when you get down to the final drive, 4th and 1, the Bills are trying to go for it to see if they can win this football game. False start by Deion Dawkins, one of the best tackles, one of the better tackles in the league, a very good tackle. And I'm like, Deion Dawkins, I understand that they false start sometimes this line, but I'm like, that happens because he's looking at number 55, Daniil Hunter, and he's like, if I don't get a good jump, we lose this football
100%.
game.
That's what it was. I mean, you can say crowd, you can say whatever, and it happens. No, that was. I'm looking at this dude, and I got to get set.
While you're here, and maybe this doesn't typically fit in. Jaden Reed is Penn State. Thank you, Colin Neal, for texting me. I was like, I know I'm wrong there. Is it Jalen Smith that's the USC cornerback? If memory serves, I might be wrong there too. Shout out to the fans, man. Shout out to the fans. It was loud in that building a number of times.
It was really loud.
And
it was really loud.
Remember, that was the question I asked when it came to Josh Allen when he's had bad games. Like, it filtered that somewhat. I was like, is it going to be loud enough? Is there going to be a lot of Bills fans? Some Bills fans absolutely descended upon the game, but the Texans fans made it very clear that no, you are in a battle red.
Swarm City.
Swarm City is here, and the fans played their part. So I did want to salute that as well. All right, those are some of the people that hooped in this game. That's in a fantastic performance that ultimately led to a 23-19 victory for the Houston Texans. 6-5, above 500 as they head to the most important games of the season, the final 7 that are coming here in the football season. That's the throwback to earlier in the year, or earlier in the show, rather. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions.
The Drive. analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and you're reacting all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So, Figgy, first little thing here. This isn't my actual first confession, but it's kind of a mini before we get started. Reggie and I were just talking during the break. Those night games make you a different kind of fan. They make you a different kind of person. We were talking about, like, generally I'll go up to the press box and go out and just kind of hang out, get a beer or something. You get to the stadium last night, you were going to do some drinking and eating. You were going to do some drinking and eating. The vibe was great. Just a different feel when you get to those night games, you know?
Yeah, and we kind of talked about it. Me and Reggie was out there tailgating and all that stuff. And it seemed like it wasn't a lot of people out there like we thought it was going to be. And we figured maybe it was because it was a Thursday night game, middle of the week, and people just couldn't really get off of work or something like that. But once you got inside,
it was wild.
Yeah, it felt good, man.
Yeah, it felt good. But anyway, here's my my first real confession. I feel like we need to have an emergency buy or sell.
Oh, okay.
An emergency buy or sell, which normally is Thursdays about 12:40.
Okay.
You see CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens?
Yeah, it was actually supposed to be another thing that was around the NFL, but we were just like, let's talk about the Texans.
Yeah, I actually brought up that story a little bit yesterday.
Yeah. They said they had, quote, dinner and drinks. And at the Red Rock Casino, they missed curfew. That's why they sat out the first series. And Lamb said he was not throwing up at 7 a.m. He said, I can hold my liquor. All right, so there's like 3 buyers or sells within that. First buy or sell, dinner and drinks. We can just go do it quickly here.
100%.
Man, I'm laughing at the fact them two going out for dinner and drinks. Like, y'all look like y'all trouble.
Yes.
In Vegas, y'all two in Vegas.
Well, that's the thing.
Just dinner and drinks.
You can get dinner and drinks a lot of places in Vegas, baby.
I'm buying it.
That could be the casino buffet.
Them two sound like we kicking it.
Yeah, I'm buying it on its surface. I'm sure they had dinner.
We out and about.
I'm sure they had drinks.
Definitely had drinks.
But okay, the other part.
Which, by the way, drinks before the night before the game is kind of crazy. Like,
thank you.
It's easy to just be like, dinner and drinks, no big. It's like, that's great when you're on a business meeting in Las Vegas at the convention.
Yeah,
you're playing football tomorrow, dog.
Yes, and that's the second part of the buy or sell here. He said he wasn't throwing up at 7 a.m., which admits you were up at 7 a.m. First of all, he goes, I wasn't throwing up. I can hold my liquor. So you were up at 7 and you did drink a lot because he said I can hold my liquor. When you say I can hold my liquor, you didn't have a beer.
Also,
you didn't
713-572-4610. When somebody says I can hold my liquor, how often are they lying?
Yes, that's my point.
Especially if they saying you out here throwing up.
Yeah,
I can hold my liquor.
If I told
I could drink a lot.
If I showed up here and said I can hold my liquor, I had at least 5 drinks, right? Right, 4 or 5 drinks. I wasn't just
you saying I can drink a lot without throwing up. That's what you're saying.
So, sell that part.
Yes, 100%.
I buy that he can. I buy that he can hold his liquor.
I'm selling it, and I think he was throwing up.
You got to remember. You got to remember. He was the man at Oklahoma in Norman.
Yeah.
Ain't much to do in Norman.
I get it.
Every man have a bad night, man.
I get it, yeah. But
I feel like
big man have a bad night once in a while.
That's right. So I'm selling and selling. But, yeah, I felt we needed an emergency buy or sell.
These are my confessions.
All right, so yesterday was the My Cause, My Cleats game. You probably even saw it in the end zone on the field. Behind the beautiful red end zones that were painted there. But also, one thing that the Texans do that's really cool, we talked about it earlier in the week, is they bring in the media and they allow us to do a My Cause, My Kicks. And so we all got Air Force Ones with
salute to them for that too.
Yeah.
By the
it
way.
really is. Not everybody does that.
They started that a few years ago for the first time, and they kept doing it. It's super fun.
It's
man.
really cool. So we go and tailgate, me and Fig, sometimes Lopez in the lots before the games. And so I was like, I got a tailgate, but also these are clean white Air Force Ones.
Oh no!
With the Houston Food Bank on mine, because of course I want to support And I was like, I want people to see these. I want to, obviously the Texans went out of their way to do this for us. I want to make sure, but I was still going to wear them. So what I did was I tied them up and I wore them across my neck. That is a terrible way to wear shoes, especially unless you got real small feet. You just got
They're bumping you in the face.
Yeah, man. I couldn't put my arms down.
Yeah.
I felt like I was wearing floaties with my arms up. It was really weird. But two, I think that might be the best way to do the my calls, my kicks, though. Simultaneously, like it's weird on the other.
So you can see them.
Because people see them. People ask you about it.
Noticeable.
It's noticeable. I talked to so many people in the lots about the Houston Food Bank and them needing support. Go out and support if you can. And then when I put them on my feet, I ain't have one person be like, "Yo, those are cool. Like, what's happening with the shoe?" Not one person.
That's fair.
So I'm like, I might start doing that. Like wear them around my neck. It looks weird as hell, but that's also part of what draws attention to.
Or maybe what you could do for next time if they do it is maybe get a smaller size. That way you could kind of use them as like a souvenir type deal, and not actually wear.
Give me a youth size 5.
That's actually a pretty good idea.
No, it is because look, I think we got like 4 or 5 pair at this point.
I think I have 4.
I think if you got 4, I got 4.
Yeah, it might be 5, but I think I have 4.
So I think at this time it'd be cool to just kind of make it as a souvenir, get a smaller size, and frame it or something, man.
Yeah. So just in case anybody saw some weird dude walking in the lots with some green and yellow shoes around his neck, that was me. Support the Houston Food Bank.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, I'm not sure if this is a weird thing that I do or not, but it's funny because whenever I walk past people, just regular people, I feel cool. But whenever it's like let me make sure
you're buttoned up.
Yeah. So yesterday I was going into the stadium. And it was somebody randomly out there with a dog, and I'm just like, okay, I ain't pet the dog or nothing, but I wasn't as tense. I just walked past it, and then it was a K9 on the other side.
You're like, oh,
and
no.
I was just like, let me make sure.
Police dog.
Yeah, I act the same way with the police as I do the K9s.
Yeah,
where I just kind of tense up, like, I hope he don't smell nothing, and start take a bite out of my ass or something, man. So I'll just like make sure I don't try to make eye contact because they really stress
with the dog.
Yeah, with the K9.
Yeah,
with the K9 because they usually stress to you like, hey, the dog is working.
Yeah,
don't pet the dog and all that stuff. So I try to walk past like, all right, let me not look at the dog. Let me just keep straight. Like I hope he don't stop me for
even though
some reason.
You're clean. You're like, if he happens,
I'm clean as a whistle, man. I don't even have a pencil on me, man.
Good day, Officer Spike. Good to see you.
Yeah, so I'm like, hey, how you doing, Officer Bam Bam?
Yeah.
Let me just keep straight. I don't know why I do that. Is that kind of weird?
No, you're not alone. I think everybody's trying to.
It's one thing with
sort of stand up straight a little.
It's
bit
one
more.
thing with it's one thing with the police.
Yeah.
But with the K9,
yeah,
I'm like, let me be extra careful.
Yeah,
because I don't want them to go off on me.
They'll come up on you.
I feel like even if it's not specifically as you're walking around, when you're in that car and you see that police car, you're like, hey, tighten up.
Yeah,
get it
do
together.
that same thing in the airport. When you're in the airport, you see the dog, the bomb squad dogs. I'll be like, uh-oh.
And that's the one that makes it no bumps.
I know.
I have not touched a bomb once, but you're like, what are the things that can maybe make this dog think I touched a bomb?
Yeah,
I don't know.
They be going around like sniffing the corners. I'll be like, be careful now. I don't want him to notice me.
Yeah.
I think it was Hannibal Buress, who's a comedian who was like, well, you think I just got bomb juice on my hands?
These are my confessions.
All right, so a little bit of controversy here. And my confession is, well, I'll get to my confession. So the Houston Rodeo announced its, genres for each day of the upcoming Houston Rodeo.
Yeah.
Country twice, 4, 5, 6 times,
Yeah,
whatever
more.
it is. Yeah. Latin, pop, regional Mexican, which is going to be Tejano, of course, and one R&B. And there's a lot of speculation out there.
Well, not just one R&B. It actually is also labeled as the what do they call it officially? Like Black Heritage Night.
Yeah.
At the rodeo. Except Black Heritage Night used to be the Bun B night, wasn't it?
Exactly.
It used to be rodeo. I mean, it used to be R&B back in the day because when I first moved there, they had an Alicia Keys concert that I went to.
Yeah.
And that was the Black Heritage Night.
Well, that's my confession. There's a lot of talk out there like, hey, we thought Bun B had a residency, basically. Is he not going to perform at this year's rodeo? Well, here's my confession. I think I'd actually be good with that. I think it'd be cool for him to skip a year, and just nothing against him, nothing against them, nothing against the night. But don't you feel like maybe
I think a lot of people kind of been having the streets been kind of having that conversation for the last 2 years. I think last year was the Drake one, right? Or
no, that was the year before.
This one was the R&B one.
Yeah,
the birthday bonanza. Yeah. But before that one was the Drake one.
Yes.
I think right there, that was kind of the peak a little bit right there, where it's just like, all right, like, you ain't going to outdo this one, or at least not next year.
Yeah.
And then last year, it felt like the lineup was not as stellar as people
Maybe that's why.
Yeah. So I think people were asking, like, has Bun B kind of run out of what he could do here? I don't know if that was the case, but I hear where your sentiment is, which is, yeah, it might not be a bad idea.
Anti anything. It's just like, let's skip a beat,
Yeah. No, I think that's actually smart because I know last year I think people was having this conversation and he was just like, no, I'm going to keep doing it whenever I do it.
Yeah.
He was all in on it, but I do think it would create a more of a demand if he maybe take a year or two off and then come back strong.
Yeah.
Maybe kind of network a little more. I don't think he need a network. But
Bun knows people in the industry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But if he could try to get a bigger artist or something like that, where it's like, oh, this person,
he's back.
Yeah, like, I got to get to this one because I think last year people was just kind of tired of it.
Yeah, okay.
I still kind of hate not having like the trilogy.
It should be it should be some type of hip hop artist or something, though.
Yeah,
I think so. I think 2 years ago, 50 Cent was he kind of killed it a little bit, man. I enjoyed that show.
Like, just you know what it should be? It should be like some of those charity games where they just hand it off to another Houston, another Houston legend to be kind of the MC of that night.
Yeah, like cool. A Paul Wall or something like that.
That would have been cool. That would have been cool, I think.
Yeah.
All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Still basking in the glow of a Thursday night football victory. National television getting the win over the Buffalo Bills, the best win that you've gotten this year.
In front of the hose, too, man.
In front of the hose.
How about that?
Yep. We were not embarrassed on prime time, as I think some Texans fans were worried about. So now you're 6-5. You get a chance to enjoy the weekend, and the weekend comes with more football than just NFL. College football this weekend, and as you know, we will always get you prepared with John Lopez's college football headline. Let's see what that is next.
The Texans Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Man, it's been a fun Friday. I hope your Friday is going as well as we are, as ours is. And I imagine it is, because if you are listening to Sports Radio 610, I'm sure you're a Texans fan. And so you have to be enjoying. You have to be enjoying what happened yesterday against the Bills on Thursday Night Football. And if you're not having enough fun Friday, you can make it even more fun, or you can make it more fun by going to Walk-Ons in Katy. That is where the fellas of the drive will be breaking down all of the fun of a Victory Football Friday. So make sure that you go catch them at the Walk-Ons in Katy. I should get you an address. And, of course, I realized what I just did.
8507 Queens Boulevard.
It's never intentional. Like, I want you to understand. It's never intentional, and yet I always walk headfirst into it.
Hey, while you look for that address, do you want to take a call real quick from one Dominic in New Jersey?
Oh, where have you been, Dominic?
All right, Dominic. I know Dominic's on cloud 9, maybe 10, maybe even 11. Dominic, what's happening, man?
Boys, I'm a little rusty, but let's rock. I feel like the game just ended. I'm still that fired up. There's so much to take away. Josh Allen, when he walks into NRG, he's got to feel like he's walking through the gates of hell, because DeMeco Ryans owns Josh Allen, okay? Now, the next one I want to get to is DeMeco, because I've been crucial. I've been harsh on DeMeco. What an amazing job he's done, because you know what? We all know the offensive problems we're having, but guess what? Frank Ross has lost his way along the way here, too, now. So not only is DeMeco and Matt Burke picking up the offense, now he's picking up an abysmal special teams as well. Stingley's been incredible. Aziz has been incredible. Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, I mean, boys, they were swarming last night. They're out there headhunting, 8 sacks, 29 pressures. It was unbelievable, guys. Sports Radio up here in New York is talking about the Texans. I can't even remember the last time they were mentioned on the radio up here, okay? I'm so jacked up. I believe in this team. I'm fired up. Last night I got to swarm the wife a little bit, so if God bless me with another baby, I don't even care if it's a girl. I'm naming her Will Anderson Jr. Let's go Texans.
Girl. Swarm the wife is hilarious.
That is great.
And congratulations, man.
Yeah, I swarmed the wife.
I'm like, how do we make Will Anderson Jr. work as a name for a baby girl? I don't know. I'm sure Dom will figure it out because he's so excited.
Willema or something like that?
Something like that, yeah. Wilma. It might be Wilma. Wilma Anderson
Wilma
Jr.
Anderson.
That sounds a little
Anderson Jr.
Somebody said he also got a sack. All right, and with that, let's get John Lopez's college football headline for the weekend that will be in college football. Of course, your college football preview here in Loop is
really interesting weekend, man. And the theme.
You don't have to say all that.
No, interesting because it's not like, oh, these great battles that are.
It sure ain't. It sure ain't.
But it
especially
is.
with the SEC. The SEC is doing the
right
doing the Little Sisters of the Poor Saturday going on.
But it is this. Keep your eyes on your own paper Saturday.
Ooh, what does that mean?
Keep your eyes on your own paper Saturday. I will tell you what that means. There are a lot of games. I'll start with this one, which we normally, kind of keep it local, and I'm going to get to the local ones here in a second. But Oklahoma and Missouri. Missouri's going to Oklahoma. Oklahoma just beat Alabama.
They sure did.
They are in the hunt to make a college football playoff appearance. I've said it before. I'll say it again. They might not be as good as I thought they were early, but Missouri's good. Missouri's good, and Prabula is coming back this week.
Yeah, that was the thing. It looks like he might play, and that's what draws me in here. Otherwise, you were going to have a third-string quarterback against Oklahoma and that vaunted Brent Venables defense, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. I mean, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
It's the only matchup of top 25 foes in this week. So this is going to be, if you look for those little numbers when you're looking for a football game, this is the one for you. But it's 11 a.m. As well on ABC, so it's going to be available to you. Well, actually, they ended that dispute on YouTube TV anyways, but it's available to you no matter where you get it. If Bro Prabula plays, Missouri has an opportunity to really do this. Although I say that, I have no idea what Oklahoma's offense will do against this defense. Like that offense, I am entirely out on, even with John Mateer. Like I don't think that they're actually going to put up points. They might be able to snuff you out to the point where whatever piddling things the offense gives you is enough. But this defense for Missouri ain't nothing to sniff at either. So I think that is the interesting thing for me. If Bo Prabula plays, it feels like Missouri should be able to get interesting.
And that's why I talk about keeping your eyes on your own paper. Don't start looking and thinking about all this other stuff. If you do keep your eyes off of this, you're gonna get upset.
Understood. In a way, it's almost like a trap game weekend.
Pretty much.
Got you.
Speaking of which, Oregon. Oregon and USC. All of a sudden, Oregon, people are back on the, hey, they could win it all train. Some people. And they're in a place where their pass rush is just elite. They certainly have a really good quarterback. But you know what? USC's playing some pretty good football.
They are.
USC's playing some pretty good football.
I apologize because I said that
they score a lot.
I said the other game was the top 25.
Yeah,
this
Oregon
one is as well.
Yeah, Oregon.
This one is actually, thankfully enough, in that second window, that 2:35 Central Time on CBS is where you'll be able to see this one. Can we stop for a second and give a little bit of credit to USC and Lincoln Riley?
Absolutely.
This has been a much better USC team than expectation, and the expectation had floundered with Lincoln out there at USC. They're playing a Big Ten brand of football, but a team that has always played a Big Ten or even SEC standard brand of football, Dan Lanning's Oregon, and I'm still so impressed by the fact that they went into Kinnick Stadium in Iowa and looked Iowa in the face and said, "No, we are the boogeyman. We are."
bullies.
And so I am so intrigued as to how USC answers the challenge that Oregon possesses with this defense.
Yeah, another one, Georgia Tech. They got Pittsburgh coming to town, and
that's a good Pittsburgh football team.
Before they got beat by Notre Dame, they'd won 5 straight games. And by the way, we've talked about this. The ACC champion, we still have no idea, what's going to happen there. But if Georgia Tech gets caught not looking at its own paper and taking care of things here, they're going to be out.
Well, this is almost a pseudo ACC championship elimination because both of these teams are one-loss ACC teams right now. At least when it comes to their actual ACC records. Pitt's had a couple more losses in that. But yeah, this is actually going to be one of those low-key fun games. And the tough part about this is Georgia Tech's defense is really woeful. So this is a strength-on-strength, weakness-on-weakness type game because Pitt's offense isn't all that strong. So I think that these types of matchups are always very interesting. Yeah, I'm watching the ACC from a 30,000-foot view, but I'm also very intrigued by it. Like I'm not getting into the mud of Georgia Tech and Pitt in particular, but I'm just like, watch all of these. SMU also playing this weekend as well.
Them too.
And so, like, I'm going to be watching all these because I am also very much rooting for the situation where you get 4-win Duke as the ACC champion because I'm a chaotic human being. But one of these teams is going to have themselves a good opportunity to go and try and win the ACC.
All right, we got to bring it back to Texas. Let's bring it local here. Hey, Figgy, what team finally made it up into the college football playoff rankings?
Is it the Cougs?
The Cougs. What were they, number 22, I believe?
Was it 23?
23, maybe. Keep your eyes on your own paper, Cougs. TCU's coming to town. TCU's coming to town, and they ain't bad. They're not bad. They're not great, but they're not bad.
Yeah, they are.
They're better than West Virginia.
Man,
they are better than West Virginia.
I was going to say, we said the same thing about West Virginia, man. I ain't listening to Reggie no more, man.
I was right, though. How am I supposed to be able to tell you?
You said they were bad.
They were.
They ain't look bad. They ain't look bad over there at TDEC Stadium.
Not only were they bad, they still are bad.
I had
West
to look
Virginia's
up.
Not a good football team.
I had to look up. I'm like, man, is this team good?
God damn, Reggie.
How's this my fault?
I'm like, look at them run the ball.
TCU's, they're not bad. They're not bad. They're not West Virginia. They're 6-4. They've had some moments.
And as a woeful football team, but I think
but what happens if UH doesn't keep their eyes on their own paper?
Then you end up embarrassed. And that'll be the saddest thing because UH has taken a great step forward. Don't sour what has been an incredible year 2 under Willie Fritz by taking another loss that you absolutely should not take, especially because this is senior night. The boys on this team have helped turn this thing over, and they deserve to go out with a bang. TCU gives you the opportunity to. Keep your eyes on the paper, keep your head down, keep your nose to the grindstone, and do what you're supposed to do in this one.
2 more real quick. Texas Longhorns, they're looking at that A&M game. That is their last hope to get into the playoffs. They play Arkansas this week.
And the thing
they play Arkansas this week.
Right,
So
and
they
the
better
thing
not be
about
looking
Arkansas,
at
They better
A&M
not be
game.
looking away from their paper.
Arkansas, one, they care about this game.
Yes.
When we talk about rivalries, some of the funnest rivalries are the ones where it's only one side. Well, it's not a true rivalry because, again, true rivalries are
you can feel
playing so bad. Texas, I think,
they're looking at the
historically.
They're like, we can upset them. We can do it. You better not look past
I think you're
Arkansas.
100% right here. I think in the larger scale, Texas, in a general sense, looks at Arkansas as like little brothers of sorts. Like they don't even think of them as like a actual rival. It's going to matter here because Taylor Green, this offense, they can get up, they can score, man. Like they can do some things that make it hard for you. Texas's defense is good, but the fact that their offense does not score enough and consistently, you could put yourself in an awkward place where because you're looking to A&M and because Arkansas, you're like, oh, they're not that good. They're interim head coach, all this. You can find yourself in hell real quick if you're not careful.
That's
and if
the point.
If Arch doesn't put up a good game, if he is sluggish to start, and if you just aren't blocking up they should be able to block up well, though. Arkansas's defense isn't as good as it should be.
One more real quick one. It really doesn't interest a whole lot of people other than the dude sitting next to me. I have no idea how the committee is so infatuated with Utah. They don't have any really good wins. They're 8-2. They're number 12. Aren't they number 12 in the college football play? I'm like, how did they get there?
They about to be food.
They're playing Kansas State. Reggie squad. They're playing Kansas State.
Don't look at us. Don't look at us.
And K-State, for the most part, has been playing pretty good.
Yeah, they've kind of stabilized a little bit. It's an uneasy feeling for Kansas State because at times you look at them and they're like, oh, that is a low-key, maybe not good team, but they're a team that you don't want to face. Because they can bite a football, and Kansas State has been in their history, and they're kind of resorting back to that even as they're 5-5.
Yeah.
For Utah, a team that I think I tend to agree with you. They're not the same Utah as they used to be.
I don't know why they're ranked so high.
I think there's that historical feeling of Utah typically is a bully and a solid team, so they're getting that benefit. Don't let that benefit go to waste by you not putting your full effort behind making sure to put Kansas State where you probably should be able to, and I don't take any pleasure in saying that. But yeah, go ahead and let Avery Johnson and the Kansas State Wildcats get a victory. I'll appreciate that. But that's your college football playoff presented by Wrangler. It's the headline. What's the headline one more time for me?
Keep your eyes on your own paper Saturday.
That's right. That's what you need to do. If you are playing this weekend in college football, enjoy the football because you can enjoy all of the football this weekend unless your team is playing. Obviously, you want to make sure they get a victory. But you already know the Texans have a win this weekend, so that makes everything a little bit smoother, I think, when you're watching your football this weekend. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Very fun Victory Football Friday here, and it keeps rolling on. It's coming up next. Let's get some passing thoughts. I want to bounce around more of the things that happened in that Thursday night victory for the Texans. We do that next.
The
Rams Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited.
An Aussie sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Yeah, it's a Victory Football Friday. Always appreciative of our sponsors, presented by Academy Outdoors, your Football Fridays, and then, of course, it's supported by Tom Ball Ford, so we have an appreciation for them with a Football Friday, and I'm sure we have an appreciation to the Houston Texans for making a Victory Football Friday after the 23-19 victory over the Buffalo Bills, yet again dragging the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen into hell on the Battle Red Thursday night, so it was fun to get that. Let's talk more about it in one of the ways that I enjoyed the most, which is let's get the OG's passing thoughts.
experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's Passing Thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
All right, I'll tell you a story. The Bills coming into the game had, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, the defending MVP.
Reigning MVP, at least is what I would call him, and Josh Allen.
Pretty good offense too, right?
At least coming off the week prior,
Yeah.
they had their ups and downs.
Yeah,
last week.
Yeah, they had their ups and
points.
downs, but they could rev high.
So they were a team that, I don't know, maybe might even want to take the ball if they won the flip.
Sure.
They deferred.
As most teams do.
It still bothers me.
Legitimately
being petty over this.
Oh, yes. I was paying attention.
I got to the press box a little
they
late.
won the damn game, man.
No,
I got to the press box
These
a little
are passing thoughts, Figgy.
Yeah,
I can't control what goes in between these ears.
I feel like that's actually one of the things that you can't.
I can't. It just happens. It just pops in.
Okay.
I'm like, oh, they won the toss and deferred. Huh? Go figure.
Yeah, I got to the press box late, and I saw that the Texans were getting the ball. As I sit down, I asked Bijani, did they take the ball again?
See, I'm not alone. So that was the first passing thought as we're watching this. Here's another one, and it's the timeline. I just kind of typed a lot of these in.
I'll try and see if I can help you with
at
the
various
timeline.
points as I'm watching the game. So this one is more, I think, later in the game. But Cade Stover's drops are flat out unacceptable right now.
Yeah.
Unacceptable.
Yeah. I think it was the fourth quarter. It was a 2nd and 9. They motioned, which the Texans did. There's a lot more motion in this offense, which is beneficial. Remember, I was even talking about in the run game, it's not a disciplined Bills team using motion to move some guys. I saw that, but they also use motion in really good ways. Get Jaden Higgins outside leverage in certain instances, things of that nature. So that was cool. But on that play, motion, and it's what we see from Dalton Schultz a lot, where he just kind of runs that little stick route against zone, sit down in the space, catch the ball, pick up 5 yards nice and quick. Stover does that, at least on the second time, because I know there was another instance where he had a drop. And it's just...
They were big.
He drops it.
They were first downs waiting to happen.
It's one that Dalton third and exactly manageable, just like Dalton would normally do. He's been doing this very well for this team of late. It was also a little bit on Mills. I thought it was an errant pass. It was one of those where you needed to put it on the frame of your receiver's body.
It got on the hands,
and it was a little wide outside. Now, again, I think Dalton makes that grab, so it's a catchable ball. And as a receiver, I mean, I play receiver.
You want to catch them all if they hit your hand.
When it hits you in both of your hands like that, in a strong position, you should catch that. That was one of those that Cade Stover should catch. And I continue to kind of put this in the context of we had John Harris on before the season, and he was like, I'm looking for the development of Cade Stover. Unfortunately, he had an injury that took him out for a while. I still now am in that place where I'm like, now that he's back, I want to see that development, and this wasn't to that positive, unfortunately.
All right, another passing thought here, and I want to get to this one because it was one of those that truly made me laugh out loud, like literally. So the first part didn't because it was kind of sad. There was a referee carted off the field.
Yeah, it
was Adrian Hill, who we talked about had been very liberal with the holding calls, and then the first quarter there were like 3. But anyway, so he had a non-contact injury, and hopped up, carted off the field. The umpire's name was Roy Ellison, had to step in as both umpire and referee. This was like, because I was just happy about the game anyway, but the very last play, it was like he was a stand-in.
Oh, the drama of the call.
Oh, my gosh. It was perfect. I wish
he was living for the moment.
He was living for that one moment. He's never been a referee.
He walked up like...
Yeah. Pass interference. And then he paused. Like, he literally had a...
He's like, I know you're going... let's set up the pop. Let's set up the pop.
I know. I was on the edge of my
seat.
He literally dramatically paused. He goes, pass interference... offense.
Boy, that building blew up. If they hadn't put a new roof on the building, it would have flew off.
That was my favorite thing of the night, of all the favorite things of that. He's like, I've been waiting this my whole life.
He said, watch this. I bet he looked over at one of her. Hey, watch this. Watch this.
That sounds like something that should have been in a movie.
It was perfect.
Because we were all sick.
I thought it was on the defense.
This is after.
I think D'Amico thought so too, because he put his headset back on.
Yeah, this is after the Bills pick up a 4th and 27 on this drive.
Yeah.
This is after they get themselves into a place where they're in field goal range, but they need 7. And so we're all on the edge. Actually, this is 4th and 1, and then they have a penalty to put a 4th and 6, right? Like we're all in this place, and we're all like, oh no. Are they going to do this?
Yeah.
Is this going to happen?
I should have pulled.
There's the stop. There's the interception. Yeah.
Oh wait, there's a flag on the field. Oh, no,
don't do this to me.
And he was pausing, and then he stood up, looked right. He looked like right at the camera. Pass interference. Offense. Yay!
Drama.
It was so good. Oh, I wish I'd have pulled that audio figure. That's on me.
Thursday night football.
I was buckled over. Like this guy is like that. That 8th grader that's always been a stagehand and gets the leading role.
Oh, he's the understudy. He's the understudy that finally gets to be the lead.
Yes.
I don't know who's got Thursday night football next week, but good luck. Good luck topping all that.
To his credit, Sean McDermott has got a pair, man. I mean,
is it to his credit?
Hold on, I'm not done.
Okay.
You talking about that 4th and 3 or whatever?
And then a 4th and 6? Or was it 5? Whatever. 2 conversions on his own. One on his own 29.
That's the one I was like, is he going for it?
Yes. And then it got too good to him. Dude, you missed an extra point. Kick the damn field goal in the second to last drive, or maybe it's third to last. What he went for it again? I was like, no, thank
you. That one? Was it that 4 and 2?
Yes.
And then he tried to run the ball up the middle.
And they got tackled in the backfield.
And Josh Allen was like,
Reggie,
what are we doing?
You're the statistician and all that. There is no way in hell in the 4th quarter you missed an extra point. You kick a field goal, you could win it with another field goal, and you have Josh Allen on your team. When he went for that one, I was like, no, it just got too good to him. He's getting greedy, and he got greedy. You kick the field goal there.
That's at the start of the 4th quarter,
right?
Where and honestly, on that play, that is like a 4th and 1, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And Sheldon Rankins just blows through the right guard. Like you got another instance where the defensive tackles show up and just absolutely smokes the running back in that instance, right? Great job also by Henry To'oTo'o to meet him.
Yeah.
And then you also had Kamari Lassiter being physical on the edge as you expect. That was a great play there. But yeah, you probably needed points.
You had
in that
to
moment.
know. For me, it's 100% of the time. With that offense and as close of a game it is, and you missed the extra point to make it a 4-point game, which, by the way, that's kind of
because if not for that missed extra point with that final drive, and of course
it would have been an easy.
Things don't happen exactly the same. We understand that, but you have an opportunity to tie in. Now we're playing overtime football.
And also, if he had kicked a field goal there, you win it with a field goal.
Correct.
I was like, oh boy, if I was in Buffalo, I'd be destroying.
They
him
are
right now.
They're destroying him, and they're destroying Joe Brady as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like Joe, in which to some degree I do wonder what they were looking for from Joe Brady in that game. But look, they are not happy up there in Western New York. I'll tell you that for damn sure.
Right. Okay, another passing thought for you guys. We love D'Amico Ryans. That's the qualifier. He didn't exactly have great clock management at the end of the first half.
He did not.
Dude, that clock was ticking.
Dude,
it was.
I was
ticking
to the point where I'm up there looking at the other guys up here, and I'm doing the finger twirl like, get up to the line.
Yeah.
Honestly, in that time period, right? Because you get to second and 3, skinny post to Nico, and so Nico's shaking up. Timeout is charged there, but then they're coming off of a timeout. And they need another timeout because they can't get the playoff.
Well, they had an injured player, right? They lost.
No, the second timeout. The first one was an injured player. The third timeout that they used in that point was also an injured player. The second one they had to take because the clock was running down. And I'm like, do they not? They couldn't get the play in out of a timeout. And then there's another instance that it feels like there's been a number of times with this, especially with Davis. Davis has been slow to acknowledge the clock and get them going.
D'Amico. That was 15, 18 seconds.
I think there's D'Amico, and I think there's also a question of, is he not putting in 2 plays at a time to where you need to hurry it up, where you go, this is the first play, and then boom, we pick it up, line it up, and run another play. That's something that is fairly standard for offensive coordinators that I was like, does he need after every play to evaluate what it is? I can understand that feels like that's a first-time play
I gotta
caller.
believe he was. Maybe not, but
they were
regardless,
slow. The play came in. They went through a normal process and they burned time off the clock into time where they needed to be urgent.
All you got to do is this: just call timeout. That was way
I think
much.
Andre Ware was on the broadcast going crazy. Like, what are they doing? Like, they lost like 25 seconds.
Yeah,
he was going
at
crazy.
At least 15.
Yeah.
And that could have ended up real ugly and big picture even ugly.
I think you're right. D'Amico needs to manage that. I also was looking at Kaylee like, hey, let's get multiple plays in so that everybody knows we run this play and then boom, get up, run the next play. Like, you shouldn't have to go through the normal full process of, okay, let's get this play in. And even if it is, there needs to be something in the process for you to do this quickly.
Special teams is still a worry.
Man.
It's still, and I'm not even talking about the kickoff. Yes, that's part of it. But the Texans were going to fake a punt on that. You probably have the details, but it was a 4th and short, kind of midfield, and they had a freaking motion penalty. The fake punt was going to work too, because that was I guess it was a Gumbawale, and he went up to take under center. And there was a big gap there. There was only one defensive lineman for two players. And they were going to convert, and then who knows what happens there. Special teams, yet again.
I actually missed that portion, so I'm glad you brought that. But the thing that kick return, it's the same thing that happens in a different circumstance because it's a punt return versus the Jags. And it's because somebody is out of their lane. In this instance, I believe it was it British Brooks was out of his lane and then had to try and recover because he was out of his lane, and then he gets juked. Yeah. That's what happens in this this one in particular, I believe. And it's like, this can't keep happening. I do wonder how much of this is Frank Ross's guys have seemed to churn a little bit, the special teams guys that he utilizes, but that's not sufficient. No. That is what a special team coordinator does. He pulls guys from all different walks of life, so to say, right? Linebackers, tight ends, wide receivers, and you have to congeal them into your unit. That's the beauty of a special teams coordinator. It's one of the reasons why I think when you're looking for head coaches, I think the NFL should be more inclusive of special teams coordinators.
I've flat out said I think Frank Ross deserves, I have said
it's because
deserves some interest.
Because special teams coordinators have to do that. They have to bring guys together and make them work together, and Frank Ross has typically done that. This year, there's been a lot of fracturing in that, and I don't know how to evaluate a special teams coordinator to tell them like, oh, well, this is what needs to change. But there needs to be a look at that in this long or this mini bye. Yeah. They got to get this together.
And you can say, well, what are you going to do? Occasionally, there's going to be a false start. No, man, they worked on that fake. It was going to be a thing of beauty. I would have loved to have seen it happen, but they just didn't get it done.
That's a couple of things that shift the game greatly. This game. It's, as much as we are basking in the glow, 3 turnovers, 8 sacks. Their offense only scores, 12 points?
1 touchdown.
A 4-point game with an opportunity to score at the end. But that return touchdown made it a lot tighter than it should have been. That's something that the special teams can't afford to also be someone thinning the margins for this team right now.
And honestly, I think that was it the Kalen Bullock return where he actually scored that touchdown on that interception. Yeah, that was who was it? Barnett.
It was Barnett with the block in the back.
Yeah, I'm like, man, you need these points.
All right, I'm glad I got one more for you here, and it's just an observation from this morning actually. I was listening to the Kalen Bullock interview. Dude was wearing a Jethro Tull shirt.
Was he really?
He was wearing a Jethro. Did you look at his interview?
I didn't see that.
He was wearing a Jethro Tull shirt and a Harley Davidson beanie. Is he a rocker?
I would guess more that he thought it looked cool than that's actually. Because
a lot of people like that Harley Davidson style though, especially if you're. I don't think he shouldn't be on no motorcycles. But
I mean,
facts.
Yeah, a lot of people who ride motorcycles into that type of stuff love Harley Davidson.
I was more interested in the Jethro Tull shirt. Look at this. That is like old
that is
school,
nice.
Deep rock, and that's a Harley Davidson little.
He might be a rocker, man.
That is him holding his game ball and his interception. Or actually, are those both the interception footballs?
No, that's the interception. That's the game ball.
Got you. Okay, very good.
And I was like, all right, Kaylee's he's into that metal a little bit. That deep metal.
I would probably be willing to guess or put my money on the idea that he's
that's
a
why
thrifter or
just look
something.
cool.
It just looked cool.
I hope not.
Hey, he might shock some people.
I love when people have a diversity of kind of listening and things of that nature.
Like Jethro Tull is like when I was at high school. That 70s.
I'm guessing that the shirt was, and it is a cool looking shirt. I will say that.
Yeah.
Bills held on that kickoff return and the refs didn't call it. I do think that's in there, but that's the nature of football. Like, those things happen. I think more than anything, you got.
This ain't the only time it happened this season, though.
Yeah,
with
you got to make
special
sure.
teams.
You got to make sure your lane sound, and I'm sure that Frank Ross would say that himself.
Yeah.
In fact, I know Frank Ross will talk about this next week. Well, actually, with Thanksgiving, I wonder how exactly that goes. But a beautiful, well-deserved mini bye at the very least for this Texans team. Somebody asked, Christian Kirk should have gotten out of bounds, though, on that clock ticking.
I thought he did.
I think Texans radio thought he was out of bounds, and the clock kept going.
Yeah, but even still, like, when you recognize the clock is going,
he should have
Mm-hmm.
made an effort to get out of bounds.
Right. No excuses. Again, that's one of the things about the I think B. Scott was talking about the butt, right? Throwing that in, but. That's, I think that the Texans have now flipped that, and those buts are like, but no excuse in that instance. You need to be better for them. But still, even with all of that, a victory for your Houston Texans, 23-19. They are 6-5. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We've had a lot of fun with this Victory Football Friday, but what we always got to do around these times is hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape.
Yeah, so imagine that Pablo Escobar was an Olympian in his past life. Well, I got a story for you on a former Olympian who is currently on the FBI top most wanted list.
Ooh, wow. Okay. Hey, this is
Payne and Pendergast, In the Loop, and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppa's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday, on a football Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. And I ran across this tweet from TMZ. And I'm going to just read you exactly what the tweet said. Okay. It said, breaking, #breaking. Olympian turned drug kingpin on the FBI top 10 most wanted list has been accused of ordering the murder of a witness.
Wow.
I'm like, whoa.
There's a lot of things happening there.
I'm like, wait a minute. Let me click this link right now. Let me see what's happening.
You got me.
They gave me a whole feature film.
I'm like, whoa, that sounds like
tweet.
a Netflix film.
That's what I'm saying. I watch 90 minutes of that. I will watch 90 minutes of that on a Saturday if I don't have nothing going, right? A Saturday in March when there's not much happening.
Yeah, and they got a picture of him snowboarding. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute.
Is that a euphemism for something, or he was actually snowboarding?
Hey, he might have been snowboarding a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was playing with that snow.
I bet he was.
I ain't talking about no white women. So here is CBC News on the whole situation with Ryan Wedding's path from Olympian to drug kingpin.
For years, former associates and rivals have been turning up dead, from Canada to Colombia. A long trail of bodies leading to an unlikely suspect. Ryan Wedding, once an Olympic snowboarder from BC, now one of the FBI's most wanted, with a $10 million bounty on his head.
Wedding went from being an elite athlete to an alleged drug kingpin and murderer to now a famous fugitive.
At the 2002 Games in Salt Lake City, somewhere in that Team Canada crowd was a promising 20-year-old Olympic rookie, seemingly destined for a long career on the slopes. 6'3", and with grandparents who owned a ski hill in Thunder Bay, Ontario, Wedding proved a natural, flying down the giant slalom course. Though this would be his only time competing on the world's biggest stage. Failing to qualify for the next round, within years, Wedding would be forging ties with a Mexican drug cartel.
Good Lord.
Man, he was on them slopes all right, man.
Yeah, he was. He went from snow to snow.
Yeah. Goodness gracious.
Man.
Yeah.
So he's still out there?
He's still out there.
Oh, he's on the run. He's on the lam.
Yeah, they still looking for him. He's on the FBI most wanted list.
We got to do with this dude what we did with those cats from New Orleans.
Man, I'm scared to do that. Nah, man. He might pull up here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Nah, yeah. I don't know nothing about that going on over there. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. I don't know what they doing over there, but I don't know.
What is this voice?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the I don't know voice. That's the Aaron Glenn. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about that trade for Breece Hall stuff. I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah.
But I thought that was crazy. I can't. This got to be a Netflix series at some point.
Yeah.
When it's all said and done, when it's over.
Oh, wow. 832 said they recently increased his bounty to 15 mil.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Because I think this been around earlier this year, but they just recently had a press conference pretty much talking about this.
Kind of just like a kind of I say throwaway line, but one that you could let slide. He said a line of bodies between.
Yeah, with his season stuff, and I was like, "Oh, he's taking out the competition. Like this really is."
No, he's really a kingpin. That ain't just no cute little word.
Yeah, he's not just implicated in a murder. Like he is planning and a number of different.
Yeah, only on Paramount Plus. Yeah, Olympic kingpin.
Yeah, man, this sounds like some power type stuff, man.
I'm trying to figure out who would play him in the Paramount Plus. Have you seen his face?
No, I have not.
There's a particular player or actor that is coming to mind, but I can't remember his name. That I feel like would play him in a movie.
Woody Harrelson?
No.
He looks a little bit like Woody Harrelson.
He might. Woody's a little too old for that role.
Now he's a little older. Yeah, now he's a little older. But if you're friends with the Mexican drug cartel, you're bad news.
And honestly, I didn't know it was getting down like that in Canada.
I'm gonna be honest. I had that thought, and I was like, that's very prejudiced of you to.
Isn't that where they're bringing the drugs in now?
Probably so.
Yeah.
If he's the top dog over
Why
there.
would you ask me? Why do you think I have any insight into where
Reggie,
the drugs work?
isn't that
way? Yeah, it's like, Reggie, you would know. Why would I know?
Yeah, Reggie part of the Nigerian cartel over there, man.
See, at least get the stereotypical crime right.
Yeah.
It'd be like credit card fraud or something.
Yeah, Nigerian prince.
The Nigerian cartel just makes sure you go to college.
And I did. And my mom was very proud about that.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So, are you guys familiar with Pendon?
Yes, very familiar with Theo Pinson.
Went to UNC.
Yeah, UNC Hooper. Bounced around in the NBA for a
the wood was burning. Yeah,
he bounced around a little bit.
Yeah.
And my greatest memory from him was the video that turned into a meme when he was looking up at the scoreboard. And I think it was Anthony Davis' stats for that night. It was a timeout going on. He looked up. He let out a big old GD looking at the scoreboard.
Look at them numbers.
Yeah. So, that's where I kind of that's my greatest memory of him.
Which tells you a lot about Theo Pinson as a player on the NBA
Gawking
level.
about somebody else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And by the way, AD numbers was 34, 26. 4, 1, and 3.
Dang.
So 34 points, 26 rebounds.
That's like Josh Allen last night. What are we doing?
Yeah. Yeah, but anywho, he's out here wilding. I don't know if y'all probably saw this, especially if you're on Rockets Twitter. Here's Theo wilding out on, I want to say this is called the Baja live stream. He do a live stream with a couple former NBA players. And this is the trade he kind of came up with.
Oh,
and think it would be good for Houston.
If Kyrie goes to Houston, oh my God.
Houston's going to have to get back one of their pieces, though.
Bye-bye, amen. Bye-bye, amen. If you can find a way to not get rid of amen.
Would you give up Sengun?
Would I give up Sengun?
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. For Kyrie coming off of ACL?
No way?
I got to think about it, D-Will. I got to think about it.
I don't know if I can say no way, no way.
Kyrie's injury prone.
But if he's not... If he's not injured, at this point, he's in championship mode.
My brother, you are tripping, man. He lost me with the
Bye-bye, amen.
Yeah,
Right? What
wait, hold on, man. Hold on.
The reason the Rockets are good is Şengün.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm like, nah, you were tripping. For Kyrie?
Did Theo Pinson stop watching the NBA when he left the league probably about 3-4 years ago?
He got to be good friends with Kyrie. I think he did play with Kyrie, to be fair.
I believe he did in Dallas.
But brother, man.
He might not have. He might have crossed over just a
He
little
played
bit.
he played in Dallas and he played in Brooklyn.
That's right. He was in Brooklyn.
He was in
at that
Brooklyn.
time.
That's where the meme came from. But
Yeah,
I'm
see,
like, my brother, what are you doing,
You know what,
man?
Figgy? I see what you did. You connected these two stories. You had the drug kingpin as someone who's clearly on drugs.
Yes.
Yeah,
I see what you did there.
Yeah, he might be playing in that snow a little bit.
I got my third eye open, Fig. I see what you're doing here.
Yeah.
There's a thread running through here. No, this is absolutely asinine. This is something we didn't talk about because I couldn't get myself to bring it up. The idea of, do you think the Rockets could trade for Kyrie Irving? No. I think that there is something to be said for looking for a point guard. I don't know that you need a Kyrie, especially because
you
of
turning
the
into the Brooklyn Nets at this point, man.
Yes.
Yeah, no, you already got Kevin Durant, which you didn't really have to give up a lot for. I mean, you gave up Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks.
Right.
But nah, man, you giving up Amen Thompson for Kyrie Irving?
And funny enough,
you crazy?
That doesn't do it. You need a salary match. You're giving
Yeah.
whatever you're giving up is way too much for. Admittedly, Kyrie Irving, I've always referred to him as the best difficult shot maker. He can be a true point guard that runs an offense. I don't really like him in that role nearly as much.
Yeah, nah, that's Brooklyn Nets all over. And then when you start talking about the health aspect of it, nah, I'm good, man.
No.
I'm out of this conversation.
That boy on drugs.
Yeah. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We got to make the kids happy. All right. So I was listening to the broadcast last night. Andre Ware Mark Vandermeer, and Johnny Harris. So they usually, when you listen to it, they always go down to John Harris and like, hey, what you got for us? And they give us a little port, and I think this is going to make the kids happy.
Good out of the field to check in with John Harris. Johnny.
You know, this is, what'd you say, Mark, 42-ish, 40 range. They got to be careful. Kymie's got to get this thing up quickly. Deion Walker and Greg Rousseau are about 6'7", 6'8", next to one another. If he's a low trajectory, those two guys can get a hand on it right there in the middle on their field goal block. So he's got to get this up quickly, put it between the uprights, take a 4-point lead.
About 6'7", Johnny?
6'7". 43-yard kick coming
John
up
was
here.
just like, nope.
I'm not going there.
That's how you know it wasn't intentional, because I'm sure that John was just like, damn it. They got me.
Yeah, Andre Ware.
Boy, the kids have just ruined They just ruined it.
No, they haven't ruined anything. You sound like somebody's granddaddy right now, without question.
I think we ruined it.
Maybe.
Like, this is the one time where I'm like, man, kids are going to look at us.
Sit it out.
Yeah. Like, thinking this all cool now. It ain't even cool anymore.
I'm trying to remember what in the instance was, and maybe it doesn't even matter the specifics, but I remember some older gentleman at one point. And, you know, you could tell when somebody's using slang incorrectly because they put too much emphasis on it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, man, I think that was dope. And you're like, oh, no, don't do it like that.
No, the one I come to all the time is Chris Carter, where he was, remember everybody used to dab?
Oh, yeah.
He like, kids got these things called bapping.
Yeah,
what he do, bapping. And I'm just like, oh, my God.
He
Yeah,
did
this
say
brother
that.
said bapping.
That was when Chris Carter had real prominent TV.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
These are what the kids doing now, you know, a thing called bapping.
Bapping.
I'm like, oh, God, it's over now.
The best part is, I just imagine the kids who might have been, you know, in the bathroom at that point at NRG or just riding in the car.
They were doing the
and then as soon as they heard that 6'7", 6'8", they're like, yeah, 6'7", yeah.
All right, we got to get fat, man. We got to get fat.
Oh, big bag?
Yeah. Hey.
Big bag, big bag, big bag, big bag. Yeah, my bag is loaded up with snacks and different foods. Squeeze into this tiny shirt, my big bag has no room.
All right. So you got some big back activity going on right here. Trill Burger, they tweeted out this: Thanksgiving in a sandwich, the Trill way. So they got a picture of it looked like a sandwich from far back, but when you look closer, it is sauce, house gravy, homemade stuffing, garlic, is it crema? Toasted breadcrumbs. It's all inside
in one sandwich.
Yeah, so it's a bun, and in between the buns is look like stuffing.
Your Thanksgiving dinner.
Yep.
Basically,
And
all
then
of it in a sandwich.
And then they got the fries around it. So
I
I want to know if y'all willing to try this.
Definitely willing to try it. I'm interested in this, and I say this with a lot of love for Trill Burger, so please don't take this the wrong way.
Uh-oh.
The way that Trill Burger stack their burgers, I don't know that all that stays on the burger.
No, it won't.
Yeah.
Like Trill Burger is one of those sandwiches
You gonna have to
where
get a fork.
it kind of looked like the Leaning Tower of a burger at times.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all those things are already sloppy enough. I feel like it's going to be difficult to keep them on the sandwich.
Well,
you know what I mean?
it'd be beyond the semantics of it all. I just want a turkey sandwich, man. that's
You can get it right here,
That's
though,
the
man.
post, like, unless you're having this as your Thanksgiving dinner, which I think they're more in line with before and after Thanksgiving, you can have this.
Yeah, so this is available, I guess, this week at all Trill Burger locations, and they are closed on Thanksgiving, so you can't get it on Thanksgiving. Yeah, but so we all three of us will try this.
I would try
Does this mean Monday we got to do the Trill Burger turkey sandwich? Is that what's happening?
We can.
Hey, you don't have to ask me twice.
Big bag, big bag.
All right, so we all got some big backs over here. We're willing to try this one. All right. So,
I love that we've said that we're going to try all sorts of food, and we ain't taken
Yeah,
bite the
we ain't
first.
try-
We
yeah.
haven't taken a single bite.
Hey,
I kind of use this as a metaphor, man. It was just like, oh, I'll try it.
Let's do it today.
What you trying?
You know what I really did.
Oh,
try.
yeah. Got to give a special salute to our guy. He been a listener for years, man.
Great dude.
You probably know him on Twitter as Michael Beckman. He actually came up here. He hit us up on social media. Salute to him. He had to get another Twitter account because his original one got hacked.
Hey, man, those hackers out here working.
Yeah, out here working for the holiday. But he decided to bring us up some fried chicken from his wife. So salute to him. Salute to his wife for making us some fried chicken. It was pretty good, man.
It was. It was very good.
It was really good.
I loved it.
Except for that one piece that I took a bite of. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, you loved it so much you took the drumstick out of Lopez's hand.
Honestly, I was trying.
Give me that.
I was trying to be
made
nice.
me so happy.
I was trying to be nice because I was like, all right, there's a few pieces because it was
I had 4 pieces of chicken.
It was one. It's just he brought it in one bowl, and that's fine. Like we could
Warmed
share
it up.
But I was like, I had already had a couple, and I wanted one more, and I was like, Lopez ain't had it. I was like, let me get the smallest piece, so I wouldn't take. But the reason why it was the smallest piece
because he
had already taken a bite out the thing. Didn't even know. Yeah, so I felt real bad.
Yeah, the chicken was good though, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Appreciate your wife. Salute to your wife. We love the little note that you left us too.
Yeah,
incredible.
Your wife.
Awesome.
Yeah. So salute to Michael Beckman. And also salute to my guy G-Man, 97.9 The Box.
Okay.
I hit him up the other day, or I think it was yesterday, to try to catch up with him at the game. And I thought he was going to be tailgating, but he wasn't tailgating. And he said he loved the mixtape. He loved the station. He loved our show. And
man, he's not the only one that loves the mixtape, more importantly, Figgy. I've been doing these tailgater of the games for, I guess, a year and a half now. And yesterday was probably the most times that I've had us just rolling around the lots and just somewhere out of nowhere, deep off in the lot, about. I was like, man, I'm rolling with the real life celebrity here, man. Everybody knows Figgy Fig, and not even knows Figgy Fig. It's like they sense Figgy. They can barely even see him. It's like, oh, that's Figgy over there. I see him.
I'm like, I wasn't even wearing nothing loud or anything. I understand if I was wearing something loud.
They saw the hair.
That's
the bat signal. That is the bat signal.
Yeah, salute to everybody, man, that was out there tailgating and all that stuff, man.
Very good, very good. I mean, and of course, when I was driving out of the stadium, I was there for a little bit after. And when I was leaving the stadium, I had my windows down because it was nice out in Houston, Texas in the fall. And I'm hearing people bumping in the lot still.
Oh, it was buzzing.
I can't imagine how late people got home. And then when they got home, I can't imagine people got to sleep quickly.
Yeah.
I couldn't sleep last night, and that was because of a good thing, because I was just so excited. I was just watching all the clips. I thought it was just me, but apparently I saw a couple people text in saying they couldn't sleep either because of the wind. And that could go both ways at times,
yes,
man.
It can.
You also can't sleep when they lose real bad.
Thankfully, it's a good way because it's a Victory Football Friday here. And the Football Friday fun continues. Coming up next, we'll get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. They're at the Walk-Ons in Katy. Make your way out there to keep the Victory Football Friday fun going. But coming up next, we still got a weekend full of sports, and it's going to be even better now that it's draft weekend. Let's set up the things that we're looking forward to this weekend in sports. We'll do it next.
All right, let's get you that new vehicle.
Yeah. For cookies, of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
That's right. Victory Football Friday. We've been basking in the glow of a 23-19 victory for the Houston Texans over the Bills that's got the world of football talking. We heard from our guy Dom in New Jersey talking about New York sports. Sports Radio talking about the Texans. You've heard it a number of times with those sports minutes that we have where national people are talking about the Texans. It's been all over our TVs on ESPN and the likes talking about the Texans. They did something to put themselves on the map, and more importantly, they're 6-5, inching themselves closer to the opportunity of going to the playoffs. As of right now, with the standings before the weekend starts in NFL, they are sitting in that 8 seed. They're sitting in that 8 seed. They have an opportunity to continue to walk down a playoff berth. And look, you just got to get in the dance. Really, the way that they're playing, the way that defense is going.
You really feel like anywhere you'll be good.
At the very least, you will be
anywhere.
You will be a huge nuisance to any of those teams in the AFC. Like, is there anyone in the AFC right now that you're like terrified of?
We kind of are like just sort of taking for granted who they just beat, and defensively like a drum. That was the hot team, man. I mean, that was one of the ones 6 touchdowns a week before, and we all understand what the Chiefs are, but what are the Chiefs, in this year and all that stuff? But no, nobody.
Yeah. So, the Broncos are probably tied for the number 1 seed in the AFC with the Patriots. I don't know how afraid you are of either of those teams. The Colts up there. And then we're talking Steelers, Chargers, Bills, who you just beat, Jags, Chiefs, Ravens. Those are the teams there. It's an interesting AFC. And you might you got yourself a step closer to getting into the playoff. But that's long ahead of us. We got to see how we progress towards that with the weekend of sports. Let's go ahead and draft the weekend, gentlemen, because I think there's some things that will absolutely be very interesting. But it's a lot easier to take in all of that after a big Texans win. No anxiety headed into a Sunday or anything of the nature. I believe, Fig, you have the number 1 pick this weekend.
Nuggets, Rockets.
Oh,
I ain't wasting no time, man.
Jerk.
Hey, I ain't letting the clock bleed all the way down at the draft, man. I'm going right out there.
You're taking the card right to the table.
Right up
I'm
there,
happy
man.
that you're there. He's like, look, man.
10 minutes left. I'm going right up there.
That is easily the number 1 seed here.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there's a clear number 2, I would think, that's close, but that's easily the number 1 seed. The Rockets.
That's my franchise quarterback right there.
I think you're right. I think you did a great job. Was a can't miss prospect there. Seeing the Nuggets come into Houston, NBA Cup game, going to be big to tell you whether you're going to be 2-1 or 1-2 in the NBA Cup game. So see if you can go and get some hardware there. But more importantly, this is a team that I don't know that you've been challenged yet this year.
It's just the matchup. The matchup. You're looking. It's the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah.
and then see who has the edge.
And I'm gonna be interested to see who guards Alperin, because I know Jokic isn't a great defensive big. He's gotten better.
And sometimes you want that so you can get some help.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of fun things within this. I'm definitely going to watch all those. Yes, one a game at a time. I believe, Lopez, you got number 2 pick if you so him.
Yeah, you said that there is another clear number 2, and I'm like, what am I missing here? Because I'm looking.
Oh, go ahead and miss it, then leave it for me.
I'm thinking Colts Chiefs.
Okay, that's the clear
That's
number 2.
it? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that clear, but maybe it was. No, for me, it's my number. It's my pick. You know, that's what I want to see. But I thought that was missing something.
This absolutely feels like the clear number 2, right? Yeah. For the Texans, you're looking at this and you're going, this is either a divisional or a division opponent that has an opportunity of losing, and then you're only 2 games back of them with 2 games against them remaining on the schedule. You could go win that division, or if you're not believing that that's possible for you, you might be rooting to see Kansas City get the loss because they're 5-5. If they go to 5-6, that pushes them down, and that's another team that you're keeping away from you as you're in the hunt for getting to the playoffs.
Okay, let's get it on the record. Just real quick around the horn. You want the Colts or the Chiefs to win?
I want the Colts to win.
You want the Colts or the Chiefs to win?
I think I want the Colts to win.
I want the Colts to win. And it goes back to what I said, I think, week before last even. Last week, we were talking about, everyone in the wild card chase to come back, to lose. I really, as great as the Texans have played last night, and I think they have a chance against everyone, the best path is the wild card, because the Colts are gonna win games. They're gonna, and they've got a big lead.
Honestly, I just don't want to see the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs they're a similar team as last year. They've just had bad luck. If that luck starts to change and they end up in the playoffs, that's not a team I want to see.
Yeah, I think the Chiefs trying to sneak in at this point and probably run the table.
Can I take something that's not even really football on the field related in this? Can I take one fewer team out that plays outdoors in the cold during that time of year? Can I take them out of the playoffs? Right? Because I don't know that you would have an opportunity to see Kansas City, especially not in the first round, unless they win and won the division or whatever, which I guess another win would get them closer to trying doing, although the Broncos feel like they're far and away. But fewer teams in the playoffs, especially for the Texans, that assuming that you have an opportunity to get there, keep them out of the opportunity of you having to go there. All right, my turn to pick. There's a lot of interesting games here. And I don't know that I have one that jumps out to me in this way that the other ones have. So let's go ahead and highlight something a little unorthodox. In a weird, turn of events for me personally, the last few years, maybe 2-3 years, I haven't gotten into college basketball early. I'm getting into college basketball earlier this year. So give me Texas Tech Purdue. They're number 1 Purdue. Texas Tech's been good this year. They're playing tonight. See both of these teams are about. This is a perfect opportunity and a big matchup early on in the year.
All right. It's always good to get some good college basketball on the plate.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's a third maybe it was a reach there. You want to go back around one more time?
Yeah. I'm going to go a little college football. I'm going to go USC and Oregon.
That's a good call.
Damn it, Figgy. You just both.
I know. I'm looking over your shoulder at your little list you got over there.
I said keep your eyes on your own paper Saturday. I got a good backup. I'm going to go Missouri, Oklahoma. Let's see what Oklahoma's all about here.
Both really good picks there. And I'm going to be a real sicko. I'm not taking the Bucks Rams in the NFC. That's going to be a fun one. I'm not taking Patriots Bengals, even though Joe Burrow listed as questionable. So he might play in this football game, which that might make that an interesting one to watch. No, I'm being full sicko. Give me boxing. Give me Benavidez Yard. They're fighting tomorrow. It's a Riyadh fight, but Benavidez is defending his title, and I just want to see a little boxing this weekend. I think that this is a perfect weekend to diversify your bonds, so to say. So fun, but there's a lot of fun things to see, and I imagine everything's more fun with a Texans victory already on paper. I see Ocho already chiming in. Actually, that's not Ocho. This is another high school football fan. North Shore Rich Point is happening this weekend, apparently.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's going to be some high school football.
Ocho texted it too.
Oh, he texted it too?
Oh, really? Okay.
We got multiple people.
You got some competition, Ocho.
Ridge Point. Yeah, that's going to be good with
North Shore. That should be fun. All right, so a lot of things to keep track on. Definitely something to keep track on this Victory Football Friday is where the fellas are at. We're going out to the walk-ons in Katy to talk to the fellas of the drive. It's Clint. And it's Ron.
Looking good, baby, out here at Walk-Ons in Katy. And we don't come empty-handed. It's a Reaction Friday, Football Friday, Victory Friday. It's all that. And now you got a chance to win prizes, including, which, a couple weeks ago people kind of scoffed at it. But it includes future Texans tickets to that Colts game. Colts game at the end of the season, and I think you guys are crazy. You guys should be – Texans fans should be real Chiefs fans tomorrow because – I
wonder why you say that.
Well, I'm just saying – I mean, I take it out of it. If the Colts lose, then you can control your destiny to win the division.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have 2 games against them.
You got 2 games against them. They have 3 losses, and you got 2 games. If you can win you got to damn near win out anyway, right? Like, so I mean you got to try to do that anyway. People are saying that the Chiefs got to win out to get to 12-5 to get in, which is like they don't have to win out. If 12-5 means you got to fight to get in. I don't know what people are adding up. But if that is the case, you got to win out anyway. And if the Colts lose, then you got a chance to win the division. So
I hear you. I just think the Colts are going to win games. they've got the Jaguars twice still. That gets them to 10 right off the top.
You think they win both Jags?
Hold on. You got you got the Jags just that's easy dubs for them.
Trevor Lawrence still play the quarterback for them?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm the guy. Jags just beat the Chargers 35-3.
I get it, but I'm the guy that has really done the 180 on Liam Cohen and all that. I just think the Colts are clearly better than them, and they got. I just think they're gonna win games, whether it's the Jags or others. They're too good not to put some more wins together, at least a couple more, and then that gets them to 10 right off the top before you even play them.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're going to lose out. I'm just saying if they lose, you win the 2 games against them, right? Like at that point, you all would have the same amount of losses.
No.
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, and it is worth noting that the Colts have the Seahawks on the road still on their schedule. They obviously the Texans a couple of times. They have the Jags a couple of times. The Niners in there as well. Like there's some difficult games in here. So I hear you, right? You can still win that. And I will be entirely honest. I'm hating right now, Ron. I'm hating. I don't want to see you boys win.
Yeah. I mean, at that, yeah. I'm not even talking about the haters. That's fine. I'm just saying, just like if you want to start being a real organization, you don't look at let me hope they lose. No, you're looking for what's best for your team, and what's best for your team is, I would think, try to win the division and host a home playoff game.
No, you're very.
I think that would be the path.
That's very fair.
Hey, you got to get out of that, Reggie. You got to come on, man. You got to get out of that type of fan base that roots for other teams to lose. That creates your happiness.
Well,
no, it's your best path.
No,
come on, man.
Wow.
That's that K-State fan in you.
Trash right now.
That's that K-State fan in you.
How you
that
is,
man. Club? That's that K-State fan in you.
How you hating from outside the club, Ron?
All right, we lost.
How does that happen?
If Kansas loses, all right, it's all right. You gotta get that out of you, Reg.
Is it basketball season yet? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Hey, man, we're struggling over there, too, now.
Yeah.
That was
Darren Peterson out for the next 3 games. Damn it.
Yeah. That's
But y'all struggling worse.
Last time I checked, we got a W. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I'm excited to do more of this as we continue, but I'm even more excited to hear what you guys got going on a football Friday. I'm trying to make the decision if I come on now and see you guys at that walk-ons out there in Creighton.
I don't know why you would.
It's a beautiful spot. I mean, it looks just like the last one we were at. I feel right at home. I know exactly where to go.
Where everything is.
Everything is, man. They built this sucker. I walked in. I said, damn, I know this ain't the one where we saw that affair occur.
Nah, because the two seats over there are tabletop height instead of bar.
There you go.
Okay.
Look close.
Yeah.
I like the idea of Ron in the break just going back behind the bar and making his own drink.
I thought that was DJ Bijani over there when I first walked in. I said, DJ done came up here and grabbed a little lunch. That ain't you, DJ. That ain't you.
All right, fellas. We want to let you guys get off and running on a football Friday. Lopez, enjoy your weekend.
Man.
I'll catch you next week. And for all of you, enjoy your weekend. Happy Victory Football Friday. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM right now. Live from the walk-ons in Katy. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live here on a Victory Friday, a Reaction Friday, and a Football Friday, baby. It's good times. I see Tyler. What's the shirt you got, Tyler?
H is up.
There it is. There it is. H is up. He's got glasses on.
I'm hurting, boys.
I'm pissed. I'll be honest with you. I know we got to get to,
but I am hurting.
I'm a little pissed off at Tyler.
What happened?
I sat up there and I waited. I waited for Tyler's message to text where he's going.
Oh, the after
where
party.
we're going. I was ready, Tyler. I sure enough was.
Not in a great frame of mind, my friend.
I tied my shoes up tight. I was ready. And I didn't get it, so I just went on home, man. That's it.
I don't know if I'm buying it.
I was in a different headspace, boys.
I stayed out there till 11:45 waiting on Tyler. Waiting on that text.
Why didn't you text me?
No, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to. I was certain we had made this conversation. Like you said, I'm gonna hit you up. I said, hit me up afterwards. Hit me up afterwards. I thought, all right, man. Maybe he went home.
Tyler, I'm with you. I thought that was all a joke.
Yeah, I didn't think it was real. But
I didn't think he was really going to step out.
What Tyler did even think about me at that time? Let's just be honest. The way that Tyler started,
it's a lot of dirty water, boys.
Yeah.
Somewhere else.
I'm in some pain.
That's all right, but you're going to work through it, baby. It's good pain because the Houston Texans, they are above 5 at home against Buffalo, a lot going against them, and they show the entire nation, the world, they're the talk of everything right now. Clint, I would look at this in 713-572-4610 because obviously a day like this is much to hear from you, the people, as much as it is from us. But Clint, just your overall reaction, being that I stayed so late, I was able to listen to you in the post-game show, and I heard a lot of you and Sean in the post-game show. But for you, as you've had a little time to think about it, your reaction, just your overall reaction to that W last night.
Well, look, I think it's a really good day to be a Houston Texans fan, and not just because you're above 500, but you know, I just believe what we watched last night is what we all hoped for when the Houston Texans hired DeMeco Ryans. Look, I don't really know exactly who the offensive coordinator is going to be. I don't know what the scheme on the offensive side is going to be. That's probably going to change. Even if the guy's bad, he's going to get fired. If he's good, he's going to get hired somewhere else. So that's probably always going to change and may be a little bit of a mixed bag as we go here. But the idea when you hire DeMeco is you can win games versus top-tier opponents with your defense. And when I look at what happened last night, you won a game with your defense last night when your offense had 35 total yards in the second half. When they completely went into a shell and got really conservative and made Higgins' 16-yard catch or whatever was really the only play they made in the second half. The defense proved last night against a top-tier caliber opponent that your offense, if they just go out there and do enough, doesn't matter if it's the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, or fourth, if they just do enough defensively, you can win a football game. And so as a Houston Texans fan, man, tip the cap to D'Amico Ryans, tip the cap to this defense that they got right now. This defense is going to give them a chance. Gave them a huge chance last night. They took advantage of it. It's going to give them a huge chance moving forward against every opponent on this schedule, and ultimately it's going to give them a chance to get into the sneak into the playoffs and really be a team that nobody wants to face given what this defense is capable of doing. So the headliner yesterday, as I said, what was on the line, the pressure was on D'Amico, and that defense had to be special, and Ron, they were. 8 sacks, 3 turnovers, handed the offense 6 points.
The only 3 points they got in the second half.
Yeah, the only 3 they got in the second half, and 3 of them in the first half they handed to them. So, I mean, the headliner was the defense. They were big time, and that was the reigning MVP. That was a really, really good football team. I know we made them look pedestrian, but that was a 7-win football team that everybody believes is a real contender in the AFC, and the Texans took it to them last night.
You've watched this defense all season. Are you surprised they were able to do that with Buffalo? Because, right, there's no asterisks on this one, right? We've talked about the Baltimore game out, including Lamar and their left tackle and some of their best defensive players. We even look at the 49ers. You know, they had a lot of guys out as well, including their starting quarterback as well out of that game.
Yeah.
They're like, this is clearly the win of, this isn't Tennessee, or this is a win of a team that rolled out there last week and put up 44 on the Buccaneers. Are you surprised they were able to, because that's 12 points. If Frank Ross's group doesn't do what they did, you know, this thing is a different story.
No, it doesn't surprise me, but I mean, it's more about the history of Josh Allen versus the Texans. I mean, for whatever reason, it's a terrible matchup for him. And I don't know if it's him or Joe Brady or what's the scheme. I don't know what it is.
Especially this particular group with their pass rush.
Now, I'm surprised that it happened again. I mean, you're talking about the reigning MVP that went out there and scored 6 touchdowns last week. And I don't care who you do that against. That's a hell of a day. And so and then you look at, like, how the Texans did it. I mean, the Texans, the physicality, that's you can talk about the tight end being out, the receiver going into concussion protocol early or at least being tested for a concussion. They had a rough go about it. But I think all of it was due to the physicality of the Houston Texans. If you look at how Josh Allen struggled last night, I mean, the Texans' defensive line beat the hell out of a really good offensive line. I mean, that wasn't a leaky.
Yes, 79 had to tap out.
Oh, he tapped out. I mean, but he tapped out because he was injured and couldn't go any further. I mean, Josh Allen, two or three different times running off the field, holding his arm and laying on the field, kicking his legs. The physicality that the defense brought to the table last night, really to bully folks, to be honest with you, you know, to be the bully in that particular instance was impressive, man. So, no, look, I'm not surprised that they were able to beat up Josh, to beat up that offensive line the way that they were. Now, I didn't have 8 sacks in the bag. I didn't have 3 turnovers in the bag. I didn't have 12 points in the bag. I thought if you keep them below 20, you're going to be in a really good spot.
I was nervous the way that James Cook was getting off early. The way that happened early. I thought, boy, that's the recipe, right, to get them. But they were able to just hold it down. That every time they dropped back to pass, it was a problem.
Well, I think one of the things I got to ask this question this morning doing some radio is, like, what is wrong with the Bills and Josh Allen? Because Josh Allen's a generational type player, and if Buffalo doesn't win a Super Bowl, or hell, get to a Super Bowl with Josh Allen, it's going to be a crying ass shame. He's that good of a player. He's that dominant of a player, special of a player. But you know, so I don't know what the answer to that question is, but I watched him last night. I don't know how Joe Brady, I hear Joe Brady's catching hell right now from Buffalo on the radio.
Absolutely.
But I don't know how Joe Brady, for several reasons. This isn't just I prefer this type of approach. Like, there wasn't one quarterback plus one run last night.
Yeah, and I think at one point he was getting his ass kicked so much maybe they didn't want to do it. But they had to do things to slow. I mean, the run game in general, to me, they got away from far too much.
The QB plus one run game would have protected him. You're sitting him back there, and he's like a pinata. Pinata getting and doing all the damage. I don't.
You know him, because I know you probably watching that from a cornerback's perspective. Like Davis Mills did not get sacked. That wasn't only just because the Texans' offensive line was just so great that they didn't get their hands.
Yeah.
Davis didn't allow himself to get sacked. Josh sat back there and allowed himself to get like I'd say at least half of those sacks were, hey, Josh, man, get rid of the ball.
Yeah, get rid of the ball.
Hey, Josh, throw the ball.
But
hey, Josh,
that's
quit running into
that. But you got to protect him from his. That's part. You got to protect him from himself, right? I mean, the only time he got the ball out of his hand quickly was when it was a designed quick throw or screen.
Yes.
So it's one of those where you got to protect him from himself. And the good thing is he's 6'5", 250, and you've got one of the better running backs in the league. You got a 1-2 punch that probably could have at least protected your quarterback and given you a chance to sustain some drives. But you just kept dropping him back there, letting him get pinataed around, as well as exposing him to his one downfall, which is holding the damn football and trying to be Superman. And so, I think when you look at what Buffalo's doing, I mean, they're a really good football team, but what they did last night and just continuing to drop Josh back and putting him in that situation is wild. I mean, that when you look at that 1-2 punch of Danielle Hunter coming off one side, Will Anderson coming off the other, I mean,
and they were letting their tackles singled up too.
Hey man, no, you're facing a defense with the number 3 and the number 4 sack getter in the league. Danielle's got 11 and Will's got 10.5. 11 games into the season, and you're continuing to drop your quarterback back, knowing he's going to hold the football and try to do too much with it. Yeah, not so much game plan, but I thought at some point in the middle of the game they would have said, hey man, let's protect him from himself and let's just run the football downhill. Like they never did that, and the Texans capitalized on it.
Yeah, I see people texting in. What was your thinking? Did you thinking this thing is over? What's your thinking after that game? After Bullock was able to get his second interception and third forced turnover, you're thinking, I see some people texting in, we're going to the Super Bowl, damn it. It was a smackdown in H-Town. Yeah, it was amazing. I'll tell you where I was, Clint. Just kind of overall, it was, to me, the first time since week 3, because the start of the season, I thought this team could be a playoff team, right? Hell, I had them winning the division. There's some texter who tries to text in every week to me, hey, Ron, how are they going to win the division this time? Well, I did. I thought they were a playoff team and a team that could win their division. After they went 0-3 and the way they lost those games, I had to change my thought process. To me, I now take them very, very serious as a playoff contender. And that is like that is real, that win against that team. And I think since week 3, I look at them and all right, this is game on now. Yeah. This is a real thing. Before there was like, all right, maybe, let's see. They've got to win a game. They've got to show that they could beat, a real good team. They got to get over 500. Last week you're 16-13 in a fight, one of the worst teams we've seen in the last couple of years. And now you come back and you beat this team at home, and you beat them in a way that is just dominant from your defense. Like now I think you can take them to me, I will. You already had. You take them serious now as a real playoff contender.
Well, you've got to. They started out 0-3, and in the last 8 games they're 6-2. I mean, you can't look at this team and not at least view them as a playoff caliber football team. And when I look at the Texans, it's where it shifted a bit is I think, in the past we're sitting around talking about how bad this offense is and what it's going to take to beat the Josh Allens, the Pat Mahomes, the Lamar Jackson. I know all those guys aren't having great years this year, but you get my point, is this defense can win without scoring 30 points. I don't care who the opponent is. Now, I'm not saying they're not going to give up 25, 28, 30 points the rest of the season. That may happen, but the reality of it is this team can make the playoffs and win in the playoffs scoring 20 points, scoring 21 points. I mean, you don't need the offense to go out there and light it up for 4 quarters, and that was proven last night against one of the best the NFL has to offer. The defense is a defense that's going to give you all the opportunity under the sun to win games. Can the offense just take advantage when the momentum's in their favor, when the opportunity presents itself? Can they take advantage just enough to win ball games? And the defense is going to allow that to be a low number.
Hey, tell me the truth. What was y'all thinking when old Palmer caught that ball?
I thought it was over.
And tossed it over to Shakir, and he's running down the sideline. And they got it's like what they got 41 seconds with 2 timeouts left.
Yeah, I mean it's 4th and 20-something. When that happened, and it wasn't even about the Texans and the Bills at that point. That's just about fate. I mean, that's just about destiny.
How the hell did that happen?
That's just like you look at it and you go, "Come on, man." I mean, not only did they convert it, but they got 40 or 50 seconds left, and they got 2 timeouts still remaining. And so I thought for sure, like, this is just, here we go again, man. It's just not our year. And boy, they were able to pull it out, man. That was impressive.
Yeah, no, I said to you, I leaned to you, and I said, somebody's going to make a play. They'll get to him. They'll get him down. You said, oh, you had that look. I said, oh my God, because it was coming right in front of us, and you could see there was nobody on that side of the field for the Texans that was going to stop them. You could just see how that game was going. That every time they dropped back, it was like the odds were not that they would not make a play. Like the odds were he was going to get hit. Like that was like it started to become the odds were he was going to get sacked because he wasn't getting rid of it, and he was holding it back there. The odds were, and I just like, boy, every 1 out of 3 plays might be a sack. It felt like that, or at least close to a sack, or he's running around, he's going to lose. He lost 76 yards. Yeah, I mean, just killing them. Someone texted in, I thank God every day that the Bills do not know how to use Ty Johnson. That dude is dangerous, but they barely use him. Been telling you all along, Ron, they are a playoff team, but no, back in week 3, 4-ish, you were saying they suck. They did suck. They sucked. I think that's a fair thing. They did suck. They were great last night. I mean, you can call me a hater or whatever. Hell, you probably won't admit it. You thought they sucked.
Hold on, so.
You thought they sucked when they couldn't solve Trevor Lawrence. And they went to 0-3. And it was 6-0 and going into the fourth quarter against Tennessee. But they do not suck. They've got the best defense in football, and not just the best defense in football, but one of the real difference makers in football with that defense. It was an amazing win last night, and if you want to hit me with some told you so's, I think it's stupid because I think all of you felt that way. Everybody did. Hell, Tyler picked against the Texans for the first time ever this year, and I've never seen heard Tyler. Tyler has 16, 17-0. Every week he finds a way to believe it. He even said, I got to step out. So it's all there. All right, Clint, let's do our grades on Davis Mills. Very odd performance in this game for not just Davis, but the offense in general. He was 16 30, 2 touchdowns, no picks, quarterback rating of 90. By contrast, Josh Allen's quarterback rating was 67. So he wasn't great, but, obviously he was the winning quarterback in this game. What was your grade for Davis Mills' performance last night? We'll do that coming up next.
All right, look, when the lunch hour hit,
Shop us John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We are live here on the road on a Football Friday here live at Walk-Ons here in Katy. Make your way on out here. We've got Area 45. We've got their glass you can get on the house. You can just pick that on up. And we've got plenty of prizes, including gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. I have a story about Academy Sports and Outdoors.
You went back, didn't you?
I got a story. But we'll get to that at some point. But you can win gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. You can also win a free oil change, any type of vehicle you have at Tomball Ford. They will hook you, as well as the big one coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Texans Colts game, the last game of the season at NRG, which could be a enormous game that has a lot of ramifications to the AFC playoffs, potentially the division. You got a chance to win a pair of those tickets courtesy of our Houston Ford dealers. And I would urge also to use your QR code on your phone and enter the Ultimate Tailgate, where you can win a $1,000 gift card from Academy Sports and Outdoors and 2 tickets in the suite for a Texans game. So there are a lot of things you can come away with. Get on down here to Walk-Ons here at Katy. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Jump in on this, please. We do this after each game. Davis Mills, he's the quarterback. Probably for the last time. I think CJ returns against the Colts next week. He was 3-0, but for this game, what do you grade Davis Mills? 16 for 30, 153 yards, 2 touchdown passes, no picks, no turnovers, quarterback rating of 90. How do you grade Davis Mills?
Yeah, I'm going to go with a B- again. And this time,
now, the last time you started with a B-, then you talked yourself into a B+.
Well, I started with a C+ here, and I talked myself into the B-.
You've already done it.
Look, just because I got to grade him on the scale of he is a backup. He's a backup quarterback, so I got to grade him a little different with not turning the football over and not taking any sacks. That's always important in football. It's tenfold important when you're playing the brand the Texans are playing with our defense.
But we watched that on the other side.
Right. How detrimental that can be. So that right there is a huge plus, right? And then I move into, when it was good, it was good. I mean, there was a couple of drives in that second quarter that were really, really good and ultimately enough to win the game. When I look at what the only, really, to be completely honest, I don't blame the second half on Davis Mills. I think they came out. I think the penalties killed them, and I think the offensive coordinator got extremely conservative.
We got to get into that at some point today.
Well, yeah, that's what scares you about this team at this point is just that level of dependency on your defense is scary. But I don't have it. That Davis Mills has nothing to do with that right there. Offensively, it's the several misses early.
Higgins a couple of times.
The Higgins miss when the defensive back fell down, that left points on the field. You would have definitely got into field goal range if that wouldn't have been a touchdown. I don't know. That left points on the field. Now, I'm not sure as a quarterback did Davis Mills expect him to keep that once that DB fell down? Did he expect him to keep it high to take him to the end zone? And the young receiver just break out and stick to his route, and I'm not sure there wasn't a miscommunication there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. You're the quarterback. That was a huge chunk play, if not a touchdown, right? Number 2, it didn't end up costing them. Higgins on the go route in the second quarter, the beginning of the second quarter, the miss to him on the go route where you literally hit the DB in the middle of the back, that I gotta dock you for that. That's a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's an easy throw, too. That was Davis wants that one back big time.
Kept been killing C.J. over there on the bench.
And this may be a tad bit unfair to a backup quarterback, but I think Davis Mills is capable of making a throw to Dalton Schultz in the seam where he threw it behind him. Now, Dalton Schultz is a $12 million tight end. He needs to go up over that guy's back and make that play. But if you throw that ball out in front over the top, even if you still where your tight end's got a back shoulder, if it's still a higher throw, that's a touchdown. So neither one of those ended up hurting the team. So I didn't dock him the way that I probably should have docked him because he came back and threw the touchdown to Christian Kirk, I believe. But those misses early in that game could have cost this team. Now they didn't, but in terms of grading the quarterback, I've got to grade him critically there in that instance. And then the 2-minute drive was spectacular. The 2-minute drive was absolutely spectacular. So all that said, I land at a B-, and I think Davis Mills going 3-0 and having some really clutch moments in these 3 games were huge for the Houston Texans. Obviously, they got 3 wins, but hell of a job by Davis once again.
Text line, I give Davis Mills an A, not because of his stats or completions or touchdowns, only because he has a 3-game winning streak so far. And Mills is mentally strong. You never see him get down during the game. You don't see him down and all depressed. Okay, now we're getting into the CJ stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. 2 things can be true. He has been great. He has been fantastic. He needs to go ahead and go ahead and take on his role in his position when C.J. Stroud is healthy. I give him a B, Clint, and almost inclined to get to a B+ because I'm with you, and in fact, I want to talk about that coming up next. That the shutdown, the personal shutdown themselves of the offense in the second half. But I thought he was really, really good. And I'm going to tell you, I was so impressed. And I'm sure many of you watched at home, after Frank Ross's group gave up another back-breaking return for a touchdown, they panned the camera over there at Davis. And he just started nodding his head forward like, all right, let's go. Yeah. Like it wasn't like that. He was like, let's go, game on, let's go. And then he came out and had that excellent 2-minute drive that you talked about where he made some misses but made plays ultimately to get the touchdown to Higgins. So I give him that, man, and he saw how the game is going. And I think it's really, really big for quarterbacks to see how the game is going. And he did not screw up field position the way that Josh took the ball harm's way. There were times Bosa got back there, Rougeau got back there, they got blitzes, and he wouldn't allow himself to be sacked, right? He lived to fight another day in a way that the quarterback on the other side refused to do for Buffalo, and you could see how that game, it was a point where it was like, I cannot help Buffalo. I can't help Buffalo. I got to make them have full fields to drive, and I thought he was excellent with that. So I give Davis Mills a B. I'll take it up to a B+. He was fantastic over those 3 games, and he was great last night. Let's jump into that because it was a tale of 2 halves last night. And was it the Bills' defense that made some adjustments that shut down the Texans, or was it the Texans that shut down the Texans? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors. It's hunting season and holiday season. You can kill several birds, no pun.
then the next day if you just start drinking again? Like, does that really?
It's worked for me multiple times.
I've told myself it worked. I don't know if it really did. If I just got back to getting drunk again.
The old hair of the dog.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
I
Tyler,
don't know.
you might want to think about that.
I haven't done it since I've been older, so it may have been just youth and being able to recover a little bit better. But yeah, there was plenty of times back in the day where, boy, that was the plan going in.
Like Tyler, right now on a scale of 1 to 10, how rough are you feeling?
Ooh.
Rough 10 being I'm not gonna make it to 6.
Oh, well, in that case, I was gonna say 10, but I know wuss. I'm making it to 6 p.m. I'm gonna go with 8.6.
You're at an 8.6,
dude. I haven't been this hungover since the war, brother.
So I'm wondering if you just had, a double shot of bourbon right now on the rocks, would that clear you up? Like would that make you feel better right now? I've done it. I've told myself back in them college days, but I don't know if I just got drunk or if it really did.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, if I'm gonna hair the old dog, I'm not gonna start with a double shot of anything. I'm gonna ease on in. I'm talking like.
I just figured he just started to pick up where he left off.
No, I mean Bloody Mary. I mean, maybe something may go a double. Put a little double shot in a Bloody Mary or something. But no, not just straight.
Maybe some
hammer down.
espresso martini.
By the way, I want to be honest.
Not a shot. Good gosh, that's going to.
This hair of the dog. First time I've ever heard that before. Right now.
Really?
I've never heard. Start drinking again.
Another one of those things. Another one of those things you shouldn't admit it on air.
Really?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Hair of the dog. Never heard of it. 713-572-4610. You ever heard of hair of the dog?
Vacation, man. You get good and loose out one evening. That next morning, man, you go eat a little brunch and you hit that Bloody Mary and get you started again. Next thing you know, you're knee deep again. Yeah, that's fancy.
That's where you want to go with
Tyler, don't lie though, man. You got Santiago. You got
him ready to go. No, he ain't doing that.
You got anybody on?
No, it's Football Friday.
Yeah,
you got anybody teed up just in case?
No, I feel like garbage, but I'm doing this damn show. This is my show. It's our show, man.
He's going out after.
Let's go.
He's going back to the Heights.
Victory Friday.
There you go. Someone texting, come on, Ryan. I've never heard of hair of the dog. I don't know. When you guys were saying that, I'm just putting it together. And I've never heard of it. Never heard of this saying.
That's crazy.
Well,
is it?
I mean in all seriousness, yeah, like
you've
that.
Done
I feel
it
like
a few
that's so
times.
common.
That's all that matters.
I've done it a few times. I believe we've called it something else.
What'd you call it?
I don't remember. If somebody said it, I'd hear it. But hair of the dog was definitely not it. And I was in Nashville when I was really doing that a lot. Never heard of it. All right, Clint, tell the two halves. The Texans, as we said yesterday, and I said, man, this is going to be a lot about Nick Caley, because this isn't a defense that is anywhere close to like the Texans were. Hey, man, it's an uphill battle. No, this is a defense that will allow things. We've seen throughout the year. Obviously, they're the 31st ranked rushing defense in football, and as you kind of outlined yesterday, they've also given up yards to several receivers this year, big games to receivers this year. So this was a defense that could be had, and the Texans were missing plays, as you highlighted, and still put up 20 in the first half. But that was it, because the second half, they didn't do anything. Yeah. They didn't move the ball whatsoever. It's not even just like, oh, man, they should, like, Clint, they're 3 and outs, 5 and outs, and they got the ball multiple turnovers. They got a turnover. That's what set them up for the field goal. Didn't really do much, other than maybe they ran Woody Marks 3 straight times to get about 11 or 12 yards to get a first down, and then it was over. There were penalties in that first drive, issues. Was it something Buffalo did, or do you think this was by design from the Texans?
Well, I would definitely by design.
We'll have to see Tape Drop Tuesday, too. That'll be a big one next week.
I just don't know when the decision was made. There was it was clear in that second half which I don't think Nico Collins had a target in the second half. In fact, I'm pretty sure he did not have a target in the second half.
He had one target. You talk about Nico?
In the second half?
He had one target. It was the target that I don't know if it was supposed to be for him or supposed to be for Dalton Schultz, because they both ran in the same region in the second half. And I think they were trying to run a screen to him early in the second half, but it also looked like it might have been a fake to him and then a screen to Woody Marks, but it wasn't there. Davis threw it into the ground. I'm sounding like Reggie breaking down these plays.
Well, I mean, that's a fear of mine, and we should all have offensively, is their inability or not being willing to, like all the defense had to do, and Buffalo did it all night. All they had to do was roll a safety over the top, and they'll go elsewhere. They'll go away from Nico pretty quickly. And so that, but here's the thing with what we watched in the second half. I wonder when the decision to be ultra conservative was made, right? Because if you look at the way the way it happened, the first drive in the second half, there was 3 penalties. You got behind that, like you said, they were trying to throw a screen. Andrews was downfield, and there was 3 penalties in that first drive, and then they just shut it down from there on. And so you wonder, did DeMeco Ryans see that and go, I'm not going to let this thing get sideways. I'm not going to let it get sideways. We're going to play defense. We're going to let the game dictate how aggressive we are on offense from this point moving forward. And so I wonder when the decision was made. But 35 yards, really one play, the throw to Higgins, that was really made. There was a couple of other short throws, but that was really the one. Heavy commitment to the run with Woody Marks and Nick Chubb. Yeah, this is the part that scares me about the Texans.
I hated it. It pissed me off, to be honest.
It's one thing if you're playing a certain defense, like if you're playing the Texans defense, and but, man, I mean, Davis was on his way, and this offense was on their way to scoring 30-plus points. Davis was on his way to throwing for 250 and 3 or 4 touchdowns. And they were humming now. They had the number. And all of a sudden you decide to shut it down. Clearly you won, so you made the right decision. But my worry moving forward is you give playoff caliber teams and quarterbacks that many opportunities, one of them's going to bite you in the tail. And Josh almost got you last night, and it almost bit you in the tail last night. So that's the one thing that I think is a little concerned. That was an extreme shift of gears in the second half offensively.
I hate it. I
had every reason not to.
I despise it because, Clint, on defense, they are all about let's end it. Yeah. Let's go ahead and end it. Let's get ultra aggressive. Let's end this game. On offense, it was like they were game 23-19. Let's win it 23. Let's win it 23-19. And like you said, they had a chance to me to step on their necks, and they were like, "No, man, let's play field position. Yeah. Let's do this and that." And now I don't think that is all right. Yeah, they won, so they were right. I mean, as you said, man, like Joe Brady helped him out a little bit with some of the stuff that he did. That 4th and 1, huge play by Sheldon Brankins and company, getting that stop. But then, Clint, you know the deal is, all right, man, we played this shutdown deal. Let's say they get a score there, and all of a sudden, now you got to turn it on. Now you got to start to try to score again and play. And I just hate that thought process of, hey, let's just play this thing to win it, or let's play this thing not to lose it. Excuse me. Instead of saying, let's go get the damn game. Right? I understand it was Davis out there, but they couldn't. They couldn't. And someone said Nico was injured. They were using him as a decoy. Nah, he was out there. I think Nico could at least thrown it his way, at least acted like you were. Like they got out there, and that's the part. Like you could see when they get the turnover, Clint, they get the fumble, they go 3 straight plays of handoffs. And I'm one say they got to run the football. Now they got to, but they go like, no, know what they do next play? Another handoff.
Yeah.
That becomes a 2-yard loss that then kind of sets the drive back. And they look like they were just comfortable with the field goal. Like, let's get that field goal. Let's go. And I don't know. Maybe you're like, hey, man, they played to their – I think – honest to God, you saw that first half. I think they could have put 30 on that team, as you were saying. They could have – I think they helped Buffalo out a lot.
Yeah, they help keep it close. There's no doubt by design. I think it was a decision that was made, and again, I don't know if it was a halftime decision or if it was a decision that was made after you come out. Clearly, your offense wasn't focused coming out of halftime with those penalties and getting behind the chains again. I wonder if it was made after that drive or in the locker room at halftime. But I do that. That's as a Texans fan, that's the concern is. Man, that's a tough way to win 4 ball games against the best that the league has to offer. That's a tough way to dig yourself out of the hole when you've got to play Indy twice. You got to play Kansas City. You got some opponents that in that situation, you give them you give the teams on this schedule, you give them that opportunity where just one play can bust it wide open.
Yeah, you had a 4th and 27 converted because where they like at the very least get aggressive so they had to have a score touchdown to tie you and not and
it's clearly not. You look at the week before, it was the worst team in the league, the Tennessee Titans, where you're conservative. It's a close game. You win it late. You're confident your defense is, but your defense gives up. And now tie a ball game and you got to go win it. It's a hell of a life to live, man. Being that extreme one direction, which is the in favor of the defense. But it worked last night. We're sitting at 6-5, man, and we got a shot.
Text line coming in, Ron. This offense isn't an offense that can step on anyone's neck. No, they were last night. Against that defense, that defense, they could have played the same way and the same level of aggressiveness that they played in that first half and put up points.
Well, I mean, the good thing is that you didn't need it. I mean, but you're one drive, one touchdown away from really putting real pressure on Buffalo and Josh Allen.
And taking the run game away.
Instead of allowing that to be a 7-point game and then allowing it to be a 4-point game, you could have really extended that lead, and they chose to be a little bit more conservative. And look, now in D'Amico's defense, maybe he knew that Josh Allen and them were going to do it anyway. It didn't matter if he didn't need to be down 2 scores to hold the football and run around like a chicken with your head cut off back there. And maybe they knew he was going to do that anyway, and they could go get him. And the score really didn't dictate that. But it's a tough life to lead. Being that dependent on your defense.
All right, it's your time. We're going to open up the phone lines to you. 713-572-4610. Tyler, we'll get you on. And I want to talk and hear your thoughts on this. Stephen A. Smith on First Take today, Clint, said what he learned from last night's game is that the Houston Texans can win the AFC. That's what Stephen A. Smith said. Learn that the Houston Texans can win the AFC after watching that defense last night. Where does that sit with you? I want to hear your thoughts on that and where you are after last night's game. Coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, look, for a lot of y'all out there, it's happening, man. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing.
Odyssey Sports Station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Football Friday as we are live at Walk-Ons here in Katy. Come on out. I know as we're getting closer and closer, we're getting to the weekend. This is a great spot to come and make your way. I saw Clint just polish off a little gumbo.
Gumbo
what'd you get
and gator.
Gator bites?
A little gumbo and gator.
There you go.
Yeah.
So great food, great drinks. I'm enjoying a very lovely whiskey mule here.
Oh, whiskey mule, huh?
Yeah,
What kind of whiskey did you go with?
A little bullet.
Okay.
Just a little bullet. Okay. Did that for you, Tyler. So come on out. Have yourself a good time. And you got plenty of prizes to win. You can enter the ultimate tailgate. All you got to do is grab that, use your phone, grab that QR code, and you got a chance to win a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and a pair of tickets in the suite coming up a little bit later on. All you got to do, ultimate tailgate party, use that QR code, and you can enter to be the winner of our ultimate tailgate prize. Also, coming up after this segment, we'll be hooking folks up with Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards. You can win one of those 4 different ones today. Also, a free oil change, any type of vehicle you have, to Tomball Ford, as well as the big one. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets also as well to the final game of the season. And that in the 5 o'clock hour. Just grab a ticket there and put it in our raffle box. Grab a ticket and you'll have a chance to be a winner. And these glasses. You can grab a commemorative glass. That is on the house. That's of our the best night show in all of Houston Sports Radio, Area 45. You can grab a glass, win one, or no, you don't have to win that. Just grab that one and have it on the house. There you go, Patrick Creighton. He was in there working hard up in the press box, and he's I'm sure ready to bring it tonight. All right, phone lines are open, and Tyler will get you on 713-572-4610. Listen, the Texans are getting big-time love nationally after last night's game, and why not? The number they did on Josh Allen, as we've talked about, was as impressive as the defensive performance we've seen all season and maybe in a couple of years. But Stephen A. Smith in particular, Clint, said what he learned last night is he believes the Houston Texans can win the AFC because that defense travels to anybody. Any quarterback, if they could do that to Josh Allen, they could do that to anybody. They can win the AFC. As I said, phone lines, I want to hear. I'm going to get to you, Dave, Gil, Kevin, Northside D. I'm going to get to you, and the phone lines are open. Tyler will get you set up. I want to hear. When you hear that from Stephen A., when you hear what I see last night is the Texans can win the AFC, where does that sit with you?
I think it's really aggressive.
You'd slid up that little high.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, you got 6 games to go, and you got teams that are three games ahead of you that aren't on your schedule. I mean, that's winning the did he mean winning the AFC Championship or winning the AFC record-wise?
Winning the AFC Championship.
Oh,
winning
okay.
the AFC, yeah.
Yeah, that's still, either way, it's still a little aggressive for me. I think, as you know, you guys were talking in the crosstalk. I'm more in the way of like, can we get a little bit of help from the better teams in the league, and can we just focus on getting in the playoffs right now? I can't go out on a limb and say win the AFC.
When you get in there, yeah, I mean, it was an impressive performance, and that defense will always keep you in games. But I'm with you. I thought, ooh, wow, that was aggressive. But I'll tell you, nobody flinched at the set. Dan and all of them, nobody flinched at the set. Dan said nobody wants to see this defense, which is a fair thing. Let's go to you, all right? A day like this, the biggest win, arguably regular season win of the DeMeco Ryans era. When you hear national people say things like, what I learned last night is the Houston Texans can win the AFC, your thoughts on that. Let's start with you, Dave. Dave, what's your thoughts? Is that what you felt when you watched them play last night and beat Buffalo?
Yes, I did. I want to give a shout-out to my man, Tyler, for putting me on here. I really appreciate that very much. And 3 this season, they didn't get no respect. Just like Ryan and Davinsville, when the Texans was 0-3, they didn't get no respect. Now, all of a sudden, after last night, they're getting respect from the NFL nation. And as far as Stephen A. is concerned, I don't believe what Stephen A. says. I don't believe half of what Stephen A. Smith says in the first place. I don't watch that show on ESPN.
Well, clearly you believe what he said. You just agreed with him.
I did. But to get to his point, I agree with him.
Oh, okay.
And but people that watch that show, they don't think for themselves.
I watch that show.
The people that I know.
Yeah, I watch that show. I think for myself. I appreciate the call, Dave. Yeah, you agree with him. You like him when he talks well about your Texans. All right. Do you? That's the thought. Do you get the sense? Well, hell, let me help him out here. Let's take Stephen A. Smith out. Do you agree? There is somebody with a very big voice nationally that said what they learned last night is that the Texans can win the AFC. Gil in Sugar Land, your thoughts on when you hear that comment?
Man, show, big shout out to you, L Dirty and T-Mill.
Yes, sir.
The only way that we can do it is like our defense has to be like the Swarm with Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. and getting them sacks, getting them takeaways. But like the only way that we're really gonna win the whole AFC day, we need like the balling out CJ from his rookie year, not the sad in his head, like doubting CJ. We need the confident balling out, coming at you, CJ. And if we get that, then yeah, we could win. But if we don't have that, then it ain't gonna happen.
All right, appreciate the call. Look, Clint, I will say this because I do think the offense has got to bring more to the table, and Frank Ross has to get his side together. All right, the Texans can't keep having to overcome special team blunders also as well with their offense seems to struggle at times to score a lot of points. But what he said, though, Clint, is the reason why I can't get with that comment is, are they capable? Yes, it is. This is just a hard way to try to go through 3 or 4 teams, 3 teams to get to a Super Bowl, 3 good quality playoff teams to just to depend that your defense is going to go out and play like they did last night. We know they're capable of doing it. They're the best defense in the league. It is just hard when you face, even just look at the top 3, and the top 3 there aren't any of the ones that you think of. But to go through Indy, Denver, and the Patriots playing like, all right, our defense they got to create sacks and turnovers. Like, it is not impossible. We just watched them do it to Buffalo, but it's just a really difficult route to get to the Super Bowl. And I'm with him. They need their offense, and I think CJ, when he comes back, to ease some of that. And I think CJ obviously has the ability to do that and the weapons to do that. I'm not saying it would be great, but the weapons to help their defense. But yes, I think this is a tough way to try to win 3 in a row against quality teams.
Yeah, I mean, look, at 6-5, I think it's fair to have conversations about what if. I think it makes sense. Now they've dug themselves out of a hole, and it's fair to dream big, and it's fair to say what if. And the reality of it is 2 things. You've got the best defense in football, tried and true. They are going to be an absolute monster for anybody to move the football consistently against and score points. And the AFC is wide open. I mean, the top of usually through the lens of our defense, look at the top of the AFC, right? The only one in the top of the AFC that you say may be able to handle it is Aaron Rodgers. And I'm not
leading
even,
a division, yeah.
Right, and who doesn't have but one receiver. Who so I mean, he's got his problem. I'm just talking about the quarterback mentally himself that can handle what the Texans is going to throw at him, right? Drake May, super young quarterback. Bo Nix, super young quarterback, right? I mean, you just keep going down the list of guys that, I mean, can these guys handle? Can they actually handle what the Texans do? So the AFC being wide open, your defense being that you've got above 500, you're sitting at 6-5. There's a lot of hype around what you're doing. I think it's fair to have an open conversation about the what ifs for the Houston Texans. And now I'm not going to say they're going to win the AFC like Stephen A. did.
Yeah, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to get there.
I mean, I can see. I don't agree with him, but I can see the method to the madness. I can see how he has arrived at where he's at.
Yeah, the defense travels. Defense travels like that. And you, when you're able to shut teams down like the Texans have consistently, it travels that way. But you find yourself, Clint, not only in a 23-19 game with the Bills, but you also find yourself in a 16-13 game with the Titans, right? Like that is not an easy way to live because their defense is probably playing a similar fashion in both those games. But I mean, let's see how many times that you can pull that off.
I don't doubt that there's with the return of CJ, with the emergence of Christian Kirk, with them seeming to have figured out some things on the offensive line, Cade Stover getting healthy. You got to believe that the thought is this offense is going to continue to get better when you start plugging those pieces in.
Yep.
And at that point in time, maybe you're not as dependent on this great Houston defense, and you can play some level of complementary football. That's where I'm at. That's where I hope. I'm not sitting here going, oh, boy, if they got to go through like that, that ain't going to – they're not winning a championship with what we watched yesterday. You know what I mean? They're not going to be able to shut it down. They're not going to be able to start slow and miss a bunch of throws and then shut it down in the second half and win playoff games. I don't think that's going to happen. So
not 3 in a row.
Yeah, no, I think I got to lean.
I don't think
I got to lean heavily into the offense getting better, and I think it's fair to expect that given what we've seen.
All right, let's head to Kevin, our guy Kevin. Kevin, you think it's crazy to think that the Texans right now are a team that could win the AFC? Go ahead.
Absolutely. Let me preface this by saying that I'm a diehard Texans fan, but what I saw last night, I was so mad at the end of that game. We had 8 sacks, 3 turnovers in Buffalo territory, and we were inches away from losing that game if that guy didn't step out on that pass down.
That's fair.
And this offense, it's not the offense. It's the play calling. The play call in the second half was horrible. Run the ball, but your run plays have no designs to them. You kept running up in there, straight up the middle. The announcers kept saying Buffalo's got 10 guys on the line of scrimmage, and you just keep running. It's no way. We were lucky last night. It's no way if you play a good team, you're going to be able to get away with that.
Well, they were a good team, Kevin. That was a good team, Kevin.
Yeah, but look at all the turnovers and the sacks and all that we got. You're not going to get that all the time. And I just felt like we was going to lose the game at any point. Wouldn't move the ball, and then if they would have scored, you was going to ask the offense that, hey, let's hurry up, get in the motion, get in the groove, and go down and score after you just ran the ball the whole second half.
Kev, I got a question for you, Kevin, and a legit serious question. Who do you think makes that decision? I'm trying to figure out, is that bad play calling or is that bad management?
I think I don't know if it's, I'm going to put it on Kaylee, and I'm not going to say bad play calling. I know a little about football, but I just watch his design of his plays, pass and run. His run plays doesn't have a whole lot of design to him. He doesn't set stuff up to do other things. It's like he's just all over the place all the time. And to be honest with you, if it wasn't for Woody Marks on those two first down runs, they were stuck in the backfield because they were just straight at the line of scrimmage. He just did that off of desire.
All right, appreciate the call, Kevin. Great call, because he said a couple of things there, Clint, that jumped out to me, and that is you're at the edge of your seat when you're led by a defense like this and your offenses. You're at the edge of your seat thinking one play. Like the amount of plays that a team has to make against you with your offense playing like that. Like Josh just needed to make one or two plays. Really one. You're right. One or two plays. Or, hey, man, just kick this field goal. Their offense ain't going to do nothing. And that the nervous part is, damn it, you feel like you're winning and you're holding on this way, but it's one slip, one miss, and you just don't have a lot of margin for error in these games when you're led this way. All right. We'll get you in at some point, Northside D. We appreciate you calling in. This is much a day for you all as it is for us. Let's get our Man Eye Institute players of the game. A lot of opportunities, a lot of guys out there as the Texans get their biggest win of the season. You can text in, what is your Man Eye Institute player of the game? We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all, power outages. They can happen anytime, anywhere, and we know around these parts they happen at the most inopportune times. Extreme heat, extreme cold, or hurricanes is typically what causes them. And here's the deal. You just got to stay ready so you don't end up in a panic. Stay ready so you can take care of your family. You want them lights to just flicker briefly. The lights stay on. The fridge keeps working. The AC or the heater keeps working. Everybody just lives life as you typically would when you got one of them Generac home generators. And Generator Supercenter is where you need to go. The power grid ain't worth a damn. The grid failures and outages, they're going to happen. Call Generator Supercenter right now. Take control of your power. 281-251-6100. 281-251-6100. You can always check them out online at generatorsupercenter.com.
The Texans beat the Bills in prime time.
Here's the snap from Andrews. Davis looking. Davis passing to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Houston. The Texans are back in front of Buffalo.
Every day I'm just kind of living out that childhood dream and going out there and having fun with it.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
John Lopez here with Louis Flory from Ability Trees. Louis, first of all, I want to say thank you, not for being a good dude and a good friend, but I slept well at night after the latest storm because my trees, we had problems, but we didn't have tree problems.
I always like to come in again and take care of these potential problems to make sure that we cut down the liability exposure to tree damage, property damage, someone getting hurt.
I know after our latest storm, you were getting calls that said, hey, thank you for this, thank you for that.
John, after Barrow came through here, I can't tell you how many calls that we had where customers were calling in and thanking our office staff of getting their trees pruned and cleaned out before Barrow hit. So they were just very thankful that they had their trees pruned, cleaned out where the wind could blow through those trees instead of against them.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you want Louis Flory and nobody else on the job. Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Call 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it,
leading tree care professional.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler. Long live Cowboys. Available at Cavender's.
You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. It starts with your free consultation. Call 832.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppa's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions. Starting at day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we're live here at Walk-Ons here in Katy, and it's a good time. A little Football Friday action, and you can be a winner. We has just hooked our first winner up with a gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. You got a chance to be a winner throughout the day, so come on out. Walk-Ons here in Katy. It's a good time. Friday, I know people are about to be getting off work here soon. This is a great space to kick things off. So come on out here to Walk-Ons here in Katy. Let's do it now. Let's look at our Man Eye Institute players of the game. You can text yours in. Who was the player of the game for you? In a win like this, there are, I think, several places to go. Who are your players of the game? Clint, let's kick it with you. Who's your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
Look, I think it's one guy and one guy only. He was on the post-game show with us. He joined us, Will Anderson Jr. I mean, not only were the individual plays that he made absolutely tremendous, but he also beat their quarterback up on a couple of plays that were not. You're talking about a guy that I think he tied a record. A sack in 6 straight games is I think he tied with Mario Williams.
Yep, 6 straight games. Yep.
And so not only is he setting records, but he's got 10.5 sacks right now. He's number 4 in the entire NFL, and when he's opposite that number 55, and they are wrecking shop the way that they're wrecking shop, they're an absolute problem. So I got to go with Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah, Will Anderson Jr. He's playing lights out, man. Dude is insane. I heard him on the post game show, which you heard Sean and Seth play it earlier today. He was fantastic. My man said he's gonna go home, sit on the couch. He do look like he fish.
Maybe doing a little fishing.
Maybe doing a little fishing. He do look like he fishes. All right. Will Anderson's a good one. Text line 713-572-4610. You can text in who your players of the game. Someone text in Jalen Higgins. Called him a touchdown pass. And not just called him a touchdown pass, as you said, Clint. He also probably could have had 70, 80, 100 yards, to be honest with you. There were points where he was open. And I'll say this. Hey, man, we got to work on that toe tap, Jack. There's probably about 2 times where you were on the sideline. He caught the one in the fourth quarter, but there were 2 other catches, another one in the end zone.
Yeah.
That if he drags his foot, he's in bounds, and it could be other. That's another good one there from the text line. I'm gonna go with Woody Marks. That's a weird one. Woody Marks had 75 yards rushing, but. And our guy Kevin spoke about this, who we were just talking to. Woody Marks saved the offensive line, Nick Caley's ass, multiple times. There were, I think, a couple 4th downs where he is stopped dead behind the line. I mean, multiple yards behind the line of scrimmage. And Taron Johnson, number 7, went for a ride on multiple occasions. He took his ass and drug them on. I mean, that could have been killers. Those drives ended in points, and he was big. And then early in the game, he was really, really good. I agree with Kevin a little bit. If they were going to run the football, maybe some of the more creative runs they had earlier, getting him to the outside a little bit earlier. But I thought his toughness and him just refusing to go down was big in this game. And I think it's clear now, Clint. This is 3 straight games where he is clearly the guy that they are using as their number 1 back. The discrepancy is large between him and Nick Chubb right now. And Clint, they don't even use Nick Chubb for short yardage. It's him. That's who they're using. So Woody Marks, I thought those were huge short yardage runs that he made, dragging people and making plays when the play wasn't drawn up correctly,
well, look,
or blocked correctly.
On a night when you were 2 for 12, I believe, on 3rd down, needed the 2 you got, and Woody Marks, to your point, was tremendous. I thought when the second drive came around and Nick Chubb was out there for 3 straight carries and we got a 1st down, it was one of those things where it's like, okay, Nick may be a bigger part of this game plan than what we've seen the last 2 weeks, and then they went right back to Woody Marks, which I'm here for. And I think
yeah, we've been saying that.
But I think your point that you're making is really the most important one. We can all see that, hey, man, he catches the ball out of the backfield better than anybody else. You can all see there's a different level of twitch there to be able to catch a screen or catch the ball out of the backfield. He's clearly a dual threat kind of thing. You can see all that, but really what I think turns D'Amico and Nick Caley on is what you just said. Hey, man, it's 1-on-1 in the hole. It's 3rd and 1. You're hit or you're at least in the sights 2 yards deep. You find a way to sidestep a guy, lean forward for a 1st down. If you can do that, you can play a long time in this league. Now, it's nice if you can catch it. It's nice if you can hit your head on the goalpost. All those things are nice. But if you can take third down situations, be hit or contacted 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage and still go get 2, that's a huge plus.
There were 2 4th downs that he was hit well behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and that's just one of those things where we've been talking about it for a month now, 2 months now on this show. It's like, I mean, I just don't know. There's no facet of the game where Woody Marks is not the guy that needs to be in the backfield more than everybody else, and it's good to see the last 3.
By the way, that Derrick Henry, right? Like that's like that ain't no huge. He's 205 pounds, right? And dragging folks. All right, Tyler, who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
I got to go with the fella that Will Anderson Jr. said they call ball hawk, Kalen Bullock. 2 interceptions, a forced fumble, 5 tackles, 2 passes defended. He was outstanding along with, obviously, the whole defensive unit. But, yeah, I'm going to rock with Bullock this week.
Good to see him back in that role of getting.
You get that right now.
Good to see him back in that role of getting turnovers, man. You know, we coming into the season, he's kind of quiet. I remember you asking him about it. He's a little quiet.
Oh, I thought he had a chance to lead the league in interceptions.
Yeah. Well, he's rolling now, man. That was a monster game last night. When they're creating chaos around the quarterback, and those guys make any level of errant throw where the ball hangs in the air for a while. Bullock can go get it now.
Hey, and then he goes and punches the ball out from Shakur. Yeah. And by the way, maybe look him. Can he catch punts?
Who, Bullock?
Because that run back was impressive. My man was. I mean, obviously the settle, or I'm not settle. I'm sorry, I don't want to get the wrong person. Barnett blocking the back negated it, but he looked like he done that before.
Yeah, it was impressive. I'm sure he has. He probably played a little offense in his background.
Probably played a little offense in his day. Yeah, man. Those guys were great. Bullock was something else. Text line coming in, Davis Mills. He followed the rules, did no harm, no turnovers. Fairbairn was the MVP. He put up some points. Someone else, Cornbread. Text somebody listen, Bosa gave him some trouble sometimes, but I think overall throughout the game, Trent Brown – held his own for the most part, right? I think, he when he got his hands on him, he, kind of shut him down. I think he had a holding penalty there on him, and he got around him a couple of times. But overall, this was not like we talked about all offseason. If they could just be all right, like this, there was at no point that we look in this game and think, even with Ursary on the other side, there was a couple of times Russo got him. But there was no point that we looked at this and was just like, boy, they can't get nothing done because they can't do anything up front. So, yeah, man, I think Trent Brown was really, really good along with the rest of the offensive line in yesterday's game. All right, coming up as we continue rolling, it is a football Friday, and as we generally do on Fridays, we got a big weekend of college football. Let's look at our Saturday slate. There are some intriguing games this weekend that could affect the college football playoff rankings in multiple games. Let's look at our college football slate. Which games are you watching? We'll do ours coming up next.
All right, you got plenty of time to watch college football as well.
stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we're live here on a football. Here we go. Come on, lead them, Stephen. You've been here. There we go. Listen, give a hand to our bartenders. They've done, and our waitresses. They've done a great job as well. Please tip them and get you some drinks here on a Friday. Why not get a little loose and get you some good food here? And you, if you're listening, you're on your way. Come on out to Katy. Come on out to Walk-Ons here at Katy and get yourself a chance to win. Multiple prizes, gift cards, tickets to the Texans Colts game. You got a chance to win many, many items. Come on out here and enjoy yourself. A good time is being had out here. Tyler is struggling, folks. Send him your love, but he's going to make it. He's tough. Texans get a dub. Tyler's going to be all right.
Yeah.
Is that truck in the same spot it was in when you left yesterday?
That is correct, sir. Uber fees last night stacked up a little bit, but it's worth it.
See, Tyler?
Man.
See, Tyler?
What's more expensive?
I could have helped you, Tyler. I could have scooped your ass up. All you had to do was hit me up. I could have scooped you up.
He told me when he left he wasn't going to call you.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
That's not true.
Is that what y'all talked about at the elevator?
That's what we were talking about at the elevator.
Damn.
He said
okay.
that's somebody.
That is not
This is almost as bad as that time.
He said not with those friends. Those friends
listen,
he didn't
think I would mesh.
Yeah, he didn't.
I don't like that. That's bullcrap, Tyler. I am
say
versatile.
that.
I'm basically like I can fit in any lineup. All right, you need me to be a wingman, I got it. You need me to be the front man, I damn sure got that. You need me to kind of lurk in the weeds, just kind of be that guy, the quiet, I can do it.
I agree with all that.
I'm just saying. So
I'm just saying, man. I forgot.
I'm a friend's Swiss Army knife.
I didn't intentionally not hit you up. I didn't think it was an actual thing or that you would ever actually come out and hang out and meet up for drinks.
That is completely unfair because I don't have a track record of never coming out. I have come out with you. I have multiple times gone out with you.
On like a year streak, though.
That's well, it could have ended. I could have drove you.
Blackout,
you didn't have. Well, okay, now we're getting to the bottom of it.
Blackout, man.
There would have been no Uber fees. This ain't as bad. I mean, you can't ever say that. It's not as bad as where you left me having to watch the ACC championship game between Louisville and Florida State in the parking lot waiting for you to hit me up so we could arrive to the karaoke party.
Oh, my God. I need all of your thoughts and prayers right now.
Need all of his thoughts and prayers. Well, while we're at it, text in 713-572-4610. What is your college football game of the week? There are many of them. Hit me with that music, Tyler. There it is. Intriguing games this week. This is that week where half the SEC just plays nobodies. I think A&M's got Samford. Georgia's got Charlotte or something like that. But there is OU, who's now number 8 in the college football poll. They host Missouri. OU is in a position, if they win their final 2 games, which they will be favored in at home, they should get a spot in the college football playoff. That is a big game. USC and Oregon. Number 15 USC goes to Autzen Stadium in Eugene to take on Oregon in a 15-7 matchup. Tennessee at Florida. Florida has been tricky this year, right? They beat Texas. They gave Georgia hell. So this will be an interesting one for Tennessee. I want to get to this Michigan-Maryland game. That's not actually the game I'm going to pick, but I do have some thoughts on that. So there's some intriguing games. Someone texted in BYU They've got a big one this weekend. Who does BYU play? You just said BYU has a big one this weekend that you're looking at.
Is it Utah?
Is it no?
I don't know. I don't have
think they just
BYU
played
schedule memorized.
Anyway, yeah, who does? What's your? Is there a game you're looking at? Is it this easy one? Is it the game that you're going to be attending?
Absolutely, I will be attending. I'll be attending the Arkansas Razorbacks University of Texas Longhorns game Saturday afternoon at 2:30. I will be there with my bride. She is a Longhorn. I am clearly an Arkansas Razorback.
You think this is a game? You think this has a chance to be a game?
I think it's got a real chance to be a game. I'm walking in there with nothing to lose. With Bobby Petrino and Taylon Green, I think there's a chance we could shock, but there's a chance that we could shock the world. All joking aside, when you got Bobby Petrino and you've got Taylon Green, anything can happen. There's a lot of off-script, off-schedule stuff Taylon does, and Bobby's as good as anybody on the ones and twos calling plays in college football. So anything can happen. Now, our defense will probably give up 40-plus. Arch Manning will probably have a great day. I don't know what his numbers look like, what the prop bets are on him. I'd take every single one of them in this particular game. But, look, Texas has got to be perfect, and Texas has got to be dominant the rest of the way if they have a puncher's chance of getting in somehow, some way. I don't think it's going to happen. I'd like to know what the percentages are. I bet it's single digit. They've got to be dominant.
I don't see it, Clint.
What?
That Texas, you said that.
By the way, you don't see a 3-win team ever getting in?
Not this year.
Yeah,
not
look,
Texas.
there's a lot of football left to be played, so we'll see. I don't know. I don't know exactly.
What it's going to take. They would have great wins. They would have A&M, Vandy, and OU, right? They beat those.
Yeah.
They'd have those 3 wins. But there's going to be a lot of teams that have 2 losses that.
Well, no, it's going to take. It's going to take. I mean,
help. Yeah.
Look, it's going to take chaos at the top, which is not crazy the last couple of weeks of the season. We'll see. It's clearly a long shot. My point is you're motivating these guys to be perfect and to be dominant, and it starts with Arkansas. They can be dominant over Arkansas, but Arkansas can also walk in there and shock.
I think it definitely has a chance to be a game just because every team that can score, it's always and Arkansas can score like. Arkansas's got some losses in the 30s and 40s, don't they?
Absolutely.
This year? Yeah. And so like that's like if you're dealing with a team that struggles to score, you feel a little bit better. But you got a team where like, hey man, it's not out of the and Texas defense is really, really good. It's not out of the equation that we're sitting here in the third quarter and they got 28 points.
Yeah. No, it could happen. I'm not betting on it, but it could happen. So that's the game I'm looking at right there. I win either way because my bride's going to leave happy or I'm going to leave happy. One of us is going to be smiling on the way home.
When this happens, because I do want to get – when this happens, if Texas wins, does she talk trash?
No.
And if Arkansas wins, do you – I know you don't. I know you just sit there.
Her and I are a lot alike when it comes to responding to wins and success.
Just
keep it moving, baby. Act like you've been there before.
You've been there.
But yeah, to be honest with you, though, since we've been together and we've been married, we've attended several Texas games, and I'll be honest with you, my winning percentage is pretty high. So I don't know. It starts January 1, 2000, when I personally put a foot in that ass. And then when we announced,
personally put one in.
And then when we announced that we were pregnant with our first little girl, I was on the sideline in Arkansas, Texas, and Texas really stomped a mud hole in them right there. I mean, Arkansas really stomped a mud hole in them right there. So,
all right, I want to get to my game. My game is USC Oregon, but I want to start because you brought this up with Texas. Now, I don't think it's realistic with Texas, but I do think what you're talking about is realistic with Michigan. If Michigan beats Ohio State at home, if Michigan beats Maryland and they get to 9-2, and they beat Ohio State at home, they got one Big Ten loss. You talked about Texas and that brand. We know Michigan has a pretty large brand too. If Michigan, who would then jump Ohio State to play in the Big Ten title game, if Michigan is sitting there at, what would they be, 10-2 with a win over Ohio State, does that team get kept out?
Well, they wouldn't jump into the title game, would they?
Well, I mean, they would have one loss with Ohio. They would jump Ohio State in the title game. They would both have one loss in the Big Ten, and they could potentially play for it. Or I know Indiana has one loss, and I think Oregon, if Oregon were to go on and win, maybe that gets in their way. But they would be 10-2 with a win over number 1 Ohio State. Who keeps them out? They're not having a lot of conversations. They're sitting at 18 right now. But if in the next 2 weeks they beat number 1 Ohio State,
there's a lot of two-loss football teams right now.
Nobody would have a better win than that.
There's 4 or 5 two-loss football teams that are in. It's not crazy to think that 2 or 3 or 4 of those teams end up with 3 losses. It's not crazy, and a 3-loss team gets in.
Yeah.
Or an 8-12.
I mean, and it's Michigan. Like, if Michigan, and they got Ohio State at home, I don't think they're going to do it. But if Underwood went crazy or something against Michigan or against Ohio State, and they're 10-2 with a win over number 1 Ohio State, I find it hard for them to be potentially left out. But this is a big one to me for USC and Oregon. USC, Oregon, this is a big one. USC could then take a big step. I don't know how good Oregon is. To be honest with you, they lost at home to Indiana. We thought the Penn State win was a big win until we found out who Penn State was. So I'm not real sure how good Oregon is, but they've been sitting there at that 7th spot. They almost lost to Iowa a couple weeks back. So this will be a big game, and obviously Lincoln Riley, this is a huge game for him because he can get into the playoff race if they get a dub. So I think that may be the game of the weekend in the Big Ten, USC and Oregon, which are really Pac-12 teams that are playing in the Big Ten. What you got coming up?
It's easy, man. H-Town, Thursday Night Football was more than just a 6th win, right? This is precisely where we needed to be, where we hoped to be when we hired D'Amico Ryans. We'll explain next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Jiffy Lube, y'all. Look, there's 60 local.
problems spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We are live at Walk-Ons in Katy. Come on through. I believe that's 99 right there, isn't it? We're at 10 and 99?
Well, yeah.
I-10 and 99 right there. Come on through. I guess we're on the northeast corner of that. Come on through and hang out. Plenty of seats. The food is tremendous. That little Cajun spin they got going on is phenomenal. I had that gumbo and that gator. Ron's over there eating on some kind of shrimp taco and a little gumbo, it looks like. I may go with them boudin balls. They were tremendous last time. I may go ahead and knock down some of them boudin balls before I get up out of here. But we shall see.
My dumbass. You want to get into Dirty's Daily?
Oh, well, yeah, it's okay, though.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Dirty's Daily is sponsored by Hair of the Dog, Tyler Milner. Tyler Milner, right? And we're going to get a little late jump on that thing. I like it, baby. I like it. I was going to let it ride, but I appreciate you jumping back into it and getting that introduction out there, T-Mill. What was that you sipping on last night? What had you riled up?
It was the old whiskey.
Which one? Well, I guess you don't really care, do you? If it's dirty, you're drinking
Makers.
It. Come on, Makers. It's powered by.
You know what it was.
Hey, Dirty's Daily is powered by the old Maker's Mark that Tyler was drinking. Probably started doubles and then just went, hell, put it on the rocks and let you ride. Come on, baby. I know. And then comes the blackout, baby. But here we are, and then here comes the dog that you got a hair today. But here by the way, you know that
I've never heard of it until just now today. I don't know where it came
I'm over here. Ron has never heard hair of the dog when on the backside of a drunk night and a hangover. Apparently, I knew it and obviously knew what people were referring to. I had no idea where it came from. Apparently, back in the day, the thought was that there was a concoction made from the hair of the dog that bit you that would cure rabies. Right? Dog bites you, you get rabies. Same dog, the hair, boom, put it in some kind of mixture, and it cures you.
Okay.
I don't know how we got to getting drunk, and then that poison has got to.
Yeah.
But anyway, here we are, hair of the dog, baby. If you got drunk last night, get you a drink right here at Walk-Ons. Come on through. They got plenty for you, and we can hair that dog together. But nice. I mentioned it. Last night was a big win. Last night was,
I'd say,
getting over 500, getting to 6-5. I think last night was a win that, as Texans fans, I think we can look each other in the face seriously and have a conversation about the playoffs. Have a conversation about how good is this defense. Are they good enough to make a run? Are they good enough to win a playoff game? That's a real conversation based off last night's win. But that's not where I want to go, H-Town. As I'm sitting there watching this game last night, and we talked about it leading up to the game all week earlier this week, about this was a D'Amico Ryans game. This was a game where D'Amico Ryans' defense had to be the why. They had to be the reason that we either won the game or that we should have won the game in the fourth quarter, given our offense, right? You can't hang your hat as a defensive-minded head coach keeping the Tennessee Titans from scoring a lot of points. Right? You can't hang your hat as a defensive-minded head coach of, boy, when you got one of the better quarterbacks in the league, your defense plays good football. Right? This was one of those games, and I think it was the first one that we could fairly expect D'Amico Ryans to show up and show out against a playoff-caliber opponent, a MVP caliber quarterback, and I'll be damned if he didn't do it. And as a Texans fan, I'm going to tell you, man, when you hire DeMeco Ryans, this is what you got to get. The offensive coordinator is going to be a crapshoot year in, year out here. I hate to break it to y'all. I said it when he got hired. If the offensive coordinator does well, he's going to get hired for somebody as a head coach. If he stinks up the place, he's going to get fired and they're going to move on to the next. The coordinator position is always going to be that revolving door. It's going to be a little bit of a headache, a pain point for us. But what we got to know is we've got to know that the defense, that they'll spend the money, they'll develop the players, they'll draft the players, and DeMeco Ryans will scheme things up and give us a chance to win big-time games versus big-time opponents. And that's exactly what we got last night. That's what we watched unfold last night. He held the Buffalo Bills, his defense held the Buffalo Bills to 12 points offensively. 12 points offensively. They had 6 touchdowns last week.
Yeah, Josh had them.
Josh had 6 touchdowns last week. 12 points offensively. 3 turnovers. Kalen Bullock was an absolute in the back end of this defense. 8 sacks. Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. Will had 2.5, I believe. Danielle Hunter had 2. By the way, there's some records we got to talk about. Will Anderson, 6 straight games with a sack. He tied Mario Williams for a franchise record. Danielle Hunter's got 7 sacks in the last 3 games. That ties a record that J.J. Watt set back in his heyday. And Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. Danielle's got 11 sacks. Anderson's got 10.5 sacks. They've done it in 11 games. And I didn't catch, my bad eyesight got me, I didn't catch the date, but it's been a minute since teammates have eclipsed double-digit sacks in the first 11 games of the season. It hadn't happened in a while, and these two guys have done it. So this defense, Ron, they've
been on a tear.
Look, I know we've got conversations that we got to have, and as you mentioned earlier, Stephen A. Smith is talking about winning the AFC because of how good this defense is. This is exactly the kind of conversations that you hoped we would get when they hired DeMeco Ryans. One of the best play callers, defensive play callers in the game, a tremendous head coach. But the defense, year in, year out, has to be dominant. And last night was the first time in a while, to be honest with you, that I thought, okay, this is special. This is as good as we've seen at the NFL level in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming off of, as you said, they put 44 up on the Bucs, and we saw the Bucs. I mean, they're led by a defensive mind. Actually, they don't have the dudes that the Texans have, but we watched them. I mean, they ain't terrible. Right, the Texans struggled against their defense. I mean, earlier in the season when they played them, to think they put 44, and I mean, besides some of the stuff that James Cook was doing throughout the game, I mean, everything was a struggle. Everything was a struggle, and it seemed like they stopped them from running their normal stuff and stopped them from being able to do the kind of the extra stuff. The off schedule stuff that Josh is able to do generally because he just couldn't get away from them, and their coverage matched it.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, the 2 most impressive things about this defense, other than obviously the box score, because hell, that's it. I mean, I don't know that we've seen this a handful of times in defensive football. The 2 most impressive parts of this defense, as we're watching it, just to the naked eye. The sheer physicality up front that Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are the tips of that spear, but really everybody, the physicality that they bring, the ability to collapse a pocket around a quarterback, the ability to, drop just crazy levels of physicality on quarterbacks is crazy. So that number 1. And then probably what I enjoy watching more, Ron, is the speed sideline to sideline. I mean, Azeez Al-Shaair, E.J. Speed, Henry To'oTo'o in this box. Damn sure Jalen Petrie when he's out there in the box. But the way that these guys can pursue and chase down, because a big part of what Buffalo was trying to do was those quick hitters, call them screens, call them illegal picks, whatever you want to do, throwing that ball and they're really good at it. Josh gets it out.
They hit some.
They hit a couple of them. But the sheer speed that these guys show as a group, not just one guy, but as a group, the way that they, quote-unquote, swarm to the football, I mean, it is special and it's fun to watch. Watching Kalen Bullock right now, cause the fumble on the hit on Shakir down the field. The way they attack, man, is it's not just Will and Daniil. It's sideline to sideline at that linebacker level and at that safety and corner level as well.
That's the word that gets me, because there are other teams in the league that are good defenses.
Yeah.
And especially when you look at the numbers and the metrics. But the thing that really jumps out about the Texans is they never, ever appear like they're playing on their heels.
Ever.
They never.
They're dictating. Now, you're talking about defensively, not offensively.
Yeah. I'm talking about defensively.
Yeah.
Like they appear to be going to make the tackle instead of
hope to tackle
or accepting the tackle.
Yeah.
They appear to be everything. They seem to be going forward and not back. They attack in coverage. They attack the ball. From all ranges of the secondary. Their linebackers are attacking, moving forward, downhill, and that it's all over the is sometimes more, cerebral or like, trying to solve the math problem in there.
A little more finesse.
The Texans are
yeah. Well, the Texans are definitely more the hammer than the nail. That's for damn sure defensively. But guys, look, I mean, just as a Texans fan, I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the way. But to know that we've got a defense, because, look, a lot of people thought this defense was good. Hell, I thought it was good. Everybody thought it was good. Last night was different. Like today, what you think about this defense today is totally different than what we thought about it yesterday. Today, you're talking about this defense is good enough to win a championship behind. Even with a pedestrian offense, you don't have to be great. This defense is good enough to carry a team, not just through a regular season, but in the playoffs. The narrative has changed, and I think it's right. I think it's accurate. I think it's fair. And it's good to be here as a Texans fan. Sitting at 6-5, we got a chance to make a run here and make this season mean something. And the reason we've got that chance is because DeMeco Ryans' defense is that good. Now, flipping over to the other side of the football on this Football Friday, reacting to the Thursday Night Football primetime win. Offensively, the tale of two halves, Ron. The tale of two halves. And this for me is not a – I asked the question earlier. Do you think the decision to come out in the second half and be ultra-conservative – do you think that was a play-calling move, or do you think that was a game management move? If it's game management, it's on DeMeco. If it's play-calling, it's on – I don't believe Nick Caley, after what he did going into halftime, came out in the second half and said, yeah, we finna take the foot off the gas.
I think that came – I think it came from DeMeco in a certain sense of let's not beat ourselves. Let's not hurt ourselves. I don't think DeMeco was calling plays, but I think DeMeco made it very clear.
Yeah.
Like, we're not taking any chances. Like, they're running reverses in the first half. They're doing all kinds of stuff. In the second half, hey, what are you up to gut?
Yeah.
What are you up to gut?
Well,
what are you up to gut? Like, they got Emmett Smith over there.
The other question there is, if it was a game management decision, was it because the offense came out 3 penalties in the first drive coming out at halftime? And if you're DeMeco, you go, wait a minute, fellas, we got our backup quarterback in there. We got 3 penalties. We're behind the chains. We're not going to come out here and piss down our leg in the third quarter and lose this football game. And so did he pull the reins back then? It's nor here nor there because we won the game. We got out of there, escaped. But offensively, man, I do think it's worth noting. I think there's a few things here that we can sink our teeth into moving forward. Nick Caley has the ability to get in his bag. Now, I don't know if he can do it for 4 quarters. I'm not going to say he's the best thing since sliced bread.
Or to everybody.
But we've had a 3-game stretch here, Ron, even the Denver game that we lost 18-15. Nick Caley called plays in that game that was good enough to win it. The quarterback left, and CJ and Davis Mills in that game left points on the field. And I'm talking points on the field, and we end up losing 18-15. And then you come into the Jacksonville game, and he was better through the first 3 quarters. It didn't bear fruit until the fourth quarter when you throw up 19 points in the fourth quarter and you win in dramatic fashion. Any way you look at it, Nick Caley was in his bag in Jacksonville. And then you look at the Tennessee game, And I thought he was really, really good. 4 total drives in the first half. 2 of them, one should have ended in a touchdown, one should have ended in a field goal. And your players screwed it off, right? And in the second half, you come out, you score 4 of 6 possessions you score in the Tennessee game. And then yesterday in the first half, I mean, I don't know what the hell was going on with Davis Mills. He missed 3 throws early on. Only one of them cost us points, but he missed 3 throws early on, and Nick Caley said, don't worry about it, big fella. I'll dial up another throw in the ocean. Here's you another wide-open Christian Kirk for a touchdown. You didn't like Dalton Schultz? You didn't like Higgins? Well, let me give you a Christian Kirk for a touchdown, all in one drive. I'm not saying he's the best thing since sliced bread, Ron, but he's figured out something offensively that's significantly better than he was a month ago.
That's fair.
And I'm going to tell you the other part.
Does that change with CJ? That shouldn't.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. The noise is going to get real loud if it doesn't. Or if it does. I'm sorry. Like if this thing goes south and we're not showing this level of promise when you get your starting quarterback back, then there's going to be a lot of noise around the starting quarterback. We'll save that for if and when it happens. The other thing, it looks like they figured out their offensive line.
You think this group is the same group that we'll see next week?
I do.
You think we stop? You think they positioned the last?
Now that they've moved Titus, they said all I need to know. Titus has clearly told them, man, I'll do whatever the hell
you think he has, or
there's no question.
Or they just said, nah, man.
Bro, he's played right tackle, right guard, and left guard.
They just said, here, man, this is where we're going to need you to go.
No question. And I think they figured out, and let me rephrase this because I don't think this is going to be the Detroit Lions or the Philadelphia Eagles offensive line, but I think they figured out their quote-unquote best 5. I'm going to tell you, Trent Brown, 380 pounds or whatever he is, pulling out there on that Woody Marks chunk run in the first half, and his ability to play 4 quarters versus those 2 edge guys and not get beat like a drum and not be a guy that the edge guys are really teeing off on. His ability to exist over there and an offensive line give up no sacks. That was my question mark on him. I'm not saying that Nick Bonito is not going to go over there and eat him up. I'm not going to tell you that T.J. Watt wouldn't eat him up, but I'm just to survive against really good edge rushers in this game and those guys, those defenses not be like, this is the duck, let's go get him. I think he's got that right tackle spot down, and now
I think they're giving it to him.
Well, now you can flip Titus around to wherever you need him. Yeah, I think this offensive line is going to be. I think that the offensive line that C.J. Stroud steps back behind is going to be significantly better than the one that he left.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue here, the peer pressure got me.
Oh, hell.
Last night was not the only measuring stick game here in Houston over the weekend. We'll tell you about the others. That's coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. When you or a loved one is injured in an accident, there ain't but one phone call you need to make, and that is Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281.
from Walk-Ons here in Katy. A great spot. I just had a little of that gumbo. Solid, very, very strong, very, very good. Plenty other things on the menu as well for you to go after. I know you just put in another order, didn't you? Got a little boudin?
I think it's pepper jack boudin. Had boudin balls with some cheese in it. Yeah, it's pretty good. I've had it before.
Yeah.
You try one? I'll share them with you.
Oh, yeah, you were mad at yourself last time. You didn't even allow me to try.
I didn't
That's
share
okay.
them with you.
That's okay. You hold on to it, man. It's all yours.
A boudin ball with cheese in it that's good is something that you need to share. You need to try it, man.
Appreciate it. You hold on to it.
It's not a unique item.
Another way, Clint, someone texted in and said, how much to sponsor Dirty's Daily? Well, we can direct you in the right spot.
Well, I mean, I can work some under the table, or I can get you in touch with somebody. You let me know. I mean, you know. And Tyler's for the take too. Now, if it's like a lingerie spot or maybe a little kinky toy spot or something, Tyler can work under the table as well.
If I know Tyler, I think Tyler would. He's open to a lot of business.
Send electrolytes.
He's not. Right now, he's in the electrolyte market.
You send me some Gatorade up here right now. You can sponsor T-Mill's Best Bets for the next 2 weeks.
You put a cap on it. Just 2 weeks.
I mean, one Gatorade for 2 weeks. I don't know. I don't think that. I think you're getting screwed on that deal.
Yeah,
Tyler.
that's a hell of a deal.
I think you're foggy-minded. I think you should get 2 weeks worth of Gatorade, all you want.
Throw in a couple of monsters in there, and you'd be set. But no, man, we're having a good time out here. You got a chance to win plenty of prizes. Still got some gift cards we're going to hook people up with from Academy Sports and Outdoors. Shout out to Tom Ball Ford, as we've got an oil change out there that we hooked somebody up with earlier today. And you can still also win a pair at the end of the season. We will be hooking somebody up with that in the 5 o'clock hour. And I want to continue to urge you, if you're in the building or on the way, and you have not entered into the Ultimate Tailgate, where you have a chance to win multiple prizes, including a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and 2 tickets in the suite for a game later on this season, use your phone to get that QR code, and you go right to the website to enter to be a part of the Ultimate Tailgate. You potentially could be a winner. So I would urge you to do that. That's also up there for you as well to access. All right, Clint Tyler. Yesterday, I told you, went to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Just wanted to get a few shoes. Just get a pair of shoes, right? Just wanted to give me some nice shoes, and looked over there, and I was there with some nice Air Maxes. Beautiful, good pair of Air Maxes. And then, another good, solid running shoe that also had an air bubble there. And there was a bit of a difference in price. They were on sale. By the way, Academy Sports and Outdoors, they got it on sale right now. They got a whole bunch of shoes on sale. Go in there and get what you need. And they had the Air Maxes on sale for $99. Originally $129, $130. Got them on there on sale for $99. But this other pair was nice too. They were $85. Got them for $59. I got the running shoes, the one with the air bubble, not the Air Max. And Clint was disappointed. Told me I shouldn't tell it on air. He said this may be the worst of, as he calls, cheap. I don't believe that that's what it is. I think a little cautious with the cash. And Tyler seemed to be disappointed. And I even put the shoe up online. I can't tell if people were just trying to be an ass to me, to be an ass, but a lot of people gave me hell about the shoes. Telling me, you look like you got dad shoes on. You look like you're 40. Like you got them. I'm not going to lie to you, Tyler. Peer pressure worked. I went back up to Academy Sports and Outdoors and I exchanged them for the Miramaxes today.
Attaboy.
You did it.
Attaboy.
Yeah, that's that peer pressure. Absolutely. That's a good decision on your behalf.
Courtney was very annoyed.
That is a good decision on your
Courtney
behalf.
was very annoyed. And
when you did it, or she was annoyed at same thing we were?
Same thing you were. I thought back at it, and I said, you know what? Hey, it's a gift card. Might as well just splurge a little bit more. Not like we can't buy, the other things we need there. And I did. Scooped up the Air Maxes. Felt good about it. They look good. They're beautiful. I thought about buying them both almost. Then I said, well, let's not get carried away here. And
you clearly weren't buying them to work out in them. You just were buying the cheaper ones. So you got you a nice pair of slides that you can throw on and walk. That's a good decision. I'm proud of you. Next time, don't waste the gas. Make it 2 trips.
Really disappointed that it occurred that way. I did feel a little bullied. I did.
No, come on, man.
But it was some good bullying. Good bullying.
We were honest.
Yeah, it was good bullying, and I felt that's all right. I did. Someone texted in, "Good job, show." You can buy the dad shoes too. They're not dad shoes. Okay. All right. Even you don't have dad shoes. Oh, those are just some very nice Brooks, comfortable. All right.
Wind-ass tennis shoes.
I really felt like Larry was saying that. And Larry, you can kiss my ass.
Yeah, I mean Larry's a little bit of a shoe whore. I mean, I think Larry would have looked at your decision. You put them 2 pictures together, Larry would have looked at your decision and maybe had a few choice words.
He wouldn't have cared what the pictures were. He was just going to have some choice words for me anyway.
I think that's probably
our friendship. Someone texted Tyler, "Where's your damn backbone? Stand up for yourself."
No, it was the right decision. It was fair. It was fair criticism.
Hey, don't play with me. Don't think I'm not. I don't have it in me to go take it back to exchange it again. hey, and I promise you, I thought it wasn't meant to be. I went back there and grabbed that box.
Didn't have your size.
Well, I went in and grabbed that 11.5. When I got up to the register, she said, "Oh, there's a 11.5 and a 10.5
in the box."
In the box. I said, "Oh, wow. Okay. Oh no, go back there and see if we can find that." I'll be damned. They found 11.5 back there.
They made you spend that extra $50.
Someone said they like me more now. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's a positive. I think it's a move in the right direction.
Yeah, I feel good about it. I need to get the shoe cleaner as well.
I could tell.
You could see it in my eyes?
I could see it in your eyes. From the very beginning of the conversation, I could tell you were. I mean, Tyler, when you can tell, like there's mad or frustrated, but that's one thing. But when somebody's disappointed in themselves, or even you, like you can. Disappointment is a different look. Ron was
like
very
me right now.
Maybe Ron was very disappointed in the level of cheapness that he showed.
He should have been.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, so I knew
it wasn't really the cheapness.
I knew when he first brought it up, he was like, "Man, I just took the cheap route with a gift card." And
that didn't bother me as much. That part of it. That seemed to bother Courtney. You got a damn gift card. You did it with a gift card.
I think Courtney probably agrees with me a lot of the times. Now she probably wouldn't go as far as I do in the spending, but she agrees that you're a little excessive in the savings.
You think it makes her think twice? Because I'm so aggressive with the savings.
No, I think she probably justifies some of her spending because she knows you're saving on the back end. I think probably takes advantage of it a good chunk of the time.
Ron was about to put on those. What are those? No, they were Nikes. They were running shoes. They had an air bubble and everything. Damn, man.
Air bubble and everything.
They did. They did. All right. Hey, we got to talk about this defense, Clint, because this is becoming a more serious conversation, and it's the reason why people are starting to have a certain level of confidence in the Houston Texans. This isn't just a good defense or the best defense in football. It's more. We got to discuss that. We'll do that coming up next. But before we get there, I got Texas Star Grill Shop, baby. Texas Star Grill Shop, baby. It's like a pro, baby. And if you're looking to get out this weekend, this is a great weekend to do it. I'm telling you, get on that grill, baby. They've got Traegers, they've got Weber's, they've got Big Green Eggs, they've got all of.
Thundercat. Candy Crush Music Season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36+. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoor Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome back into The Drive as the whole crew is here on a Football Friday and a Victory Friday. Damn, Tyler, you should have got you a Victory Friday shirt. That would have been.
I couldn't find one.
I don't think they got one, do they?
No.
Yeah. They got to start making them Victory Friday, Victory Monday, Victory Tuesday. If you play Monday Night Football, yeah, they got to start. Rolling in those. Yeah, get you one of those. All right. Listen, man. What we watched last night. Now, listen, we've been seeing this all season long, but I mean, we're going to be honest a little bit. It's outside of the Rams game, right, and the Seahawks game. They hadn't really, run into they hadn't run into one of the real top-tier quarterbacks, to the Josh Allens or the Mahomes or the Burrows, and you wondered what it would look like. Because they've dominated any team that's been in front of them. But last night, not only was it in front of the world, but it also felt a little different because it was Josh Allen and the Bills. And we just watched that team put 44 on the Bucs last year. And I think it changes the thought process on how good the Texans are and how far they can go. And for me, Clint, this is not just a really good defense. Not just the best defense without question in the league. This is a unique defense because they're very much like some of the ones we've seen recently. I would say that Legion of Boom Seahawks team in 2013, that Denver defense in 2015. Those two really were the leaders of their teams winning the Super Bowl. I think the Chiefs from a couple of years ago. A lot of people think about Mahomes, but that last championship team their defense was the one that carried their teams. And I think they are unique, Clint, because, we talk about the quarterback as the fixer. The Texans defense, and you don't see this from a lot of defenses, Clint, the Texans defense have the ability to overcome things that normal defenses can, especially normal defenses that deal with offenses that struggle. Clint, you generally don't see teams play the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen and in a one-score game at the half be able to overcome their offense having, 36 total yards.
Yep.
You don't generally see a defense also have its offense have 36 total yards and give up a 97-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. They have the ability, like some of those other teams that I named, Clint, that they can make up and fix some of the deficiencies from the other team in a way where it actually affects winning games. And that's why, to me, this isn't this isn't. No, they can clean stuff up. We watched them against Jacksonville. All they had to overcome against Jacksonville to help their team, the multiple special teams issues, interception, that sets up the team inside the 20. That is, to me, what makes them unique and can help them moving forward, Clint, is not only can they hold teams under 20, like they could still hold a team under 20 that gets a kickoff return for a touchdown. They can still hold a team under 20 when the offense is just doing nothing for long stretches and halves. And I think that's really impressive about this defense.
Well, I mean, look, there's nothing not to like about this defense. I mean, when you've got the two edge rushers and the two corners that this defense has, you can do a lot of different things. And you look at the style that the Texans play, there's two different approaches, right? You minimize risk, you play bend, don't break, you make the opponent, you rally up, you tackle well. Everybody's where they're supposed to be and when they're supposed to be there, and you play good, sound football. And there's another train of thought of where we're playing downhill, we're playing fast, we're going to create chaos, and we're going to bet that you're not very good. in chaotic moments with chaos around you. And that's who the Texans are. The Texans, not that they're not sound, not that they're not where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there, but if you watch the film with the Texans, there are open receivers running a lot of times all over the place. And because of the chaos that's created around the quarterback, he doesn't set his feet and he throws the ball out of bounds. Making open for what would be a 70-yard touchdown, the quarterback's having to peel himself off the ground because Will Anderson is in this chin strap with him. And so there's two different trains of thought. We've seen great defenses across the board. I look back at, and I may be crazy, but I look back at like those New England defenses where they were just really sound across the board. They didn't necessarily have elite pass rushers off the edge that were putting up 14, 15.
They were kind of like I described earlier, like making the math work and more cerebral. Like,
yes.
Not as like –
we're going to wait for you to make a mistake and bet that you can't consistently go 15 plays without making a mistake.
That's not
and
what the
Texans are. We're going to force you into mistakes.
Yes.
I don't care if we're on the field for one play.
We want to create 16 3-and-outs.
Right. So that's the unique thing about the Texans is there's quite a bit of risk associated with what they do. They're just so damn good at it. Very rarely do they get hit. And now – They're very good at getting to the quarterback, and they're very good at covering down in the secondary, right? And so they've got a special group, man. They've got a special group to be able to execute what they execute and play the style of defense they play. It is it's ballsy.
Yeah.
And they've got a special group that's pulling it off in a big way.
We haven't really seen a team that is just flat led by their defense in a long time go all the way and win a Super Bowl. Like everybody looks at I think from recent times that 2000 Ravens team clearly, like that led Dilfer was just along for the ride, right? Just don't mess it up. They didn't even ask him to make very many plays. I think the Denver defense was similar like that. I mean, we remember Peyton Manning, but that Peyton Manning, that was him splitting it up with Brock Osweiler and just not making mistakes. But that was 2015, so that's 10-plus years ago. That's 13, and even Russ wasn't bad with Seattle. You think teams still today, when you look at the offenses and the quarterbacks, you think the Texans have the ability to pull off like what teams like the Ravens did, teams like the Broncos did, where they are completely able to get to a Super Bowl, and in those cases win it, completely being led by their defense. Can that happen again? Because to me, that's the Texans' path right now.
I don't think so. I don't. I think offensive football in 2025 in the NFL is too good for you to not like right now. Relatively speaking, I mean the Texans don't scare anybody offensively. I mean Nico does, but the Texans don't. No. I mean, we like Woody Marks around here, but there's nobody. Woody Marks isn't keeping people, defensive coordinators in the league, up at night, right? I mean, there's nobody. That Dalton Schultz is a good tight end, but nobody in football is going, boy, what are we going to do with Dalton, right? I mean, Nico's really the only one on this offensive team, and so I don't think this Texans team, built the way they are right now, is power offensively to make it happen. And I think the league has changed in a way. I guess my overall answer is I think the league has changed in a way where you got to have some level of explosiveness on the offense. You can't just be sound and conservative and not turn the ball over and minimize risk offensively and win a Super Bowl, no matter how good your defense is. I think they're going to have to bring more to the table.
Yeah, I'm with you. It is nothing's impossible, right? And obviously we just watched what they did, and really we've watched them all season. That I said to open up the segment, Clint, but. It is hard to think, all right, man, you're going to hold 3 teams, quality playoff teams, and you think generally it gets harder by every round. You're going to hold them to under 20 points, like the Ravens did, stuff like that. That many in a row. Someone texted in and said, yeah, if you get 8 sacks on guys, they'll be able to hold anybody down. Yeah, I'm with you. If they're able to get the performance they did last night, but again, you're going to run into offensive coaches and offensive teams that are aren't going to let themselves get into the situation that the Bills and Josh allowed themselves to get in as much as they did.
I mean, look, here's the deal. I think
they're going to give people problems, but
when you look at the Texans' defense, is if you don't have dudes and you don't have scheme, if you don't have either like super elite of one or the other or a combination of both, that's just the reality of it. There, if you don't have a quarterback and receivers and play caller like the Rams have, and the Texans, even though it was first game of the season, I think it would be different right now. They'd probably struggle a bit with what the Rams are right now. It'd be a little different than the first game of the season after not playing. But like if you don't have that kind of combination of quarterback, skill players, and play caller, like good luck against the Texans, man. Good luck. They're going to cause some major problems. And when you look at Buffalo, I don't, their shortcoming is obviously skill players. Outside of their quarterback and their running back, they leave a lot. There's a lot left to be desired.
And the way people are talking today is scheme and the guy and the play call.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, you can argue Joe Brady. I don't know what he was doing. He's trying to get Josh killed back there. So, yeah. I mean, I think it's fair. But there's down the stretch, the Colts got a little bit of all that. They got a good play caller, good schemer. They got a good quarterback. They can run it in. They can throw it. They got weapons. That's going to be a different animal. You look at the Chiefs. I mean, Pat Mahomes, Andy Reid, the weapons that they have when they're healthy. It's going to be a different animal. Now that's the next step for them. Is this kind of defense.
If they were to put those performances on the road, against those two teams, then you get.
Now we're going to a whole nother level.
Now we're talking. Yeah. Ravens.
Yes.
Yes. Not saying they're as good, but we're talking. Well, hell, man, they could do it everywhere.
Yes.
So. Yeah, man, it's not just a good defense. They're a defense that can. I mean, what they have been able to withstand the other units doing to them in the Jacksonville and Buffalo game in particular is different than other defenses, right? It is. Denver's defense is good. I don't think Denver can survive. All right, man, we're gonna give you a return, and well, they've survived Bo Nix at times, but we're gonna also special teams is gonna suck ass as well. So, I don't know. We'll see. All right, coming up as we continue, a little 5 o'clock fire as we get you ready on this Football Friday. A big weekend, a big night for the Rockets as well. This feels like one of those statement games. For the Rockets as they face one of the other Western Conference powers. We'll get you also ready and look at some of the big games over the weekend coming up in the NFL. And there are some games that the Texans are going to be paying attention to. And there is some news, it seems like it's coming out daily, about Lane Kiffin and his future at Ole Miss. We'll discuss that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, let me take a quick minute here and let you guys know all about them old silver bullets, them old Wolf.
SportsRadioPrime.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Struggle Bus, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is we are here live. Clap it up, folks. We're here live at Walk-Ons here in Katy. Okay. And we're having ourselves a good time, as you should, because this is not only a football Friday, but it is a victory Friday because the Houston Texans got a huge, huge win, a signature win, and they are all over national television. Everybody's talking about them. But I also want to let you, Clint, I've had a birdie tell me that they saw Tyler last night at the game. And they saw Tyler was feeling pretty good. Shout out to you, Larry David. And Larry, I want to tell you, I'm proud of Tyler. I'm shocked. I am shocked. I am shocked by Tyler. I am shocked. I'm as shocked as I was when Henry To'oTo'o took down Josh Allen in a one-on-one situation. But I am shocked that this person offered to buy Tyler another drink, and Tyler turned him down because Tyler needed to get, I'm guessing, to a better spot. And I'm proud of you, Tyler. I am proud that you saw where you were and you said, I better slow this down.
Yeah.
Because that had to be hard for you. That had to be hard. They're going to buy you whatever they want because I know they are because they got to do it right now for us.
Yeah,
and you just shot it down. I'm proud of you, Tyler.
Had to happen. Imagine where I'd be right now if I hadn't turned that down. You know?
That was at the game. I mean, what were you worried about at that point?
Well, I didn't know we were going to go out after the game.
Yes, you did.
Oh,
you
so
told me
you turned it down out of you trying to you were just trying to be
pace himself.
Well, and I love that dude. That's a great listener we got there in Larry, and I've met him before. And I was drinking doubles, and I didn't want to have to make a listener pay for a double of whiskey at a Texans game.
Oh, so it was out of the goodness of your heart. You were thinking about their pocketbook.
Thank you. All right, let's go.
I mean, Tyler,
you needed water.
What quarter,
that's it.
What quarter was it, Tyler?
Who cares, man? He started
sometime in the second half.
I mean, Tyler. I left Tyler at 4:30.
Yeah. Well, Tyler,
and he was a 30-minute drive away from his friends, so that means you didn't get there till 5.
He didn't go. He didn't just go to it. He went. You did some pre-drinking, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I walked into that spot where my friends were 30 minutes after you saw me, Clint, and I had a tequila shot waiting on me.
There you go. Well, good for you, man. That's the way to do it.
Wasn't the last one.
No,
I'm proud of you, man. I'm so proud of you, Tyler.
Hey, just to be clear, T, since you didn't know what time it was, he said it was immediately after half-time.
That's right. It was the start of the third quarter. Yeah.
Tyler gonna say that's right.
I remember. Just needed a little help.
So people are proud of you, man. I am. I thought Tyler would just shake his head, and then say, "All right, let's push through it." That's how Tyler would do. All right, come on, give me a double. Let's go. Good for you, man. Then you were able to make it till 2.
Yeah, it was a good night.
That'd have been 12:30 for you right now if you took that drink instead of that water you went and got.
Definitely.
All right.
DoorDash Taco Bell, by the way.
There you go. It is a football Friday, and we will get to it. But tonight is I think last night obviously was for the Texans a bit of a statement game, a game of like, all right, hey, this is kind of one of the measuring stick teams, and we want to have a prove to ourselves that we can go. I think the Rockets have one of those matchups tonight. They are hosting, in Tyler's favorite, the NBA Cup. Tyler can't wait to see that floor. It's his favorite. The NBA Cup tonight.
Soccer.
The NBA Cup tonight, and they face the Denver Nuggets. The Denver Nuggets are one of two teams that are in front of the Rockets right now in the Western Conference, and that is obviously OKC and then the Denver Nuggets. We know Jokic is coming in town to face baby Jokic in Şengün, the way he is playing. And this is one of those teams, right? There are several teams. I think OKC, I think the Lakers, I think especially right now the Nuggets. Those are teams that when the Rockets face them, these are big games, I think, for them and some measuring stick games for them. And I think that one is a big one tonight to see where the Rockets are as they will host. If I didn't have to get on a plane tomorrow, I'd like to go to this one. I'm feeling froggy. I'm buying Air Maxes and stuff. I'd like to go to this. Man. I almost went on the game. I
think it's actually a great time to get on the Game Time app, and that's what it's made for, by the way, is when you make these kind of spur decisions. But I think you leaving town in the morning is a perfect time for you to go to a game tonight.
Just go and then just
you just bang it out.
I haven't packed the thing yet. I do. I want to see, because Alfred Şengün is clearly taking another step. And now he's going against the best at his position in the game and the best player in the game. And like to me, that first game of the year, besides Portland, who beat OKC, nobody has played OKC tighter. And this is the first matchup against Denver, and they're rolling right now with a 5-game win streak, and they beat the Cavs in this last game. This is a big one. I really want to see how the young guys and how this crew reacts to a game against a championship contender in the Nuggets in the West.
Well, the interesting thing is for me is how kind of the eye you watch these guys through from this year. Last year it was all, boy, can they out physical them? Can they out hustle them? Can they beat them up, get them out of their game, frustrate them? Now it's legitimately, is it a better team? Can they do their thing at a higher rate than a championship caliber team can do it? So,
you feel good going into these games.
Well, hell yeah!
Like you feel good. You felt good last year, but you're like, hey man, that's Steph Curry, that's Draymond, that's Jimmy Butler over there.
Yeah.
I think we can go with them. Now you feel good. Yeah. Now you don't look over there and say, well, that's Jokic, that's Jamal Murray. Like that. Oh, well, that's Aaron Gordon if he plays. So I like where they are right now. Be a fun watch to see how they look tonight. Denver comes into Houston for the NBA Cup. Tyler's favorite. Be a big one tonight for the Rockets.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Texans are off after their big dub last night. Clinton, of course, back that game. But there's some big NFL games on Sunday and some big games, to me, Clint, that have real implications with what the Texans are looking at moving forward the rest of the way with the playoffs and the division. And I think, to me, some of the big games, we'll see. Joe Burrow may be able to go in this game coming up on Sunday. They haven't ruled him out yet. But the Patriots, the team that may be the number one seed, them in Denver and Indy are all with 2 losses in the West. In the AFC. They are going to Cincinnati and potentially may play Burrow in his first game back. Eagles Cowboys, which will be a big one coming up as the Cowboys are trying to get themselves a late playoff push. The Steelers, this is an important game also in the AFC. They are at Chicago against the Red Hot Bears. And then obviously I think the big one, the Colts are on the road to face the Chiefs, the team. Those are your next 2 opponents. Those are the Texans' next 2 opponents they face off on Sunday. Which games for you, which game, if any, is the one that you are really, really paying attention to?
Oh, the Colts and the Chiefs, no doubt about it. You got both of those teams left on your schedule. They're both in the hunt and can affect your playoff berth, your ability to get into the playoffs. And so, yeah, I think that's the big one. But look, you're going to be disappointed in me. I am.
I know where you're going.
Well, look,
I'm not going to be disappointed. Some of them are.
Well, I'm hoping that the top teams continue to separate, and the path for us to get the 7, in this 5, 6, 7 range is lesser teams. Like I want the Colts to beat the Chiefs. I want the Pittsburgh Steelers to beat the Baltimore Ravens and the other teams they play. I want Denver to continue to win. I want Like, I want the Patriots to continue to win. I want that wild card bunch of teams to be as few a win team as possible. It doesn't do us any good to have 10 or 11 win football teams in the hunt for that 7 seed in that wild card hunt, because I don't know that we're going to get there.
So your eyes are still completely on wild card and not
100%,
and not the division.
100%. 100%. Yeah, it's because we're talking about teams that already got 8 wins, 9 wins. Like, I mean, they're 2 wins away from being, uncatchable damn near.
Yeah, to me that with that, and we talked about it with the guys of the crosstalk. If the Chiefs beat the Colts on Sunday, now you're 2 games behind the Colts with 2 games that you control against the Colts, and I mean, if you can win the division, that's to me, because what do you like realistically right now, Clint? The Texans are 6-5. What do you think they got to go? 6 left? What do you think they got to go the rest of the way to get to the playoffs?
I think you're going to have 10 wins to get a wild card.
At least 10.
At least 10.
Yeah.
And
4-2. And 4-2, 5-1, right?
4-2, and you got Arizona and Las Vegas on your deal. So there's 2. So you got to split the rest of them, which is Indianapolis twice, Kansas City, and the Chargers.
Yep.
So I mean, I feel good about us right now after the win yesterday. I don't feel like getting to a 10 or 11 wins is something that we should be banking on. I would rather the teams that have separated themselves. Thank you, sir. The teams that have separated themselves to continue to separate themselves and lower the amount of wins that I have to get in as a wild card. I feel good about that as a Houston Texan fan. I don't feel good about getting to 10 or 11. Yeah. I don't feel good about catching Indianapolis.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, it could happen. I'm with you in a sense of like, as a Texans fan, I hope it happens.
When you have to me, you got a chance at the division, and with your win last night, and we've looked at it. The Colts, when you start to look at what
their schedule's a monster. Yeah,
Chiefs, Texans, Jags, Seahawks. Jags and Seahawks are road games.
49ers
at home, Jaguars at home, and then Texans.
Yeah.
I just like it is all of a sudden potentially, maybe there for a division if you're able to win your 2 games against them. So I get what you're saying. Your thought, just get in first. But boy, if you got a shot there, if you got a chance to get there. Somebody text in. I just want the Chiefs out of the face. That's another thought of it. The Chiefs, the Ravens. I think a lot of. By the way, Buffalo. Hey, they better kind of get it going together themselves too, right? The division may be out for them as well. By the way, I like that Cowboys-Eagles game. Maybe that is because I don't like right now. The Cowboys have a real Texans kind of feel to me.
There it was. Glory hole.
Well, not that part of it, but they've got a Texans feel to me because right now I look at the Cowboys. I'm like, yeah, I could see they could be good, but I don't know. If they were to beat the Eagles, right now you're like, all right, maybe the Quinnen Williams thing, and maybe that is a difference. Maybe that is a big difference. Like right now, I don't take the Cowboys serious as a playoff contending team. They go and beat the Eagles. Now you got to look at the Cowboys differently to me. So I think that's why that's a big game right now for them.
Well, they got the horses offensively to put some points on the board and put some pressure on Philadelphia to be better offensively and be more aggressive offensively and put some pressure on Jalen Hurts to play a little different brand of football. Now, on the other side of that coin is the Eagles have the ability and the talent to shut the Cowboys down. So we'll see. Yeah. We'll see what strength gives. I'm with you. That's a hell of a game.
Yeah. All right, as we continue here, big slate, NFL, big slate also that has a lot to do with the Texans and their playoff future.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the latest news here with Lane Kiffin. Ole Miss expects a decision on Lane Kiffin's future with the school to be made after Ole Miss and the Rebels play their final game of the season. So it will be wherever that final game comes. If it's in the playoff, I would assume it'll be in the playoff. I don't think they're going to be in some sort of a bowl game. they will make their decision. Is this a deal where Ole Miss, like, they're not going to keep him, right? Is that because it seems like that's where the lean is right now? And like, right, if he wanted to stay, it'd be very easy him just say, "Hey, I want to be at Ole Miss." Right? It feels like it's just a foregone conclusion that Lane Kiffin's going to leave.
Yeah, look, I can't believe they're even having the conversation, if I'm being completely honest with you. I mean, you have worked. You're Ole Miss, man. You have worked. I mean, this.
You can't believe they're having the Ole Miss is?
I can't believe any of them are having the conversation. I can't believe that Lane's let it go this far. I can't believe that Ole Miss is so engaged in entertaining it. And Ole Miss is a squad that, I mean, you just ain't been there much. I mean, you got a chance to get to the college football playoffs. You got a chance to make a national championship run, and you're over here just dragging out this, making this a thing, right? And so I can't believe that all of them combined haven't squashed this stuff and just said, look, we'll talk about it after the season kind of deal, which may be what they're doing right now, but it seems like this.
It's like Dilly, yeah.
So
and nobody is, including Lane. Nobody is kind of killing it.
Well, it's unfortunate the state of college football right now. We talk about the players a lot because of the NIL and transfer portal and all that. But it's unfortunate that last year it was a Tennessee quarterback wanting $1 million raise or something, holding his team before the college football playoffs over the coals, and now all of a sudden it's a coach that's leaving, that's got a program that hadn't, I don't know how often they've ever been there. I have no idea. But we're talking about that instead of them focusing on making that national championship run. It's a bad place to be.
It doesn't seem like it's getting quieter.
Yep.
Like it'll get quieter. It seems like when he's in the playoff, the more we'll hear about it. All right. Is there and should there be concerns? It was a great night last night, but should there be concerns about the offensive approach of this football team? We'll discuss that next.
Rock and roll, meow.
The Texans beat the Bills in prime time.
On 4th and 6, Allen back to
Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as The Drive is live on the road. Yeah, you can clap it up. There we go. As we are live here. We're at Walk-Ons here in Katy. It's been a great, great time. It has been. The crowd is good. Congratulations to most of our winners. We still have another opportunity for the big prize. If you are on your way or you're in the building, as soon as this segment ends, we will win for a pair of tickets to the Colts-Texans game. If you have not got a ticket and put it in our raffle box, you may want to do that before the segment ends, because that is how you give yourself an opportunity to be a winner on this Football Friday. All right, Clint, I posed this on the other side of the break, and I said, should there be concern about the approach of this offense? Last night, as you've said today, it was a tale of two halves, and the approach in the second half, to me, felt like it was more than just, Sean McDermott and whoever his defensive coordinator is walked into halftime, and, man, they came up with a hell of a game plan and adjusted their asses off to make the Texans look like a completely different offense that only was able to get 36 total yards in the second half. Right, they did that on multiple drives in the first half. 36 yards in the total in the second half. Someone texted in, I've been concerned with the offensive approach since D'Amico got here. I've been concerned with the same offensive approach since 2002. Should there be concern about how they go about business or approach things, especially coming off of last night?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look, I think the way that they approached last night, for some reason, coming out at half, they decided to be extremely conservative and win that thing defensively and put a lot of pressure on the defense. And my frustration with yesterday's offensive second half is that you had every reason to not do it, right? I would never fault D'Amico for taking a conservative approach and saying, I'm going to win it with defense and I'm not going to make mistakes offensively. I'm not going to lose it offensively. But the reality of it is you ran through, especially the last drive of the first half, and that was really, really impressive. I mean, you were doing some impressive things offensively in the first half. I thought we were on pace to go up and Davis to throw for 280 yards and 3 or 4 touchdowns and score 30-plus points. And they, by choice, took their foot off their throat. They, by choice, took the foot off the gas. And, again, I would not have a problem with it if I could see a reason why you would do it. If it were a bully defense that was getting a bunch of sacks and you putting the ball in harm's way.
Even if you did what you did in the first half?
No, that's my whole point is that the first half, if you watch the first half, everything about the first half said put your foot on their throat, score 30, right? And nothing about the first half said, boy, get conservative in the second half because we don't want to throw any picks or we don't want to turn the ball over. We don't get our quarterback hit. Like, you did it by choice. You didn't do it because there were signs that told you to do it. You did it by choice.
And you weren't up with a comfortable lead.
Yeah. Well, so I'm not opposed to going into that mode, generally speaking, with the Texans. My mindset is, boy, what I just watched, let's come out and let's get a 2-score lead. Let's come out and score 2 or 3 more times and put these boys away. But instead, they did the opposite. That is the fear for me, is the whole, hey, man, if we just have a good quarter of football and we get a lead, we're going to see if we can't win this thing defensively in the second half. That's the part that I think has a potential to bite you in the ass. Now, if C.J. Stroud comes back and you feel better about your offense, and maybe you don't do that. Maybe it was because your backup's in there. Maybe it's because of what you felt about your offense. But the all signs pointed towards keep your foot on the gas and go score 30.
Yeah, I hated the approach. Like, it became clear, right? Like, you can tell, like, all right, by what you're doing, all right, man, Buffalo's just, man, they're just taking stuff away, right, man? Their pass rush was just too much, and it prevented them from being able to do stuff. But you could just see by the play calling decisions, it was just safe. Even the passes were just safe, quick. You know, like, you know, and they ran multiple reverses in the first half, and they tried to run safe screens, and even when they got a turnover, it wasn't like, all right, turnover, let's go, take it to them. Let's go really end this thing. It was handed off 4 straight times to Woody Marks, seeming to say to themselves, let's get ourselves in field goal range. Ooh, that's all we need to do. Let's get it to a 7-point lead. But Higgins was having success. Nico was having success. And by the way, that part got me, man. Nico Collins in the second half, no catches on 1 target. Like that can't happen.
Yeah.
Like I don't care what you do. That one just can't happen. Someone texted and said Nick played not to lose. He did not play to win. Well, I don't know how much that was.
Well, bingo. That's so. Let me hit the Nico thing first. Like that is I think a bigger picture concern for this offense is like we are comfortable with allowing safety over the top, corner down on Nico. We're comfortable with just going, all right, cool, man. We'll work elsewhere. Like I don't like that. Like that's going to have to change. Now to the other texter's point of. I don't. That's not a. You can believe what you want to believe. It's one of 2 things. Either you think the play calling in the second half sucked, or you think the game management put the play caller in a spot of where he had to be conservative. I think it was a game man. I think the only way the defense comes out and plays like that is if D'Amico says, "Hey,
the offense
tone it down, run the football, protect the football, minimize mistakes. We're going to win this thing on the defensive side of the ball." I don't think Nick Caley went out there, was all gas, no brakes, had a great drive, 2-minute drive, spreading the ball around, making plays in the pass game, protecting the quarterback, scored 20 points in the first half, and then said, all right, let's come out in the second half and just get through the second half. I don't believe that was play calling. I believe that was I think that was more than likely in the locker room. I think there was an agreement of, all right, let's go out and not lose this thing offensively.
Everything was clearly different. Everything was clearly different. There was aggressive play calling. Everything was clearly different. Text line coming in, second half offense didn't suck by choice. They were still trying to force passes to Higgins and Stover in the second half. They just sacked. I'm guessing you meant suck. No. The offense looked and ran different. Right, and that's another one. Like the 3 to 4 yard pass to Stover is a safe play. Right. It's a safe call, right? And yeah, I mean, listen, they pulled it off and won. The scary part is, and what I don't like is, man, we just put up 20 on this group, and we just ran down and got a great 2-minute drill drive, and our quarterback looks like he's rolling, and then next thing you know is, hey, bring it down. So I listen. The defense and everything the defense was amazing, and the offense was great in the first half. Went just the way, like I said, we said yesterday. There is no excuse that this team can't score 20. Yeah, they scored 20 in the first half.
Yep. Yeah.
Right? They did it in the first half, and then it's just 3.
With this as a quarterback.
Yeah, and could have been there. So, yeah, I hope that's not the approach moving forward.
Yeah.
Because next week, if they get themselves a lead, I hope the approach isn't just.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope they. All right, as we continue here, T. Mill's best bet's coming up as he tries to finish out the week. He is still in the green, folks. Still in the green. He'll try to finish out the week, win you some money. And also, we got to send a shout-out and a salute. This may be the last time we see him this year. and that is Davis Mills. What a performance he's had the last 3 games. We'll discuss that coming up next.
D. Mills gets it done.
The Texans beat the Bills in prime time.
Here's the snap from Andrews. Davis looking. Davis passing to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Houston. The Texans are back in front of Buffalo.
I mean, I've been dreaming of being in this situation since I was 6 years old.
So you can smell unstoppable.
These damn Milners, man.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations to our familiar winners. Hey, man, it'd be people clear the hell on out after that. Their tickets get going.
Yeah.
But no, man, this is still a great spot to come out. Walk-ons here in Katy. There are TVs everywhere. A little pop-and shop over there where you can get going if you wanna have a good. It's a great spot to start your Friday night. I see they look like they're down to beers 2 and 3 over there. I like that over there. I like that couple over there. To get my wife to come get me some drinks with her. Like that. There we go. I'm good. Oh, there you go. There you go. I got one. Yeah, there you go.
Hey, no, he don't. He said, "Do you have one for him?"
Do I? Oh, yeah. I think we got cups. You got
right there in that
there
box.
There it is.
Big dog.
Can he get a glass? Let him get a glass, Matt. There we go.
Yeah, he was trying to give you one.
I thought he said, "Was that?" I don't know what the hell I was thinking, to be honest with you, Tyler. But no. Yeah. Shout out to the good people here at Walk-On. Shout out to the staff here at Walk-Ons. They have been great. Give them a hand. Tip them as well. And we appreciate our engineer, Matt, who has kept us on the air and on YouTube and Twitch. Great energy from Matt today, as always. He has been fantastic. Shout out to our promo staff as they do a great job, as always. Shout out to Tyler, and again, Tyler fighting through it. All right, he's playing injured today, clearly, but he rubbed some dirt on it and came on out to play.
Hurting, boys, still
hurting. All right, I think he's had 2 cups of coffee. Try to get himself right.
Oh, damn it! I meant to fill my water bottle last.
Smoked a cigarette. He's doing the best he can, and it's been a great time, as always. But yeah, like we said, still make your way on out here and enjoy yourself. By the way, coming up behind us, Texans All Access Victory Friday from old Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. Another big victory on Thursday as Vandy let it go. They let it rip. Had a great call. I walked out with Andre yesterday, and he was like they was all over Josh's butt. Said he's a big listener of the show. So says sometimes he texts you, Clint.
Yeah, Drake gets on me. He texts me a little bit.
He said, yeah, I sometimes text Clint. He tell you.
Yeah, he listens quite a bit, man. He can't always be real vocal about what he feels and what he sees, but we have some good back and forth.
That's good. Well, no, man, it was a great call last night, and you can hear the guys coming up right behind us. And Area 45, and if you're in the building, you got a glass. That is the commemorative glass that you can take home with you if you have not yet. Area 45, the fellas coming up 10 to midnight, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and you can catch them tonight, as always. We'll get to T. Mill's best bets coming up here in just a bit as he looks to try to stay in the green for the week. He's 10 of 15.
I won one with OT Mill last
I know
night.
you did. Hey, Davis Mills did all he could to try to mess that up for y'all. It just had the Higgins easy yards. Easy. And then that's all right. Davis took care of y'all. Won the +6 too, so that works as well for you. So go ahead, as he's doing pretty well this week. You can win. Wow, you can win a little bit of money as you stay with us here. All right, Clint. Listen, I think we have to salute Davis Mills. I think Absolutely. Davis Mills. I would assume, Clint, as we see C.J. Stroud out on the field watching the game. I would imagine his symptoms have probably cleared, especially cleared into a space where they feel comfortable with all the lights and things of that nature. And it looks like CJ will be back and healthy, and I would be blown away and shocked if he's not the starting quarterback against the Indianapolis Colts.
God bless, brother.
Which I believe he will be. But Davis Mills went beyond what you would need from a backup quarterback, including last night. I mean, when you look at it overall, I think it's fair to say he outplayed Josh Allen last night. Obviously, he didn't throw for as many yards as Josh, and he didn't have as much on his plate as Josh. But Josh made multiple plays that really hurt his team, and not just the interceptions, but the sacks he took. Those are things that Davis Mills did not do. And Davis Mills threw 2 touchdown passes, and that's just from this game. The previous 2 games, he stepped up and went beyond what you would really need your backup quarterback to do, putting on a cape against Jacksonville and then really bringing them back and getting them set up on a 2-minute drill to win that game against the Titans. Salute to Davis Mills, Clint. That is beyond what you would hope your backup quarterback to do if your starter's hurt.
Yeah, look, it was a hell of a 3-game run for Davis. I mean, you go 3-0 any way you slice it. That's a huge plus. But then you go 3-0 with your backup quarterback. You go 3-0 with several clutch moments from your backup quarterback. One of which, if you end up getting to the playoffs, really both of which you end up getting into the play moment in this season. The fourth quarter against Jacksonville, and then the one drive to get in field goal range against Tennessee. And it's unfortunate that he got the second half kind of the rug pulled out from underneath him in the second half, and there wasn't a trust there for him to go out and continue to play well. It looked like he had settled in. It looked like he was seeing it well, and they had a really good plan. I would have liked to have seen what he could do in that second half of yesterday's game and not put all that pressure on the defense. But, yeah, man, tip the cap to the backup quarterback. He went in there and did his thing. He earned every bit of his pay this year. And look, I mean, I hope people out there. Last night was a good sign of, Davis Mills plays well, and people all of a sudden think, well, you have no chance to beat Buffalo if Davis Mills has to play and CJ doesn't start. Well, I'll be honest with you, Davis Mills played 2 quarters last night ultimately, and it was enough to beat Buffalo.
What you say? You could have done what you could have gone and played that second half.
Oh, the second half, I got that. I can make one of them throws to Higgins. The other ones, I got it.
And handoff.
No question. So, yeah, man, I just, that's – now the defense obviously is the headliner, but the quarterback has played some really good football the last 3 weeks. And it's time to hand the reins back off to C.J. Stroud and see if he can't pick up where Davis left off and hopefully have learned a little bit, and the team's better because of it. In his absence, the play caller got better. In his absence, the offensive line appears to have gotten better. In his absence, I'd say Jaden Higgins has gotten better. And so, you plug a more talented quarterback in, you stride in the right direction.
Before we get to T. Mill's best bets, T, I want you to jump in on this too. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Those of you here at Walk-Ons, listen. You surprised it went like this? You surprised Davis played the way he did? Did Davis's performance over the past 3 games surprise you? Didn't surprise you? Surprise you, Tyler? Do you think it? You think it looked that good, Tyler? I'm talking about not just last night, overall.
I'm going to tell you, the fourth quarter against the Jacksonville Jaguars shocked the hell out of me. I mean, that was a run that if your starting quarterback does it, you're like, yeah, man, give that man $50-60 million. Yeah, I mean, that was a –
How many unanswered was it?
How many unanswered points?
In the fourth?
It was 26 points. 26 including the pick
Sheldon
6.
Rankins, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, I mean, look, that shocked the hell out of me. Everything else, it didn't shock me at all. I've said it before, and I'll pat myself on the back. Like I think the floor of this team does not change, and you can argue it. You can argue it comes up when Davis Mills goes in the game and CJ comes out. I mean, you can argue that the floor of the offense comes up. Now the ceiling comes down, obviously, which is why you pay somebody 50 or 60. But, this team can win with average quarterback play. You've got a guy that has the ability to be elite. Can he take this team and take them to the next level? That's what you got to see out of C.J. Stroud. Hopefully he gets back to that.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised because I think the Texans may have the best backup quarterback in football. Right? Like, I didn't think – top 3 at least, right? Again, I don't think he's a starter. But I think they've got a top 3 backup quarterback in football. And I didn't have that. I didn't have that going into him playing. And I think anytime we saw a lot of the issues with the offense in his time, with the exception of kind of the Jacksonville game, especially the early part of it, I didn't get the sense like, man, Davis is the one tricking this away.
I mean,